Chapter 141. Sure, you searched for a long time, but didn't find anything useful. She picked up the broken restriction bracelet on the bedside and looked at it, but didn't find anything. After thinking about it, she put the restriction bracelet away and asked casually without turning her head, "Brother Xiaoyan, did you find anything?" Lu Dongyan's hand on the photo tightened instantly. He pinched the photo, and the photo also sank into his palm. He turned around and shook his head. "No. Let's leave here first." Sure, you didn't want him? Both of them were wearing mimic exoskeletons. She couldn't see Lu Dongyan's expression at the moment, so she walked towards the door first. She was about to go out, and Lu Dongyan also fell to the ground. At the same time, there was a click in the room, as if a mechanism was activated. Lu Dongyan subconsciously clenched his palm and put the photo into the space bag. Sure, you turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. A door appeared there. Why are there so many traps here? Sure, you felt like she was walking in a maze, with paths everywhere, but also nowhere to go. She looked at Lu Dongyan with an inquiring look and asked, "Do you want to go over and take a look?" Almost at the moment when she asked the question, Lu Dongyan said, "Go." He answered too quickly, as if he was eager to find something. Sure, you thought he was a little strange, but thinking about the previous situation, he guessed that he had thought of something again, and nodded. "Then let's go and take a look. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell me immediately, and we will leave immediately. No matter how important what he wants to know is. Staying alive is the most important thing. This place is too weird, and you can't say what will happen." Lu Dongyan's hand hanging by his side flexed slightly, and finally nodded silently. Sure, you took the lead and walked in front. He looked at her back, and suddenly an impulse surged in his heart. When he came to his senses, he had already grabbed Sure Yu's arm. Sure, you turned around in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" The words came to his lips, but he couldn't say them. Lu Dongyan felt his throat blocked. After a few seconds of silence, he let go of Sure Yu's arm and walked ahead. "You follow me." In the end, he said nothing. Sure, you looked at his back, and question marks popped up on his forehead one after another. But he still followed him in the end. Another long and narrow passage. This passage was not like the wet and mossy passage they came in. Perhaps because there was no water and no air. It was very dry and clean here. Also, because there were moonstones on the wall. The whole passage was bright, and the warm yellow light was not as gloomy as before. The two walked along the passage for about 10 minutes, and a very large gate appeared in front of them. Another gate? Sure, Yu's scalp tingled when she saw the gate now. She didn't pay close attention to how many places she had passed when she escaped just now, and what the plain map looked like. Would the situation behind this gate be the same as before? Sure, Yu stepped forward and put her hand on the gate. The golden light in her eyes lit up slightly. Soon, the situation behind the gate appeared in front of her. Bang! An energy bomb rushed over without warning and hit the other side of the gate. At the same time, someone wearing a mimic exoskeleton ran on the wall to avoid one energy bomb after another. Sure, Yu raised her eyebrows slightly. This reaction speed is not bad. She continued to sense the situation on the other side of the gate. One of the two warring parties was wearing the military mimic exoskeleton of the First Federation, and the other party was wearing a gray-black mimic exoskeleton. It was hard to tell what force it was. There were not many people wearing the military mimic exoskeleton of the First Federation. Only 2 people, but the other party had more than 10 people. The difference in quantity could make up for the difference in quality to a certain extent. Suddenly, Sure Yu's eyes paused on one of them. If she remembered correctly, Gu Qianqian seemed to be wearing the mimic exoskeleton numbered 8623. Aren't Gu Qianqian and Feng Xiao outside with the people in the camp? Sure, Yu didn't have time to think too much. She held the dark golden scimitar and really sensed the same metal fluctuations on the 2 people in front of her. Fuck! How did these 2 people get in? The 2 people from the First Federation were obviously at a disadvantage and would be defeated soon. Sure, Yu slapped the gate with one palm, and the gate shook slightly and opened obediently. Lu Dongyan seemed a little absent-minded. Sure, Yu hurriedly said to him, "Think about it when you get out. Young Master Qian and the young doctor are in front. It's going to be cold." While she was talking, Feng Xiao was attacked by 2 people at the same time. He couldn't react in time and was hit in the shoulder by the energy gun. The mimic exoskeleton was not destroyed, but the power of the energy gun made him fly backwards and hit the wall hard. Gu Qianqian was distracted immediately and was ambushed at this moment. The opponent held an energy gun in his hand and was about to shoot at his heart. The defense of the mimic exoskeleton is very strong. But if the fatal part is under strong pressure, it will also cause irreparable damage to the human body. The man pulled the trigger with his index finger. And in just a blink of an eye, a dark golden scimitar flew over and spiraled across his wrist. With a scream, the energy gun broke away from his hand. At the same time, blood spurted out of his wrist. Gu Qianqian immediately seized this opportunity to kick him away. Lu Dongyan had withdrawn his mind from his previous thoughts. The two shots that were almost seamlessly connected forced the two people who tried to attack Feng Xiao to dodge and retreat. The sudden appearance of the two people obviously surprised both parties. But they were both wearing the military mimic exoskeletons of the First Federation. And their identities were self-evident. As soon as Shiryu walked out of the gate, someone immediately raised an energy gun and aimed it at her forehead. If she was hit, she would be shot in the head on the spot. She was not someone who could be slaughtered by others. She took a step to the side, and the energy bomb missed, and fell on the wall behind her. The tearing arc of electricity stretched out, revealing a silent threat. Shiryu didn't even blink, facing the intensive shooting that followed. She took out the energy gun with her backhand. The net-like energy bomb scattered out. The power was not great, but the coverage was wide. All the dense energy bombs flying towards him were caught in the net. This energy net was torn apart by the energy bombs in less than 2 seconds. And the short 2 seconds was enough for Shiryu to make various counterattacks. She then turned off the walking function of the mimic exoskeleton, and took advantage of the weightlessness to step on the floating objects with one foot, and turned on the propulsion function of the mimic exoskeleton to run. In just 2 or 3 seconds, she pulled from the farthest distance to the closest, and ran straight to the core members of the opponent. She fired a shot, and the opponent's reaction speed was not slow, and he dodged his attack sideways. One of the most obvious characteristics of Shiryu battle is that her attack never misses, because every step of her rhythm is to prepare for the next step until the end of this battle. Shiryu was not surprised that the energy bomb did not hit the opponent. People with high combat literacy were not so easily killed by her with one shot. However, this momentary obstruction was enough for her to close the distance again. Another energy bomb was fired from the muzzle, and the person who had just avoided it was embarrassed and shouted, "Master Yu! It's me! This voice is so familiar. Bai Yan? Oh no! Yan Bai." After he shouted, he immediately let go of the energy gun in his hand and surrendered. His movements were extremely skillful, and he didn't know how many times he had done it. Shiryu did not continue to shoot, but after approaching him, she put the dark golden scimitar on his neck and asked, "Bai Yan?" Since Yan Bai did not expose her vest, she must return the favor. Yan Bai immediately nodded and said, "I am." "Why are you here?" Shiryu lowered her voice, with a probing look in her eyes. After she and Lu Dongyan received the order to leave the Vingson neutral zone, Yan Bai was still left there by them. Yan Bai lowered his head and looked at the scimitar in front of his throat. After thinking about it, he still did not bargain, but said honestly, "I accepted the mission." The people around were stunned when they heard their conversation. Only Lu Dongyan frowned as he thought of something. What mission? Shiryu did not think that when Renmo would assign a mission to Yan Bai. You know, Yan Bai was playing a riddle, and Shiryu immediately thought of the person behind him. She narrowed her eyes and said, "You are everywhere. Haunting like ghosts? You can even get here. It seems you are quite capable." Yan Bai couldn't tell whether she was praising or sarcasm, just pretending that she didn't understand. He looked at the dark golden scimitar on his neck again and asked tentatively, "Can we talk properly? I'm scared of you holding a knife. Your subordinates pointed more than a dozen energy guns at me. I'm also scared." Shiryu's tone was cold. Yan Bai immediately said, "Put down your guns. They are our own people after the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. Who is your own person? Please make yourself clear." Shiryu didn't give him any face. Yan Bai knew what kind of person she was, so he pretended not to hear her. Seeing that she didn't put away the scimitar, he had to say, "You may not know yet. The 3 fleets searching outside were completely wiped out, and no one escaped. What he dropped was undoubtedly a bomb." Shiryu grabbed his wrist and put the dark golden scimitar against his neck again. "What do you mean? What do you mean by completely wiped out?" Yan Bai didn't argue with her at this time, and said simply, "I don't know the specific reason, but the 3 fleets exploded at the same time, and there was no survivor. The head of state disappeared again, and the parliament is now in chaos. Xie Yuyan has come to Rachel's Star Fragment Belt to preside over the situation." The amount of information contained in these words was too much. Shiryu frowned and whispered. How is it possible? If you count carefully, it has been almost 2 days since they learned about Lipakea from Lan Shi and entered the Rachel Star Fragment Belt again for search and rescue. Is it Lan Shi? She had fought with Lan Luo when she was in the Livia fortress. It must be said that Lan Luo's fighting power was terrifying, as his ability was recovering day by day. Not to mention his special abilities. If she wanted to fight to the death, she was not sure that she could get away with killing the obstacle. What about Lan Shi? She claimed to be the sister of Marshal Lan Zhe. How strong was Marshal Lan Zhe, who led the Federation to the strongest in Xiao Piaoyang mouth? Lan Shi was not as weak as she appeared. Or she deliberately told them about the existence of Lipakea and deliberately went to the fleet. Shiryu hand holding Yen Bai suddenly tightened. Yen Bai thought she could not accept this news. He was also incredulous when he heard the news. And it was not difficult to understand Shiryu's mood at the moment. He said, Lipakea has become a nest of Zerg. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. How do you know? Shiryu still did not let go of the scimitar in front of his throat. She was not surprised by this fact. Whether it was the Zerg cruising outside the World Tree, or the strange sea of flowers under the World Tree, they all clearly told them that Lipakea was no longer the prosperous universe it once was, but a desolate and dangerous Zerg residence. Yin Bai's tone was so certain that it was obviously not a guess. I naturally have my channels, but I can tell you clearly that the disappearance of Lipakea was not an accident, but a man-made one. Yin Bai threw another bomb that blew several people to pieces. I think you have a bad habit. Shiryu did not seem to be shocked by the bomb he threw, but shook the scimitar slowly. The blade of the scimitar touched Yin Bai's mimic exoskeleton, making a slight metal friction sound. It sounded very pleasant, but it gave Yin Bai goosebumps. He stuttered, What? You always speak half of your words. Tell me, should I cut you in two so that you can experience the feeling of being half and half? Her tone was heavy, and even a little serious. Yin Bai did not doubt her words at all. He straightened his back and immediately said, Do you remember what I said to you? No. You said too much nonsense. I am too lazy to remember. She answered almost without hesitation. Yin Bai's mouth twitched. But he couldn't do anything to her. So he had to say, I came here this time to find the real reason for the decline of the Federation. This time he didn't dare to wait for Shiryu to ask him, and hurriedly continued, The Federation had actually been hit hard before the Battle of Livia. The reason is Lipakea. Shiryu narrowed his eyes and waited for him to continue, but heard him say, Several marshals were hit hard in Lipakea, but no one knew what happened specifically. Lipakea disappeared overnight, and then the Battle of Livia broke out, and several marshals died one after another. After that, no one knew what happened in Lipakea. Some people tried to find Lipakea, but unfortunately, there was no trace. It was only later that we found clues and knew that Lipakea had once been invaded by Zerg. We don't know anything more. Yin Bai made the last sentence helplessly and spread his hands. Feng Xiao stood up with the help of Lu Dongyan and sneered, You obviously came straight to this underground laboratory. What do you say you don't know? Do you think we are dead? Shiryu chuckled, raised the dagger in his hand and said, Commander Yin, it seems that you are not learning your lesson. She finished speaking and was about to take action, but Yin Bai slid to the ground at a very fast speed, and those who had been holding energy guns and pointing at Shiryu did not hesitate to shoot. But in the blink of an eye, something rolled on the ground with a ping-pong sound, followed by a burst of thick smoke. Shiryu threw the scimitar in her hand without hesitation. She heard someone groan, but soon, there was a rumbling sound. Yin Bai ran away with his men. The air here will not circulate, and the thick fog will not dissipate. Feng Xiao took out a spray from the space bag and sprayed it into the air a few times. The thick fog precipitated into particles and concentrated into a piece and fell to the ground. Seeing that there was no way to chase them, Feng Xiao was injured again. Shiryu went back at night to settle the score. Why are you two here? Gu Qianqian did not dare to say anything, but Feng Xiao said, You haven't come back. And Major General Hua Hao is worried about the safety of the personnel. So he sent people out again. When the two of us were looking for you, we accidentally discovered the group of people just now, and secretly followed them here, and were just discovered by them. It was very clear in a few words. Shiryu could not settle the score after the event, and frowned and looked at his shoulder that was hit by your energy bomb just now. Is your injury serious? Feng Xiao shook his head. It's nothing serious. Just a bump. Should we go out next? Or, he didn't finish the next sentence, but the meaning was very clear. Lu Dongyan took over his words first and said, "You leave." "I want to." "You two leave. I will stay here with him for a while." Sure, you quickly interrupted him. The few people have been together for a long time. So how could they not notice the difference between the two sentences? Feng Xiao immediately frowned and said, "What happened? Is the head of state here too?" Feng Xiao couldn't think of any other reason for Lu Dongyan to stay here except Lu Shiwang. Sure, you nodded and said, "He is probably here. But this place is as big as a maze. We haven't found any trace of them since we came in. According to the situation after they came in, this place is probably very close to the bottom of Lipica. Otherwise there would be no vacuum and weightlessness. If you want to leave, let's go together. There's no reason for you two to stay here while the two of us run away. Besides, who knows if we will meet the group of people again after we leave. It's safer to be together as 4 people. Not to mention that we are also looking for the head of state." Gu Qianqian words blocked the way for Shiyu and Lu Dongyan. It was obvious that he didn't intend to leave. And what he said was right. "Yes. I think the group of people just now seemed to be looking for something. We followed them all the way and found that they were very familiar with this place." Feng Xiao added on the side. "How long have you been here?" Shiyu frowned and said, 3 or 4 hours. "How come?" Plop. The sound of a strong heartbeat sounded almost at the same time as Feng Xiao words, which immediately made several people shudder. They hadn't heard the sound of a beating heart since they came in. So why did it appear again now? The sound that sounded again was clearer and stronger than before. The 4 of them looked at each other and turned to look in one direction at the same time. Over there. The sound of a beating heart came from there. That was the direction where Yin Bai and others escaped. Without any hesitation or other words, they leaned towards it at the same time. It was a wall without any gaps. The sound of the heart beating became stronger and stronger. And at the same time, the sound of bang 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 sounded. It was the sound of the energy bomb being fired from the muzzle. Shiyu was too lazy to slowly crack the mechanism. Golden light shone in his eyes. And the wall cracked without warning. Feng Xiao and Lu Dongyan were stunned. And they were quickly pulled back by Shiryu's voice. "Go quickly. Don't dawdle here." They came back to their senses in an instant and rushed to the end of the passage immediately. The gate at the end of the passage was wide open. Just as they arrived at the door, a flower of blood splashed in front of them. And soon a man wearing a gray-black mimic exoskeleton fell down. He was shot in the head. Accustomed to bloody scenes, they frowned, but didn't think anything of it. But the scene they saw next confirmed that while they were shocked, a feeling of nausea surged from the bottom of their hearts. It was a heart. A living beating heart. It was imprisoned in a huge transparent glass jar. Judging from the size, it was no different from a human heart. But it was different from a human heart. It was as beautiful as colored glaze, flowing with a slightly silvery glow. Such a beautiful heart was not sealed like a work of art, but was connected to its blood vessels with ugly gray-black roots that looked like poisonous snakes. The roots were very thin and gently pierced the heart. It seemed that blood was flowing out of it and being absorbed by the gray-black roots. The gray-black roots did not absorb any power from the heart. The roots on the outer end of the heart grew larger, as if they had taken a tonic pill. The outer part became fatter. The heart was still beating. Thump, 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 again and again, which was creepy. Sure, you couldn't help but look away, but unexpectedly saw another huge transparent glass jar next to the transparent glass jar where the heart was stored. This transparent glass jar was half covered, and she could see the legs floating in the transparent liquid through the exposed half. Shiyu slightly widened her eyes. There were silver hair flying in the transparent liquid. She immediately thought of the appearance of Lan Luo when she and Xiao Piaoliang found him in the underground laboratory of Hylan Express headquarters. Silver hair. A terrible guess suddenly surged in her heart. But she unexpectedly saw a person wearing a white mimic exoskeleton standing behind this half-covered transparent glass jar. He stood there quietly, his hands hanging by his side, looking up at the transparent glass jar. From Shiryu angle, he could see that the transparent glass jar on his side was not covered. Perhaps he noticed her gaze. The man in the white mimic exoskeleton lowered his head and looked straight at her. At the same time, Shiryu heard Lu Dongyan shouting in his ear, "Brother." His voice spread out, and the man in the white mimic exoskeleton paused for a moment, and quickly looked at him. His voice was not only heard by the man in the white mimic exoskeleton, but also by others. Yin Bai kicked away the person who was entangled with him and shouted, "Lu Shiwang! It's you? It's you from the beginning?" His words were incoherent. and people who didn't know the cause and effect had no idea what he was talking about. Lu Shiwang did not respond to his words, but gave an indifferent order, "Kill them." It was a familiar voice, but the words he said were extremely strange. Lu Shiwang has always been modest and gentle, no matter when. He has never spoken in such a cold tone. With his order, those people wearing black mud-flat exoskeletons seemed to be injected with chicken blood. Yin Bai was blocked by two people without checking for a moment, and was hit by the energy bomb and flew backwards. What a coincidence that he landed beside Shiryu. The person who wanted to chase him paused and seemed to be hesitant. But this moment of hesitation did not last long, and he rushed over. Shiryu stepped on the back of Yin Bai, who was trying to climb up, and looked straight at Lu Shiwang. "Head of state, do you know who they are? Where is this? Who is he?" Shiryu said, pointing to the huge transparent glass jar that was half covered. Lu Shiwang raised his head again and looked at the person in the transparent glass jar. Hearing Shiryu's words, he did not answer, nor did he make any other movements, but said to Lu Dongyan, "Dongyan, come here." Lu Dongyan did not move. Lu Shiwang lowered his head and looked at him. His tone suddenly became very gentle. "Don't you want to meet my friend? He's here." The word friend made Lu Dongyan's eyes widen. Before he went to the front line, he had a conversation with Lu Shiwang. Lu Shiwang mentioned his friend and talked about some interesting things between them. He once said that he wanted to meet Lu Shiwang's particularly interesting friend. After that, Lu Shiwang turned his head and looked at Shiryu. "You can also come and see him. Lancer, who made you so powerful, was extracted from him." Shiryu frowned. Lu Shiwang laughed softly. He said that if his strength can help people, he is willing to help everyone. He laughed gently, but revealed a different kind of creepiness. Shiryu couldn't tell what Lu Shiwang's state was at the moment, but she still raised her foot and slowly walked towards him. She had only taken a step when Feng Xiao grabbed her arm and shook his head at her. And the meaning of blocking was very obvious. Lu Shiwang's current condition is obviously not right. Feng Xiao has always had a very good impression of him, but at this moment, he just looked at Lu Shiwang, and a chill ran up his spine. This feeling is really scary. Shiryu held his wrist and pulled his hand down. The doctor said, "It's okay. Where is brother Xiaoyan?" She raised her chin to Lu Dongyan, who was bowing his head, then pulled his wrist and pulled him towards Lu Shiwang. As she walked, she asked, "When did the head of state know my identity?" She thought she was good at disguising herself. Well, doing things in a high-profile manner is also to attract Wenrenma's attention. As a result, as things have developed to this point, her original purpose seems unimportant. Lu Shiwang seemed to want to answer her question. He tilted his head and thought for a while and said, "Probably when he saw you for the first time." Shiryu was really surprised and continued to ask, "How did the leader recognize me?" This question seemed a bit difficult to answer. Lu Shiwang raised his head and looked at the person in the transparent glass jar. He waited until Shiryu walked in front of him before he said, "Because you give me the same feeling." He didn't say what the feeling was, nor did he say who the you behind you was for. Lu Shiwang looked at Lu Dongyan, who lowered his head and never looked at him. He raised his hand and patted his shoulder, smiling and said, "I didn't teach you to lower your head to talk to others." After saying that, he stretched out his hand to support Lu Dongyan's chin, forcing him to raise his head, and then pulled him to his side and let him look at the person in the transparent glass jar. Shiryu's eyes followed. At one glance, she opened her eyes wide. The man floated quietly in the transparent liquid, his long silver hair fluttering and revealing a different kind of beauty. He didn't know how long he had been in the transparent glass jar. His skin was completely wrinkle-free, and very white as if coated with a layer of silver light, inexplicably giving off a sacred feeling that could not be violated by others. He was very beautiful. A gentle beauty that did not distinguish between genders. But there was a terrifying big hole in his heart, empty inside, with nothing. Plop! Another heartbeat sounded, and Shiryu subconsciously took a step back. At the same time, Lu Shiwang's voice sounded beside him. "Are you scared?" His voice was icy and cold, like immersing your face in cold water in winter. Just listening to it made people shudder. When I first saw it, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. His voice was a little hazy, as if he was reminiscing about the past. "Tell me, how could someone dig out his heart and soak him here, and use every inch of his body to the extreme?" "Dongyan, you have to thank him. He didn't know where to start, and where to end his words. Lu Dongyan gritted his teeth and trembled as he took out the photo he had secretly hidden from his space bag. This photo is the same photo that Shiryu took from the pocket of the man who was hanged on the stairs. The half of the photo in Shiryu's hand only had a person wearing the uniform of the first marshal of the Federation, but had lost his face. And this half of his photo not only has the face of that person, but also the person standing with him in the photo. There are 2 names on the back of the photo. Lu Shiwang. Lan Zhe. Lu Shiwang was a little surprised by the half photo in his hand. He took it and looked at it, and sighed, "I didn't expect you to find it. I looked for it for a long time." He reached out and stroked the photo. His movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid of damaging the photo. "Dongyan. Thank you." His voice returned to its usual gentleness, and it can be heard that this sentence came from the heart. Lu Dongyan trembled and whispered, "What's going on? Brother? Who am I?" Lu Shiwang paused slightly while stroking the photo, and seemed a little at a loss. Finally, he sighed, "Do you remember?" Lu Dongyan nodded and shook his head. He just vaguely remembered some scenes, but they were not real. Bang! A terrifying explosion suddenly sounded, and Shiryu immediately turned around. 2 or 3 seconds later, a man wearing a black mimic exoskeleton rushed out of one of the passages and said, "Headmaster, someone is bombing Libikea from outside. This place won't last long if it's hit. Do you know who it is?" Lu Shiwang asked calmly. After a slight hesitation, the man said uncertainly, "I seem to have seen the emblem of the Judgment Legion." Shiryu immediately remembered what Yin Bai had just said to her. The 3 fleets responsible for search and rescue in the Rachel Star Fragment Belt were annihilated, and Xiao Yin had already rushed to take charge of the situation. "Impossible," Shiryu refuted without hesitation. "We are still here. He can't possibly bomb Libikea directly." As she said that, she looked at Yin Bai, who had just been stepped on by her, but found that he was gone. Good guy. This fake has no other skills, but his ability to run away is first class. Boom! Another bombing. This time it was not just the sound. Even the ground shook a few times. Another person rushed over. His voice almost panicked. "Headmaster, the mecha troops outside have landed and are wreaking havoc here. Our people can't stop them." Lu Shiwang didn't bring many people with him. Shiryu glanced at Lu Shiwang, then at Lan Zhe, who had no signs of life, and said, "Will the headmaster take him away? Let him sleep here forever. I came here just to see him again." After saying that, he walked out first, as if he really didn't want to stay. Libikea was destroyed again. This place created in his hands will also die with him. Boom boom! The sound of explosions continued, and this extremely evil laboratory that had been dormant for 100 years began to collapse. Shiryu grabbed the distracted Lu Dongyan and pushed him in front of Lu Shiwang. "Although I don't know what you have experienced, we are now on the same boat. He is obviously not in good condition now, so keep an eye on him." After saying that, she ran in the direction where the man had just rushed. Very fast. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian reacted and wanted to chase him, but the gate in front suddenly dropped down and was sealed tightly, making it impossible to get through. The 2 of them cursed back and forth, thinking of the gate that suddenly opened just now. How could they not think that this was probably related to Shiryu? Feng Xiao quickly thought of something. Just when he wanted to cast his eyes on Lu Shiwang, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck. He slightly widened his eyes, and saw a small thing piercing his neck in the corner of his eye. And then, he lost consciousness. In a trance, he heard someone say, "Shiryu blocked you here because he didn't want you to get into trouble. Have a good sleep. You be outside when you wake up." Feng Xiao struggled to open his eyes, and could only see a white shadow slowly walking towards the transparent glass jar that contained the glazed heart. Boom boom boom. The sound of bombing continued. It was obvious that the people outside were determined to destroy this place. Shiryu used her supernatural power to expand this space, and at the same time took out the mecha and used it to blast open this laboratory. This place is indeed very close to space. In just a few seconds, she returned to space. It was a fleet. A fleet without any markings. Thick gun barrels stretched out from the warships, and one after another huge energy bombs exploded on Libikea. The materials that were originally gathered on Libikea gradually began to separate under the bombardment of the shells. Shiryu didn't know if it was her own illusion. She felt that the glory of the world tree seemed to be dim, and even the root's ability to imprison the soil began to weaken. The perfect building seemed to have become a shoddy project. She didn't have time to think too much. The radar radiated out, and she unexpectedly saw a familiar mecha flying towards the fleet. It's Yin Bai. Has the person hiding behind Yin Bai finally appeared? Xiao San is big, but he is smaller than an ant to the whole of Lipakea. His appearance did not attract anyone's attention. The anti-detection system on the mecha also made the opponent's radar unable to detect his location. Shiryu locked all the guns on the warship at the fastest speed, and then turned on the mecha's full map sweeping system. Countless particle beams burst out from Xiao San. Unprepared, the warship was hit, and the rumbling sound sounded again. But this fleet has more than a dozen warships. Xiao San is outstanding in performance, but not strong enough to fight more than a dozen warships alone. One wave of guns was blown off, and another wave of guns stretched out again. It is impossible for Shiryu alone to kill so many warships. What to do? There are not only Lu Shiwang and his people on Lipakea, but also the wounded hiding under the protection of the World Tree. Shiryu's attack had already made the warship notice her. In just 1 minute, one mecha unit after another flew out of the warship. The situation before her did not allow her to think too much. Shiryu pulled out the long sword carried by Xiao San, and turned into a beam of light, and rushed towards the warship. Her speed was so fast that the radar detected her image, but could not capture her position at all. 1 sword. 2 swords. 3 swords. The long sword chopped on the warship, and huge holes appeared one after another. The warship immediately sounded the alarm, and all the repair robots started in the warship, and went to the damaged part of the warship. At this time, the enemy's mecha unit had already rushed over. If Shiryu continued to stay here, she would only become a turtle in a jar. She began to retreat, and at the same time opened the muzzle of Xiao San's body, and began to bombard the warship. No, it was just her alone. Although she could cause damage to the warship, the remaining dozen warships were still firing shells at Lipakea. Sweat came out from Shiryu's forehead. At this moment, a beam of light came from a distance and hit a warship next to it. The scarlet beam penetrated the warship with terrifying energy. After a short pause of 1 second, the terrifying explosion spread out. At the same time, Shiryu located the direction of the light speed behind him. Another fleet appeared. It was the Judgment Legion. At this moment, a window popped up on her communication channel. It was Xiao Puyang. He was wearing a dark red military uniform, with long silver hair standing up high. He was still as beautiful as before she left. His face was not as pale as before. I don't know if the cultivation during this period has worked. She couldn't smile at him now, because she was wearing a mimic exoskeleton. So she had to stretch out her claws and wave. Her improper behavior was transmitted through the communication channel, and Xiao Piaoyang didn't seem to be affected by her at all. She said calmly, "You come back first, and leave the rest to go." Before he finished speaking, there was an extreme turn, and his voice was so excited that it almost broke. Shiryu was surprised. Suddenly, a red warning window popped up in front of her. Before the warning sounded, the energy monitoring data on the side of the mecha skyrocketed in an instant. The radar detection function lost the signal, and one virtual screen after another disappeared. Shiryu's eyes went dark. At the same time, Xiao San was swallowed by a black hole. Chapter 142. When Shiryu woke up, she felt pain all over her body. Very painful. So painful that she wanted to die. Her eyelids were still heavy, as if 2 pieces of lead were pressing on them. She tried her best to open her eyes, but she could only squint a little. Her first sense gave her the most direct judgment. This is not a hospital. The bed board under her was very hard, like a stone, and it made her bones ache all over. There was a faint odor floating on the tip of her nose, like the smell of various garbage mixed together after decay, which was very unpleasant. She finally tore open her eyelids, and what she saw was a roof that was barely built with metal mixed together. There was wind blowing from the side, and a piece of gray cloth like pickled pickles was hung at the empty window, and the slightly smelly smell was blown along with the wind. Shiryu moved her head, and just a slight movement made her gasp in pain. She didn't feel it just now, but the effort of looking up in this second seemed to have crushed all the bones in her body. After finally catching her breath, she looked around and found that this house made of various materials was even more shabby than her small house on the Aquamarine Star. Not only was the space small, but it was also filled with all kinds of things that could be called garbage. The shabby little door in the house was pushed open with a creak. Shiryu hadn't seen this kind of sliding door for a long time, since she traveled to the interstellar space. The doors installed in the places where she lived either bounced upwards or left and right. The creak was too vivid and even gave her a feeling that she was still living in the end of the world. This idea came out of her heart, and she was stunned. No way. No way. No way. These 3 words kept turning around in her mind. And Sue? The person who came and dispelled her wild thoughts. Are you awake? A childish voice sounded in her ears. Sure, you looked down and saw a short little boy. He was pale and thin. His clothes were dirty. And his golden hair had probably not been washed for a long time, turning from gray to dark gold, like a little beggar. But his eyes were exceptionally bright, emerald green, with a glass-like light. When he stared at Shiryu, his long eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes were full of curiosity. Blonde hair and blue eyes. Shiryu subconsciously thought of the royal family of the Castellan Empire. In the Castellan Empire, there are many people with emerald eyes, but only those with royal blood have blonde hair. The little boy was thin and small, and there was no way he could be associated with the royal family of the Castellan Empire. Shiryu felt her throat was dry as soon as she opened her mouth. When she wanted to continue, her throat seemed to be torn apart, dry and painful. The little boy seemed to know that she needed water, so he dragged a chair and climbed up, poured her a small glass of water from the small bottle on the table, brought it to her mouth, and slowly fed it into her mouth. His movements were very skillful, and he seemed to do this often, with a mouthful of water to moisten his throat. Shiryu's condition was obviously much better. At such a close distance, she could see the little boy more clearly. He was very thin, almost skinny, and his gray and dirty face was white. Shiryu had never seen anyone as thin as him, as if he had not eaten enough since birth. Who are you? She asked as she thought. The little boy carefully put the cup on the table, then turned around and said, My name is Shiryu. His voice was crisp, and he straightened his chest, as if saying his name was a very honorable thing. Shiryu? Shiryu repeated the pronunciation of his name. The little boy nodded solemnly. She wanted to ask more questions, but the door of the small, shabby house creaked again. And this time the boy who came in from outside was also skinny. If you have to say his age, he might be 15 or 16 years old, but he is too thin to be sure. He also has blonde hair and blue eyes. Shiryu narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you awake? His voice was slightly hoarse, as if he was still in the voice change period. Shiryu couldn't move his whole body now, and answered stiffly, Where is this? Why am I here? The boy looked at her in surprise, and quickly thought of something, and answered, This is the garbage planet. I found you in the garbage dump and brought you back. Garbage planet? Shiryu didn't react a little. If she remembered correctly, garbage planets are not inhabited. Right? The Federation has clear regulations that no one is allowed to live on garbage planets except for the staff responsible for cleaning up the garbage. Because the garbage processed on the garbage planet is some garbage that cannot be reused. After processing, it will decompose radioactive substances that affect people's health. Even the staff must be rotated every certain period of work. The boy noticed her expression to some extent, and guessed that she was an outsider. He walked 2 steps closer and said, Who are you? Where did you come from? Does the collapse of the garbage mountain a few days ago have anything to do with you? He asked so many questions as soon as he came in. Shiryu's mind was full of question marks. So he had to say, I don't understand either. Why don't you come and tell me about what's going on here? She didn't know how long she had slept, but she was very conscious, and she was in so much pain all over her body that she couldn't sleep. The boy came over hesitantly. Shiryu first expressed his gratitude to him, and then asked a bunch of questions. The boy seemed to be wary of her, but he was not a shrewd person. When talking to her, she found clues and followed the clues to almost figure out the situation here. It turned out that this was not the territory of the Federation, but the territory of the Castellan Empire. This was a garbage planet, and a large amount of garbage was often transported here for dumping. The people living here, people can only survive on garbage. Because of this, most people cannot get enough nutrition, and their faces are pale and thin, and their lifespans are greatly shortened. 3 days ago, the garbage mountain collapsed, and the young Shirshang was picking up garbage. Shiryu happened to fall from the garbage mountain and fell in front of him. Shirshang found that she was still alive and brought her back. When Shiryu learned that the 2 brothers were named Shirshang and Shirxia, his mouth twitched. I don't know who gave them the names. It's too casual. Shiryu wanted to ask more, But the door of the room was knocked. She subconsciously looked over and found a woman at the door. She was sitting on a chair. No. It's not quite right to say chair. It should be a wheelchair. She seemed to be blind. And her eyes were out of focus when she looked in from the outside. Shiryu was stunned when he saw her appearance. And his brain hadn't reacted yet. She responded. And said first, Sure Shao? Hearing the name she called out. The boy and the woman in the wheelchair were both stunned. You know Aunt Sure? He stuttered. And his voice was no longer vigilant. Shiryu did not answer him, but stared at the woman in the wheelchair. But found that she looked blank. And after a long time she stuttered, Do you know me? No. How could I not know? As one of the biggest contributors to the rise of the Federation, Sure Shao was directly written into the Federation textbooks. Even if Shiryu was not good at cultural courses for 3 days and resting for 2 days, he knew her name. A search on the Star Network revealed all kinds of information about her. Although a little thin, her appearance was exactly the same. Even the name was the same. Don't you remember? Shiryu looked at her with difficulty. Asked her. Sure Shao disappeared very suddenly. There were countless news about her disappearance on the Star Network. But there was no definite reason for her disappearance. Some said she was assassinated by the people of the Caslan Empire. And some said she encountered an interstellar storm and was swallowed into a black hole when she was heading to a certain planet. There are various reasons. And they don't sound very reliable. But there are people who believe in each reason. And there are also people who argue about it. Sure Shao pushed the wheelchair in. Her eyes were out of focus. But she was very familiar with this place. She happened to stop in front of the bed. She looked calm, raised her hand, and tried to find Shiryu. It took her a while to touch Shiryu's hand. Maybe she knew she was injured. Her movements were very light. And her voice was quiet when she spoke. Do you know who I am? I don't have any previous memories. Do you know me? Shiryu didn't know what to say. She thought for a while before saying, You are the sister of one of my elders. And you are also my elder. My name is Shiryu. Sure for time. You forgiving. Sure Shao slightly widened her eyes, relaxed and said, Great. Can you tell me about the past? No. You should rest well now. We can talk about it later. She was obviously very excited. And her voice was hoarse. Sure Shang and Sure Xia, a thin boy and a short child, looked at each other. Sure Shao awkwardly withdrew her hand and held the armrest of the wheelchair. Looking at her expression, Shiryu knew that she had a lot to ask. But she held back. When the thin boy pushed Sure Shao out of the shabby hut, Shiryu lay on the hard bed with his eyes open and looked at the ceiling. Sure Shao? Is it really her? Who would have thought that the high-spirited mecha master would actually injure his legs and eyes on the unknown garbage planet of the Caslan Empire? And even couldn't remember what happened before. Uncle Knockdoor didn't know what was happening to him now. But he must be very happy to know that Sure Shao was still alive. Shiryu closed his eyes and began to recall the situation before he lost consciousness. If she guessed correctly, she should have encountered a black hole in Lipica. The space there was unstable to begin with, and the warships kept firing shells, causing Lipica to collapse. A black hole happened to appear where she was, and swallowed her directly. She should be thankful that the black hole didn't crush her directly, but let her stay alive, even though her current situation was no different from being half dead. Thinking of Xiao Pilyong's frightened look, Shiryu moved his hands and whispered, Turn on the smart brain. Fortunately, she did not turn off the voice control mode of the smart brain. Otherwise she might not be able to start the smart brain at this moment. As her voice sounded, her smart bracelet lit up, and a gentle female voice followed, Dear dreaming salted fish. How can I help you? The smart brain is not broken. Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief and said, Please help me connect Xiao Piaoyang communication. The communication is being connected. Please wait. 2 seconds later, the gentle voice sounded again. The communication call is restricted and cannot be connected. Please call again later. Shiryu blinked. And then she remembered that she was now in the Caslan Empire. If she did not have the communication authority of the Caslan Empire, she could not contact others across borders. She couldn't help rolling her eyes. Now there was no difference between having a smart brain and not having one. She sighed deeply, and her body could not move. So she had to close her eyes and fall asleep. When she woke up again, her body was able to move, and the pain had subsided a lot. Her stomach was rumbling. She drank a high-grade nutrient solution before entering Lipicea. which allowed her to not eat for a month. It has been a month since she entered Lipikea? She subconsciously went to find the space bag and found it on the bedside, which surprised her a little. She took the space bag over and took a look, and found that the things inside had not been touched. Shiryu took out a nutrient solution and poured it into her mouth, and the hunger in her stomach disappeared instantly. She quickly took out the oral treatment potion inside, and when the potion entered her stomach, this series of actions had made her sweat profusely. However, she could also clearly feel that her body was being repaired by the treatment potion. She leaned on the bed and panted slightly, and the door was knocked. It was Shang, who had a nutrient solution in his hand. Seeing Shiryu leaning on the bed, he was a little surprised. "Why did you get up?" Shiryu slept for a long time. He came to see her before, and saw that she was still sleeping and left. Shiryu opened her eyes and said, "I'm so tired from lying there." Shang didn't say much and walked in to hand her the nutrient solution in his hand. "You haven't eaten anything in the past few days, since you were in a coma. Here's the nutrient solution." Here it is. There was only a small, half tube of nutrient solution, and the seal was open. Shiryu knew that this was a garbage planet, so it was impossible to buy decent nutrient solution. She had also been in the apocalypse, and knew what it was like to have nothing to eat. She shook her head, took out a row of nutrient solution from the space bag and handed it to Shang, saying, "Thank you for saving me. This is for you. We won't be short of nutrient solution for the time being." Perhaps the apocalypse left too deep a impression on her life. Since she had an unlimited ATM, she not only bought herself a high-end and classy intelligent brain, but also a space bag with the largest capacity. In addition to some necessary items, it was filled with nutrient solution and small puddings. When she left Lilvia, Xiao Pialian also filled her with various advanced potions. She didn't look at them carefully. Anyway, the entire space bag was full. The boy was completely stunned when he saw the whole row of nutrient solutions in her hand. These nutrient solutions were all brand new and labeled with various flavors. There were no less than 30 bottles in a row. Shiryu saw that he didn't take it for a long time and her body had not recovered yet. So she simply put the nutrient solution on the bed and pushed it toward Shang, and said in a softer tone, "Here you go. If it's not enough, I have more here." She knew the feeling of hunger too well. Shang then pulled his eyes back from the nutrient solution and looked at Shiryu. "Thank you." He didn't refuse, and picked up the nutrient solution carefully, as if he was holding something precious and cherishing it. Shiryu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The space bag was different from the space ring. Anyone could open it. After Shang rescued her, he didn't look through her things, which was enough to show his character. He stood there holding the nutrient solution for a while, and then took out one of the nutrient solutions and handed it to Shiryu. "You haven't eaten yet. Drink one first." It seemed a bit awkward for him to show kindness with something given to him by others. "I've already drunk it." After saying that, Shiryu raised her hand, suddenly sat up from the bed, and landed her legs firmly on the ground. "It still hurts, but it's much better. The effect of the healing potion is better than she thought. Little pretty girl is really considerate." Shang probably didn't expect that she could still move after such a serious injury, and slightly widened his eyes. "Shiryu, physical recovery is much better than others, and the repair potion she just took is even more effective. Take me out for a walk?" Shiryu smiled. Shang looked at her walking in front of him stupidly, and after a while, he hurriedly took the nutrient solution in his arms and went out. When he reached the door, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said to Shiryu, "Wait for me." Shiryu patiently leaned against the door and waited for him. Looking around while waiting, she found that the small shabby house was not as shabby as she imagined. It was made up of various metal materials, but they were all metal materials that could not be reprocessed. Well, commonly known as non-recyclable garbage. Although it was a pieced-together house, every structure of the house was welded together very well. However, at a glance, Shiryu could tell that the person who assembled this house was very capable, and the house was very defensive. The overall structure was very stable, and the earthquake shook the house. She had only looked for a while, when she heard the sound of a wheelchair rolling. It was Shiryu. Shiryu stood up, and saw the nutrient solution on her legs. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Why don't you drink it?" There were quite a few on her legs. Shiryu looked over as she spoke and said, "You don't know how long you will stay here. You have given us so much nutrient solution. What will you do next?" Although her eyes were out of focus, They were bright. Shiryu walked up to her, picked up a bottle of nutrient solution and said, "Open your mouth." Shao didn't know what was going on. So Shiryu lifted her chin and slowly poured the nutrient solution into her mouth. "I told you I still have some. But you look how thin you are? In my opinion, if you continue like this, you won't live long." She poured out a bottle of nutrient solution, looked at the big and small one chasing after her, took 2 bottles of nutrient solution and said, "You two don't want me to do it myself, do you? I'm still a disabled person." She casually took the nutrient solution and threw it at the brothers, not afraid that the nutrient solution would fall to the ground and break. She threw it very accurately, and Shishang and Shixia hurriedly caught it. Shiryu said to Shixia, who was a little higher than her knees, "Shixia, are you hungry?" Shixia nodded honestly. "Do you need me to teach you how to open the nutrient solution?" Shiryu continued. Shixia immediately shook his head. "Then drink it." Shixia looked at Shiryu and then at Shao. Seeing Shao nod slightly, his eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the nutrient solution and gulped it down. Drinking it was not enough. He licked his lips and tilted his head back to try to drink the last drop of nutrient solution. His actions were very funny, but Shiryu couldn't laugh at all. She cast her eyes on Shishang. Shishang drank the nutrient solution obediently. An unprecedented feeling of fullness surged in his abdomen. I don't know if this feeling was too happy, but Shishang's eyes turned slightly red. He seemed to feel a little embarrassed, and quickly raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes. Shiryu didn't tease him, but looked down at Shao. "Can you tell me about your specific situation?" Shao nodded. She was stranded on the garbage planet more than 20 years ago, and was rescued by an old woman. When she woke up, she had no memory, and only knew that her name was Shao. Shishang and Shixia were also rescued by the old woman. At that time, Shishang, who was just over 10 years old, held Shixia, who was still in his cradle, and said that he could not remember his name. So Shao named them Shishang and Shixia. This dilapidated hut was also built by Shao. There are often earthquakes on the garbage planet, and ordinary houses cannot withstand the power of earthquakes. Many people who drifted to the garbage planet were buried and died because their homes collapsed. Shiryu listened to them and opened the intelligent brain to scan Shao's physical condition. The intelligent brain could not communicate, but other functions were still there. After scanning Shao's whole body, an examination report was quickly issued. Shao's brain was hit hard, and the blood congestion in the brain pressed on the optic nerve, causing amnesia. And her legs were forcibly broken, because it was an old injury from adulthood. There was no way to heal it with repair medicine. In this case, surgery must be performed, and even surgery may not be able to cure it. After checking this, Shiryu frowned. What did Shao experience before he lost his memory? All of this is unknown, and Shiryu did not tell her a lot of things, only saying that she was the younger sister of one of his elders, and she did not know the specific things about her. And this was the fact. Shao looked at Shiryu's smart brain curiously, quietly moved to her side and stood quietly. But her curious eyes moved up and down on the virtual screen. "What is this?" Shao asked curiously. Shiryu briefly explained the purpose of the smart brain to him, and the little boy made a wow again and again to express his amazement. Shiryu saw that he was so shocked, and his eyes fell on Shishang, and he really saw him shrink his hand slightly. She remembered that Shishang was wearing a smart bracelet on his hand. Shishang put his hands behind his back unnaturally, walked over and pulled Shixia, and whispered, "Shixia, don't disturb your sister." Shixia was very good and obedient, standing beside him without saying anything. Shiryu did not ask more, but told Shao the results of the examination. She learned some things about the garbage planet from several people. There were originally quite a few people living on the garbage planet, but over the past few months, more and more natural disasters occurred on the garbage planet, and more people died. Now there are only 3 of them left. If Shiryu hadn't come, the 3 of them would have died here soon. The conversation between the few people didn't last long. Shiryu took Shishang away with him on the pretext of going out for a walk. The garbage planet is indeed a garbage planet, with garbage everywhere. After going out, the stink in the air became more obvious. Shiryu took out a mask from his space bag and handed it to Shishang. He also brought one with him. He said straight to the point, "Do you know the royal family of the Caslan Empire?" Shishang, who was fiddling with the mask beside her, froze. He didn't expect Shiryu to ask this at all. He barely raised his mouth and said, "What did you say?" Blonde hair and blue eyes are the unique characteristics of the royal family of the Castellan Empire. Not to mention that you have both. You should be a royal family with a relatively pure bloodline. Right? Sure, you looked into the distance as if this sentence was just said inadvertently. The people around her were silent for a long time. After a while, she heard his hoarse voice asking, "Who are you? You have a good physique. If I'm not mistaken, you are wearing a mecha ring on your finger. Right? You are still wearing the uniform of the First Federation. Are you a soldier of the First Federation? Why are you here?" Shang asked all the doubts in his heart in one breath. When he saw Yu wearing the uniform of the First Federation, he didn't want to save her. But he had seen a set of the same uniform in Xiao's room. He had guessed about Xiao's identity. But Xiao was his and Xiao's benefactor. Without her, they might have died long ago. He would not hurt Xiao, and brought Yu back by some strange coincidence. Xiao always wanted to regain his memory. He thought, if possible, could the person he rescued take them away from here and help Xiao find her relatives? Oh! Yu lowered her head. She was really wearing the uniform of the First Federation. To be honest, she was used to wearing it and didn't pay attention. Mistake? She put her 5 fingers into a fist and coughed softly. That's not the point. Before she finished her words, she met Shang's dark eyes. So she had to continue. I was also accidentally dragged here. Look at you. An orthodox royal family of the Castellan Empire. But you are in such a miserable state. Do you know Kane? Where is Zayuzal? Where is Xiao Lina? Yu read out a string of names. She originally just wanted to test Shang. But she didn't expect that this kid was more vulnerable to temptation than she thought. When he heard the names of Kane and others, his body completely froze. And even anger flashed in his eyes. Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "Which of the 3 of them has a grudge against you? Or do all 3 of them have a grudge against you?" Shang's hands hanging by his side tightened and released. Released and tightened again. And he seemed to be struggling inside. Yu's eyes moved slightly. And he took the opportunity to say, "Tell me. Maybe I can help you. By the way, Kane and Zayuzal are dead." Shang's complex expression turned into astonishment. And he said in disbelief, "How is it possible?" Yu whistled through the mask. "How is it impossible? One died with my own eyes. And the other was killed by my own hands." She smiled while tilting her head. Although she was wearing a mask, Shang could still see her eyebrows bit with laughter. She was obviously smiling. But the words she said made people feel cold all over. She was not afraid that he would tell others if he knew about this. That's right. This is a garbage planet. If you can't leave here, this secret will be buried here forever. Although he had just drunk a bottle of nutrient solution not long ago, Shang felt that his throat was dry, as if it had been burned by fire. He thought of Yu lying half dead in bed a day ago. She can jump around now. Shang took a deep breath and clenched his hands tightly. Can you really help me?" He was like a person who fell into the sea and suddenly climbed onto a piece of driftwood, not caring whether the driftwood was rotten or not. Just wanting to hold on tightly. Desperate. Desperate. He didn't even care that Yu was a soldier of the First Federation. Yu turned his head to look at him. Before that, shouldn't you show your sincerity? Your Highness Cyril? Yu accurately called out Shang's original name. Shang took a step back in shock. How did you know? This is a long story. When participating in the Universal Mecha League, Kane and Zayuzal wanted to plot against her. But she ran into Kane committing suicide, disrupting the plan. She recorded everything in Kane's brain and accidentally saw Shang's photo. Just now, she flipped through the video and really saw Shang's information. Yu didn't say how he knew it, but pointed at his smart brain and said, "Before that, can you lend me your smart brain? Don't you have a smart brain?" Shang held his smart bracelet cautiously. "You know I'm from the First Federation. So you should also know that my smart brain can't be used here," she said simply. Shang hesitated. Intelligent computers are very private things. And even the closest people may not be able to share them. Yu didn't care how he hesitated and pulled his wrist to let the intelligent computer scan his face. And opened it directly, muttering, finally, "I can contact someone." 5 minutes later. What kind of rubbish intelligent computer is this? It's actually restricted from communicating? Yu sat on a stone and stepped on a piece of garbage under his feet with great resentment. Shang also calmed down at this time. There is no communication satellite on the garbage planet. If it can communicate, I wouldn't have stayed here for so long. It seems that you have a secret? Sure, you said something casually. Sean lowered his eyes and said, "Is what you just said true? Can you help me? I can help you leave here." You put his hands behind his head and looked at the high mountain of garbage in the distance. Sean didn't seem to expect that the help she said was actually this kind of help. She didn't say anything for a long time, and finally replied with a short "oh," with obvious disappointment in her tone. You pointed to the garbage mountain and said, "When will the garbage be dumped here?" Sean seemed to be still in a trance. You had to patiently ask again, and he came back to his senses and said, "The operation will be carried out every 3 days. I just came yesterday, and the next one will be in 2 days." You responded, stroking his chin and thinking. "She just checked it. San. It was severely damaged. It can be taken out, but it can only barely maintain its integrity. It is hard to say about its combat effectiveness, but it is likely to be no different from non-military mecha. The easiest way to leave the garbage planet is to use those interstellar spaceships that come to dump garbage." Sean saw her staring at the garbage mountain in a trance, and couldn't help asking, "Do you have a way to leave here?" No one who has drifted to the garbage planet doesn't want to leave. But no one can leave. There are only countless garbage here, even if you can find some useful things from it. It is impossible to build a shuttle or interstellar spaceship that can leave here. Those who come to dump garbage will only keep the interstellar spaceship in the sky, and the people below will not be able to get up even if they try their best. Someone once tried to fly to the interstellar spaceship with a simple aircraft made by himself, but was finally shot down by the people above with an energy gun. No one will take them away, because those who are thrown to the garbage planet are all sinners of the Caslan Empire. You didn't know his series of psychological activities. Nodded and said, "There is a way, but I don't know if they have armed forces. Her body has recovered a little, but she can't fight with high intensity in a short time. San is seriously damaged, and she can barely fight with her ability." "I know." Sean's eyes lit up and said without hesitation, "I can provide you with all their information, as long as you take us away from here." You looked at him with a little surprise. Sean unfolded his smart brain, and his 10 fingers jumped quickly on the smart brain, and said, "I have observed them for 5 years, and recorded the data of each time they came. He wanted to leave here, and he thought so since he was thrown into this place. Unfortunately, he was too weak. He had helped those who wanted to leave, and gave them the information they wanted. But until there were only 3 of them left on the garbage star, no one could leave. He had stepped into the edge of despair, waiting for the final death. But at this time he met you. Whether it was possible this time or not, he wanted to fight for the last time. Kane died. Zayuzel died. But Xiao Lina was not dead yet. They all deserved to die. An emotion called excitement jumped in Sean's eyes, and he quickly pushed a model in front of Shiryu. This is probably all their configuration. The people here can't pose a threat to them at all, and the armed forces are not strong. The entire interstellar spaceship has only 1 energy gun port, but they have a guard team. The guard team has 5 people, all driving A-class mechas. They won't come out easily. Since I came to the garbage star 5 years ago, they have appeared no more than 10 times. And every time they appeared, someone of ours tried to land on the interstellar spaceship with a spacecraft, and was shot down by them. The data is very detailed, and the modeling of the interstellar spaceship is also very complete." You really didn't expect Sean to have such a skill, and gave him an admiring look. "I will take you away from here. The sooner we leave, the better." You sighed in Sean's surprised eyes. "I hope Xiao Piaoyang doesn't think she is dead and do something crazy. After Xie Jiangsao's accident, his condition is really worrying." The two wandered around outside for a while, and Sean talked to Shiryu about the situation of the garbage planet, and she listened carefully. After returning, Sean quickly told Xiao about their decision. After listening to this, Xiao was silent for a while, and suddenly asked, "How do you land on the interstellar spaceship that dumps garbage?" This is the most difficult question. If it weren't for the distance in the air, the people who once lived on the garbage planet would have left here long ago. Shiryu suddenly thought that Xiao was the one who created the god of war, and her eyes lit up slightly. "Can you repair the mecha?" After asking, she immediately realized that Xiao was blind at the moment, and even if his former abilities were still there, he couldn't help her repair the little 3 mecha. Do you have a mecha? Xiao asked back. Yu nodded and said, my mecha is very damaged. And I plan to repair it in the next 2 days. How could she repair any mecha? It's just relying on supernatural powers to land on the interstellar spaceship first. Grab the control of the interstellar spaceship first. And then leave here. This is not a difficult task for her. But if the opponent's armed forces are too strong, it is still very dangerous. Can you show it to me? Xiao said. After that, she added, although I can't see now. As long as you tell me the damage of the mecha, I may be able to give you some advice. She lost her memory rather than her ability. The inability to move freely and blindness did cause her a lot of trouble. But it was not fatal to her. She also helped other people in the garbage planet to repair mechas or build aircraft. But unfortunately, in the last desperate attempt half a year ago, the action to leave the garbage planet still failed. It was also that action that cost the lives of most people in the garbage planet. The rest were some old, weak, sick and disabled people. In the past 6 months, they have also died one after another. You did not doubt Xiao's ability. She found a relatively open place to take Xiao-san out. The current Xiao-san was in tatters, and even had a broken arm. It was completely impossible to see the heroic and beautiful in the past. It was not the first time that Shang saw a mecha, and there was no surprise in his eyes. When Xiao Budian saw such a big and beautiful metal man, his round eyes widened, and he explained from time to time. The reason why it is beautiful is that even though Xiao-san is damaged, the overall lines are very harmonious and smooth. Unlike the shabby mechas that were once pieced together from discarded non-recyclable metals on the garbage planet. Yu is not completely ignorant of repairing mechas. She has studied basic courses at the First Federal Military Academy. Perhaps she is not talented enough and only knows some basic things. She told Xiao about the damage to Xiao-san, and the other party gave suggestions on repairing Xiao-san. With almost no thought, Yu, an extremely poor student, under the guidance of the big boss, and using the cheating device of supernatural power, really repaired Xiao-san. To a great extent. At least there is no need to worry that he will fall apart in the middle of the flight. But the original combat equipment of the mecha cannot be restored. 2 days passed in a flash, and several people were nervously waiting for the arrival of the interstellar spaceship for dumping garbage. But until the time of dumping garbage, the interstellar spaceship did not appear. Yu's intuition changed. She looked at the high garbage, and her premonition in her heart became stronger and stronger. It was also at this time that a violent shaking came from the garbage planet. Another earthquake. This earthquake was more serious than any previous one. Garbage from the garbage mountain fell down with a crash. The stench of decay filled the air, and the entire planet was shaking. Chapter 143. The garbage mountain collapsed, and all the garbage piled on it fell down, like a stream of garbage, rolling down continuously. From a distance, it looked like a rolling flood, terrifying and thrilling. Yu looked at the gray sky of the garbage planet and knew that the interstellar spaceship that came to dump the garbage would not appear, and the garbage planet would most likely be destroyed in this earthquake. Now there are only 2 ways for her to go. One is to survive this earthquake that will end at an unknown time and wait for the interstellar spaceship that may or may not appear again. The other is to take Xiao and the other 2 into Xiao-san, and use Xiao-san's powerful mecha defense and her superpowers to force them out of the atmosphere. But after leaving the atmosphere, where will they stay? Wait. Yu slapped her head. She was really limited and fell into the vicious circle of only having the Ares mecha. Now she is more than just Xiao-san mecha to use. If she remembered correctly, the day before she left the Livia fortress, Xiao Piaoliang took her space bag away and stuffed a lot of things into it. In addition to various advanced potions, nutrient solutions and small puddings, there were also mecha rings. Yu immediately touched the space bag beside her and rummaged through it. When she found a string of mecha rings, she was speechless for a few seconds. So many. Did Xiao Piaoliang stuff all the spare mechas of the Judgment Corps to her? There was also a small note in the box where the mecha rings were kept. There were only 4 words on it. Use them sparingly. Yu, Is it because the mecha she drove was always damaged? So Xiao Piaoliang was impressed that she was a mecha killer, so that so many mecha rings were prepared for her. Now was obviously not the time to tangle with these things. She took out a mecha ring and bound it. A dark red mecha immediately appeared in front of several people. Under the gray sky, The appearance of this mecha seemed to cover the gradually collapsing land of the garbage planet with a layer of hope. Xiao Pieliang was very thoughtful. The mecha had no signs, so it was suitable for doing some sneaky things to hide one's identity. Shiryu turned to look at the two brothers, who were struggling to hold the school's wheelchair, and said to Shishang, "Can you drive a mecha?" As she spoke, she rummaged through the space bag and found a box of mimic exoskeleton rings. Before Shishang could answer, Shiryu thought that there was no place for him to learn to drive a mecha on this small garbage planet, and quickly said, "It doesn't matter if you can't drive. You just need to sit in the mecha, and I will take you out when the time comes. You can't stay on the garbage planet." She didn't study geology much or even knew nothing about it, but she could feel that the recent frequent earthquakes were not ordinary. And the reason why a planet was regarded as a garbage planet was not only because the planet had no resources and was not suitable for living, but also because the life of the planet was likely to have come to an end. After Shiryu finished speaking, she took a mecha ring and a mimic exoskeleton ring and put them on Shishang's fingers. "You will bind them immediately." She put the other two mimic exoskeleton rings on Shixia and Shishao fingers, taught them how to bind them, and then continued, "Shishang, you will enter the mecha cockpit later. Xiao Xia and Shiri will follow me." Her thoughts were very clear. The mechas that Xiao Pieliang gave her were all excellent in performance, and each one was an SSS level mecha, so there was absolutely no problem in crossing the atmosphere. As for where to go after leaving here, that was a problem to be considered later. And the nutrient solution and various medicines on her body were enough for several people to drift in space for a while. The dark red mecha that Shiryu had just taken out had already shocked several people. No one thought that she had two mechas, and they were so beautiful and intact. "You?" Shishang was like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. With a dull look and a shocked expression, she tried to speak, but the vibration of the ground suddenly became more violent. It was obviously not appropriate to ask questions at this time. Shiryu activated the mimic exoskeleton, and the fluid metal that completely covered his body drew a burst of exclamations from the little guy Shixia. Shixia was picked up from the wheelchair by Shiryu, still holding his thigh with one hand. Shixia was also picked up by her with one hand. She turned to Shishang and said, "Quick! Enter the mecha." Shishang nodded quickly, but Shiryu saw that he couldn't even climb into the cockpit of the mecha. He sighed, stuffed the picked up Shixia into his arms, and then pulled his collar and sent him into the cockpit of the mecha. Then he took Shishao and Shixia and jumped into the cockpit of another mecha. The mechas of the Federation have independent communication channels. As long as the two mechas are within a certain range, they can receive the signals sent by each other and communicate. Shishang was obviously a little at a loss. Although he was thrown into the garbage planet when he was just over 10 years old, he was not suitable for driving a mecha at that age and had never driven a mecha. His uneasiness was obvious when he entered the cockpit of a mecha for the first time. "Soon." Shiryu's voice came from the communication channel. "Do you see the largest virtual screen in front of you? Order it to start the autopilot mode." Shishang hurriedly did so, and then he felt the mecha start to start. The cockpit was very stable, but he could still feel the mecha's movements. His mental power covered the core of the mecha, and he was even more aware of the mecha's behavior at the moment. He watched the mecha slowly fly up. His eyes widened, and soon he felt a mecha next to him holding the hand of the mecha he was driving. Shiryu's voice came again. "Give another order to enter the shuttle atmosphere mode." The two mechas slowly took off, and the shaking feeling from the ground gradually left them. Through the simulated sand table, they could clearly see that one after another high garbage mountain on the garbage planet was collapsing, and far away from their original residence, a huge crack was opening, and scarlet magma emerged from the ground, rolling constantly, burning garbage, and gushing out black and thick fog. The already gray sky seemed to be painted with a layer of ink. The mecha in autopilot mode took the initiative to capture the outside situation for Shishang and listed the analysis chart. It was undoubtedly dangerous to cross the atmosphere at this time, but he had to cross it. Shiryu touched the index finger of his right hand, where the mecha ring of the God of War was originally. But the God of War was now in Xiao Pieliang's hand, and the mecha ring was also there. "Wait for me." She drove the mecha and held the hand of the mecha next to her. At the same time, golden light flashed in her eyes. The two mechas suddenly began to accelerate at full speed as if they were added with thrusters. Shishang obviously couldn't stand the high-speed operation of the mecha, but fortunately his mecha was in autopilot mode, so this impact could be minimized. The gravity of the ground kept pulling the mecha, and the dark fog in the sky was like a monster opening its giant mouth, all rushing towards them. The two dark red mechas had turned into two lights, and began to leave the atmosphere at a terrifying speed. The friction between the surface of the mecha and the atmosphere began to heat up. One virtual screen after another popped up in front of Shishang. His eyes wandered over them, quickly absorbing the new knowledge that appeared in his world. The mecha moved faster and faster, and time passed by. The rumbling sound from the ground became louder and louder. One crack after another was like a mud flat dried by the sun, making the entire garbage planet ugly. Magma continued to surge out from the ground, burning the garbage with a gurgling sound. The stench began to spread from the surface, and the entire planet was covered by disaster. The boundless universe was right in front of him, and Shishang's eyes became excited. He finally left the garbage planet. When the moment of escaping gravity was fed back to his consciousness, Shishang was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Shiryu didn't know how he felt at the moment. She was relieved to be safely escaping from the garbage planet. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough. Otherwise she would really be buried with the garbage on the garbage planet. She glanced at Shishao and Shixia, who were beside her. The two were not in good condition. They were too weak. Although they were not driving the mecha and had turned on the protection function of the mimic exoskeleton, they were still sitting limply in the cockpit. Shiryu was afraid that something might happen to them. So he turned on the mecha's autopilot mode and immediately gave each of them a recovery potion. They had been malnourished for too long, and because they had lived on the garbage planet for a long time and fed on garbage, a lot of toxic substances had settled in their bodies. They needed conditioning and treatment. Although Shixia was young and weak, he was obviously very excited. He could see everything presented in the simulated sandbox. He stared at the endless universe with burning eyes, and said with a slight breath, "Sister Shiryu, are we in the universe now?" Shiryu nodded, and just as he was about to speak, the mecha suddenly popped up a warning sign, and the system sounded. "Warning! Hidden target found. Missile attack found. Automatic interception." Shiryu patted Shixia's shoulder, and immediately pulled the virtual screen in front of him, disabling the autopilot mode. At the same time, he saw two mechas on the simulated sand table. They were just A-class mechas, and the missiles they fired were easily intercepted by the mecha driven by Shiryu. The mechas here. Does it mean that there are also interstellar spaceships? What an exciting discovery. Shiryu smiled with white teeth, and the other party had already retreated after seeing that the missiles he launched were easily intercepted, and was ready to leave. Shiryu muttered, "Brother Ming, don't go. I still have something to ask you." The dark red mecha flashed like a ray of light, and in the blink of an eye it blocked the two A-class mechas. The two scimitars on the mecha's arms were removed in an instant, and were held by Shiryu backhand, and at the same time pressed against the cockpits of the two A-class mechas. "It's been a long time since I met such an easy-to-deal-with little cutie. I miss it a little." The drivers of the two A-class mechas never expected that their opponents would be so powerful. After being pressed against the cockpit by two huge scimitars, the absolute threat was reflected in their minds. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads, and they immediately sent out surrender flares. The surrender was very fast. Shiryu raised her eyebrows, opened the public channel, and said in a pinched voice, "Two brothers? Did you come here by yourself? Or is the interstellar spacecraft nearby?" As she asked, she expanded the detection range of the radar, and detected a small meteorite belt not far away. "I don't know if there is a problem with the magnetic field of the meteorite belt." Meteorites began to break away from the meteorite belt one by one. It won't be long before this small meteorite belt will become smaller. The drivers of the two A-class mechas seemed to be cowards. As soon as Shiryu asked, they rushed to say, Our interstellar spaceship is indeed nearby. You'd better not hurt us. Otherwise the Silas Galaxy and the entire Caslan Empire will not let you go." It would be strange if Shiryu was threatened by such unconfident words. She raised her eyebrows and said, "I really didn't realize that you two are of noble status. What is your relationship with Duke Kelly? I have met him several times, but why haven't I heard him mention you?" Duke Kelly is now the strongest speaker in the Caslan Empire. He commands more than 40% of the fleet of the Caslan Empire. In terms of status, he is second to none, and the person above him is a puppet supported by him, and poses no threat to him. Even the rising Xiao Lina is not good enough in front of him. The 4 words Duke Kelly came out, and the two were scared. They never thought that the driver of the mecha in front of them actually knew Duke Kelly, a nobleman with a status that surpassed them by several galaxies. You, Which noble lord are you? Someone spoke with a respectful tone and changed his address. They did not suspect that Shiryu was lying to them. In the Castellan Empire, no one dared to do bad things in the name of Duke Kelly, unless she did not want to live. What's more, the driver of this mecha subdued them in one encounter, and he was definitely a strong man. In fear and self-improvement, the two preconceived that they had accidentally offended a noble lord. After one person asked, the other immediately said, "Please forgive our rude behavior just now. It's really because you appeared too abruptly, and you came out of the garbage planet. We are responsible for monitoring the situation here, so we regard you as an outlaw. Please forgive us." Shiryu was not used to this humble way of speaking, but she did not show strange habits in a unique way, but asked naturally, "Are you responsible for monitoring the situation here?" As soon as her question came out, the two rushed to pour out the cause and effect of the matter like pouring beans. This garbage planet is close to collapse, and the planets are also out of orbit. In order to prevent people from entering this area by mistake, we are testing here. Our interstellar spaceship is not far ahead. Do you want to rest on our interstellar spaceship for a while? Shiryu squinted his eyes and thought for a while, and said, "Lead the way." The mecha quickly arrived at the location of the interstellar spaceship. The two A-class mechas had communicated with the people on the interstellar spaceship. The people on the spaceship learned that they had met a noble lord. At first, they were a little skeptical, but after hearing their solemn oaths, the suspicion in their hearts subsided a lot. After considering it, the captain decided to let the noble lord land on the interstellar spaceship first. When he saw the mimic exoskeletons worn by the four people, his eyelids couldn't help but jump. The captain had been in the army, in logistics, specializing in transporting supplies for the soldiers in the front. It was precisely because of the long-term execution of such tasks that he came into contact with many combat weapons and saw various mimic exoskeletons. And his vision was slowly improving. At a glance, he could tell that the mimetic exoskeletons worn by the four people were very expensive. Such well-made mimetic exoskeletons were not something that ordinary people could own. Even the big shots he had seen before, none of them compared themselves with the nobles they mentioned. He immediately felt more certain about the nobles the two men were talking about. None of the four people removed their mimetic exoskeletons. Shiryu imitated the nobles of the Castellan Empire he had seen before and asked for a larger lounge. The expensive mimetic exoskeleton, the superior attitude, and the two mysterious and powerful mechas, so many factors mixed together, made everyone in the interstellar spaceship stand in awe. And they were all guessing which noble they were. As for their behavior of not removing the mimetic exoskeleton, it was automatically understood by the people on the interstellar spaceship that they did not want to reveal their identities. So everyone became more curious. There are many royal families in the Castellan Empire, but only a few of them are known to the public. Those who are low-key do not mean that their status is not noble, but only that they do not like to appear in the public eye. Shiryu does not care how curious they are. She just needs a place to stay temporarily. Even if her identity is exposed, it doesn't matter. She is arrogant and thinks that she can fight the entire interstellar spaceship alone. The physical fitness of Xiao and the other two is too poor. Just crossing the atmosphere, all the indicators of the body have been declining. If they continue to sail in space, they may die before they find a place to stay. After entering the lounge, she checked the lounge as quickly as possible. Nothing unusual was found, and the shielding device was turned on again. And then, the mimic exoskeleton was removed. Xiao and the other two came out of the mimic exoskeleton one after another, and they had to breathe. Shiryu poured them a glass of water each, and let them drink nutrient solution. And then, they slowly recovered. Xiao was the youngest, and had the weakest tolerance. He sat on the ground with his legs soft, but he looked okay. Shiryu was not idle. She looked for the mask she used to hide her identity in her space bag. The mask that originally covered her face also fell off after she was seriously injured. She had participated in the Universal Mecha League. Her appearance was too ostentatious. If she was not careful, she might be recognized. It was better to continue to disguise herself. In just 2 or 3 minutes, she disguised herself as another person, which made Shang and Xia dumbfounded. After recovering, Xia circled around her legs and stared at her face with curiosity. Shiryu bit a nutrient solution and sat on the chair. She said straight to the point, "Do you two want to hide your identities?" She did not ask Xiao. Xiao's face was probably more ostentatious than his. Shiryu could not say whether anyone would remember her after more than 20 years. But once someone recognized her, They would be in great trouble. Although it was said that they were facing two people. In fact, only Shi Shang made the decision. Shi Xiao was still a little kid who did not know everything. Shi Shang hesitated. He guessed the reason why Shi Yu disguised herself. Shi Yu saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. She said, "It doesn't matter whether you hide or not. But if your enemies are still there, it will be very dangerous if you don't hide and are discovered by them." She has read the information of the two brothers. Their father is one of Cain's brothers. He is very capable and serves in the military with a high rank. He has made many contributions to the Castellan Empire and has a lot of troops under his control. He is ambitious for the throne. As the crown prince, how could Cain tolerate a person who covets his future position all the time? In an action, he took the initiative and sent his brother to see God. And his means were very ruthless. Not only did he get rid of his brother, but he also got rid of his wife and children. Shi Yu suddenly became a little curious about how the two brothers Shi Shang and Shi Xiao escaped from Cain's clutches and went to the garbage planet. She knew how cruel Cain was, but she didn't think he would cut the grass without getting rid of the roots. There must be something wrong here. Shi Yu squinted her eyes and started to think. Seeing that Shi Shang was still thinking, she stood up and stretched and said, "Think about it first, and tell me when you've thought it through." After that, she looked at Shi Xiao, who was sitting quietly on the chair, and "Sure, you have to pretend." Shi Xiao didn't ask anything and nodded obediently, although she didn't know what Shi Yu was doing. After a few days of getting along, she knew that Shi Yu was not a person who shot without purpose. What she had to do was not to question, but to follow her. She could feel that what Shi Yu said to her was not deceiving her, and she could also feel her sincerity towards her. She thought that the elder Shi Yu mentioned must be very important to her. Otherwise, how could he be so nice to her? The elder sister whom she met for the first time? After Shi Xiao washed up, Shi Yu took a set of his own clothes for her to wear and put on a mask for her. The mask was attached to Shi Xiao's face and began to adjust quickly, fitting her face with the most perfect image. Not only the skin color, but also the long-term malnutrition was adjusted. Perfect. High-tech things are so amazing. Shi Shang was still sitting on the chair with a frown on his face. Shi Xiao was just a half-grown child. But the living environment made him more mature than his peers and more able to understand other people's emotions. He sat obediently beside his brother and didn't make a fuss. After sending Shi Xiao to rest, Shi Yu walked out of the lounge and saw Shi Xiao sleeping against Shi Shang. Shi Shang raised his head and met Shi Yu's gaze, saying directly, "Is what you said before true?" Shi Yu raised her eyebrows and asked, "Which sentence are you referring to?" She already knew the choice Shi Shang made. "You watched Cain die. You killed Xiao Zaire. You know Xiao Lina. You can help me." The four short sentences seemed to reveal something. Every time Shi Shang said a word, his heartbeat quickened. He stared at Shi Yu, wanting to get a definite answer from her. Shi Yu simply walked to the sofa and sat down, crossed his legs, and said casually, "Am I from the First Federation?" She was stating a terrifying fact. Seeing Shi Shang's pupils dilated, Shi Yu said again, Shi is still so young. And you are not old either. Some things can't be taken for granted. And Shi may not be willing for you to take risks with yourself. It is a painful thing to live with hatred since childhood. Not to mention that Shi Shang is only 16 or 17 years old now. He is still too young, living too tired, and easily controlled by emotions. Shi Yu's words stunned Shi Shang. No one has ever told him this. After being thrown into the garbage planet, he has been questioned about his identity. After all, his appearance is too obvious. But he had been carefully insisting that he was the child of the prince of the Castellan Empire, and only said that he didn't know his parents. Others thought they were the illegitimate children of some noble, who had offended their families, and were thrown into the garbage planet. Over time, no one questioned their identities. But the scenes he had seen, the heaviness that had accumulated in his heart, had a great impact on him during his 5 or 6 years of growth. He had always told himself that he had to get out of the garbage planet and avenge his parents. No one had ever told him that he was still a child. Shi Xiao occasionally noticed that he was heavy-hearted. But she couldn't see it after all, and didn't know his identity or what he was carrying. There was enough care, but always something was missing. When he came to his senses, Shi Yu had already fallen asleep on the sofa with his eyes slightly closed. He looked at the thin Shi Xiao leaning against him, and then at Shi Yu, who had completely changed his appearance, pursed his lips, and a trace of confusion arose in his heart. When Shi Yu woke up, She faced an enlarged face, which frightened her so much that she almost fell off the sofa. Seeing that she was frightened, Xiao giggled and climbed onto the sofa again and said, "Sister Xiu, you have been sleeping for a long time. Someone just knocked on the door and brought us food." Xiu yawned and sat up. Rubbing Xiao's hair, "You are getting more and more courageous now. And you dare to scare me." Xiao immediately said sorry obediently, but there was a cunning in his eyes. Xiu bit his fingers and flicked his eyebrows. And then he noticed that the two brothers had also washed up. The beautiful golden hair revealed their original radiance. And with the clear eyes as if after the rain, they brought out a bit of nobility for no reason. She suddenly stopped rubbing Xiao's head and looked at Shishang. "Have the people in the interstellar spaceship seen you? This golden hair plus the pair of green eyes are completely the standard of the royal family of the Castellan Empire. The subjects of the Castellan Empire will not fail to recognize them." Shishang nodded. Sure, you couldn't help but hold his forehead. "Now it's good. You can't pretend even if you want to. Forget it. Cain is dead. And his followers are now under Xiao Lina's command. You two little guys can't pose a threat to Xiao Lina at all. And no one will pay attention to you at this time. Be careful next time, if you don't want to be involved in the disputes of the royal family of the Castellan Empire. Don't mention your father's identity for the time being." Xiao didn't understand it very well, but Shishang was silent. He was obviously still brooding over it, but his emotions were not as strong as before, and he was obviously shaken by what Xiu said to him. The minds of little boys of this age are the most difficult to understand. Xiu didn't care about anyone except Xiao Piaoyang. Looking at the food on the table, he first analyzed the composition of the food with the intelligent brain, and confirmed that there was no messy stuff added. And then he went to knock on Xiao's door. She didn't know that the starship had caused a sensation because of Shishang and Xiao's blonde hair and blue eyes. In the Castellan Empire, nobles only account for a small part. For most of the subjects, it is impossible to meet a noble face to face in their lifetime, let alone the royal family of the Castellan Empire with pure blood. The fact that not only nobles, but also royal family members came to the ordinary interstellar spaceship was enough to make people on the interstellar spaceship excited. The captain had a sense of understanding and hesitated whether to visit the nobles, but was afraid of disturbing them. After struggling for a long time, he still stood upright outside the lounge of Xiu and others with a large group of people. Xiu fiddled with a smart brain, but she still couldn't communicate with Xiao Piaoyang. Shishang's smart brain could be used, but his terminal number was cancelled, and he couldn't communicate even in places with communication signals. Xiu was so annoyed that she almost pulled her hair into a chicken coop, and finally stood up to find the people on the interstellar spaceship. She opened the door and was alert instantly when she saw the people standing at the door with their chests straightened the moment she appeared. She was stunned. During the time she was stunned, the people standing outside said in unison, "Hello, sir." The voice was so loud that those who didn't know would think it was a primary school student shouting hello to the teacher in class. Xiu took a step back and saw that they all looked respectful. He resisted the urge to laugh and stepped out of the room. Before they tried to talk again, he said, "Why are you all here?" She began to doubt the sound insulation of the lounge door, and wondered when this group of people came. She was also wondering if she had done anything to expose her identity, or said anything to expose her identity. But in just a few seconds, her mind rolled over and over again, like a mudslide. When the captain heard her question, he immediately stood up in awe. "Everyone wants to visit the two princes of the royal family. If we disturb you, please forgive us. We will leave now." Xiu blinked his eyes. He didn't expect that they were blocking here just to see the two brothers Shishang and Xiao. She put her 5 fingers into a fist and coughed softly, saying, "Your Highnesses don't want to see anyone yet. But I have something to ask you." The captain immediately said, "Your Excellency, please tell us what you want to know. We will tell you everything we know." An hour later, she still couldn't communicate with Xiao Piaoyang. Cross-border communications must be monitored. Moreover, the First Federation is still at war with the Castellan Empire, and communications are fully restricted. Once she tries to communicate with Xiao Piaoyang, not only will her identity be exposed, but the 3 people around her will also be dragged down by her. Xiu had to give up and plan to find a chance to communicate with Xiao Piaoyang after leaving the interstellar spaceship, and then learn about the situation here. This interstellar spaceship is indeed to monitor the situation of the garbage planet, as the 2 people said just now, and it will return in about half a month. The destination is the Silas Galaxy. a nearby residential galaxy, which is not developed and can barely be ranked in the middle among the many galaxies of the Caslan Empire. Shiryu pretended to be profound and told them that the two princes had been kidnapped by criminals and suffered a lot. She finally rescued them from the criminals. She didn't want their identities to be discovered by others. So she asked the people on the interstellar spaceship to keep it secret. This kind of I have a secret and only share it with you. And I trust you very much behavior greatly encouraged the people on the interstellar spaceship. And they patted their chests and promised that they would never reveal the identities of the two princes. Shiryu didn't really trust them. But she still had to say what she should say. The people on the interstellar spaceship also extracted the reason why the two princes were yellow and thin from her words. In the next half-month, the four of them lived very comfortably. Every meal had delicious food, which was also very nutritious. They were almost out of shape, but they became plump at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although they still looked thin, they were not as horribly thin as before. The captain asked enthusiastically whether to arrange a doctor to check the health of the two princes. Shiryu refused without hesitation. If a doctor was arranged to check the body, the physical condition of Shishang and Shixia would definitely not be concealed. The interstellar spaceship began to return, and it went very smoothly all the way, and docked at the interstellar port. Looking at the dense crowd, Shishang Shixia was obviously a little overwhelmed. There were very few people surviving on the garbage planet, and there were a lot of people circulating outside the interstellar port every day, and they were shoulder to shoulder all the time. The two stood on the left and right beside Shixia, and they were obviously cramped. The captain walked in front of them and was about to ask if they needed help, when suddenly there was a noise outside the interstellar port. Someone started shouting, "Your Highness." Many people squeezed in this direction, and soon, countless black-clad bodyguards rushed in from outside, squeezed all the crowds away, and cleared a passage. Shiryu pulled Shishang, Shixia, and Shixia to hide in the crowd, and soon saw someone walking out of the cleared passage. He had short light golden hair and emerald eyes, but compared with Shishang Shixia beside Shiryu, the color was obviously worse. Probably the difference between a fake and an authentic one. He was wearing a decent dress, facing the crowd that kept shouting, "Your Highness." He didn't even raise his head. He even frowned slightly in annoyance, and proudly raised his chin forward without even looking at the people next to him. He was accompanied by a large group of entourage, who walked from the interstellar port to the interstellar port. The crowd that was blocked here also rushed out. Those who didn't know thought they were chasing a star. Perhaps the royal family of the Caslan Empire is no different from stars to the people of the Caslan Empire. Shiryu touched his chin, glanced at the captain who was frowning slightly beside him, patted his shoulder and said, "Thank you for taking care of me these days." The two adults don't want others to know their whereabouts. Please keep it secret for us. She seemed not to see the boy who had just left. After a simple explanation to the captain, she walked out with 3 burdens. The captain looked at their backs as they left. His brows furrowed higher and higher. 2 princes came on the interstellar spaceship, and both he and the crew were in a very excited mood, and it was easy to overlook some things. For example, why was there only one person to rescue the 2 princes? For example, the 2 princes seemed too thin. For example, the 2 princes did not seem to have the proud temperament that royal members should have, and they were very restrained after they stretched out from the interstellar spaceship. When you don't think about it, you feel that it's nothing. But when you think about it, there are flaws everywhere. The captain suddenly turned on the smart brain and dialed a communication. The other party seemed to be very busy, and the communication was not connected for a long time. He thought about it and hung up the communication, dialed another communication, and when he saw the person on the other end of the communication, he immediately saluted and said, "My lord, it seems that 2 royal members have come to our planet. They are not very old," he said hesitantly. "They have the most obvious characteristics of the royal family of the Caslan Empire. There is no doubt that in the Caslan Empire, no one dares to pretend to be a royal family. The royal family is the symbol of the Caslan Empire and the faith of all the people. It cannot be violated. Once discovered, it is not as simple as a death sentence. Either they will be imprisoned for life, or thrown into a garbage planet to torture their body and mind, or there are many ways of punishment, none of which normal people can endure." The other party seemed very surprised and replied with a word. The captain nodded immediately. After Shiryu left the interstellar port with 3 burdens, she found that she was penniless. As awesome as she is, She has nowhere to go. She is about to be homeless on the street. Sure, you looked at the three blank faces and suddenly had a headache. If she was alone, it would be nothing to live on the street for 1 or 2 nights. But she was accompanied by 3 weak and sick children. They have been raised for more than 10 days. Although they have gained a little weight, the long-term nutritional deficiency cannot be restored in 1 or 2 months. This requires long-term conditioning. In the past half month, Xia has had a fever and got sick once, and is more fragile than a small pudding. You rubbed his head and suddenly saw a huge promotional advertisement in front of him. Want to show off your abilities? Want to be admired by everyone? Want to get a huge bonus? If you want, come and participate in the Castellan Empire Mecha competition. You didn't listen to a few words, but stared at the very inconspicuous small words below the promotional advertisement. Recruiting mecha substitutes. 10,000 Imperial coins per game. Chapter 144. The strong and 2-meter-tall black-clad bodyguard frowned and glanced at the thin and short Shiryu. Then looked at her family, and frowned higher and higher. Are you sure you are here to sign up for a proxy fight? The questioning was very obvious, and there was a feeling of dealing with a liar. Shiryu and his companions were dressed in ordinary clothes. Although Shang and the other 2 were plump, they were still thinner than normal people, and it was obvious that they were malnourished. Xiao was sitting in a wheelchair, and the group looked like poor people who came out of the slums to cheat for food and drink. Blonde hair and blue eyes are the characteristics of the royal family of the Castellan Empire. Too obvious. Before coming, Shiryu fiddled with Shang and Xia for a while, asking them to wear wigs and masks to cover their noble features. In this way, they were no different from ordinary children. After listening to the bodyguard's words, Shiryu nodded and said with a sad look, "Brother, we were originally a wealthy family, but later something happened in my family, and I had to live on the streets with my mother and 2 younger brothers. I don't have any other skills, but my ability to drive a mecha and fight is still first class, and ordinary people can't compare to me. I am absolutely at ease in modern fighting. Don't rush to refuse. Let's see my ability first," she said vividly, with an extremely miserable expression. With a few simple words, she created an image of a miserable and downtrodden aristocrat. Combined with their current appearance, it was really pitiful. The sturdy bodyguard's brows piled up again, and when he was about to refuse with righteous words, someone next to him suddenly poked his waist with his elbow. He said in a voice that he thought only the 2 of them could hear, "We haven't found anyone that satisfies the young master yet. If this continues, the young master will be angry. Let them try anyway. If she dares to deceive us, it will be too late to teach her a lesson." As he spoke, he saw Shiryu poking her head towards the training ground. He was suddenly a little unsure whether she was here to cheat or not. She looked completely unreliable. Shiryu didn't know what he was thinking, and touched his chin and said, "This training ground is too small, and proper mecha combat cannot be carried out." As she spoke, she saw a slender silver-white mecha parked in the training ground, and her eyes lit up slightly. SSS-level mecha. The materials used to make it are silver titanium, crystal potassium, she muttered, accurately saying the materials used to make the silver-white mecha. And the more she said, the more horrified the 2 bodyguards looked. The materials for making this mecha were collected by them. Even if they didn't know how to make a mecha, they still remembered the materials. All materials. This thin beggar boy said it all. No more. No less. All. Xiao heard it, frowned and said, "Is it only SSS-level mechas made with these materials? Silver titanium can widen." After Shiryu met her, she only listened to her endless chatter when repairing Xiao-san. The rest of the time she was very quiet, and did not cause any trouble for her. When Xiao talked about how to make mechas with these materials, and asked which materials were not used properly, Shiryu answered patiently one by one. After her superpowers became stronger, her ability to control metals became stronger and stronger, and she could even sense different metals and classify them. It is not difficult to get the answer to Xiao's question. The 2 of them looked at each other and talked, and the 2 bodyguards were already numb. They couldn't help wondering if the families of the 4 people in front of them were very prominent. Otherwise, how could they know so much? Shiryu and Xiao whispered for a while, looked up and saw Mr. Bodyguard frowning at her. She hurriedly said, "Big brother, I swear to heaven that I am definitely not a charlatan who cheats and deceives people." While speaking, Shiryu glanced at one of the lounges in the training ground, which was surrounded by layers of bodyguards. She guessed that the young master they were talking about was in that lounge. I didn't know who he was, but he was so arrogant in looking for substitutes. And his advertisements were posted everywhere. She had no interest in who the young master was. And seeing the sturdy bodyguard hesitated. She continued, I think there are many people interviewing. And one more of me is not too much. Why don't you let me try? Thank you. Big brother. You are my reborn parents. Sure, you was a flowery mouth. And she never told the truth from the past. And now is no exception. Mr. Bodyguard originally planned to let her try. So he naturally wouldn't shake his head and refuse. Sure, you saw him focus on Shao and the other two. And immediately said, if I don't pass the interview, take my mother and 2 brothers away immediately. As she spoke, she clasped her fingers together and showed a pitiful look. The sturdy bodyguard twitched his mouth and said, I have someone take them to the lounge on the side. You'd better be as good as you say you are. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Although the words were harsh, Mr. Bodyguard's behavior was not so harsh. He asked someone to lead the 3 burdens to another lounge, and also asked someone to pour them water. Sure, you thanked him again, and gave him a look that said your business will never lose money. With veins on Mr. Bodyguard's forehead throbbing slightly, he followed him into the training room. Seeing the simulated cockpit, Sure, you blinked and raised her head in confusion. Isn't it a real mecha? To be honest, she really hasn't played a few simulated cockpits. Whether in the end of the world or in the Interstellar. She believes in real swords and guns. Simulated things will make people feel that there is a way to retreat, which to a certain extent cannot stimulate people's potential. It's okay to play in a game. But if it's on the battlefield, the sense of leeway that has not been used to the fullest will often cost people's lives in the details. However, she is now the second party. And what the father of the first party says is what she has to do. She has no right to be picky. And it is easier for her to drive a mecha in a simulated cockpit. Hearing Shiryu question, the bodyguard looked at her and said, No. Your task is to defeat all opponents. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 10,000 Imperial coins for each game. If you fail, you will not get any Imperial coins. Shiryu nodded seriously. No problem. Shall we start now? She looked up and looked to the side. In addition to her, there were many people in the training room using the simulated cockpit. Some had just entered, and some came out dejected. Mr. Bodyguard nodded and said, You can start. Shiryu sat in the cockpit when he heard his words, so that his next sentence was stuck in his throat. The door of the simulated cockpit was closed. Mr. Bodyguard thought about it, and did not call her out again. In his opinion, Shiryu had some skills, but it was still impossible to complete the task. Giving her this opportunity was just to see that she was really pitiful, and let her give up completely. Anyway, it would not waste much time, as she said. The simulated cockpits were similar, but there were still many differences in the configuration of mechas from different countries. Shiryu did not notice it at first and directly clicked to start the simulated confrontation. The opponent was matched very quickly, and it was a space battlefield. It was the first battle for both of them. The opponent was a little cautious. After the confrontation match was successful, he did not immediately launch an attack, but observed the mecha driven by Shiryu, trying to make a relatively simple judgment of her strength. But the white mecha floated in the space motionless, and I don't know if it had the same idea as him. More than 10 seconds passed, and he couldn't hold back. It was just the first game, so there was no need to be too cautious. If he lost, he could just start over. After this cognition appeared, he threw out the beam sword and drove the black mecha toward Shiryu. The white mecha was still motionless, as if it had lost its power system. The black mecha was getting closer and closer. It was already in front of him. His driver's eyes flashed with excitement. He didn't expect that his opponent in the first round would hand over the victory. He raised the beam sword high and chopped at the white mecha. Missed. The attack that he expected would never miss hit a ball of air, and the white mecha that he had locked onto disappeared. The driver of the black mecha was stunned. Before he could react, he was hit hard on the back. In the state of weightlessness, he was stepped on by a huge force and rushed forward. The thrusters of the mecha could not stabilize the balance of the mecha. After a short moment of shock, he quickly reacted and adjusted his state immediately. But before he could execute his idea, the cockpit was pierced by a beam sword. When the end of the game appeared in front of him, he realized that he was killed by his opponent in a face-to-face encounter. And it took less than half a minute from the start to the end of the game. He slightly widened his eyes, a little unbelievable, and after a short moment of distraction, He immediately called up the replay of the previous game. It must be a plugin. Otherwise, how could it be possible to win so easily? And that speed? It's not. This idea just circled in his mind. And the video played the scene when the white mecha disappeared. It didn't disappear, but avoided his attack at a terrifying speed, appeared behind him and kicked him, then threw out the particle beam sword and sent him out of the game. From the perspective of God, the movement trajectory of the white mecha was normal and reasonable. But he was pitifully slow from beginning to end. This slowness made him wonder if there was something wrong with his cockpit. But soon, he checked the data records of the whole game. Not only was there no problem with his game data, it was even much higher than during normal training. But he still lost. And lost so badly. He opened the video that had been played and watched it again. Too fast. Too easy. It was incredible. Rival swallowed his saliva and immediately searched for the number of his opponent. 5,408? He thought about it in his mind, and didn't find this number among the seeded players selected by the audience in the simulated mecha competition in the Silas Galaxy division. It might be a dark horse. Rival came to a conclusion and immediately searched for 5,408's game situation. But unfortunately, Vicky408 currently only had the record of the match against him. Rival didn't believe that such a powerful person would be unknown before. Did he abandon his original results and start from scratch with a small account? He speculated and immediately paid attention to 5,408's game and entered the state of watching the game. Vicky408 started a new battle again. Rival had just entered the spectator seat and hadn't even seen who 5,408's opponent was. The reminder of the end of the game sounded in his ears again. Rival was completely stunned, and immediately came back to his senses and left the spectator seat of this game. But at this time, Vicky408 had already started the third battle. Rival didn't hesitate at all and immediately rushed into 5,408's game room. But unfortunately, the reminder of the end of the game was still left for him. After more than a dozen games, Rival had not really seen 5,408's battle situation. He didn't know how many times he had swallowed his saliva. He felt that he might have discovered an extraordinary person. At the beginning of 5,408's 19th game, when he saw his opponent, Rival's eyes flashed with joy. Number 438 was a popular player in this game. And he was very popular. Many people thought that he could win 50 games in a row and get the reward of 50 consecutive wins. Rival immediately took a look at number 438's record. Like 5,408. He had won 18 games. That's right. The competition mechanism this time did not limit the number of games for the contestants. But once a game was lost, everything would start from the beginning. In the game matching, everyone's opponent had the same record as their own. It was relatively easy to match in the early stage. But after 50 games, it often took a long time to match an opponent. For sure fighting these people was easier than cutting melons and vegetables. After playing a few games, she wanted to sleep. She yawned constantly and really couldn't get interested. However, thinking that she could get 10,000 Imperial coins in this match, she had to force herself to continue the boring battle. The match was about to start, and the opponent opened the public channel. Before she could make a move, he said, "My friend, I am in a hurry to complete the 50th consecutive victory. If possible, please admit defeat." Sure, you raised her eyebrows. Is this guy here to make fun of me? She didn't even raise her eyelids, swung out the beam sword and rushed over. The opponent took out the beam sword calmly and continued to open the public channel. "You are wasting our time now. If you admit defeat, you can start the next round as soon as possible." You are so noisy." A lazy voice sounded, followed by the end of the game prompt. After a burst of light and shadow, another game ended. At this time, sure, you didn't know that her battle was broadcast live. She was not currently conducting an ability test, but had already started playing for someone else. The game she played for was the one that was advertised everywhere after she left the Interstellar port. 438 was a popular seed player in the Silas Galaxy. There were not many viewers in the live broadcast room, but they were not few either. The news that he was killed in seconds spread immediately. People who had been following the game rushed into his live broadcast room one by one. After watching the replay of the game, they searched for 5,408's live broadcast room. When they saw that there was only one viewer in 5,408's live broadcast room, many people were slightly surprised. And then, they checked 5,408's information from the game list. 5408's information was pitifully small, with only an empty game number and more than a dozen historical battle videos. Soon someone discovered that her historical battle time was no more than 1 minute. When they saw the battle situation inside, an uproar was set off on the Silas Galaxy Star network. Ending the battle so quickly was something that none of the top 10 contestants in the Silas Galaxy could do. And 5408's battle was still going on. Her more than a dozen games were played continuously. But it had been less than an hour since she entered the game. Another battle game ended. 5408 maintained her 100% winning rate and slowly started the next game. The star chat of this competition in the Silas Galaxy has set off a huge wave of enthusiasm because of the appearance of 5408. Countless people began to speculate which military academy 5408 was from, or which famous person. After all, it is impossible for someone with such strong fighting power to be an unknown person. But after guessing, no one guessed the right person. And after the game with 438, 5408 seemed to have turned on the chattering mode. For example, in this game, brother, why don't you just surrender directly? It's boring to fight like this. Another example is this one. Brother, your speed is still a little slow. Not enough. Not enough. You will be defeated soon on the battlefield like this. Another example is this one. Brother, why are your fighting power so weak? Can you play something a little challenging? I almost fell asleep while fighting. So arrogant. 5408 kept muttering unilaterally. And the people who matched with her at the beginning didn't care, thinking that some arrogant person was going to teach her a lesson. But after being killed by her sword, they realized how powerful 5408 was. When fighting with her, they should not consider how to fight back, but how to hold on for one more second in this arena. More than 40 games have been played, and the audience in the live broadcast room has gone from passion at the beginning to calmness just now, and then to speechless now. 5408 is really too arrogant. But no matter how arrogant she is, the players participating in the competition and the audience watching the competition have to admit that she is strong. The audience in the Silas Galaxy was the most excited. This mecha simulation competition was a national competition. The preliminary rounds were held in each galaxy first, and the top 10 were selected to enter the Star Field semifinals. Then the top 10 were selected from the Star Field to participate in the Imperial Finals, since it was a competition for people under the age of 25 in the Empire. And there were divisions. The people of each galaxy hoped that the players in their galaxy could be the best in this competition. The galaxies where the contestants who won the top 3 in the finals were located would be rewarded by the royal family of the Caslan Empire. In addition, the individual rewards were also very generous. In this way, the sense of personal honor and the sense of collective honor came together, and this not-so-formal competition always attracted a lot of attention. 5408 finished another game, and she still looked lazy. The audience watching her game naturally felt comfortable, while the audience watching her opponent's game caused strong discomfort, especially her opponents, who had no competition experience. However, in just 2 or 3 hours, the competition number 5408 spread throughout the Silas Galaxy competition area, and the number of viewers in her live broadcast room increased. Mr. Bodyguard stood outside the simulated cockpit, his brows furrowed even more than before. It had been more than 2 hours, and sure you hadn't come out yet, which was very unscientific. Other people who entered the simulated cockpit with her had come out to rest 2 or 3 times. He thought that this skinny kid might not be able to stand the stimulation of successive failures, and had been staying in the simulated cockpit, trying to escape the reality of not getting a penny. After another half an hour, Mr. Bodyguard was getting a little impatient. He walked to the main control console of the simulated cockpit in front, wanting to see what was happening in the simulated cockpit where Shiryu was. Another bodyguard came up to him and said, "Have you heard about it? An extraordinary person appeared in the Silas Galaxy. She has won more than 60 consecutive games in just 3 hours, and no one knows who she is yet. I'm afraid that the 100-game winning streak reward that the young master wants will be taken away by her." Mr. Bodyguard was slightly surprised. He had checked all the information of the people participating in this competition in the Silas Galaxy. It was precisely because he knew clearly that the truly powerful people would not be bribed that the young master was impatient and wanted to find a substitute. After all, the young master's mortal enemy also found a substitute, and he also boasted in a high-profile manner how powerful his substitute was. Now he has won 90 consecutive games. As long as he plays 9 more games, he will play the 100th game. Once he wins, he will get the 100-game winning streak reward. And the 100-game winning streak reward is only one in each galaxy. And this is exactly what the young master wants. Can you find out who it is? Mr. Bodyguard asked. It would be best if you could buy the reward for winning 100 consecutive games. But someone with such strong strength may not be interested in such a small amount of money. The person next to him touched his chin and said, There is only one number at present. 5,408. And the information card is empty. Similar to the numbers we registered. I guess it is also a proxy. This competition is not so strict. But most people who want to win honors from the competition will disclose their information. Being famous is one thing. And telling others that you are strong is the main purpose. Moreover, the finals will also attract the attention of the royal family. In this way, you may be able to directly enter the army and become an officer. 5,408? Mr. Bodyguard felt that this number was a little familiar. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked up at one of the simulated cockpits. In order to find enough substitutes for the young master, he registered a lot of competition numbers, which were all consecutive numbers. One of them was from 5233 to 5566. A flash of lightning flashed through Mr. Bodyguard's mind, and he immediately lowered his head and began to check the competition situation of each simulated cockpit. 5408. He recited the number and started a global search. And he actually found 5408. 61 games. 61 wins. Mr. Bodyguard was completely stunned, and rubbed his eyes with his hands, thinking that he had seen it wrong. But when he saw 5,408's record again, the actual number of victories told him that the data in front of him was not a dazzle, but real. Just at this time, the bodyguard beside him pushed a virtual screen in front of him. It was a live battle. The white mecha was like a ghost, floating gently in the universe battlefield, disappearing from the spot in the blink of an eye, and appearing behind her opponent the next second, kicking her first, and then using a beam sword to kill her opponent. The game ended very quickly, because it was a historical record loop playback. The next video started immediately after this video ended. The almost identical battle mode made Mr. Bodyguard think he was watching the same game. But when he saw the game in the replay and the completely different opponent mecha, he realized that 5,408's combat literacy was very, very high. Her movements were neat and tidy, without any fancy moves. She kept saying frivolous things, but when she started fighting, she didn't give her opponent any room to resist. Even though her opponent had learned her fighting style from the outside world, he still couldn't get rid of the stalemate she had imposed on him. One match after another ended very quickly, and it made people feel a little bored after watching it. Of course it was boring, because a one-sided slaughter couldn't compare to a battle of equal strength. Mr. Bodyguard couldn't help but look up at the simulated cockpit where he had just stopped. He couldn't see the people in the simulated cockpit at all, but the thin appearance of the boy and the pitiful smile on his face inexplicably emerged in his mind. Thinking about it, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It was really hard to imagine that such a sophisticated fighting behavior would appear in a thin boy who was not much better than a beggar. Her fighting qualities might be as unmatched as her sharp eyes for seeing the materials used to make mechas. Sure, you didn't know that Mr. Bodyguard had completely changed his impression of her in just 3 hours. She was still thinking about the 10,000 Imperial coins for one game. There were only more than 60 games now, which means only more than 600,000. More than 600,000. She only had the price of an intelligent computer. No. She had to win a few more games. Woo. She missed Xiao Pilyong, and missed the days when she didn't have to worry about having no money to spend. It's so hard to be frugal. Thinking of this, Shiryu heart was filled with countless grief and anger, and the movements of her hands became fierce. The person who had barely lasted a few moves in her hands thought he could last a little longer. But he didn't expect that he was kicked out of the game by her in 2 or 3 seconds, and lost more miserably than the person before him. And in the Silas Galaxy Star Network, Shiryu defeated opponents have been ranked. The ranking method is very simple. According to the time of the game with her, the longer the game time, the higher the ranking. It is really an extremely distorted ranking method, but many people are particularly interested in ranking. This kind of ranking is bound to be criticized, but it does not prevent attracting more people's attention. The number 5,408 has become completely famous in the Silas Galaxy. Finally, the 99th game ended, and Shiryu yawned. So far, the person who lasted the longest under her hands did not exceed 5 minutes. And this was when she was bored and let the opponent go. The matching of the 100th game was very fast. Sure, you just clicked to start the game and match the opponent. It was still the cosmic battlefield. In front of her appeared a blue-gray mecha, a close combat type, and the configuration of the mecha was similar to the mecha she was driving. After a face-to-face, Sure Yu's sleepiness was swept away a little. After such a long game, this opponent was barely worthy of her seriousness. The speed was fast enough. The strength was strong enough. And the reaction ability was good. Sure Yu pointed and commented, I don't know if arrogant people have the habit of opening public channels. Sure Yu just wanted to chat with this opponent. But the opponent had already opened the public channel, 5408. I have to admit that you are very strong. But compared to me, you are still a little bit behind. Your plan was successful to use a short time to end the game to attract everyone's attention. But now I want to tell you that talking nonsense on the battlefield will only make you die faster. Before the opponent finished speaking, Sure Yu opened the public channel and took over his words. Unlike the opponent's shouting, she spoke slowly, with a sense of weakness. But her fighting behavior was the opposite of her tone. She took the opponent's attack lightly and continued, I have to admit that what you said just now seemed like farting. I know. I'm very strong. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with the opponent and easily sent him out. At this moment, the audience, who had lost interest in watching her game under the one-sided slaughter, burst into a terrifying discussion after a brief calm. Lost. The most powerful player in the Silas Galaxy was defeated. Failed miserably. 5408 seemed to be a hidden master who emerged from some corner. It had been several hours since she participated in the competition. But no one had dug out her information. They could only speculate her possible identity from her mumbling words. But each speculation was untenable. 100 games. Sure Yu was really a little sleepy. She wanted to go out and ask Mr. Bodyguard when it would end. Just as she was about to exit the simulated cockpit, a virtual screen popped up in front of her. System notification. Please fill in the address of the contestant. The 100 win reward will be sent to your place within 1 working day. 100 win reward? What is this? She is not a fool. She has played 100 games and talked to many people. She can learn a lot of information from their words. She was probably not in an interview now, but had become the other party's substitute. After thinking of this possibility, she complained about the profiteer. Before she entered the simulated cockpit, there were already quite a few people here. According to Mr. Bodyguard, only by defeating all opponents could she get the reward. She didn't know how many opponents she had. She thought it was just a strength test. But she didn't know that the other party would let her go directly. She had to increase the price. She didn't fill in the address immediately, and left the simulated cockpit, guessing that she had stayed in there for too long. Sure Yu felt a little sore in her waist and back. When she came out of the simulated cockpit while rubbing her neck, she met a circle of eyes unexpectedly, which scared her so much that she almost crawled back to the simulated cockpit. She was too quick to react, and found the bodyguard accurately among the group of people surrounding her. She smiled at him and said, Brother Bodyguard, when do you think this game will end? Defeat all opponents. The bodyguard looked down at the thin kid with a complicated look. After a while, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and put it to his mouth, coughed lightly, and said, Come with me. Sure Yu immediately responded with a yes, and then showed a shy smile to the people around who were still staring at her, and followed the bodyguard step by step. As soon as she left, the group of people who had just surrounded her immediately exploded and discussed 5408 crazily. Who would have thought that 5408 was so thin and small? As if a gust of wind could blow her away. If Sure Yu knew what they were thinking, he might have rolled his eyes without hesitation. Where is she thin? A height of 1.78 meters is definitely not short among women, and is even tall. If you insist on saying that she is thin, it's probably because the reference is too high. The bodyguard didn't walk fast, and he didn't look cold like before. He said while walking, Your mother and 2 brothers have already had lunch, and they are doing well. Sure Yu nodded and said thank you quickly. The bodyguard seemed a little out of shape, and it took a while before he said, You achieved 100 consecutive wins? It was already a very specific question, but he couldn't help asking. There are simulated mecha competitions every year, and there are many powerful mecha pilots. But he has never heard of anyone who can achieve 100 consecutive wins in just a few hours. This is almost impossible. Sure Yu nodded as a matter of course, thinking that he was doubting his record. and hurriedly said, "It's not that I want to delay time deliberately. It's really that there is a problem with the matching mechanism. At the beginning, the matching was fine, and I could enter the game in 2 or 3 seconds. Later, I always had to wait for several minutes, and the waiting time for the last few games was as long as more than 10 minutes. If the matching time wasn't so long, I could probably use." Shiryu stretched out his fingers while speaking, and after carefully calculating, he said very sincerely, "It will take less than 3 hours to finish 100 games." She stared at Mr. Bodyguard with burning eyes, and saw that his expression was a little complicated, which was difficult to describe, and hurriedly added, "It's true. I didn't lie to you. I also received an email reminder, saying that there is a 100 win reward." Mr. Bodyguard was already numb. He raised his eyelids with difficulty and said, "The reward for 100 wins is a mecha. The mecha that our young master wants. I will give you all your proxy fees. And this mecha. When will the fee be settled? I need money urgently. Since this mecha is what your young master wants, then I have completed the task." "Right." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and placed it in front of Mr. Bodyguard and said, "It would be better if it can be settled now. 1 million imperial coins." "Thank you, Mr. Bodyguard." He actually wanted to say that the mecha could be purchased at the market price, but looking at 5408, it seemed that he only cared about her proxy fee. "I can't make the decision on these. Our young master wants to see you. Everything will be fine after he sees you. In the end, it's just that he won't pay now, as a party with no status." Shiryu had to honestly take his hand back and said okay briskly. After walking a few steps, he arrived at the lounge surrounded by a group of bodyguards in the training ground. The lounge was decorated very comfortably. Maybe it's not appropriate to say comfortable. It should be luxurious. There was a thick carpet on the floor, which was soft to step on. There was also a faint fragrance in the room, probably something like incense. The furnishings inside were even more luxurious. Compared with the training room outside, this lounge seemed to be two completely different worlds. Shiryu had never enjoyed it so much before. He moved his eyes from the carpet on the ground, and soon noticed a young man sitting on the sofa in front. He had short black hair, which was not common in the Castellan Empire. He looked about 17 or 18 years old, with a necklace on his neck and a collarless short-sleeved shirt on his body. His hands were on the virtual keyboard, and his index fingers were dancing quickly. He didn't seem to notice that someone had come in, and he stared at the virtual screen intently, his fingers dancing faster and faster. Mr. Bodyguard didn't say anything, and took Shiryu to the boy and stood respectfully, not making a sound to disturb him. Shiryu had no class concept, so naturally he couldn't show the kind of respect from the heart that Mr. Bodyguard had. She was bored and glanced at the boy virtual screen. The other party didn't turn on the private mode, so she could see the content on the virtual screen clearly. Oh wow! It was a mecha combat game. Not a holographic simulation, but a manual operation. Manual operation games have been eliminated for a long time in the Interstellar era. Shiryu watched and was fascinated unconsciously. When the character in it was about to be KO, she slapped the boy hand away, did it herself without hesitation, and began to point fingers. "You are such a wimp. You need to do this. This. Do you understand? This is the only way to ensure that the cooldown time of the skill is kept at the best state, and there will be no skill waste." And here, Mr. Bodyguard was completely stunned. He never thought that Shiryu was so bold that he dared not only to interrupt privately, but also to slap the young master's hand. What shocked him even more was that the young master, who always had a bad temper, was not angry, but excitedly said, "So that's it. I have never been able to achieve the most perfect connection of skills." The two heads were close together and whispered, as if they didn't realize that they didn't know each other at all. Mr. Bodyguard's mouth opened for a long time before it closed. After about 10 minutes, the game was over. Shiryu took back his hand with an unsatisfied intention, and patted the shoulder of the boy next to him, saying earnestly, "You still need to practice more." The boy nodded seriously, and suddenly found something wrong. He looked up at Shiryu, frowned and said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Shiryu shocked. The person who was patted on the shoulder by her just now seemed to be the boss father. Shiryu immediately stood up from the sofa and was about to speak when the door of the lounge was knocked. The boy glanced at her, raised his chin and said, "Come in." The person who came in was also a bodyguard. He looked unhappy. Just as he was about to speak, there was a commotion outside. followed by a conversation from the open door. Where's Biska? Let him come out. I want to see what this lowly bastard can do. Dare to steal my things? Poor? How can there be such a lowly person in this place? A bastard is a bastard. Always mixed with some unpresentable things. Something fell to the ground, making a ping-pong sound. And soon the crying of a little boy came. It was Xia. Sure you desire to watch the fun suddenly stopped. She sank her face and immediately pulled the door out. Outside the door, Shang fell to the ground with Xia in his arms. And the bodyguard, who was as big as a hill, was pulling Shang's collar to attack him. Not far from him stood a young man with light blonde hair and emerald green eyes that were not as pretty as the Shang brothers. He was the young man who was surrounded by people coming out of the Interstellar port. Chapter 145. Throw them out. The young man walked away with a frown, his tone of disgust, as if looking at Shang and Xia for one more time would be stained with something unclean. His bodyguard immediately carried out his order, and just as he was about to lift Shang up with his 5 fingers tightened, a scimitar swung from the side, cutting his clothes and his wrist, and blood gushed out like a column, instantly spilling all over the floor. After a brief second of silence, the bodyguard followed with a pig-killing cry. He let go of Shang's hand and stepped back a few steps, covering the wound on his wrist with his uninjured hand, pressing hard, so that the blood did not gush out. Shang had just hugged Xia tightly in his arms, and covered his ears in time. Now that he was free, he immediately hugged him and ran to Yu's side. Standing obediently, Xia cried and sobbed, but he was still very obedient, holding his brother's clothes tightly. There was no toilet in the lounge. Xia had just drunk too much water, so Shang took him out to relieve himself. He was also a little worried about Yu, and wanted to see why she hadn't made any movement for so long. Unexpectedly, he ran into a group of people who came to make trouble as soon as he came out. He wanted to avoid them, but he didn't know that the other party seemed to be deliberately looking for trouble with him. Accurately locked his position, and shouted exaggeratedly. His sincerity has not changed at all. It was so low that it was suffocating. Shang lowered his head slightly, deliberately covering his face, and whispered to comfort Xia, who was frightened and still gasping. Yu stepped in front of him, holding a scimitar in his hand, and the cold light on the blade of the scimitar was a silent threat. The bodyguard was still howling, but was kicked to the back of the knee by the boy next to him. He fell to his knees with a plop and immediately shut his mouth. At the same time, the bodyguards around the boy surrounded him, blocked him behind him, made a protective gesture, looked alert, and took out energy guns to point at everyone outside the lounge. Kurt, you really haven't made any progress. As a royal blood relative, you don't have the elegance and reserve of the royal family. I don't know who taught you to break into private property without the master's consent. The young boy Biska, who had just played games with Yu, rubbed his neck and slowly came out of the lounge. His tone of voice was a bit like Yu, lazily revealing carelessness. He walked out and leaned against the wall, his hands on his chest, not afraid that Kurt's people would suddenly shoot and injure him. He said in a provocative tone, "You are doing whatever you want in my territory. Do you still want to get out?" Kurt is Biska's mortal enemy. As long as the two appear in the same place, they will definitely fight. But it's not them who fight, but their bodyguards. Almost every time, people die, and public places are often destroyed. There are also many accidents in the private property under their names. Sure, you really didn't expect Biska to stand up and pull the hatred on himself. She stopped the action in her hand, held the scimitar, and was honest and silent. Someone came out to be the first to speak out. Of course she was happy to stand behind him. After all, she really didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Kurt was not threatened by Biska. He looked at Biska with disgust and sneered. "What can you do to me? Kelly doesn't even plan to take you back as a bastard who can't be on the stage. You can only be arrogant in this small galaxy." "Oh no! Duke Kelly? Bastard? Is Biska the bastard of Duke Kelly?" Biska was provoked by him so many times. It is estimated that too many lice will not itch. He was not angry, but sneered and said, "You are the prince of the Caslan Empire." But because he accidentally offended Ariel, he was driven out of the capital star system and came to this small star system. I guess he can't go back in this life. He can only be arrogant in front of me. A bastard who can't be on the stage. How about your plea this time? You didn't succeed and were driven back by His Majesty the Emperor? It should be like this. Otherwise you should be showing off in the capital star system now. And let someone deal with me by the way, Biska said, one hand on his chest, and the other hand touching his chin. The meaning of mockery almost overflowed from his words. Oh wow! The Prince of the Castellan Empire? There are so many big figures gathered in this small house? Kurt and Biska pinched each other as soon as they met. And every time they stepped on each other's sore spot, and pinched hard. Now Biska stepped on Kurt's bloody wound, and crushed it hard to make him bleed more. He was the Prince of the Castellan Empire. But because he offended Duke Kelly's daughter Ariel with a word at the banquet, he was exiled to the Silas Galaxy. Yes, exiled. He was the Prince of the Castellan Empire, and was exiled. Kurt's resentment was almost overflowing. But no matter how angry he was, he could only pack his luggage, and come to the Silas Galaxy in disgrace. Fortunately, the outside world did not know the real reason why he came to the Silas Galaxy. Otherwise, he would become the most miserable prince of the Castellan Empire. With hidden pain in his heart, Kurt acted arrogantly in the Silas Galaxy for a while. Everyone praised him, and he was somewhat comforted in his heart. But one day, he found that someone in the Silas Galaxy did not by his account. It was Biska, the illegitimate son of Duke Kelly. As we all know, Duke Kelly only has one daughter, Ariel, and he loves her very much and gives her everything she wants. Kurt wanted to join forces with Biska at first, and used his not-so-smart brain to come up with a series of counterattacks to make Duke Kelly lose everything. But when he laid out his ideas in front of Biska, he was mercilessly ridiculed by him, and said that he was overestimating his own abilities, and the two of them had a grudge. No matter what Biska did, Kurt would do the opposite of him, and the grudge between the two became bigger and bigger, and later his men took action several times. Some time ago, when the simulated mecha competition started, Kurt learned from a friend that Biska wanted the reward for winning 100 consecutive games. So he immediately found a substitute player, intending to snatch the reward first, and then show off in front of Biska, who knew that the substitute player he found had already won 99 consecutive games, and was about to win 100 consecutive games. But at this time, a Chung Yao Jin appeared and took away the reward for winning 100 consecutive games. Kurt was so angry that he didn't even drink afternoon tea. He immediately sent someone to check the identity of 5408. Before he started to check, he heard that Biska was also looking for a substitute player. The undercover sent by him sent him a message saying that 5408 was a substitute player hired by Biska. If someone else took the reward, Kurt might not be so angry. But it happened to be Biska's people. It would be strange if he could swallow this bad breath. He kicked over the afternoon tea and rushed over directly, although he didn't think about how to find fault. It was right to come to find fault. That's not right. There was no reason just now. But now there is one. Kurt grinned and put on his high and mighty royal attitude and said, Biska, you are indeed a pariah. No matter how gorgeous your clothes are, they can't cover up your lowly temperament. You will only associate with pariahs all day long. These two pariahs hurt my people. Damn it, Kurt said viciously, his green eyes staring at Sher Shang, who was bowing his head, and Sher Xia in his arms, and walked over in 2 steps, saying arrogantly, Biska, these are just two pariahs. His tone was meaningful, as if he was emphasizing something, and he raised his hand to pull Sher Xia out. In the fight between Kurt and Biska, it was always the bodyguards who fought against each other. Kurt knew that Biska didn't dare to attack him, and he didn't dare to do anything to Biska. The end of being too arrogant would only be death without a burial place. Shiryu grabbed Kurt's wrist, twisted it slightly, and made a spiral turn, and the pig's teaching sound spread throughout the training ground. Biska was about to stand up and take action, but he was stunned. He didn't expect Shiryu to be so arrogant and dare to attack Kurt, regardless of whether the current emperor of the Castellan Empire is a puppet or not. He is the emperor. Kurt, as his son, is a prince of the Castellan Empire, and has a transcendent status. Although Biska has been unhappy with him for a long time, he just talked about it, and didn't dare to really do it, seeing that Shiryu not only hurt Kurt, but also threw him to the ground like throwing garbage. Biska frowned. Not only that, after Shiryu threw Kurt to the ground, he stepped on his back with one foot, playing with the scimitar in his hand from time to time. And the knife flowers were sharp. She said slowly, Prince Kurt, didn't the current emperor teach you that people who pick up leeks should behave well? Otherwise they will be killed one day, and don't know where they will die. The word picking up leeks is really suitable for the current emperor of the Castellan Empire. Kane knew that he was going to die soon, so he wanted to leave the position of Emperor of Castellan Empire to Zayuzal. Unfortunately, he missed a step. Zayuzal went to see God with him, and his subordinates were leaderless. So Duke Kelly took advantage of this to take the throne. Duke Kelly was not a royal family after all. Under public opinion, if he did not want to cause civil strife in Castellan Empire, he would not be able to sit on the throne of Emperor of Castellan Empire. In this case, he would have to support a puppet, and the current emperor would become the one who took advantage of the situation. This was a tacit fact, but no one dared to say it so clearly. Kate's eyes widened, and his bodyguards pointed their energy guns at Shiryu one by one. Shiryu listened to his heavy breathing, smiled and waved to his bodyguards, saying, "Don't be so excited. Prince Kurt is still under my feet. My hands are shaking a little bit when you point the gun at me. If I accidentally lose the knife and drop it and pierce Prince Kurt's neck, it will be a sin." It was a threat. A naked threat. Kurt's bodyguards looked at each other, not knowing what to do, and finally cast their eyes on Kurt, who was stepped on the ground by Shiryu and couldn't move. Kurt's hand still hurts, and he was stepped on by Shiryu in such a humiliating manner, and was watched by so many people. He was greatly shocked and started to go crazy. "Kill her! Kill her!" Kurt shouted hysterically, and it was obvious that he didn't believe Shiryu dared to do anything to him. The bodyguards, who still held the energy gun in their hands, had no way to move. The energy gun was so powerful that the damage caused by hitting the human body was immeasurable. Kurt was now a fish on the chopping board and could not move. Once they fired, they accidentally hit Kurt with the energy bullet. If something happened to him, all the bodyguards would die. Shiryu blew a whistle, and the machete in his hand fell down with a click. It happened to fall in front of Kurt's eyes. The sharp blade pierced the ground straight, and the blade was less than 1 centimeter away from Kurt's eyes. The cold arc made him open his eyes, and then quickly close them, and even moved his head back in fear. She half knelt down and pulled back the scimitar, saying, "Prince Kurt, I'm so sorry. My hand slipped just now. Did I scare you?" She said sorry, but there was no apology in her voice, and anyone could hear that she was still threatening. "What do you want to do? I am the prince of the Castellan Empire. If you hurt me, the royal family will never let you go. It's hard to say whether the royal family will let me go, but now I think I can't let you go." Shiryu took over his words and frightened him again. Biska frowned and was about to speak, but met Shiryu's slightly smiling eyes, and the action of getting up stopped. Kurt was so scared that his whole body was shaking. He vaguely realized that Shiryu was not scaring him, but really intended to kill him. No. No. How could he die here? He hadn't returned to the capital galaxy yet. He could see the future emperor of the Castellan Empire. Kurt was shaking with fear, but he unexpectedly met a pair of eyes that were so familiar that he was shocked. "Surreal!" he shouted out of control, even forgetting his situation at that moment. Shiryu, hand holding the scimitar, paused slightly, and then stepped on Kurt naturally. "Surreal? Who are you calling? No one here can save you." She had already disguised the two little guys, so how could she still be recognized? She didn't look at Shirshang. If she moved at this time, it would undoubtedly be that she admitted that Shirshang was Surreal. Kurt couldn't hear him at all and shouted, "Surreal, you're not dead. Save me. We had the best time when we were kids. Please let this guy let me go." He seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and raised his head with difficulty to look at Shirshang. He was very sure that this ordinary dressed man was Surreal. Shirshang didn't expect that he would be recognized by Kurt. He lowered his eyebrows and hugged Shirshang without saying a word. Kurt finally grabbed a life-saving straw. How could he let it go at this time? "Surreal, don't pretend. Others can't recognize you, but I can definitely recognize you. Have you forgotten? I was the one who helped you escape at that time. Everyone thought you were dead, but I saved you." Kurt's tone began to become excited, as if he saw the dawn of his salvation. Seeing that Shirshang hadn't moved, he continued, "If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. You must save me now. You? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been thrown on the garbage planet." Shirshang raised his head and said coldly. He had never seen such a shameless person. At the beginning, he took Shirshang away under the protection of the people his father placed around him. He was about to escape to a safe place, but was caught by Kurt. Kurt killed the bodyguards around him and threw them brothers on the garbage planet. Shirshang hugged Shirxia tightly, walked over a few steps, stuffed him into Shiryu's arms, and grabbed the dagger in Yu's hand. He pulled it, but couldn't pull the dagger out of her hand. Shan looked at Yu with red eyes. Not for any reason. And he was stunned when he saw those calm eyes. Yu let go of his hand, hugged Xia, gently covered his ears with his hands, and stepped on Kurt. Her action undoubtedly let Shan decide Kurt's fate. Holding the scimitar, he felt that he had mastered the power, but he was extremely empty. Seeing Kurt's eyes widened, Shan suddenly felt a sense of joy in his heart. He was so desperate at the beginning. But Kurt laughed unscrupulously in his ear. Where did he get the face to mention the grace of saving his life in front of him today? Shan's hand tightened, listening to Kurt's terrified plea for mercy in his ear. His arms were filled with all his strength, seeing the sharp dagger about to stab. At this moment, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside. Several people subconsciously looked outside and saw an army rushing in and surrounding everyone. A man in the uniform of the Castellan Empire walked in from outside. When he saw the scene inside, he was slightly stunned for a moment, but soon reacted, frowned, and bowed his head respectfully in the direction of Yu and others and said, "Your Highness, Carl is late." When Kurt heard this, he immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "Carl, kill them! Kill them for me! Kill these people who dare to offend the royal family." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the training ground became tense in an instant. Chapter 146. Carl heard the shouting and noticed that it was Kurt who was stepped on by Yu men. His eyebrows were raised in an instant, and he asked in confusion, "Your Highness Kurt, why are you here?" Although he called his Highness, there was not much respect in his tone. Not only Kurt, but even other people couldn't help but feel puzzled when they heard his words. Carl clearly called his Highness when he came in. If he was not calling Kurt, who was he calling? In line with the name Kurt just called, Biska raised his eyebrows. Is Cyril also one of the princes in the royal family? He didn't seem to have heard of this name. "Carl, are you blind? Didn't you see how these untouchables treated me? Hurry up and kill them!" Before Kurt finished speaking, the sharp scimitar pierced into his palm. The severe pain made him scream in fear, and blood flowed out from his palm. "Kurt, you haven't made any progress in all these years. You keep talking about the untouchables. What qualifications do you have to be respected by everyone?" Shan's voice was indifferent. He put his hands on his face while listening to Kurt's lecture. After a while, the mask on his face fell off, revealing his original thin appearance. He also pulled off the wig on his head. Things have developed to this point. Even the name Cyril has been called out, and his disguise has no meaning. Shan looked at Carl, who was slightly excited because he revealed his original appearance, and said calmly, "Long time no see, General Carl." Carl used to be under his father's command, and he had seen him. He didn't know how Carl found him. He guessed that he probably showed his original appearance on the Interstellar spacecraft and was spread out. He grew up, but his appearance didn't change much. People who have seen him and have an impression of him can recognize him quickly. Not to mention that he has blonde hair and blue eyes, which symbolizes the royal family of the Castellan Empire. Some people only need to do a little research to find out that there is no such royal family member as him in the royal family of the Castellan Empire. If they search further, his identity is no longer a secret. Carl looked excited and kept saying, "It's really you. It's really you." He repeated these 4 words several times, and finally said, "Where has your Highness been all these years? General Lysica has been looking for you and your little Highness. It's been so long. We all thought. He spoke the last sentence incoherently, and did not dare to say what he thought. But everyone could guess what he was going to say. Shan was slightly stunned when he heard Lysica's name. Lysica is his mother's sister and his aunt, and she has always been very good to him. Yu was also slightly surprised. Lysica is a very difficult female general in the Empire. She is currently in a tug-of-war with Xia Liqin in the Talisaka fortress. She knew the true identities of the Shan brothers, but people who were related to them did not really know them carefully. The conversation between the two was clear, and the people around them could hear it clearly. Kurt was in so much pain that he had no extra energy to pay attention to other things. The machete was nailed in his palm, and he didn't even dare to move. Otherwise it would affect his wound and cause more severe pain. Kurt fainted. Shan said he wanted to talk to Carl, and Biska was a bystander throughout the whole process and obediently gave up his lounge. Yu held Xia and went back to the lounge where Xiao was. At this time, She sat on the sofa with her legs crossed and shook a nutrient solution. It was not that she didn't want to eat the little pudding, but many people had already regarded the little pudding as a sign of recognition for her, and she didn't want to reveal her identity at this time. Xia imitated her, and waited for this nutrient solution to be happy. For him, it was an extremely luxurious thing to be able to eat the nutrient solution so unscrupulously. Xia saw that he drank the nutrient solution obediently without wasting a drop, and reminded him, from now on, my name is Nari. And Xia is Lena. And your name is Xia Liar. Do you understand? Surreal was Xia original name. And Xia Liar was Xia original name. Xia blinked and responded obediently, tilted his head and thought for a while, pointed his finger at Xia, Nari, then pointed at Xiao, Lena. Finally, he pointed at himself, thought seriously for a while before saying, She liar. Xia immediately clapped his hands to show that the child was smart. Xia laughed and said it again seriously. Xia was a bad namer. From Master Yu to the current Nari, she had consumed all her brain cells, and the names of people in the Caslan Empire were extremely difficult to pronounce. If she didn't remember them carefully, she couldn't remember them at all. Half an hour later, Xia came back from outside, a little absent-minded. Xia didn't know what the general named Carl said to him, and after thinking about it, she didn't ask. She could feel that Xia was still worried about something. He couldn't possibly abandon his original identity and become an ordinary person. And now that Carl came to his door, and Silica suddenly appeared, he must have been greatly shaken. The peaceful and ordinary life could not continue. Xia couldn't see, but she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. She pulled Xia's hand and whispered, What happened? She had lived with the Xia brothers for 5 or 6 years. The three of them depended on each other. They were not relatives but more than relatives. To Xia, Xia was no different from her child. Xia suddenly came to his senses, shook his head, and realized that Xia couldn't see. He fell silent and thought for a long time before saying, Aunt Xia, if I want to do something very dangerous, will you support me? His hands on his knees tightened slightly, and his heart was full of uneasiness. Xia raised his eyebrows, pretended not to hear anything, and drank the nutrient solution by himself. Xia didn't ask what the dangerous thing was. After thinking for a moment, she said, If you think it's worth it, then do it. She has always been like this, and never uses her own ideas to restrict others. The conversation between the two was just this short conversation, and they quickly packed up and left. Before leaving, Xia hurriedly went out of the lounge, found Biska, and said straight to the point, My proxy fee has not been calculated yet. When can I ask the boss to settle the bill? She smiled as she spoke, and when Biska looked over, she added, Give me a 9.99% discount. Just give me 99,000 yuan. After saying that, she seemed to feel a little pain, and whispered, Why not a 9.999% discount? If you don't manage the household, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are. She felt pain for a long time when she lost an imperial coin. She shouldn't have been so quick-witted just now. Mr. Bodyguard was stunned, but Biska calmly grabbed Xiao's shoulder and said, Why don't you follow that? His Highness Cyril? How about following me? I can also take you to play games, and you can be my substitute. The salary and other things are easy to negotiate. Mr. Bodyguard was completely stunned. Xia didn't expect Biska to poach people. He touched his chin and thought seriously for a while, then shook his head very seriously. His Highness Cyril said that he would let me be his financial manager in the future and give me an annual salary of 100 million. How much salary do you plan to give me? Xia pushed Xia and Xia out, and happened to hear this sentence, and a huge question mark suddenly stood up in front of his forehead. When did he say that just now? Xia saw him, nodded politely, and continued to discuss the salary issue with Biska. Biska asked in confusion, Why is it so expensive to hire you? Xia immediately raised his eyebrows and said, Look, I made 1 million in just a few hours. If I work so many hours every day, it means that I have a monthly income of 30 million. So, you earn 100 million a year. She looked at Biska with a look that said, You will make a lot of money if you hire me, and patted his chest with the back of her hand. You can come to me anytime if you have considered it. The salary is negotiable. I can give you a 9.999% discount. Biska, thank you. Seeing that Biska was not going to hire her, Shiryu sighed, took the money that belonged to her, and followed Shirshang pitifully. Looking at the backs of the people leaving, Biska narrowed his eyes. The Caslan Empire may not be peaceful next. Shiryu is currently Shirshang's bodyguard. Regarding her identity, Shirshang said that she was the person left to him by his father. She found him on the garbage planet and rescued him from the garbage planet. It was no secret that several people came out of the garbage planet. Carl didn't even need to check. He could learn about it from the people on the interstellar spaceship. Excessive concealment would only make him suspicious. So it was better to tell the truth. As for Shirshao, he said directly that she was his savior. Carl was very attentive. And Shirshang was not polite, asking him to arrange a doctor for Shirshao to check her body. Shirshao's body was seriously injured, and she did not receive timely treatment. She had lived on the garbage planet for so many years, and the injuries had accumulated in her body into a stubborn disease. She also accumulated a lot of toxins in her body. If she wanted to treat it, it would definitely take a long time. Shirshang and Shirxia also did a very detailed physical examination. Shirshang had more toxins in his body than Shirxia. The result of Shirxia's physical examination was just malnutrition, which really surprised Shiryu a little. It seems that Shirshang and Shirxiao have protected him very well during his years on the garbage planet. That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have grown up like this. As night fell, Shiryu lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She hadn't found a way to communicate with Xiao Piaoyang yet, and she couldn't go on like this. As she thought about it, she turned over and sat up again, rubbing her hair in annoyance, thinking about what to do, when suddenly there was a noise outside. She got herself ready as quickly as possible and went out the door. She saw Carl and his men hurriedly coming in. After seeing Shiryu, he nodded to her and said, "A spy from the First Federation appeared in the Silas Galaxy. We must immediately transfer the two princes to a safe place." Spy? Shiryu was surprised. The Silas Galaxy is not important information. How could there be a spy? Carl frowned and didn't want to answer her question. But for Shirshang's sake, he still said patiently, "We don't know yet. But in order to ensure the safety of the prince, it is better to transfer to the military as soon as possible." Shiryu tactfully did not ask further, but turned around and knocked on the lounge where Shirshang and others were. As soon as she knocked on the door, Shirshang held Shirxia and opened the door. And Shirxiao also came out of another lounge in a wheelchair. Carl simply repeated what he had just said and left with a few people. He didn't know that Shiryu had already made a small calculation in his mind. Shiryu didn't know whether it was true that there were spies from the First Federation in the Silas Galaxy. But this incident seemed to have given her an opportunity. She did not act rashly, but followed Carl to the military. She always felt that Carl was too nervous about the Shirshang brothers, and felt that he was afraid that others would suddenly persecute them. Cain was dead and could not die anymore. Xiao Lina was still in the battlefield of the Kyerkali meteorite belt, and the identities of the Shirshang brothers had just been exposed. Why was he so nervous? In the next few days, Shiryu heard a lot of news about espionage activities, and the people of the Silas Galaxy were also in a panic. But the spy had not been caught until now. It was unknown whether the other party was too cunning or the news was a cover from beginning to end. Shiryu was not in a hurry. She followed the Shirshang and Shirxia brothers to eat and sleep every day until one night, when the Silas Star held a banquet and invited Shirshang. As Shirshang's bodyguard, Shiryu had to go with him. Shirxia and Shirxiao stayed in the military, putting on the clothes that only the royal family of the Caslan Empire could wear again. Shirshang's mood was obviously a little subtle. He was in a daze several times in an hour, but he was in good condition. After entering the banquet, he maintained the attitude of a royal family, and did not communicate with others easily. Many of the people who came to this banquet were nobles. Everyone had heard that the two little princes who disappeared accidentally that year had been found, and were now on the Silas Star. Some people were skeptical at first, but when they saw the unique mark of Caslan royal blood on Shirshang, all the suspicion turned into flattery. Shirshang patiently dealt with everyone. He did not say much. He knew that he was not a person who was good at dancing with long sleeves. 5 or 6 years of absence made him unable to adapt to his identity in a short time. Shirshang dealt with a group of people again and took a good rest. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. It was Kurt. Kurt stared at him intently. When he looked up, he sneered and said, "Surreal, don't think you can do whatever you want with Carl protecting you. If you hurt me, I will never let it go." As he spoke, He raised the red wine in his hand, and was about to pour it on Shishang's head. If he succeeded, it would not be him who would be embarrassed, but Shishang. Others would not sympathize with him, but would only laugh at him unscrupulously. As a bodyguard, Shiryu was also an extremely competent bodyguard. Before he poured the red wine, he pinched his wrist and poured it back, and a glass of red wine poured over Kurt's head. There was a moment of silence in the banquet hall, probably because no one thought that she, a bodyguard, would dare to do this. Kurt's eyes widened, and he was shaking with anger. Just as he was about to explode, a careless voice interrupted from the side. "Your Highness Kurt, are you still so vulgar?" This voice brought obvious ridicule. It was Biska. Every time he laughed at Kurt, he was always the most active. Shiryu let go of Kurt's wrist and looked over. She had just subconsciously glanced over, but when she saw the person standing next to Biska, she stopped looking. But it was only for a moment. She pretended not to see anything and walked to the side with Shishang. Biska walked over with a smile and greeted Shishang, completely ignoring Kurt standing next to him, and said with great connotation, "His Highness Urul is really different from some people. He talked a lot, and anyone could hear that he was using Shishang to laugh at Kurt. But no one dared to do anything to him, because he was the illegitimate son of Duke Kelly, the only child besides Ariel. Although Duke Kelly placed him in the Silas Galaxy, he did not give him less of what he should give. And the bodyguards sent to him were even more circles, which was enough to show how much he valued this illegitimate child." Kurt stood in the banquet hall like a joke, shaking with anger. He wanted to explode, but when he thought of Shiryu pouring a glass of red wine on him in front of so many people without any scruples, he remembered what happened on the training ground that day. The wound that had completely healed suddenly started to hurt. The kind of heart-wrenching pain. Kurt curled up his 5 fingers slightly, and turned around and rushed to the lounge without even saying a harsh word. His departure did not cause any waves in the banquet hall, but the gossip that should be discussed was not reduced at all. Biska invited Shir to go to the lounge to talk alone. Shiryu, as a bodyguard, went into another lounge, and the people around Biska stayed in the same lounge with her. She crossed her legs and took out a small pudding and ate it happily without paying attention to anyone else. "Why are you here?" Shiryu raised his eyelids at the short sentence. She looked at the hand stretched out in front of her, grinned, took out a small pudding from her space bag and patted it into his palm. "It's a long story, but you two are really more capable than each other. It's okay that they are doing well on the front line. But your undercover agent has come to the interior of the Castellan Empire?" "Yes." The person sitting opposite him at this moment is none other than Luo Shiatsi. Luo Shiatsi touched the mask on his face. "How did you recognize it?" He thought he was well disguised, and his friends, who grew up with him, didn't notice him for a while. Shiryu swallowed a mouthful of pudding and said casually, "Intuition." After she finished speaking, she straightened up and asked curiously, "Why are you with Biska? Are you the one they said they were going to catch a spy a few days ago? You are too brave to come to the banquet at this time." Luo Shiatsi ate the pudding and said, "I learned from you that the more dangerous the situation is, the calmer you should be. By the way, do some high-profile things so that others will subconsciously exclude you from the scope of suspicion." Shiryu, When did she do the above series of operations? Luo Shiatsi didn't say too much to her. After eating the pudding, he immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" Shiryu spread his hands and said, "How can I come here by myself? I was accidentally swallowed by a black hole, and when I woke up, I was in the Castellan Empire. Do you have any way to contact the Federation? I want to report my safety." Luo Shiatsi listened to her summary of the process of coming to the Castellan Empire in a few words, and there was no relief in his heart. The simpler it is, the more dangerous it is. This salted fish always reports good news, but not bad news. He did not ask more questions, but said, "I will find a way to tell Marshal Xie about your presence here." But what about Shiryu beside him? If he did not know Shiryu well, he would not dare to recognize him. The Shiryu beside Xiao Piaoyang was naturally Lan Luo pretending to be her. It seems that Xiao Piaoyang is still cautious, and did not let the news leak out. It is obviously good news, but she is not relaxed at all. Only Xiao Piaoyang is suffering from her sudden disappearance. Shiryu took a deep breath. It is a cover. Luo Shiatsi could feel that her mood suddenly deteriorated. What she wanted to say the most. Shiryu asked first, "Does Biska know your identity? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental to create an opportunity for them to speak?" Luo Shiatsi nodded and said, He and I have been living in the Black Triangle before. We are good friends. Later, people under Duke Kelly found him, and said that he is the son of Duke Kelly. Is he trustworthy? Sure, you asked with some worry. We have been dependent on each other since we were young. He was raised by my teacher, and is considered my senior. He may not help me, but he will definitely not harm me. Hearing his assurance, Sure, you nodded and asked, What is your mission here? Luo Shiatsi narrowed his eyes, and the unfamiliar face with a mask vividly showed a bit of recklessness. He whispered, Shuffle. Chapter 147. The shuffle that Xiaoxi mentioned is certainly not the shuffle of playing landlord, but the shuffle of the current situation of the Castellan Empire. Sure, you looked at him with a look that said you are so ambitious, and then said with a flowery mouth, Lolo, look at what you have become now. You were so obedient before. If Duke Kelly knew that you were scheming against him behind his back, do you think he would faint from anger? To be honest, Luo Shiatsi is too arrogant. Why does he have such confidence that he can shuffle the situation of the Castellan Empire by himself? Who does he want to bring down? Who does he want to support to take the throne? Luo Shiatsi laughed and said, I am not the only one who is scheming against him behind his back. I am just the most insignificant one. It would be a miracle if sure you believed him. This guy has always been the most hidden among the few people. He came to the Castellan Empire without a word and didn't reveal anything. What happened to the spy a few days ago? Perhaps because of his many experiences. Sure, you subconsciously felt that this matter was true or false. Just as Kurt and Biska said when they were arguing. The Silas Galaxy is just an insignificant small galaxy. There are no secrets and no important people. And it sounds unreliable to come here to be a spy. Sure, you always suspected that it was a phishing message. It's fake news. A fake news that can make Biska return to the capital galaxy. Luo Shiatsi explained. Sure, you immediately raised his eyebrows, and then thought of something. Just as the corners of his mouth curled up, the sound of bullets shooting out of the muzzle came from the side. The two looked at each other. And sure, you quickly said, You live your own life. Luo Shiatsi is an absolute scumbag. His ability to protect himself when encountering danger is too weak. It's a pity that he dared to come to the Castellan Empire alone and do such a dangerous thing. The gunshots outside were still ringing. And sure, you just opened the door and heard a messy footsteps and screams one after another. She looked up and saw Carl leading a group of people running in hastily. The gunshot came from the next room. When she opened the door, there was still a person standing at the door. The man was still wearing the dress he wore for the banquet. He held an energy gun in his hand, and his face was stern. He shot at the door of the lounge, obviously intending to use external force to break the door of the lounge. His movements were fast, but sure, your movements were faster than his. The energy bullet came out and hit his wrist, and blood flowers bloomed instantly. The man did not expect that Chung Yao Jin would suddenly appear. He was not enough for his injured wrist. He shot at Shiryu with another energy gun and quickly hit the door of the lounge with the elbow of the injured hand. The door of the lounge immediately bounced open. He turned the muzzle of the gun without hesitation and pointed it inside. When he was about to fire another shot, a dagger flew past his neck. Blood marks appeared, and blood rushed out of his neck. He was unwilling to give up, staring with his eyes wide open, gathering all his last strength into his index finger, trying to fire the last shot before he died. Bang, 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 gunshots rang out, and Carl and the people behind him instantly beat the man into a hornet's nest. The knocks in the banquet hall not far from the lounge became louder and louder, and there were continuous screams coming. Carl didn't even have time to look at Shiryu, and immediately rushed into the lounge where Biska and Shishang were. Seeing that the two were intact, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Shiryu squeezed in from the crowd he brought with him, and happened to hear Biska calmly ask, What's going on? How could someone suddenly? Be careful. Shishang, who was standing next to him, suddenly interrupted him, pushed him down on the sofa, and fell down himself. Almost at the same time, an energy bomb shot out from the curtain that was not drawn tightly, brushed past the position where Biska was originally standing, hit the wall, and directly blew the wall down. Things happened so fast and so dangerous that no one in the room could react. The people shooting outside realized that they had failed, so they stopped hiding and switched to energy guns to start shooting. The sound of glass and wall breaking mixed together, and the energy bombs that rushed and exploded directly, and the originally good lounge instantly became a living hell. Shiryu pulled the two people on the sofa up and pushed them to Carl. and immediately jumped out towards the collapsed wall. This is the 18th floor. Carl was stunned for a moment. But his rich experience on the battlefield told him that this was not the time to hesitate. So he immediately took Biska and Shang out of the room. Shiryu, who jumped out of the wall, ran vertically on the wall like a Batman, with a golden light flashing in her eyes. The energy bomb in the other party's hand suddenly became hot, so he couldn't hold it at all. And Shiryu also had an energy gun in her hand, and aimed at his position, and fired a shot with incomparable accuracy. It was impossible to fire only one shot. She shook her wrist, and the energy bomb rushed to the man like hail. Before he could react, he was buried by the overwhelming rumble. Shiryu showed no mercy and killed the other person in one encounter. She ran vertically on the wall and fell to the ground in a moment. When Carl came out to protect Biska and Shang, he saw Shiryu leaning against the hovercraft on the first floor. The fruit in his hand had been eaten until only the core was left. The expression on his face was almost tense. Shiryu threw the core into the trash can not far away, and said to Carl wearing a mimic exoskeleton, "General Carl, I have dealt with the people nearby, but there may be someone ambushing. Take His Highness and Mr. Biska away first." She looked directly at Shang, who was surrounded by people and wearing a mimic exoskeleton, stepped aside and opened the door of the hovercraft. Her meaning was very clear, and her behavior told everyone that she only cared about Shang's safety. Many people ran out of the banquet hall, and the situation inside was obviously not settled yet. Shiryu did not intend to rush in as a savior. Carl's face was extremely complicated. When he knew that Shang had a bodyguard, he actually didn't think much of it, even though Shiryu had won 100 consecutive victories in the simulated mecha competition. It was just a small fight in his opinion, and was not worth boasting about. Afterwards, Shiryu did not show anything special, and did not have much respect for the two princes, which made him feel a little contempt and dissatisfaction in his heart. However, seeing that the two princes trusted and relied on her very much, he had to suppress his dissatisfaction in his heart, and planned to let the two princes alienate this seemingly unreliable bodyguard later. But now, he felt that his previous thoughts were very ridiculous. How could he think that a person who could find a prince and easily bring them out of the garbage planet would be unreliable? Carl swallowed his saliva and escorted Shang and Biska to the hovercraft. Carl was Silica's man, and indirectly Duke Kelly's man, so he naturally had to protect Biska. After Shang's father died, Silica decisively surrendered to Duke Kelly. If Duke Kelly hadn't mediated, she would have been dealt with by Kane. And how could she have the power she has now? It was for this reason that after the death of Kane and Zayuzal, Silica stood on the side of Duke Kelly without hesitation, supported a puppet prince to take the throne, and made things difficult for Xiao Lina. To be honest, Xiao Lina was able to take over all of Kane's forces under the suppression of these two people, and defend the battlefield of the Keltri meteorite belt. This was really amazing. Shiryu also got in, and Carl had to sit in a hovercraft behind. When their eyes met briefly, Shiryu could feel that Biska was looking at him. The current look was different from the previous look. As for what kind of difference, Shiryu couldn't explain. But after meeting Luo Shiatsi, she knew that the illegitimate son of Duke Kelly was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. At least, he was ambitious and ruthless. The hovercraft started, but no one spoke. After an unknown amount of time, Shiryu suddenly smiled at Biska. "You play the game really well." Biska raised his hands and put them behind his head, and replied, "I'm still not as good as you." These two sentences are very short, but they contain incomprehensible meanings. Shiryu glanced at Shang, who was sitting obediently and listening carefully, and said with his arms crossed, "I wonder if Mr. Biska is interested in playing with our Highness Cyril?" Suddenly being called, Shang looked up at Shiryu. But Shiryu didn't look at him. Biska narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure?" Although they had only been together for a short time, he had probably figured out the character of His Highness Cyril. He was cautious, but still too naive. Fortunately, he knew his weaknesses. Although he still had shortcomings, he concealed them well. But this was not enough. From the moment Shang's identity was exposed, he was destined to be helpless in everything he experienced next. This may not be the best result for Shang, but it should be the result he wanted most. In this case, if it can be someone else, why can't it be him? Shiryu is from the First Federation. Of course, she hopes that the future rulers of the Castellan Empire will change their attitude towards the First Federation. After all, no matter how the two countries go to war, The First Federation will never annex the Castellan Empire. Shiryu raised her chin towards Shang and asked a question that surprised both of them. Do you want to become the Emperor of the Castellan Empire? Become the Supreme Ruler of the Castellan Empire? She chuckled, as if she was asking a trivial question. And she was not even afraid that her words would be heard by others. Seeing Shang's pupils shrink, looking at her in shock and embarrassment, Shiryu seemed not to notice his inner shock and struggle, and said, as long as you nod, the next Emperor of the Castellan Empire will be you. She was so arrogant that people wanted to laugh, but couldn't raise their lips. Shiryu was not in a hurry to get the answer to this question, but looked at Biska sideways. I think Mr. Biska is also interested in this. Her eyes were calm, but she seemed to be able to penetrate everything and see the deepest things in people's hearts. Chapter 148. Carl felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He glanced at Shang, who had been silent and absent-minded since he got off the hovercraft. Just as he was about to speak, Shiryu came down from behind, grabbed his shoulder, and pulled him aside. General Carl. Look! Our two princes have been back for so long, and they were assassinated before they even met General Silica. She paused as she spoke, her expression a little cold. Prince Norton died accidentally that year. We all know what happened. And now the two little princes have just entered the public eye and encountered this kind of thing. I think it is necessary to report to the Capital Star. She emphasized the 4 words accidental death, and her words revealed a little coldness. Your Majesty the Emperor had the best relationship with His Highness Norton, and he also received a lot of care from His Highness Norton. Now that the two little princes are in danger, His Majesty the Emperor will definitely take the two little princes back to the Capital Star and find out who wants to assassinate the two princes. Don't you think? She asked a question in a positive tone, not asking for opinions at all, but giving orders. Carl's body was stiff because of Norton's sudden death. His faction was also severely damaged, and Carl was thrown from a general with great military achievements to an inconspicuous place in the Silas Galaxy. He has received a lot of cold stares over the years, but except for those who cannot be offended, no one has ever spoken to him in such a commanding tone. Shiryu's words were not difficult to understand. His mind was turning over and over in an instant, and finally he said ambiguously, His Majesty the Emperor will definitely not tolerate those who want to harm the two little princes. But General Silica has not yet made any decision on the whereabouts of the two little princes. With a click, the sound of the energy gun safety pin being pulled open sounded without warning. Carl looked at Shiryu, who was pointing the energy gun at him under the gaze of countless people, in astonishment, and heard her casually say, General Carl, His Highness Cyril is the one you should be loyal to. She put the muzzle of the energy gun against Carl's temple, completely ignoring the people around her, who also pulled out energy guns and pointed them at her, and surrounded her tightly. Carl suddenly felt a sense of panic in his heart. The thin person in front of him was too calm. He even had a feeling that even if his men took action, they might not be able to do anything to her. This feeling spread bit by bit in his heart, devouring his heart. Nari, don't do that. You scared General Carl. The voice was not loud, but it seemed very abrupt at this moment. The deadlock was suddenly broken. Nari seemed to realize that her current behavior was not appropriate. She put away the energy gun, made a gun flower, and put it into the space bag. She smiled and said, Sorry, General Carl. She said sorry, but there was no apology in her tone, and she didn't explain her behavior just now. Carl didn't care. A layer of fine and dense cold sweat had already appeared on his back. After Shiryu collected the energy gun, he immediately raised his hand and whispered to the soldiers beside him, What are you doing? How can you pick up weapons in front of His Highness? After that, he bowed slightly to Shang and said seriously, Your Highness, Carl is rude. He did not mention what happened just now, but immediately said, Carl will prepare a shuttle for you immediately. His Majesty the Emperor must be looking forward to your arrival at the capital planet. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Carl dares to guarantee that if he does not carry out the order that Shiryu just gave, he will definitely not be able to see the sun tomorrow alive. Seeing Shiryu laugh, Carl realized that he was aggrieved in his heart. He actually surrendered so easily under the gunpoint of others? But Shiryu patted his shoulder and said, General Carl will have a bright future. After saying that, she didn't wait for Carl's reaction at all, and walked in with Shang. After a few steps, she stopped and turned slightly and said, Your Highness, please ask Mr. Carl and General Silica to explain your return to the Capital Star. No one in this world is a philanthropist. Silica may have wanted to find the two brothers Shishang and Shixia for a simple purpose at first. But as the domestic situation in the Castellan Empire became increasingly complicated, the Emperor of the Castellan Empire kept making small moves behind the scenes, and even the simplest purpose became complicated. Duke Kelly didn't need a disobedient puppet. Letting Kurt come to the Silas Galaxy was a warning and a threat to the Emperor of the Castellan Empire. Back in the room that Carl prepared for Shishang, Shiryu leaned on the sofa, took out a small pudding, and ate it while browsing the smart brain. She bought a smart brain with the 1 million Imperial coins she got from playing for others. And the smart brain with the Judgment Legion logo in her hand was put away by her, carrying an intelligent computer with the logo of the Judgment Corps in the Castellan Empire. She was undoubtedly telling others that she was from the First Federation and a member of the Judgment Corps. It would be strange if she was not torn to pieces. When Shishang looked up at her for the countless times, Shiryu retracted his gaze from the brain. Just say what you want to say. You have a mouth. She has never been able to say nice things. And Shishang's originally unsettled heart suddenly became stable. He looked at Shiryu and said, "Are all the things you just said true?" As long as he nodded, he could become the future emperor of the Castellan Empire. It was really a big pie that people couldn't refuse. Shiryu finished eating the small pudding and said, "When did I promise you a lie?" Before Shishang asked her again, she said, "How much do you know about yourself?" The first sentence and the second sentence seemed to have nothing to do with each other. But Shishang was stunned. Shiryu continued, "Becoming a ruler of a country is not as simple as you think. He is not a title for you, but a burden that is difficult to bear. If you can't wear the crown, you will become a puppet that anyone can say a few words about. Just like the current emperor." She spoke the cruel facts in a flat tone. "What's more, you have nothing now. It is a difficult process to go from nothing to something. But it is more difficult to go from something to complete control, let alone control a country, and move to the center of a country's power." Shiryu actually doesn't think highly of Shishang. Even though he is very smart, he is still young. So young that he has too little experience in this society, and can't afford to play conspiracies at all. Let alone Duke Kelly. He can't even beat Carl. Shishang was silent, and the fire that was originally poured in his heart gradually extinguished. He carefully wrote down every word that Shiryu said, and began to recall his own strengths and weaknesses. He powerlessly discovered a fact that made him powerless. Without Shiryu, he is nothing. Shiryu saved his life. Shiryu held the bargaining chips to negotiate with Biska for him. And Shiryu let him go to the capital star. Shiryu estimated that he had dealt a heavy blow to the kid, patted his shoulder and said, "Fortunately, you have nowhere to retreat now, and you can only move forward." This sentence really did not provide any comfort, because there is no way to retreat. He has to move forward. Not because he wants to move forward. No one can stop him. Shiryu did not say much. Some things are useless for others to say. You need to think it through yourself. Shishang is a smart man. He actually always knows what he wants. But he is not confident. This is the most fatal. An ambitious person should not be unconfident. But such contradictory emotions appear in him. Shiryu did not know how Carl communicated with Silica. Nor did he know whether he had reported to Silica. Anyway, the shuttle was arranged very quickly. On the third day, Shiryu led 3 burdens into the shuttle. And Biska, Carl and his escort fleet also left together. The news that the 2 little princes left by His Highness Norton were still alive had spread throughout the Castellan Empire. As for the way of spreading, of course, it was the revelations of unknown netizens and various descriptions of people who attended the banquet at that time. A clattering sound rang out, and the vases and decorations in the magnificent palace were broken all over the floor. His Majesty, the Emperor respected by countless people in the Castellan Empire, was sitting on the throne with a gloomy face at this moment. And the people in the hall who were responsible for taking care of his food, clothing, and daily life and protecting his personal safety were as quiet as chickens, fearing that they would be harmed by the millennium if they were not careful. Silica is really good. She can find people thrown into the garbage planet. The gnashing voice was gloomy, revealing a lot of information. He was obviously wearing the Emperor's luxurious clothes, but he looked half of what an Emperor should have. He walked around in the hall anxiously, and walked about 10 times before he said viciously, "Call Kelly over." He knew better than anyone how he sat on the position of Emperor. And it was precisely because of the clarity that he was more panicked. Recently, he could clearly feel Kelly's dissatisfaction with him. He knew it, But he didn't want to obey or compromise. He was the emperor of the Castellan Empire. What qualifications did Kelly have to bully him? After he came to power, he quickly got rid of his former brothers one by one. That's why he dared to go against Kelly. Because except for him and his bloodline, almost all the people with pure royal blood in the entire Castellan Empire royal family died. Zelina was an exception. She accidentally ran away when he was cleaning up. And she also asked him to take over the power left by Cain to compete with him, and wanted to replace him. Fortunately, Kelly was afraid of that ambitious woman. After another round of hurried back and forth, he gritted his teeth and sat back on the throne. But he was restless. Duke Kelly came very slowly. He appeared in the palace 4 hours later, and walked into the messy hall with a hint of disdain in his eyes. But he quickly restrained the emotion in his eyes, and appeared calmly in front of the Emperor of Castellan Empire. Your Majesty, is there anything urgent? The Emperor of Castellan Empire had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and had lost his temper several times, and did not allow people to clean up the things on the ground. He looked at Duke Kelly with a gloomy look, and suddenly smiled. I heard that the Duke has a son, and I thought Lucy is also of marriageable age. Lucy is his most beloved daughter, suitable for marriage. Chapter 149. Nervous? Sure, you took a piece of fruit and bit it, making a crunching sound. In front of outsiders, she tried to avoid her habit of eating small puddings. And even nutrient solution was not often drunk. Instead, sweet and crispy fruits were eaten. The fruit she was eating now was a bit similar to green dates. Crisp and sweet, and very chewy. Shang, who was sitting next to her, nodded uncomfortably. He longed to return to the capital galaxy, but was afraid to return to the capital galaxy, because this was no longer the place he was familiar with. And there was no father and mother who would protect him. The only one who could be regarded as a relative and could be trusted, Silica, was in the battlefield of Talasaka Fortress. He once thought arrogantly that as long as he left the garbage planet, he would definitely make those who had hurt him pay the price. But the more he came into contact with people from the outside world, the more he knew, the more panicked he became. He clearly realized that he had so many people protecting him back then. All because of his father, because of his identity, and because he was the royal blood of the Castellan Empire. Once these are put aside, he is actually nothing. He also knows that Shiryu words to him and helping him return to the capital star system are not purely charity. She has her own purpose. He does not know her final purpose, but he clearly remembers what Shiryu once said to him. She is from the First Federation, and a soldier of the First Federation. Shang has not experienced much, and has not considered it so thoroughly. But he still knows about the confrontation between countries. No matter what kind of encounters he and Shiryu have had, the two are naturally opposite. Sometimes he vaguely guessed that if he and Shirxiao had not lived with Shirxiao for so many years, and Shirxiao was a relative, Shiryu would probably not care about him after taking her out of the garbage planet. The only life-saving straw he can grasp does not belong to him. This cognition made him extremely powerless. But he could only hold on to this life-saving straw that might abandon him at any time. Does Kurt remember? Shiryu threw the fruit core into the trash can and asked by the way. Shang was a little confused as to why he would mention Kurt at this time. There was a little doubt in his eyes, but he still nodded. Think about what he looks like in front of you. You just need to learn from him and stick out your chest. There is no need to be too obedient. The word obedient fell from her words, and it seemed to contain something else. Shang thought seriously about Kurt's appearance. He held his head high and his chest high, and his heart was proud, not to be pure in his eyes, and revealed the nobility in his self-awareness everywhere. Shang was suddenly stunned. He remembered that he was going to a banquet on the day his father had an accident. At that time, he was changing into luxurious clothes, standing in front of the mirror, holding his head high and his chest high, frowning and looking at himself in the mirror, being particularly picky about the slight wrinkles on his cuffs, and was also very disgusted with the pocket watch sent to him. So he used to be like that? Shiryu saw his face, and suddenly realized something. She patted his shoulder and began to drink chicken soup. Your Highness Suro, you are born noble. Although she thought it was nonsense, it was undoubtedly very useful at this moment. The little kid beside her slowly brightened his eyes after hearing her words, and the anxiety just now seemed to disappear in an instant. This concept that has been engraved in the nobles and people of the Castellan Empire since birth really makes people feel powerless to complain. Obviously, the times have developed to the present, And she really doesn't understand why there is such a solidified class concept. Perhaps people always like to classify everything into different levels. Sure, you felt that after retiring, he should be able to apply for a spiritual mentor. And most likely, he could educate a large number of lovely little flowers for the Federation. Sure, Xia didn't think as much as Shang. His greatest happiness now is that in addition to the nutrient solution, he can also eat a variety of delicious food. And he always has a happy smile on his face every time he eats. Sure, Xiao was afraid that he would eat too much and become extremely fat after being extremely thin. So he controlled his diet every day. So he always stared at Shiryu, trying to get snacks from him. Shiryu would occasionally give him some food, but he didn't dare to be too blatant. And most of the time, he was sneaky. She didn't want to bring Xiao and Xiao with her this time. But she was worried that Xiao would leave her sight. It was not easy to meet her here. But just for the stingy uncle, he had to take her back. Xiao's body was also slowly healing. The medical technology in the Interstellar era was powerful and reassuring. In just 1 month, Xiao's legs, which had been atrophied by old injuries accumulated in adulthood, had recovered by more than half. At this rate, she would be able to walk in less than 3 months. However, her amnesia was a bit troublesome. And it was not simply congestion that compressed the nerves. Xiao is not so persistent now. More than 20 years have passed. And there is no rush. The interstellar spaceship slowly docked at the port. Since the news that His Highness Cyril and His Highness Cheryl are still alive and returning to the capital star system spread on the star network, many people knew the time when they arrived at the capital star system. Many people gathered at the interstellar port, wanting to see the two princes. Since the accidental death of His Highness Cain and His Highness Zayuzal, the royal family of the Caslan Empire has suffered a heavy blow. The royal family members have died one after another, either assassinated or in accidents, and quickly withered to a terrifying number. The slightly radical people in the Caslan Empire believe that all this was done by the First Federation, and they have formed an organization to criticize the First Federation every day on the Universe Star Network. Shang is a smart man. After being slightly pointed out by Shiryu, he knew that he was too nervous. When he walked out of the interstellar port, he had adjusted his state. Compared with a previous cautious appearance, his current performance is not outstanding. But he has already revealed the image of a royal family member. Xia was in Xiao's arms the whole time, not even showing his head. He was very obedient and realized that his world had changed drastically. But he was still young and was satisfied with good food. Shiryu did not let him contact other people. Compared with Shang, Xia was actually more suitable to be a puppet because he was young. You are very powerful. Biska came down from another interstellar spaceship and noticed the changes in Shang at a glance. He finally knew why Shiryu dared to push Shang in front of him. Not the only choice, but a plastic talent. However, training a leader for a hostile country does not seem to be of any benefit to her. Perhaps people who like to play conspiracies like to shorten their words to the extreme. Shiryu probably understood what he meant and said casually, "You are more powerful." With such an ambitious person like Biska by his side, if Shang sat on the position of the Emperor of the Caslan Empire, it would only be a replay of the history of the current Emperor and Duke Kelly. Biska was slightly stunned when he heard her say that, but soon realized what Shiryu meant, and his eyebrows were immediately stained with a bit of interest. Shang will grow up, and once he gains power, he will definitely not be able to cooperate closely with Biska, so that the monarch and ministers of the Caslan Empire will be restrained. Two lamps that do not save oil. I wonder if they will burn faster. Seeing that Shiryu had already walked forward, Biska walked quickly to his side and asked, "Aren't you afraid of me, Mr. Biska? You don't feel a sense of belonging to the Empire?" Shiryu didn't even finish listening to what he said, and he had already hit the point with one sentence. Because he didn't feel a sense of belonging, he cooperated with the people of the First Federation without scruples. And because he didn't feel a sense of belonging, he would not devote everything to the Caslan Empire. He just regarded the Caslan Empire as a game that could be conquered in his brain. Shiryu tilted his head and smiled, then said, "I hope you will win a game one day, Mr. Biska, who has poor skills." Biska was completely stunned, then smiled, with the tail of his narrow eyes raised, revealing an extremely charming light. "So interesting. It's really so interesting. No wonder Xie Yuyan fell into her hands. Such an interesting person. If you can accompany each other for life, the future days will definitely not be boring." She was right. He had no sense of belonging to the First Empire. Even if he was the illegitimate son of Duke Kelly. Even if he got privileges because of him. He could not implant the deep-rooted class concept of the people of the Castellan Empire in his mind. He returned to the Castellan Empire not to become a privileged class, nor to enjoy the days of spending money at will, but to stand at the pinnacle of power. Biska narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that he and Shiryu had only met a few times. And she knew him so thoroughly. Seeing Shiryu leaving, he said to Luo Shiatsi beside him, I think I know why you became a partner with her. She has a fatal attraction that makes people want to get close to her. Why 1121 is really a terrible person. He sighed with a low laugh. Luo Shiatsi's eyes also showed a little smile. Probably because of the pride that came from the bottom of his heart when he heard his little friend being praised by others. He continued, she is very powerful. Biska looked at Shiryu back in front of him, touched his chin and said, tell me, who has a higher chance of winning if I fight with Xie Yuyan? Luo Shiatsi glanced at him. You will probably die without a burial place. Chapter 150. What did you say? Shiryu frowned like a mountain. She was trying to confirm whether what she just heard was true. Carl wiped the sweat from his forehead and repeated what he just said. Duke Kelly wants to marry his only daughter, Miss Ariel, to His Highness Cyril, and has already asked General Silica. Since the last time Shiryu used an energy gun to poke his temple in public, Carl was as obedient as a mouse bitten by a cat. He would come and report everything related to Shirshang in detail. Shiryu didn't expect that Duke Kelly would actually want to marry Ariel to Shirshang. Ariel was a few years older than Cyril, and this age difference was nothing in the Interstellar era where the average life expectancy was more than 200 years and nearly 300 years. But if she remembered correctly, Ariel seemed to be going to marry Zayuzel before. Unfortunately, Zayuzel didn't seem to like his fiancée very much, and wanted to use Ariel's life to calculate them. What did General Silica say? Shiryu asked. Silica was now on the side of Duke Kelly, and she would not refuse. Carl's next words also verified her speculation. General Silica expressed her pleasure, but she still told the Duke that she would ask His Highness Cyril's opinion. Carl, as a messenger, consciously softened the original consciousness of both parties. Silica was of course happy, and very happy. The news that His Majesty the Emperor wanted to marry Princess Lucy to Biska was no secret. It was just mentioned in the palace, and then it blew into the ears of every noble like a gust of wind. As a general guarding one side, Silica also heard this gossip without any surprise. In her opinion, the Emperor, who kept making small moves, finally did something smart. But unfortunately all his opportunities were used up before. Duke Kelly has never been a person with extra patience. When there are substitutes, the price of goods will definitely fall. This is an eternal truth. Duke Kelly wanted to marry Ariel to Cyril, which she thought was an opportunity. A great opportunity. Shiryu looked at Shirshang, who had also heard the news. She never avoided talking to Carl, and he had learned a lot these days. However, it was the first time to discuss lifelong events. Shirshang was only 16 years old, and his coming-of-age ceremony had not yet been held. He felt Shiryu gaze and whispered, Carl, you go out first. Carl said yes respectfully, and closed the door as he walked out of the lounge. Shiryu glanced at Shirshang, and before he asked her, she said, I am not your parent or your teacher. You make your own decisions about your own affairs. She always gave him the greatest freedom, and let him choose the way forward. But where was the second way in front of him? Since he had decided to move forward, he should not hesitate. And he should also make some compromises and exchanges for what he wanted in every possible way. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Shirshang, who has lived on the garbage planet for 5 or 6 years, has a deep understanding of this. If he doesn't want to starve to death, he can only search for food with great effort. If he doesn't want his food to be stolen, he must learn to be cautious and disguise, without hesitation or consideration. Shirshang raised his head and said firmly, I can do it. Shiryu did not make any comments on his decision. She was not qualified to stand on the moral high ground and criticize anything without any pain. She said, you can? The Emperor of the Castellan Empire wanted to see Shirshang. This was expected. After Duke Kelly rejected his proposal to marry Princess Lucy to Biska and proposed to marry Ariel to Cyril, he was completely panicked. He was in a panic, but Duke Kelly did not force him to a dead end. He teased him like a cat teasing a mouse. Shirshang is the nephew of the Emperor of Castellan Empire. He has gone through many hardships in the past 5 or 6 years. Now he has returned to the capital galaxy safely. whether as the emperor of Caslan Empire or as his uncle. He must meet him and give him enough care. It is really helpless hypocrisy. Standing in front of the luxurious floor-length mirror again, Sher Shang was stunned for a moment. He seemed to see his former self through this mirror. The person inside was just a child in his early teens. There were not many things to consider in his world. He was entangled in the slight wrinkles of his cuffs, and the pocket watch in his pocket was not beautiful enough. He raised his chin proudly, and asked others to change him to the best one. Suddenly, Sher Shang lowered his head, and held the chain of the pocket watch. It didn't have any function, but it was just a simple decoration. He was nitpicking. He called Carl in a low voice, and told him that he was not satisfied with the pocket watch. He also said that the dress he was wearing did not suit his temperament, and he needed to change. Sher Yu sat in the sun. Sher Xia sat beside her. He also changed into a small dress. Looking at the servants coming in and out of the house, he tilted his head and said, "Sure, Brother Nari. My brother has no time to accompany me recently." He was a little depressed, and reached out to pull the corner of Sher Yu's clothes. Sher Yu gently flicked a small hair on his head and said, "Your brother has something he must do. He is very lonely. You could accompany him." She didn't care whether the little child could understand what he said. She lowered her head and told him, "Remember what I'm saying now. People with a home will not lose themselves." Sher Xia raised his head and nodded. He was also very smart. He didn't need to work too hard to remember what others said, and he could remember it in his heart. Seeing that the preparations in front were almost done, Sher Yu picked him up and walked forward. The Emperor of Caslan wanted to build more than just Sher Shang. He had to be considerate of the surface. If his two nephews only saw one, they would probably be dragged out for discussion. It was the first time that Sher Yu saw the palace of the Caslan Empire. It was magnificent and luxurious, with high buildings and endless eaves. Sher Xia exclaimed, "It's so beautiful here." As a child, he never concealed his likes and dislikes. Sher Yu was about to praise it, but a voice came in first. "You are really a country bumpkin who grew up outside. It's just a palace. What's the fuss about it?" Kurt raised his chin and walked over with a group of people. The lineup was very large. Sher Yu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this prince hadn't learned enough lessons, and still dared to show up. This time, Biska was not there, and he probably couldn't make him red in the face with a few words. "Kurt, why are you still the same as when you were a child? So bad that you don't have the dignity of a royal family member." It was Sher Shang who spoke. Before his life changed drastically, Kurt had always been his little tail. Wherever he went, Kurt followed him. Whatever clothes he wore, Kurt would learn to wear. So much so that he never thought that Kurt, who was the same age as him, would be so vicious as to throw him and his younger brother, who was less than 1 year old, to a garbage planet. After the previous sentence was stabbed out, it was not enough. And he continued, "After so many years, your aesthetics have not improved at all. No wonder. No one asked you to learn. Your aesthetics can only stagnate." His tone was very gentle, but there were thorns everywhere in his words. Kurt's face flushed instantly, and he said angrily, "Surreal, don't be proud. My father is the emperor of the empire, and your father may not even have left his ashes." At the end, he seemed a little proud, and sneered and said, "What you wear and use now are all given by my father. I warn you, if you don't please me, I will take back everything you have now." He was arrogant. Sher Shang ignored him, and opened his smart brain and said, "Is your terminal number still the same as before?" He was still using the previous smart brain, and had not changed it. His previous terminal number was also cancelled. But after he returned to the capital galaxy, he asked Carl to restore it. Kurt was confused by him, and didn't know what he meant by this. Just when he was about to scold him for having a broken brain, the smart brain sent a notification sound of receiving a message. He opened his smart brain, and saw that the picture and sound inside made his eyes suddenly widen. Since his smart brain started the private mode, others could not see what he saw. Sher Shang turned off the smart brain, gently touched Sher Xia's head, and walked towards Kurt. But he didn't want to talk to him, but bumped his shoulder after passing by, causing him to stagger. In fact, he didn't send anything, but just recorded Kurt's arrogant appearance and words just now, and sent him a message by the way. If Kurt provokes again without knowing the consequences, he will post the video on the Star Network, no matter how much the nobles are respected by the people. After seeing this video, they probably won't have a favorable impression of Kurt anymore. Even if Kurt is now a prince, he can't bear the public opinion effect caused by that time. Kurt stood there and stared at Shang back, gritting his teeth. After standing for a while, he clenched his fists and whispered a few words to the people around him. He couldn't do anything to him before because he had no one. Now that he has come to the capital star system and the palace, he wants to see how Cyril, a beggar with a garbage mentality, will get out. Sure, you saw that Shang finally stopped looking at him with inquiring eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved. It's better to be like this. Only then can he be a malleable talent, and only then can he compete with Biska. The emperor of the Castellan Empire is a man in his early 30s. Although he has concealed it, his expression is still not good. Perhaps because he had been sitting on the throne for a few years. The feeling he exuded made people feel uncomfortable. His clothes were too gorgeous, and he always raised his chin and puffed out his chest. The look in his eyes did not make people feel that he was an emperor, but rather a sneaky thief of the country. It seems that there is no problem with this analogy. He is not a thief of the country, but only a person who picks up the bargain. He showed his enthusiasm hypocritically, but his smile did not reach his eyes. Anyone with eyes could see his rejection of the times. After the hypocritical greetings of the big and the small, Duke Kelly came late. He did not come alone, but brought Ariel, who was dressed in a princess dress. She looked languid, and her beauty was severely discounted. It can be seen that she did not want to come, but she had to come. So what if she was the most beloved daughter of Duke Kelly? In the end, she still could not escape the fate of marriage. The Emperor of Castellan Empire was still smiling when he saw Duke Kelly, but when he saw Ariel dressed up beside him, the smile on his face froze completely. However, he quickly reacted and showed a smile that he thought was gentle, but he didn't know that it was extremely ugly. Shiryu was like a nanny, taking care of Shang, reducing his presence to the extreme. Duke Kelly also saw him for the first time after Shang returned to the capital star. He smiled brightly and mentioned Shang's father from time to time, talking about his past deeds. The two of them had a good conversation, completely leaving the emperor stuck in the empire aside. Shiryu secretly glanced at him and saw that his face was getting gloomier and gloomier, and he said a few words in his heart. No wonder Duke Kelly supported him to take the throne. His mood was expressed on his face, and he had no ability. When the time came, he wanted to change him, and it was not difficult to deal with it, probably because the plot of getting clothes dirty at the banquet was everywhere. Shang's clothes were spilled with red wine by the person who poured wine for him, and the topic between him and Duke Kelly was forced to stop. It is extremely rude to dirty clothes at a banquet, even though there are only a few people at this banquet. Duke Kelly's color is not good, but Shang does not care. He also pleads for the person who stained his clothes, and then takes people to the lounge to change clothes. Without Shang, Duke Kelly looked at the little guy Shiryu, who was eating obediently, and his eyes paused on Shiryu. Shiryu was not flustered, and calmly fed Shiryu, acting as a very decent male nanny. Shari, where did the people around you come from? Duke Kelly's voice was gentle. Shiryu looked up blankly. These days, many people called him Sharier, and he had already regarded it as another name for himself. Now when he heard Duke Kelly calling him that, he looked at him and blinked his eyes and said, "Grandpa, what did you say?" Duke Kelly's face was stiff for a moment. He is definitely not old. He is only over 100 years old now, and looks only in his early 30s. However, in order to make himself look more majestic, he left a mustache. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she asked again, "Grandpa? What a heartbreaking name." He called it once, and called it a second time. I don't know if it's because his innocent look is too cute. Ariel, who had been stern from the beginning to the end, and didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, suddenly laughed. She laughed suddenly, completely breaking the weird atmosphere in the hall. And the only one who could laugh like this, and not be dragged out and beaten to death by Duke Kelly. Probably she was the only one. Ariel suddenly said, "Cheryl, who told you to call me Grandpa?" She tilted her little head and thought about it, and said seriously, "It was Brother Kurt. He said that the person I want to see is not only the search, but also an old grandfather." As he spoke, he became confused, looking at Duke Kelly and frowning. "But you are not old at all." After Kurt's name came out, the atmosphere in the banquet hall was even weirder than before. The smile on Ariel's face disappeared. Her eyes were cold, and she even sneered. His Highness Kurt is still as outspoken as ever. Duke Kelly was not as emotional as her, but his cold eyebrows still revealed that he was not in a good mood at the moment. The Emperor of the Caslan Empire was gritting his teeth at this moment. If Kurt had not cried in front of him and talked about Cyril, he would not have let him come back so easily. He still needed Duke Kelly as a helper. But Kurt, that idiot, offended people several times. It was really stupid. The Emperor of the Caslan Empire raised his mouth and said, Kurt has no ill intentions. Probably. What is probably? Even he couldn't find this excuse. Duke Kelly spoke. He said, it seems that Prince Kurt still needs experience. And a stable life is probably not suitable for him. It's better to go to the battlefield of Talasaka Fortress. Your Highness has noble royal blood, and will surely be invincible on the battlefield, he said with a fake smile. And one sentence determined Kurt's future. A person who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun, and has no skills, will only die on the battlefield. How could the Emperor of the Caslan Empire agree? He moved and was about to speak, but suddenly a scream came from outside. This scream was too abrupt and extremely sharp, as if it was going to pierce the thick clouds in the sky. Everyone in the banquet hall frowned. At the same time, someone rolled in and shouted, It's not good. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Highness Cyril is injured. So much blood. His words were not long, but the meaning revealed was frightening. Everyone in the banquet hall stood up. And sure, you had covered Shirshir's ears and held her in his arms. Cyril could get into trouble anywhere and at any time. But she couldn't make any mistakes in the palace at this time. The Emperor of Caslan Empire said angrily, What's going on? Speak clearly to me. The man was already frightened, and his body trembled after being yelled at. He glanced at the Emperor of Caslan Empire, and hesitated to speak. The Emperor of Caslan Empire suddenly had a bad premonition. And at this time Duke Kelly spoke. What happened? Stuttering again. Before he finished speaking, the man immediately opened his eyes wide, no longer hesitated, and immediately said, It's His Highness Kurt. His Highness Kurt wants to kill His Highness Cyril. Ding ding ding. The intelligent brain issued frequent message notification sounds, and Xie Yuyan sat up from the bed, rubbed his eyebrows, and slightly relieved the fear brought by the nightmare just now. During this period, he was responsible for coordinating everything in the Rachel fragmented star belt, and he was busy until late every day. Although he was very tired, he couldn't fall asleep in bed. He probably reached his limit yesterday, but he just closed his eyes for a while, and nightmares continued. He knew he was dreaming, but he couldn't pull himself out of the dream. He didn't check the message from the smart brain immediately, but sat quietly on the head of the bed. After sitting for a long time, he lowered his eyes and looked to his side. Next to his pillow, there was a well-preserved kapok flower. It lay quietly in a transparent rectangular plastic seal, as rich and beautiful as before. His white and slender fingers pressed on the outside of the transparent plastic seal. He seemed to touch something through the plastic seal, gently sliding his fingertips. The cold breath that originally surged in the room seemed to dissipate a little. He was about to pick up the kapok flower, and the frequent prompt sound of the smart brain appeared again. This time, before he decided whether to look at the smart brain, the emergency call communication popped up directly. It was an unfamiliar communication. Xie Yuyan frowned. He had not only one smart brain, but also one terminal number. But only a handful of people knew this terminal number. Who is it? He was about to connect the call, but the call was disconnected. After a few seconds, an email came in, and the email was jumping, as if urging him to open it. Xie Yuyan was a little confused, and thought about it, and opened the email. He didn't guess what was inside. Now when he saw a casually sketched animated picture, his pupils dilated, and he clenched the quilt beside him. The silver hair on his shoulders also fell with his movements. It was a small pudding. The lines that outlined it were like a flexible water snake, winding and twisting. A simple small pudding was drawn in 3 or 2 strokes. A small spoon appeared next to the pudding, and holding this spoon was a little man with butterfly wings, lifelike. When the animated picture was finished, the butterfly man knocked on the pudding cup with a spoon, as if urging something, and gradually overlapped with the picture in his memory. Xie Yuyan's heart had never been so fast as it was at this moment. He immediately sat up from the bed and tried to send a message to this strange communication, but found that there was no such terminal number. This made him slightly startled, but he quickly calmed down. He sat quietly by the bed for a few minutes, and couldn't tell how many times he watched the animated picture. When his mood was completely calmed down, His pale lips curled up slightly, revealing the first smile in a few months. Like a snow plum blossom blooming in a cold mountain. Cold and gorgeous. Sweeter than sweet spring water. Chapter 151. Kurt wants to kill Sher Shang. This is shocking but not unexpected. Since the Silas Galaxy, the two have been at loggerheads many times. Kurt has unilaterally provoked Sher Shang several times. And it is precisely because he always ends up being defeated that he seems to have strong motives. The face of the Emperor of the Castellan Empire suddenly darkened to the extreme, and his hands hidden under the Emperor's robe tightened. Idiot! Why not take action at any other time? Why now? So stupid. He shouldn't have let Kurt come back from the Silas Galaxy. Duke Kelly was slightly surprised, and soon narrowed his eyes, threw off his sleeves, and walked out of the hall first. Shiryu stuffed Sher Shang into Ariel's arms, and said hurriedly, "Please help Miss Ariel to look after His Highness Xiao Liar for a while." She didn't wait for Ariel to refuse, and turned around and chased Duke Kelly out. The Emperor of the Castellan Empire reacted and hurried out. Duke Kelly has always wanted to weaken the prestige of the royal family among the people. If the news that Kurt wants to kill Cyril spreads, it will not only ruin Kate's reputation, but he, the Emperor, will also be accused of not educating his children well. If Cyril loses his life, Duke Kelly will make a big fuss about it. He can't let Duke Kelly get the upper hand. Ariel hugged Sher with a bewildered look on her face, not knowing what to do. But the little boy raised his head and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful." His eyes are very beautiful, full of innocence and nature, unlike those deliberate compliments. As he said this, he smiled secretly and lowered his head shyly. Ariel was slightly stunned. She remembered her childhood. Sheriel and Cyril are very similar, but Cyril is not as well behaved as Sheriel at this age. He would run wildly behind her, revealing his arrogance at a young age, and would specially bring her the desserts she likes when they play together. Ariel pursed her lips, listening to the noise coming from outside, thought for a moment, and sat down with Sher. When he tried to look outside, she talked to him to divert his attention. Before Carl came, he was told to follow Sher all the time. At this moment, he was extremely anxious and kept looking out. But he didn't dare to leave. It was blood. A lot of blood on the ground. Shiryu frowned, ignored Duke Kelly and the Emperor of the Castellan Empire, who were walking in front, and rushed inside past them. There was a mess in the lounge. There was a body lying on the ground. It was the guard next to Sher Shang. Sher Shang covered his right waist and leaned against the table in embarrassment. At this time, Kurt held a dagger in his hand and was held by another guard from behind. He struggled violently, and the blood on the front of the dagger from killing someone splashed on the ground. His clothes and face when he struggled, leaving blood marks one after another. He seemed to have not noticed the arrival of several people. He struggled and shouted, "Cyril, you are just a complete beggar. How dare you show off in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Everything you have now was given by me. How dare you mock me? I will let you meet your dead father today." Sher Shang leaned against the table and listened to him. He panted slightly and said, "Kurt, no matter how you scold me, I don't care. But what qualifications do you have to mention my father? Does your majesty know that you said that? Don't use my father to pressure me. I am my father's most beloved son and the future emperor of the Castellan Empire. I can't touch you now. But wait for my father." "How about waiting for me?" The Emperor of the Castellan Empire interrupted him, and was furious. He never expected to hear Kurt say such a thing. It would be fine if his most beloved son repeatedly caused trouble and embarrassed him in front of others. But he still coveted his throne. He was furious, and the fire in his heart was fueled, burning fiercely. Kurt suddenly heard his voice, and his heart was empty. He turned around and saw the few people who came in. He met Shiryu playful eyes and paused in his struggle. When he met the eyes of the Emperor of Castellan Empire again, he shuddered for a moment, staggered a step, and almost fell. Seeing that he didn't answer, the Emperor of Castellan Empire added a piece of firewood to the anger in his heart, burning fiercely, and asked loudly, "Why don't you say it? What about waiting for me? This is a farce." Shiryu didn't care how the father and son were going to fight, and quickly walked to Sher Shang to check his wound. The injury was not serious, and there was a cut on his waist with a dagger, so the blood was gushing out. She injected him with a hemostatic needle, cut open his clothes, and made a simple bandage. In this short period of time, the farce next to him continued. The person who was restraining Kurt's movements had loosened his grip and quietly stepped aside. Kurt knelt down at the feet of the Emperor of Caslan Empire in a panic, stammering, "Father, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to warn Cyril not to be so arrogant. He was kicked down by the angry Emperor of Caslan Empire before he finished speaking. "You didn't mean that? I think you've been thinking about me for a long time. When did you start thinking about me?" "Ah," he questioned, having already determined that Kurt coveted his throne and sentenced him to death. He didn't get the throne by his own ability, so he was naturally guilty. He had tried his best to sit on the throne for a long time, and now he had to look at the face of Duke Kelly. This bastard not only did not help him solve his problems, but also plotted against him behind his back. "How good," he sneered and said, "you are really my good son. Otherwise, I will abdicate now and give you the position of emperor." Kurt didn't know whether he was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. He was about to beg for mercy, but when he heard his words, his expression paused for a moment. The Emperor of the Caslan Empire, who had been staring at him, naturally noticed this subtle change, and all the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for some time broke out. "I should have strangled you to death. What's the point of giving birth to you? You are a waste. You are not worthy of being my son. Pack your things now, and go to the Silas Galaxy. No, go to the Hank Galaxy. And don't come back until you die. The Hank Galaxy is the poorest galaxy in the Caslan Empire. It was originally a resource star, but after years of mining, the resources on it have been almost collected. People living in the Hank Galaxy want to leave, and the Hank Galaxy is becoming increasingly desolate." He wanted to send Kurt to the Hank Galaxy, and kicked him one by one, as if Kurt, who was kneeling in front of him, was no longer his child, and was even just a tool for him to vent his anger. Such behavior revealed clumsiness and vulgarity everywhere, without the slightest bearing that an emperor should have. No one in the hall spoke, and Duke Kelly stood aside without saying a word, looking relaxed, obviously watching the show. Kurt had already widened his eyes when he heard that he was going to be sent to the Hank Galaxy. Now he was kicked down by the Emperor of the Caslan Empire, and his hand just slipped over the dagger that fell on the ground. The dagger was extremely sharp, and his hand was cut open with a slight touch, bleeding. The pain in the palm of his hand penetrated Kurt's nerves. At that moment, Kurt subconsciously grasped the handle of the dagger, and countless thoughts swirled in his mind. He's done. He can't go to Hank Galaxy. He is the Prince of Caslan Empire, the future Emperor of Caslan Empire. His future is bright. How can he be swallowed by Hank Galaxy? Another kick came, and bloodshot appeared in Kurt's eyes. The next moment, the dagger he held tightly moved. With a puff, the sound of the sharp blade entering the flesh rang out in the hall. The sound was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. The Emperor of Caslan Empire felt a sharp pain spreading in his heart, and he staggered back uncontrollably. He widened his eyes and stared at Kurt, who almost used up all his strength to stab the dagger into his heart. With trembling lips, he uttered two words, "Rebellious son." The next second, the dagger stabbed in more forcefully, and the front end pierced through his back. Blood soaked his luxurious robe and dripped from the front end of the dagger to the ground. In the distance, Shiryu lowered his eyes, covering the golden light that flashed in his pupils. Chapter 152. The Emperor of Caslan Empire is dead. This news shocked the whole universe. Almost everyone who heard the news had the first reaction of shock, and the second reaction was that Duke Kelly finally couldn't bear it anymore and took action. It's no wonder that everyone thought so. Anyone who knows a little about the current military and political situation of Caslan Empire knows that the Emperor of Caslan Empire is just a puppet of Duke Kelly. He has the title of Emperor, but no power. Every time the Congress acts as a mascot. But when everyone knew the real cause of death of the Emperor of Caslan Empire, no one knew what to say. This is simply a royal scandal. Kurt hurt Cyril, who had just returned to the royal family, and was scolded by the Emperor of Caslan Empire, who came to stop him. But he was so angry that he killed his own father. Cruel and terrible. There were at least a dozen people present at the time, and everyone saw it clearly. No one deliberately discredited Kurt. After killing his father, Kurt's mental state was on the verge of collapse. He roared that it was not him, but no one believed it. Everyone saw him kill his father with his own hands, so it was ridiculous to cry out for injustice at this time. He was ordered to be arrested by Duke Kelly, who was present at the time, but he almost heard Duke Kelly. In the end, he was sent to the Capital Star Prison, waiting for the trial of the Congress of the Caslan Empire. After the news spread, all the things Kurt had done before were dug up. It was not a day or two that he had fought with others over a disagreement. It was okay for people with a little status. If they apologized to him and gave him some gifts, the big things would be turned into small things. And those ordinary people who had offended him for no reason. Some were tortured to death by him. Some were sent to prison on various false charges. And more people were thrown into garbage stars by him. More and more news broke out. And the Castellan Empire was in an uproar. It was true that the people had a natural respect for the royal family. But they were not slaves of the royal family. Kurt's behavior did not regard the people of the Castellan Empire as human beings at all, and easily decided other people's lives based on his likes and dislikes, which was extremely bad. Duke Kelly was also caught off guard. But he couldn't suppress such a big event as the Emperor's death. He was thinking about how to maximize the benefits of this matter. But someone got there first. It was no secret that Sir Sean was stabbed by Kurt. After he returned to the capital galaxy, he had been followed by various media. Shiryu swaggered and took him out of the palace to the hospital. As a result, the media who followed him surrounded him, like sharks smelling blood. Sir Sean looked sad and described the situation at the time in an earnest tone. He didn't say a bad word about the two of them, but just said that Kurt might have been too angry for a while. He downplayed the role of the Emperor of the Castellan Empire in this matter to the extreme. And the last sentence subtly made the various media begin to imagine the situation at the time. In this way, the news that Kurt killed his father because he was dissatisfied with the Emperor's reprimand was confirmed. When Duke Kelly wanted to use this incident to weaken the prestige of the royal family, it was too late. You say, is this an accident or man-made? Biska held a cup of black tea and squinted his eyes to taste it. In the past, in the Black Triangle, no matter how hard life was, he was used to enjoying it. And he was happy to enjoy it. And he did everything he could to enjoy it. Which was almost completely opposite to Luo Shiatsi, who was content with what he had. Luo Shiatsi didn't like black tea. He leaned back in his chair, looked at the endless blue sky, and said, of course it was man-made. Biska looked at him with a little surprise. Luo Shiatsi tilted his head and smiled. Wasn't it Kurt who killed people? Where did the surprise come from? He played word games really well. Biska lowered his eyes and whispered, you have really changed a lot compared to before. We all have. Luo Shiatsi sighed. No one can stay the same forever. And everyone is moving forward. Biska put down the black tea in his hand, stood up and put on his coat, and said sideways, she has taken 99 steps. And it's my turn to take the last step. Luo Shiatsi looked up at him, frowned slightly. You said it so ambiguously. Biska laughed softly. I am your senior brother. It's fine if you don't help me. But you also attack me all day long. Is Xie Yuyan so charming? You two are all on his side. Young General. Federal Marshal. These 8 short words are an honor that cannot be expressed in one sentence. She doesn't like you. Luo Shiatsi has been able to apply Shiryu words flexibly. Am I not strong enough? Or am I not attractive? Biska asked, touching his chin. He didn't know Xie Yuyan. But this didn't prevent him from understanding the legendary marshal of the First Federation. Very strong. But not strong in the traditional sense. It's awkward and strange to say this. But Biska thinks so. He looked at the endless blue sky. This world is still interesting. You are not good looking enough. Luo Shiatsi struck the hammer of thunder. Biska pulled back his thoughts. His eyes were filled with astonishment. What kind of weird reason was this? Luo Shiatsi did not intend to explain. He had heard the name Little Pretty from Shiryu more than once. It was a good thing that she could come up with such a nickname. And not only did she come up with it, but she could also call it out in front of Xie Yuyan. I don't know how Xie Yuyan accepted this name, seeing that he did not intend to explain himself. Biska touched his nose. Okay. I admit that I am not as good looking as Xie Yuyan. But it is not much different. Right? He was not sure, and wanted to seek recognition. Luo Shiatsi gave him a look that said you experience it yourself. It may be the distance of a galaxy. If it were not for Xie Yuyan's overly powerful strength and absolute nationality that completely overshadowed his appearance, I am afraid that the people of the entire universe would become his fans. His Highness Surul's injury is not serious. Just a superficial wound. I have treated his wound, and he will be back to normal in 3 days. However, in order to heal the wound better, try not to touch water or do intense exercise in the next few days to avoid tearing the wound. After the doctor gave careful instructions, he left with the nurse. Shiryu sat on the chair, fiddling with the smart brain, not knowing what she was doing. Sher Shang turned his head to look at her several times, but she didn't respond. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Kurt's poke was not only unexpected by the Emperor of the Castellan Empire, but also by everyone else. Sher Shang still feels unreal. Everything went too smoothly. The biggest obstacle in front of him was like a dandelion, which was blown away by the wind and could no longer pose any threat to him. The situation continues to ferment on the Star Network. Sure, you didn't even bother to answer, and asked casually, "What happened to your injury? I remember reminding you not to joke with your life before you went there. And be careful not to play yourself into trouble." When he met Kurt at the gate of the Castellan Empire Palace, sure you guessed that he would not give up easily after being defeated, and specifically told Sher Shang to be careful. But he seemed to have other plans. Sher Shang pursed his lips, but still told his plan, "Kurt wants my life." But he was seen through. He didn't go to the original lounge to change clothes, but changed to another one. Kurt was stupid and impulsive, and he didn't have a clear understanding of himself. He rushed over with a dagger to attack him. He said a few more words to irritate him, and things went in the direction he expected. And he just wanted to teach Kurt a lesson. And by the way, let him get out of the capital star system, so that he wouldn't hurt Sher Xia or Sher Shao one day. Kurt was petty, and after he couldn't do anything about him, he would most likely attack the people around him. It was like this before, but he had never been treated like this by Kurt. "So you put your life in front of him? Do you know that if something goes wrong, the one who will be pushed to that position in the end will be Sher, who is only 6 years old this year? As I said, in fact, whether it is for Duke Kelly or the ambitious Biska, Sher is the best choice. Your life is not as important as you think. Even Sher's life is insignificant to those in power. Duke Kelly will not be satisfied with being just a powerful minister. He yearns for the pinnacle of power in this country. After Kane's death, he was given such an opportunity, and his ambition was nurtured. The Castellan Empire is also going to be in chaos." Sher Shang was stunned. He looked at Yu, but Yu did not intend to explain it to him in detail. If you can't even see through such a little thing, don't think too much. Just be a puppet honestly. At least you can keep your life. Not right. When the right time comes, the puppet will also be abandoned. At this point, Yu put away the intelligent brain and stood up, saying meaningfully, "You don't have to worry about the next thing. Stay in the mansion obediently during this period. Duke Kelly likes obedient people. Why is father angry?" Biska accurately avoided the broken vase fragments on the ground and walked in step by step. His steps seemed to have been measured, and the distance of each step was exactly the same. Duke Kelly raised his head from the table and met Biska's eyes, and was slightly stunned. Biska looked very similar to him when he was young, but those eyes were like his mother, and when she looked at people with a smile, it seemed that she was brewing 1,000 styles. "Why are you here?" Duke Kelly's voice could not hear any emotion, but those who had seen him and Ariel knew that his attitude at the moment was very cold. Duke Kelly knew from the beginning that he had an illegitimate child in the Black Triangle, but he never planned to bring him back. Of course, this idea only lasted a few years. Ariel was his most beloved daughter, and he had raised her to be spoiled, willful, and overly naive. She was not suitable for being under the power, and he needs an heir who can inherit his rights. Biska is very suitable. After hearing the news outside and hearing what Ariel said, "I think my father must be very distressed at the moment. I just have an idea and think I can help my father solve his problems. Are you interested in listening?" His words were not very sincere, but they revealed the mentality of an illegitimate child who had just returned home and wanted to be reused. Duke Kelly narrowed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and looked up and down at Biska. Biska still looked like a teenager. He was respectful between his eyebrows, but also revealed a little unruly and frivolous. He always knew that Biska was ambitious. "Tell me about it." Biska smiled, with a little confidence in the corners of his eyes, and said, "I think what happened today is a good thing for my father." He paused, and seeing Duke Kelly's eyes on him, he continued, "Once there is a scandal in the royal family, there will be a second and a third time, and people's patience is limited. If you want to destroy it in a short time." He spoke slowly, and every word was very clear. Duke Kelly's irritable brows gradually relaxed. At the end of the topic, Duke Kelly's face showed a satisfied expression. Biska didn't say anything more, bowed respectfully, and was about to leave the study. Duke Kelly suddenly said, "Do you have any impression of the bodyguard besides Cyril? Do you know who he is?" Biska's steps paused slightly, turned around and said, I heard Cyril say that he was a person left by Norton. And he was the one who brought the two brothers out of the garbage planet. He is quite capable. His fair evaluation. Norton? This name had not been heard by Duke Kelly for a long time. He thought for a long time before he remembered Norton's appearance. Both Norton and Kane were troublesome characters. Unfortunately, they both died young. Find a way to get him away. Cyril doesn't need someone who can influence his thoughts, and even cause trouble for us one day in the future. Biska responded obediently. He stepped over the broken glass on the ground again, and gently closed the door of the study. But when he left along the long corridor, he passed by a man wearing a silver mask. He stopped, looked at the man back, and narrowed his eyes. I don't know if the other party noticed it. Stopped his pace, and slightly side-eyed. Sure you didn't know that she had been remembered by Duke Kelly. She touched her Xia's head at her feet, and knew that Ariel had sent him back, and asked Carl to prepare a gift to send over. Xia usually likes to play with Shiyu. After he stayed with Shishang for a while today, his stomach started to growl, and he remembered the agreement with Shiyu. He climbed out of Shishang's bed, tucked him in, and then rolled out of the room like a small dumpling. Shiyu had just finished communicating with Luo Xiaozi, and saw Xia staring at him with a puzzled look. Xia reminded him, Did I behave well in the palace today? He didn't say directly that he was here for a reward. Shiyu suddenly realized that she had set a trap for Kurt, and let Xia speak without restraint. She took out a small pudding from her space bag, and gave it to him. Leading him astray, very smart. Did a good job. Xia immediately held the small pudding and ate it beside her. Speaking vaguely, Shiyu touched his head and sighed. But she couldn't change anything. The news of the death of the Emperor of Caslan Empire spread more and more widely. Duke Kelly arranged his funeral. Shishang looked haggard when he attended the funeral. After his funeral, the question of who would inherit the throne was also put on the table. In addition to Kurt, he had other children. Other people in the royal family, who did not have the right of inheritance, were waiting to see who would become the next emperor of Caslan Empire. Duke Kelly stood up and strongly recommended Shishang as the new emperor of Caslan Empire. Of course, people from Xiao Lina's faction disagreed. Who is Cyril? He was thrown into the garbage planet at the age of 10, and stayed with the worst criminals of Caslan Empire. When the emperor had other children, what qualifications did he have to inherit the throne? Xiao Lina's people did not say it so bluntly, but the meaning was similar. The Congress had no idea how many times they had quarreled over this. Silica had confronted Xiao Lina many times. If it was not just a video conference, they might have fought. As the person at the center of the conflict, Shishang ate and drank every day, either playing with Xia or accompanying Xiao to see a doctor. And he didn't care about how the wind was changing outside. Are you going to the front line? Biska said without raising his head, while playing a hand-operated mecha game. He had a special liking for this kind of game, and would take some time out every day to play it. Luo Xiaozi couldn't tell what kind of weird habit he had. Sure you bit the fruit with a crunch and asked uncertainly, Let me go to the front line? Aren't you afraid that I will wipe out your army? The Republic of Toyas is a living example. Although they have signed a peace treaty with the Federation, the losses from the wars over the years are enough to hurt them. Not to mention the compensation they have to pay to the First Federation. And the resources of the Winter Galaxy that they exchanged with great effort are almost empty. And Zakana must be regretting it. The Federation asked them to choose, and they gave up the Brooks Fortress and chose the Winter Galaxy. Biska said without shaking his hand, You are welcome to play casually. If you can play Zakana or Xiao Lina, it will be better. The more chaotic the situation in the Caslan Empire is, the better it is for him. Since you don't care, I won't be polite. Cyril's life is in your hands for now. If anything happens, I come back to settle with you. She threatened. I didn't realize you care about them. The game was over. And Biska looked up. You are my savior anyway. How can I not care about you? She was a talkative person, and no one knew whether what she said was true or false. Biska only believed 3/10 of it. When are we leaving? He was too lazy to argue with Shiryu. Anytime. She couldn't wait to leave the Caslan Empire. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It seemed as if the life of the Emperor of the Caslan Empire was deliberately handed to her. Now, Duke Kelly has stood beside Shishang. Unless Xiao Lina can kill Duke Kelly, it is only a matter of time before Shishang takes the throne. Biska stood up and stretched, patting Shiryu on the shoulder. If you don't want to stay in the First Federation, I will hire you as my personal bodyguard with an annual salary of 100 million, including food, drink and accommodation. He began to talk non-stop. When he was dry-mouthed, Shiryu looked at him sideways. The price has increased. You can't afford it. Biska? Shiryu stepped onto the balcony, spread his hands and turned his back, and fell down while blinking at Biska. Goodbye. The future Duke of the Castellan Empire. At that moment, the setting sun was like a pillar, covering her. Biska opened his eyes slightly, took a step forward, but suddenly stopped. He lowered his eyebrows and laughed softly again. No one knew what he was laughing at. Are you leaving? Luo Shiatsi leaned against the edge of the flower bed with his arms around his chest, witnessing her flirting throughout the whole process. Shiryu paused slightly, then walked beside him in small steps, leaning against the flower bed like him, and said in a deep voice, "It's time to go back." Luo Shiatsi didn't say anything else, but handed him something. Shiryu lowered his head, and his pupils dilated when he saw what he was holding. Where are you from? Luo Shiatsi was holding a silver mask. Biska bought it. He said that a man wearing the same mask as this appeared in the Duke of Kelly's mansion and went to his study. Luo Shiatsi said. At that moment, Shiryu's mind was turning over and over, and he murmured, "Why is he here?" Luo Shiatsi thought she was asking him, and shook his head and said, "I don't know. They have always suspected that the man wearing the silver mask is from the Federation, but they can't find evidence." Shiryu took the mask and looked at the sunset in the sky, and the sunset that was just golden now was so red that it seemed to bleed. She suddenly had an extremely ominous premonition. This feeling. The next day, Shang received a call from Silica, asking him to let Shiryu go to the Talisaka fortress. Silica's attitude was very firm, leaving him no room for refusal. Shiryu had packed his bag. She leaned against the door, looking at Shang, who was distracted after receiving Silica's call, whistled and said, "Do you really think of me as your parents? Why are you crying?" Shang looked up blankly. He always knew that Shiryu could not stay with him forever, but he did not expect the separation to come so quickly, so fast that he could hardly react. He felt his throat dry, wanted to say something but didn't know what to say, and finally said dryly, "What about Aunt Shir?" He had always seen how much Shiryu valued Shir Xiao. "Let her stay with you first. I will come to pick her up one day in the future." Shir Xiao was not suitable to leave the Castellan Empire with her at this time. Otherwise she would be suspected. This also made Shiryu extremely helpless. Shang nodded stiffly, and said as if he was promising, "I will protect her." He changed. But he didn't change. Shiryu walked over and patted his shoulder. "I hope you can do well. See you next time." After saying that, she left with the space bag without looking back. She had done what she should do, and the rest was up to Biska and Luo Shiatsi. These two people could play all kinds of tricks. Maybe it won't be long before Duke Kelly will fall into their hands. Seeing the shuttle disappear into the sky as a beam of light, Shang lowered his head and sighed. What happened in the past few months was so fast that he felt like he was in a dream. The things that once bothered him were no longer out of reach. But he didn't have much happiness in his heart. The heavy things seemed to accumulate more and more. He was at the other end of the scale, and every step was difficult. The only thing he could do was to maintain balance. He could no longer stay out of it. Silica's light golden hair was tied behind her head. She was a capable woman with outstanding abilities. Otherwise she would not have been fighting with Xia Liqin for so long in the battlefield of Talisaka Fortress. During this period of time, the war between the First Federation and the Castellan Empire had its own winners and losers. Shiryu was nominated by her, and he was capable. He was not thrown into a corner, but he was not taken seriously. She just glanced at Silica from a distance. This vigorous female general did not seem to intend to see her. Shiryu could guess her thoughts to some extent. Capable people are always very confident in themselves. Although Silica belongs to the Duke Kelly faction, she is not an absolute subordinate. She will work for Duke Kelly, but it is impossible for her to obey him. In her opinion, Shiryu is just an insignificant bodyguard, even if she has some influence on the two brothers Surreal at this stage. As more and more people appear around Surreal, this influence will gradually weaken. Just a bodyguard. This is her final conclusion. So she does not intend to see Shiryu, because it is just a waste of time for her. Shiryu wished she would not see her. She was thinking about returning to the First Federation, but she had already penetrated the enemy. It seemed a bit too easy for the Castellan Empire to leave so easily. And she also had to take into account the 3 people on Shang who were currently in the center of the vortex of the Castellan Empire. She could only fake her death to leave. While eating breakfast, Shiryu was thinking about how to give Silica a big surprise. And suddenly heard someone whispering beside him. The logistics troops have been mobilized. And I wonder if there will be another big move. There were many such discussions. And Shiryu could hear a few of them every day. She suddenly parachuted in. And she didn't show any strength. So she was still in a state of being excluded. She continued to listen. And the person who was talking didn't mention it, and ended the topic. Hasn't the general always wanted to recapture the Talasaka fortress? Maybe he is preparing for this. Someone echoed his words. Since Fort Talasaka was taken away by the First Federation. When did the general not want to take Fort Talasaka back? But it's been so long. And we can't even get close to Fort Talasaka. The person who just spoke asked back disapprovingly. And sighed a little. If you ask me, no one has taken back Fort Talasaka after fighting for so long. It's better to destroy the fort directly, so as not to benefit the First Federation. Immediately someone frowned and didn't refute his words. There are still many of our people in Fort Talasaka. What's the point of destroying it? Besides, you don't know the defensive capabilities of the fortress. The First Federation has deployed gray light shields in Fort Talasaka, and their fleet is guarding it. We can't even get close. If it was really that easy to destroy, the war on Fort Talasaka would not have lasted so long. Gray Shield has its weaknesses. Right? It was developed more than a decade ago. Maybe there is a way to crack it in the country. Sure, you thought of the group of people who appeared in the capital star of the Republic of Toes. They had weapons that could disintegrate Gray Shield. Thinking of this, her brows furrowed. Those people were able to develop weapons that could disintegrate Gray Shield. So maybe the Castellan Empire had also developed them. Could it be that this operation really wanted to take down the Talasaka fortress together? As they talked, they started to go off topic and discussed whether there was a way to crack the defense capability of Gray Shield. Sure, you ate the last bite of breakfast and left the cafeteria. The frequent mobilization of logistics troops did reflect to some extent that Silica would make a big move next. But before the order was issued, no one knew what she was thinking. Sure, you was walking and thinking. And suddenly, there was a notification in the team channel. She quickly arrived at the gathering place. And her team leader did not give any explanation and directly ordered everyone to go to another battleship. 10 minutes later, everyone assembled and the warship immediately made a space jump. Where are they going? Not only was Shiryu confused, but those who had not received a clear order were also confused like her. The combat mission was not announced until the Interstellar battleship completed the space jump. About a day later, the entire battleship sounded the assembly alarm without warning. The mission order was finally issued this time. At this time, Shiryu knew that the destination of the Interstellar battleship space jump was the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. Silica appeared in front of everyone and announced the goal of this war. Sniper the Judgment Corps. Shiryu almost lost her composure. But fortunately, she controlled her expression in time. After the Judgment Corps captured the Talasaka fortress, it never participated in the war with the Castellan Empire again. The reason why it appeared in the Rachel Star Fragment Belt was because of Libicea, who had disappeared for 100 years. Silica was really calculating. It is estimated that Xia Liqin would not have thought that she would quietly leave the Talasaka fortress battlefield and come to the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. The Talasaka fortress was snatched from Silica by Xiao Piaoliang. I think she has always been brooding over this matter. Before that, Xiao Piaoliang was promoted to marshal and stationed in the Lilvaya fortress. Silica had no chance to take back the Talasaka fortress from him. Now he appeared in the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. Silica couldn't stand it. Silica, this woman, has always believed in getting up from where you fell. Sure, you quickly calmed down. Silica's strategy was indeed unexpected. But if the Judgment Legion could be taken down by surprise, the Judgment Legion would not be so feared in the universe. Besides, it was a fantasy to want to take down the Judgment Legion with only these people from Silica. But soon, another piece of news came, which almost made sure you lose his composure. Xiao Lina also led the fleet to the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. Silica and Xiao Lina, two women who could quarrel without face-to-face conversation, reached a consensus at this time and sat at the same conference table to discuss the next battle arrangement. They didn't blush for several hours. One combat unit after another began to move frequently. After meeting with Silica, Xiao Lina quickly returned to her fleet and then disappeared in the vast universe. No one knew what mission the fleet she led was carrying out. Yu's sense of urgency became more and more obvious. At this time, she thought of the mask that Luo Shiazi gave her. The man with a silver mask appeared in the Duke of Kelly's mansion. What does he want to do? Want to attack Xiao Piaoyang again? So he is willing to unite with the Caslan Empire? Chapter 153. You seem to be in a good mood recently? Lan Luo bit a little pudding. His voice vague. He also had a black ponytail. And the wig was of good quality. Swinging with his speech, Xie Yuyan was concentrating on the star map and ignored him. Lan Luo didn't care. Swallowed the little pudding in one gulp. And said the reason for his good mood. Any news about that salted fish? When will she come back? Lan Luo asked, as if he was sure of it, and pulled the wig that fell on his forehead. This thing is very troublesome to carry. Xie Yuyan still didn't speak. The star map of the Rachel fragmented star belt was a little wrong. A few months ago, he rushed to the Rachel fragmented star belt and learned that the missing Lipakea appeared. He immediately led the fleet to Lipakea. He encountered many Zergs along the way, and he had a bad guess in his heart. The Judgment Corps strangled all the way, and almost all the Zerg died. The rock lizards also hid. Along the way, he recorded the star map of the Rachel star fragment. After arriving at Lipakea, a mysterious fleet began to bomb Lipakea. After Yu was swallowed by the black hole while driving the mecha, the fleet saw the Judgment Corps. Many people in the fleet escaped by taking advantage of the complex terrain of the Rachel star fragment. Those who did not escape activated the self-destruct system of the Interstellar spacecraft, leaving no one alive. Xie Yuyan thought, tapping lightly on his knees with his 5 fingers. For so long, he did not leave the Rachel star fragment for another reason besides searching for Yu whereabouts. Suddenly, an emergency communication popped up from his brain. Marshal, an unknown reconnaissance aircraft was just discovered. It is most likely the reconnaissance force of the Caslan Empire. Xie Yuyan's expression tightened, and he stretched out his hand and tapped a few times on the virtual screen. And all the images just detected were presented on his brain. He quickly browsed and ordered, notify all fleet commanders to gather in the general command room in 3 minutes. Lan Luo saw him walking out and immediately stood up and said, what happened? Xie Yuyan nodded, you go to the battle room and wait. Lan Luo nodded and followed him out. The two separated at one of the forks. Lan Luo continued to walk forward. He looked at the endless Milky Way outside the floor-to-ceiling window, sighed lightly, and was about to move forward, but suddenly stopped and turned his head stiffly. At the node where it intersected with the Milky Way, a silver-yellow butterfly gently stretched its wings, and bits of gold fell from its wings as it fluttered. At the same time, the space bag on Xie Yuyan's waist trembled slightly. Under the dark night sky, the stars were dotted, and the bright light of the space station was always like a beacon. Lu Dongyan looked up at the sky, but he didn't know what he was looking at. It had been several months since Lipakea appeared and was destroyed. At that time, he and Feng Xiao and others were taken out of Lipakea by Lu Shiwang. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian stayed in the Judgment Corps, and he was taken back to the capital star by Lu Shiwang. He had not gone anywhere in the past few months. He had been staying at home, often in a daze, and he would be in a daze for several hours. He asked Lu Shiwang who he was, but never got an answer. Knock, knock, knock. The door of his room was knocked. The family robot came in and said in a gentle voice, Dongyan, the master is back. Hearing this, Lu Dongyan stood up immediately. He had seen Lu Shiwang only a few times in the past few months, and they were all speechless. He could feel that Lu Shiwang was deliberately avoiding him, but he did not restrict his communication with others. He got up in a hurry, and the chair was brought to the ground. He did not care to pick up the chair and strode out of the room. He finally waited for Lu Shiwang to come home, and he didn't want to delay any longer. When he walked out of the door, Lu Dongyan realized that he was a little strange to this big family. He has lived here for many years, but now he doesn't know why the empty feeling keeps eroding his consciousness. He shook his head and walked quickly towards Lu Shiwang's study. He knew the code of the study door and had been here more than once. Lu Shiwang never guarded against him on this point. Seeing the door open, Lu Dongyan felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. He had been waiting for this day for the past few months, but for some reason, he didn't dare to move forward. The door of the study was completely opened, but the person who expected to appear in his sight was not in the study. Lu Dongyan looked around the study for several times, but still didn't see Lu Shiwang. Not in the study. He grabbed a handful of hair and was about to turn around, But his sight suddenly swept across Lu Shiwang's desk and stopped. There was one more photo. As I said, he had been to this study more than once and helped Lu Shiwang clean up his desk. If he remembered correctly, the last time he came, there was only a photo of him and Lu Shiwang on the desk. Lu Dongyan walked over as if possessed by a ghost. The man in the photo had his long silver hair tied high behind his head. He was wearing the uniform of a federal marshal, and his chest was covered with various medals. He smiled gently, with one hand on the shoulder of the boy next to him. The boy had short black hair, which was completely different from his. He looked a little sick, and his face was abnormally pale. He was holding a paper book in his hand. Taking pictures seemed to be something he did not expect. When he looked at the camera, his face was still a little confused. It was Lan Zhe and Lu Shiwang. He had seen this photo. Half of it was taken by Shiryu from the person who was hanged on the stairs, and the other half was taken by him from the mysterious lounge. The photo was restored very well, and it was impossible to tell that it had been torn in half. Lu Dongyan pursed his lips. He could see from this photo that Lan Zhe and Lu Shiwang had a good relationship. He lowered his eyes, put the photo in place, and was about to leave when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a row of medicines next to the photo. His eyes froze completely after a brief pause. Gene repair agent. He was not unfamiliar with gene repair agents. After experiencing the Gray Star incident, Feng Xiao had studied gene repair agents for a period of time. How could there be gene repair agents here? Several tubes of gene repair agents had been used on the table, and one had just been opened, with some agents still remaining at the bottom of the tube. Lu Dongyan subconsciously took a step back, his heels hitting the ground, making a click. Just at this moment, a beeping reminder sounded, and an email popped out from the virtual screen on the table. The email was jumping, not in the shape of a traditional envelope, but a white smiley face. The corners of the smiley face were wide open, and the face was covered with a mask. The extreme impact made Lu Dongyan's eyes widen. He would not forget this mask, nor that provocative smiley face. Lu Dongyan took a deep breath and suppressed the panic in his heart. He raised his hand to click on the email. The clicking sound of his heels hitting the ground sounded again, followed by a gentle and deadly voice. Dongyan, what are you doing? The voice was not loud, nor scary, but it made Lu Dongyan's hair stand on end. He turned around suddenly and met Lu Shiwang's gaze. He was not wearing his proper and restrained formal clothes. He was wearing a loose white shirt, and the buttons at the collar were unbuttoned, revealing his thin but fair collarbone. There were drops of water falling from the ends of his hair, lightly pressing on his collarbone. But that piece of white skin seemed to be unable to bear the weight, and softly let the drops of water flow down. He had just washed his hair, and there were water stains on his hair and face. He held a towel in his hand and wiped his hair from time to time. He smiled, as gentle as ever, but Lu Dongyan felt a chill on his back. He put his hands on the table and looked at Lu Shiwang, trying to see something from his face. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. Lu Shiwang seemed to know nothing, wiping his hair and walking over, asking, "Why are you here at this time?" Lu Dongyan moved his body with his movements, and Lu Shiwang was still saying, "You haven't been in a good mental state recently. You should rest early." "I'm still thinking about brother." He interrupted Lu Shiwang's words with one word. Lu Shiwang looked at him sideways, with doubt in his eyes. "Is it you?" His voice weakened, shallow, but implied questioning. Lu Shiwang stopped laughing. He looked straight at Lu Dongyan. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. Lu Dongyan couldn't hold back the waves in his heart, and said weakly, "It's you, right?" A smile surged on his face, but it was pale and weak. He looked at Lu Shiwang stubbornly, trying to get a decisive negative answer, but there was no one. Lu Shiwang just looked at him, his eyes calm. "Tell me, is it you?" He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that his respected brother would be the mastermind behind the scenes. "This is impossible." "Dongyan, what do you think?" he asked back, still not denying it. Lu Dongyan collapsed. He stepped back, but found that he couldn't retreat. Suddenly, he thought of something, pointed to the virtual screen that popped up on the table and said, "What did you do in the Caslan Empire again? Last time we were in the Caslan Empire, Marshal Warren declared war on the Caslan Empire regardless of anything. Did it have something to do with you?" He had seen Lu Shiwang communicating with Warren Mo privately, and thought it was just a matter of government affairs. and didn't care at all. But think about it carefully. When was that? At that time, Liu Shiwang was just a little-known congressman with no political achievements. And when Renimo was already a federal marshal. But the way they get along with each other is not divided into superiors and subordinates. And the person who threatened Luo Xiaozi. You are the one who wanted the butterfly specimen? He raised his voice, almost breaking it. Why did you hire the mercenaries of the Black Triangle to steal the butterfly specimen? You already knew that the butterfly was related to the Zerg. You wanted the genes of a new species? Some things cannot be thought about too deeply. The more you think about them, the scarier they will be. Is Baizhuang also related to you? Do you want Shiryu genes? Did you plan for me to appear beside Shiryu? He was already at a loss. His thoughts were confused. And everything he thought of was suspicious. Why? Why did I never know that there was a problem with your genes? And I have been taking gene drugs? Tell me. Go ahead. The man who was seriously injured on the battlefield without a single tear was now in tears. Liu Shiwang still did not explain. He even put down his hand that was wiping his hair, picked up a gene repair potion on the table, drank it in front of Lu Dongyan, and held the empty potion tube and poured it down. It seemed like a silent provocation. Lu Dongyan pupils dilated. But Liu Shiwang said, "Are you interested in hearing my story? Experimental subject KI-006? He looked sideways. A silver light flashed across his dark pupils, and the corner of his mouth curled up a bit more evil than the devil in the abyss. Chapter 154. If this is not the world I want, I will reshape it. At all costs. Liu Shiwang. Experimental subject KI-006. A simple codename seems to be able to say 1,000 words. Lu Dongyan held the edge of the table, and in just a few seconds, his forehead was covered with fine and dense cold sweat. His vision gradually became blurred, and countless double images appeared in front of him. The drizzle that once appeared in his ears seemed to cover his world again. Liu Shiwang took a step forward, and his 5 fingers with distinct joints gently touched the corners of Lu Dongyan's eyes, whispering, "Not all things need to be explored. But if you want to know, I can tell you," he muttered, like the drizzle of spring rain falling on the ground, rolling up the mud. It is a very cliched story. Once upon a time, there was a child who was born in the slums. At that time, the Federation did not have a universal relief policy. He could only find food from the garbage dump every day, and compete with stray orphan animals for food, and survived. He didn't know what the meaning of his life was. He was like a walking corpse every day. He thought about death, but was afraid of the pain of that moment. He lived a humble and despicable life, not only because he was hungry and cold, but also because his gene chain was unstable, but not to the point of collapse. Every attack of the disease could take half of his life. One day, his planet was invaded by interstellar pirates. Interstellar pirates were all extremely vicious. Countless people died in their hands. That day, the blood seemed to dye the sky red. He lay down in a pile of corpses and staggered to his feet. If he pretended to be dead, he could escape. But for some reason, he didn't want to live anymore. The impulse generated at that moment was like an obsession hovering in his mind. No one needed him, and he didn't need anyone. Just like that. Let it end. He watched the hideous interstellar pirates approaching, and a sense of relief arose from the bottom of his heart. But he was not dead. It was a ray of light. A ray of light that illuminated the earth and gave everyone hope. The silver-white mecha descended from the sky, and he realized after a long time that it was his god. Lu Dongyan trembled his eyelashes and looked at the group photo on the table. The man smiled, and his eyebrows were full of wantonness. Liu Shiwang picked up the group photo, gently swept his fingertips across the surface of the photo, and continued, "Just a glance." He only took a glance and fainted. Very useless. But the moment he fainted, an impulse of delusion suddenly rose in his lonely heart. When he woke up, he found that he was not sleeping in a corner of the cold street, but lying in a hospital ward. He did not ask who sent him to the hospital, and stiffly accepted the doctor's treatment. But he kept thinking of the silver-white mecha in the leisure afternoon. He was an ordinary person, who had never been in contact with the army, and had no desire for this world. This was the first time he wanted to know who was driving the mecha so urgently. He didn't have the intelligence brain provided by the Federation, because he was not born in a regular hospital. So he didn't even have the opportunity to find information about the mecha on the Star Network. He was not in a hurry. As long as he was alive, he would know one day. He stayed in the hospital for half a month. And half a month later, a man appeared in front of him and told him that he had the opportunity to go to school. He knew that this man was not the one who saved him. He silently accepted the other party's arrangement and turned from a homeless beggar into a student who went to school obediently. That year, he was 15 years old. The next time he saw the silver-white mecha was at the live broadcast ceremony of the conferment of the Federation Marshal. He finally knew who was driving the silver-white mecha. It was Lan Zhe, the first Marshal of the Federation. Lan Zhe. He repeated this name over and over again, and every time it came to his lips, he seemed to be afraid of offending, and he never dared to call out this name. So, he quietly called him Marshal. He was like a despicable peeping Tom, always paying attention to his news. But there was always so little. His classmates knew that he was paying attention to him. He was a lone wolf. Always alone. No one liked him. No one cared about him. But some people laughed at him for it. How could a person who had nothing and existed like a shadow have the right to worship him? What a fallacy. That day, he was hiding under the bridge hole covered by the setting sun, gasping for breath. He almost thought he was going to die. But he didn't want to die. He struggled to get up and fell in front of a floating car passing by on the street. Suddenly, he saw a person. The bloody setting sun seemed to change color, and the fine carbon gold light enveloped the man, coating him with a layer of golden light. The golden light and the silver hair draped over his shoulders complemented each other with a unique beauty. The wind blew, lifting a strand of silver hair, which fluttered and swayed, making people fascinated. He saw his god. He said, "Where did the poor little thing come from?" Lu Shiwang laughed as he spoke, with a little nostalgia in his eyes. Lu Dongyan was speechless. He had never heard Lu Shiwang talk about his past. In his memory, the age difference between the two brothers was very large. He had also asked where his parents were. But after not getting a response, he suppressed this question in his heart. As he grew older, this problem seemed to no longer be a problem. He didn't care as much as he did when he was a child. And he didn't want to embarrass Lu Shiwang. So he completely put this problem aside. Lan Zhe picked him up from the ground, who was almost half dead, and took him home to let the doctor treat him. Lan Zhe's portable doctor was very powerful, and just a few medicines made his injuries recover as before. He said goodbye to Lan Zhe very obediently, but he was caught by him again in his embarrassment a few days later. He did it on purpose, because he wanted to be closer to that ray of hope. Lan Zhe seemed to like calling him poor little thing. This time he didn't bring a doctor with him, so he applied some medicine to him personally. He curled up on the sofa, watching Lan Zhe's silver hair fall, watching him carefully apply medicine to his wound, and asked him if it hurt. It was really strange. Why could Lan Zhe be so gentle? Obviously, he was just a stranger to him. He asked the question unconsciously. Lan Zhe was slightly surprised by his question, but answered as a matter of course. "Aren't you a citizen of the Federation?" he asked back, and then stated, "I am the Marshal of the Federation." Lan Zhe's voice was firm, with inexplicable pride. He was very strange. People go up to hold power. Why did Lan Zhe become the first Marshal of the Federation? For a sentence, "I am the Marshal of the Federation"? He never thought that a person who was regarded as a belief would be so naive. So naive that it made people laugh. And the final ending was indeed ridiculous. Lu Dongyan looked at him and said in a hoarse voice, "What happened next?" Then it was a sad story. Lu Shiwang sighed and lowered his eyes. "If there is a chance, how about I tell you again?" He raised his head and asked back, with a faint moisture in the corners of his eyes. Lu Dongyan was stunned. He moved his lips and wanted to say something, but he saw Lu Shiwang opening his smart brain and dialing a call as if no one was around. It was Qi Xia. The call was quickly connected, and Qi Xia's face appeared in front of the two. Due to the limitation of the communication, he could only see Lu Shiwang. The moment the call was connected, he bowed his head respectfully and said, "Head of State, how are things arranged?" Lu Shiwang nodded and asked, "Duke Kelly agreed to cooperate with us, and Silica and Xiao Lina are ready." Qi Xia said it very bluntly, and Lu Shiwang didn't think of avoiding him. Lu Dongyan heard it clearly. His pupils dilated, and he looked at Lu Shiwang in disbelief. He didn't expect that he could still carry out his conspiracy under such circumstances. What is he going to do? As the head of the First Federation, he joined forces with the ruler of the Castellan Empire. This is treason. What qualifications does he have to accuse Xia Liqin? Lu Shiwang seemed to be unaware of how much waves his conversation with Qi Xia caused in his heart, and continued to ask, "Where is Yu? Is he still in the Caslan Empire?" The shorter 3 words made Lu Dongyan pupil shrink. After returning, he inquired about Yu news. Qi Xia told him that Yu was fine, and had been staying with Xia Yuyan since leaving Libya. He was confused, and after confirming with Feng Xiao and others, he no longer entangled in it. How could she suddenly go to the Caslan Empire? At this time, Qi Xia words came again, in Silica's worship. Silica doesn't know her identity yet. Lu Shiwang nodded, tapping the table with his right index finger and middle finger alternately. Her luck is always so good. No one wants her life even if she encounters a black hole. He knew that Yu identity was not accidental. There were still traces of black holes in the Rachel Fragmented Star Belt. He sent people to stay in the Rachel Fragmented Star Belt all year round and carefully studied the laws of black hole operation. After Yu was swallowed by the black hole, he asked people to deduce and guessed that if she had not died in the space turbulence of the black hole, there was a great possibility that she would reach the Caslan Empire. And the fact seemed to be so. It must be said that Yu's ability to disrupt the situation was first class. But he took the life of the Emperor of the Caslan Empire after entering the palace of the Caslan Empire. Having such an opponent really gave him a headache. Tell Silica her identity. Before the action, don't let her have any contact with Xia Yuyan. After a brief pause, Lu Shiwang gave the order. Lu Dongyan was completely unable to stand, and he leaned against the table with all his strength, compared to the uncertain evidence just now. At this moment, Lu Shiwang tore through all his fantasies and laid everything out in front of him. He was indeed the mastermind behind the scenes. After the communication ended, Lu Shiwang put his 10 fingers together, looked up and said, "Dongyan, are you going to expose me?" His voice was gentle, but it left Lu Dongyan with no way to retreat. "Why?" He asked these 3 words again, pale and weak, but with his unique stubbornness. Lu Shiwang laughed softly, stood up and faced Lu Dongyan. He was shorter than Lu Dongyan, and when their eyes met, he opened his hands and hugged Lu Dongyan's shoulders. While he was stunned, a slight tingling pain at the back of his neck invaded Lu Dongyan's nerves. Lu Shiwang let him go, his voice lighter than the wind. "Dongyan, you are my only kindness." He lowered his eyes and whispered again, but no one could hear it clearly. Chapter 155. What is this for? Yu blinked innocently. She was eating, and suddenly something like this happened. She was very scared. Although she was scared, she still finished the last bite of food faithfully. Don't waste it. It's shameful to waste it. She was too optimistic, which directly caused the people around her, who were pointing energy guns at her, to swallow their saliva. This is why 1121, who destroyed the Winter Galaxy with her own strength, forced the Toya's Republic to surrender, and escaped with more than 10,000 people under the surveillance of the Caslan Empire fleet. Silica walked out of the crowd, her light golden hair flying in the air, drawing a cold arc. "Oh, the commanders are here. This is quite a big scene." Yu stood up, put her hands on the side of her head, and made a gesture of surrender. She was familiar with this action. "Why 1121? I didn't expect you to be so bold. You dared to stir up trouble in the Empire again. And you dared to appear in my warship." Lysica said she didn't expect it, but she didn't seem to be surprised. There was still ice in her voice, and there was also undisguised contempt. A woman who said one thing and meant another. "General Silica, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Yu raised his hands and tried to play dumb. Silica crossed her arms and her eyes were also stained with contempt. "It has come to this point. Isn't it a bit ridiculous for you to pretend to be innocent?" "It's not ridiculous. She just thinks it's a bit troublesome. After all, fighting and killing consumes the mind, and she has always advocated peaceful coexistence." Silica didn't need her to answer. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said in a cold tone, "Since you like the Empire so much, just stay here forever. Don't worry. I will let your marshal be buried with you. If he can leave ashes after this battle, I will bury you 2 together." There was extreme contempt in her words, and she even laughed at what Yu said at the beginning. Yu put down her hands. She looked straight at Silica, raised her chin slightly and said, "It's hard to say who will be buried with whom." She raised her lips with a stronger contempt than Silica. "Your emperor is dead, and he needs a loyal general to pave the way for him in hell. I think General Silica is very suitable. Why don't you go to accompany him? Seeing Silica's pupils dilated, Shiryu smiled and said, Don't be so surprised. Everyone knows that I went to the castle and empire for a tour. How could I do nothing? She smiled and reminded him, Didn't Duke Kelly tell you that you can't take it for granted when dealing with me? You must be careful. Especially when you don't have bargaining chips. Her voice was light and weak, but it made people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. The next second, Shiryu disappeared from the spot. Silica subconsciously raised her hand to block it. The straightened force came from her elbow. Lysica was hit hard and retreated uncontrollably. She was hit so hard that her elbow was numb and almost lost its intuition. And she couldn't straighten it at all. But when she eased the pain a little, Shiryu appeared behind her. In addition to being a tactical commander, Silica was also a powerful individual soldier. The intuition of hovering between life and death countless times made her bend down and roll forward. And the dark golden scimitar cut across where she was standing. Shiryu words came to her ears again. With a sultry tone, Do you know where you are the stupidest? After knowing my identity, what you should do is not to appear in front of me and confront me, but to kill me quietly. There was regret in her words, as if accusing him of not being a competent strategist. Silica's face was really not good looking. She suddenly realized that she underestimated Shiryu. Underestimated this Y1121 who could stir up trouble wherever he went. She immediately retreated and ordered without hesitation, Kill her! At any cost. After saying that, she immediately walked out, leaving some shrimp soldiers and crab generals to deal with Shiryu. Regardless of whether they could deal with her, Shiryu really didn't expect Lysica to run away in the middle of the fight. It was surprising that she could bend and stretch. But, is it too late? Shiryu grinned, but saw a man wearing a silver mask behind the crowd. The smile on his mouth was extremely malicious. He pointed at the smart bracelet on his wrist and raised his chin to her. Shiryu didn't look at the smart bracelet as he meant, but threw a dagger at him. The dark golden dagger seemed to have eyes, chasing the man forward. In the blink of an eye, people fell down. The man was obviously not a good person. Realizing that the provocation could not distract Shiryu, he also retreated. The sound of bang 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 rang out, and the restaurant was in chaos. Shiryu rolled and fell under a table. The ground here suddenly cracked, and she fell down without any warning. Before the ground closed, she took out several bombs from her space bag and threw them all into the restaurant. The rumbling sound could not be blocked by a wall, and Shiryu clapped his hands and fell to the ground. The space above her began to compress crazily. Shiryu didn't care about the lives of those people, and activated the mimic exoskeleton while unfolding the intelligent brain and running forward, deliberately reminding her to watch. I think it is a big scene that can distract her. It's either a little pretty girl or a few little followers, and they are not easy to deal with. There is an unreceived email in the intelligent brain. When you open the email, you can see a live broadcast. The Rachel Star Belt, which is full of dense meteorites, is full of war. The Judgment Corps has already fought with the army of the Caslan Empire. The mecha troops of both sides are entangled, and the warships are not idle. Countless meteorites were smashed to pieces under the particle cannon, and the flames almost engulfed the camera. Too fast. It seems that Silica did discover her identity before this, and avoided her, and took the lead in attacking the Judgment Corps. Suddenly, Shiryu's sight paused. In the war presented in the live broadcast, in addition to the warships of the Judgment Corps and the Caslan Empire, there was another group of people. Judging from the organization and model of the warships, they were the ones who bombed Lipikea. She hadn't yet gone to settle accounts with those rats in the gutter, but they ran out on their own, looking for death. Shiryu broke out of the window and entered the cockpit of the dark red mecha. She immediately searched for the location of the Judgment Corps in the star navigation map through the live broadcast, but unexpectedly found that even if she went there at the fastest speed, it would take an hour. Good guy. She just said something wrong. Silica is not stupid at all. She knew that this broken wheel warship could not keep her, and she had quietly changed the destination of the interstellar spacecraft and brought her to this hellhole so that she could not support the Judgment Corps in time. Shiryu didn't know whether to say that the Caslan Empire valued her too much, or that they underestimated her beauty without her. You know, when the Judgment Corps became the object of vigilance for the entire universe, she was still staying in the corner of the aquamarine star. Xiao Piaoyang didn't rely on anyone's protection to get to where she is today. Thinking so, Shiryu still drove the mecha's thrusters to the extreme and rushed to the location of the Judgment Corps at the fastest speed. She had been trying to call Xiao Pioliang with her brain. But unfortunately, the universe was vast, and there was no communication channel established. So it was impossible for her to contact the Judgment Core here. Marshal, something is wrong with the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. The frequency of meteorite movement is getting faster and faster, and some places have been out of our surveillance. If this continues, it will be very dangerous here. As the Castellan Empire failed to sneak attack the Judgment Core, the two sides went to war directly. With the complex terrain of the Rachel Star Fragment Belt, the Judgment Core was still at ease. But the star navigation map they had perfected in the past few months changed in these few short days. The Rachel Star Fragment Belt is already dangerous, and it will be even more dangerous if it continues like this. The noise of the battle between the two armies is very large, which is likely to destroy the stability of this space, and cause a black hole to be torn out for no reason. Xie Yuyan nodded, looking at the constantly changing star map. His eyes calm. His 10 fingers jumped lightly on the virtual screen, and he still gave orders in an orderly manner. The war continued. This time, the Castellan Empire seemed to be determined to keep him here, rushing forward at any cost. And more reinforcements were coming. In the combat command room, every combat unit under the command of each commander felt unprecedented pressure. The light of the bomb explosion kept flashing, and the person responsible for maintaining communication with the outside world suddenly turned sideways and said, "Marshal." The first Marshal sent reinforcements, and it will take about an hour to arrive. Marshal Werner sent reinforcements, but was blocked by Xiao Lina on the way. The two sides are currently fighting, one after another. Information kept coming back, and Xie Yuyan enlarged the star map. But one of the red dots said, "Let the warship sail this way." And the A-15 team led 10 combat units from. The commanders who had fought with him never questioned his orders. Everyone quickly adjusted their combat status, moved forward according to his orders, and deployed defenses. Soon, another situation was reported. "Marshal, there are suddenly more meteorites on this road. Make way." Xie Yuyan's tone was light but calm and resolute. The warship adjusted its course, but the fleet of the Castellan Empire behind it was chasing it relentlessly. It was less than 5 minutes away from reaching the destination. A terrifying ray burst out from the front without any warning and rushed straight to the main ship of the Judgment Core. The light green light surged and contacted the ray and quickly turned into a dark green. The gray light shield flashed and easily took on the silent sneak attack. Everyone in the main ship remained calm. They had experienced such sneak attacks more than once. If they were afraid every time, they would sooner or later fall in the command room because their hearts could not bear it. The analysts immediately gave feedback on the situation ahead. It's an unknown fleet. An enemy. Not a friend. There's no Castellan Empire logo on the warships. It's the same organization as the fleet we intercepted before. Suze, you're responsible for meeting them. Jean Bei goes around. No. Marshal, there are too many meteorites. Marshal, enemy warships are also found on the right wing. Marshal, the Castellan Empire has attacked the Talasaka fortress. Marshal, the Castellan Empire has sent reinforcements again. Marshal, the communication with the first Marshal has been intercepted. The dense words Marshal almost drowned Xie Yuyan. He looked at the constantly changing battlefield in the universe, and his voice was still as cold and calm as ever. Hold on for another 5 minutes. Location coordinates, 608, 29, 711, right away. Before he finished speaking, another voice rang out. Marshal, someone is coming. The image in the distance was projected in. The dark red mecha was like a shark that fell into a school of small fish. It opened its terrifying mouth and swallowed all the small fish that didn't know whether to live or die. Xie Yuyan looked at it, and there was an indescribable light in his dark pupils. He continued, locate the coordinates, 608, 29, 711, and immediately pick up Y1121. When the number Y1121 came out of his mouth, the whole command room was refreshed. Someone couldn't help but wonder, is it Major General Sure? Didn't Major General Sure just want to drive the Guardian to participate in the battle? Now is not the time to be confused. The dark red mecha projected in the command room killed those who tried to stop her like cutting melons and vegetables. And she was more or less hit by shells because of the fierce battle. Xie Yuyan turned on the communication channel and waited for the communication to be connected. Sure Yu, who was wearing a silver-blue exoskeleton, waved his claws at him, and then said in his usual cold voice, Major General Sure, please go to the judgment immediately to get your mecha. His voice was light and without ups and downs, But it made sure you on the other end of the communication looked up suddenly. Xia Yuyan raised his eyes slightly and said softly, "The god of war is waiting for his destiny." After saying that, he ended the communication, but said to the command group member on the side, "Jin Bei, the command power is temporarily transferred to you. I will do something very important." After that, he left the central command room, and the people who stayed in the command room carried out his orders in an orderly manner. He was also waiting for his destiny. Chapter 156. Inside the Talasaka fortress, the atmosphere was tense, and the personnel who were monitoring the various areas outside the Talasaka fortress looked solemn. "Marshal, the Castellan Empire seems to want to start a war on multiple fronts. It's not speculation. The Castellan Empire attacked the Judgment Corps and intercepted the 7th Marshal in Renma. Unless they establish an overwhelming advantage, they will not be able to get any good results." Xia Liqin listened to his subordinates without any expression on his face. Soon after the support troops he sent left the Talasaka fortress through space jump. Traces of reconnaissance aircraft activities were detected here. He did not order the support troops to return because he wanted to see what the person who played this trick wanted to do. It is impossible for the Castellan Empire to deploy troops on such a large scale to be a secret. When Silica made some moves, he had already received news of the undercover lurking in her warship. At first, he also thought that Silica's target was Xia Yuyan. But when he knew that Xia Lina and Silica had reunited, he knew that things were not that simple. Xia Liqin turned his eyes to the virtual screen in front of him. The people around him continued to report the situation outside. The fleet of the Castellan Empire appeared at the coordinates 2361, 352. 48. The size of the fleet. The huge Talasaka fortress was wrapped in a tense atmosphere. Since the capture of the Talasaka fortress by the First Federation, the Castellan Empire has tried to recapture it many times, but all ended in failure. But none of the previous battles was like this. The warships of the Castellan Empire appeared silently within the monitoring range of the First Federation. Lu Dongyan squinted his eyes and barely sat up from the bed. He had bitten the tip of his tongue and bled. He spit out a mouthful of blood foam and took out a potion from the space bag with difficulty. His arm was pierced. As the potion was absorbed bit by bit, his blurred consciousness gradually became clear. Perhaps because they often encountered danger, Feng Xiao prepared a large amount of potions for each of them. All kinds of them. Unfortunately, he used them this time. After sitting on the bed for about 3 minutes, Lu Dongyan felt that his limp body was gradually under his control. The mecha and mimic exoskeleton on his body were not taken away. This was not something that the cautious Lu Shiwang would have missed. But he could not care so much. After a brief thought, he walked out of the room. The door just opened, and 2 family robots blocked him. One of them said, "Dongyan, the master has ordered you not to leave. Please return to the room." His voice was still as gentle as always, as if he was chatting with a friend. "Where is my brother?" he asked expressionlessly. "This is not within your scope of concern. You just need to stay at home obediently." Expecting such an answer, Lu Dongyan did not waste words and took action directly. The mimic exoskeleton covered his whole body, and the signal of the battle was quickly received by the family robot. They changed their usual gentleness, easily took his heavy blow, and fought back at the first time. 2 against 1. Lu Dongyan quickly fell into a disadvantage. He wiped the blood stains from his mouth due to being hit accidentally. "I didn't expect your program to be so powerful." His family robot is more powerful than those combat AI robots implanted with special combat programs. It turns out that there are clues everywhere. But he didn't find anything. Lu Dongyan gathered his strength and bounced out in an instant. He was going to fight with the 2 family robots again. No! It was just a feint. When they were about to fight, Lu Dongyan stopped his attack, rolled past them, and threw a bomb at the same time. The explosion sounded, and he rushed out of the corridor. This explosion was not painful to the 2 family robots. They would catch up soon. But the time he bought was enough for him to leave here. The black mecha suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Lu Dongyan broke out of the window, jumped into the mecha cockpit, and disappeared in just a few seconds in this place he called home. The appearance of mechas in the city would undoubtedly cause a great commotion. He turned on the mecha's particle virtualization mode and turned on the shield. After reaching a place he thought was safe, he collected the mecha and headed for the Interstellar port. He was leaving the capital star. Go find Shiryu. The dark red mecha, which had been hit a lot, still easily got rid of the blockade of the Castellan Empire mechas and headed for the command battleship Judgment of the Judgment Corps. Has the God of War been repaired? Shiryu subconsciously touched the index finger of her right hand. It's been a long time. But she still feels empty without the mecha ring of the God of War. Other mechas are not like the God of War that can make her use them as easily as her fingers. Every time she fights, she will feel a little regretful. It's almost there. Not bad. Shiryu threw the scimitar carried by the dark red mecha, and helped the guardian driven by Lan Luo to kill an opponent, and was still talking nonsense when flying to the judgment. Lan, you've become much stronger. Your fighting style is good. Keep it up. Lan Luo received her communication and couldn't help rolling his eyes. You're finally back. If you don't come back, I go on strike. This salted fish's personality is too distinct. He almost exposed himself several times in recent days, in order to establish her image in front of everyone in the Judgment Corps. Xie Yuyan dragged him to the training room every day for training. He also made some training plans. He was allowed to eat small puddings only after he could beat a lot of people in the assessment. Looking at Lan Luo's vivid eye roll, Shiryu couldn't help laughing and said, "Don't be like this. Don't be like this. You are a cute little thing. Rolling your eyes is not cute." Lan Luo was too lazy to pay attention to her, and pressed the communication. Shiryu touched her nose, and the mecha was just beginning to be received by the judgment. She was a little nervous, and she didn't know whether she was nervous about the person she was about to meet, or because she was nervous about fighting side by side with the God of War. Of course, this nervousness only appeared for a while, before she swept it away from her heart. The mecha was slowly received. Shiryu opened the cockpit, and was slightly stunned when he saw Xiao Piaoliang coming out of the gate. Wasn't he in the combat command room? Why did he come here? The two armies are fighting now. There are also a group of people waiting for an opportunity to attack. Shiryu jumped out of the cockpit, and disarmed the mimic exoskeleton on his body. She shook her head, her black hair fluttering down, and smiled with white teeth. She waved her claws at Xiao Piaoliang, who was standing by the gate and panting slightly, and walked towards him. The heels hit the ground, making a slight clicking sound. It was very quiet here, and the sound was very clear. When she walked in, she seemed to hear Xiao Piaoliang's short breath. After more than half a year, he was still as handsome as before, and his silver hair trembled with his slight breathing, which was inexplicably attractive. The dark red military uniform was meticulously buckled at the Adam's apple, blocking the black collar worn on his neck. Shiryu was upset about this black collar because he didn't let her touch it, she complained, and her waving claws became careless. But she still remembered to speak. Long time no. But she was only halfway through her words when her raised hand was grabbed. The force holding her wrist was very strong, as if trying to keep something that was indispensable to him. She discovered for the first time that Xiao Piaoliang had such great strength. Before she had time to make a joke to ease the tense atmosphere, she was pulled over by Xiao Piaoliang's wrist, and the last word in her words was strangled in her throat. When Shiryu was pushed heavily against the gate, she realized that something was wrong. But before she could open her mouth, all her senses were sealed. The clear breath spread around her body, and the silver hair that fluttered up fell down, trembling and falling on her shoulders, intertwining with her hair. The soft touch made Shiryu slightly open her eyes, and the almost overbearing plunder made her consciousness begin to become confused. She subconsciously clasped the pretty girl's shoulders, but he sealed her senses with greater force. I don't know when. The fishy and sweet taste spread on her tongue. The tiny tingling was insignificant and clear. Shiryu hummed softly, moved his arm down, and wrapped it around the man-not-so-strong waist. She exerted a little force, and the situation of the two of them was completely reversed. Shiryu bit his tongue and said vaguely, "You play pretty wild? Who taught you?" "You've been taught badly." "Forget it. It can be even worse." Shiryu raised her hand and gently supported his chin, squinting her eyes, and said, "It's better to leave this kind of physical work to me." After she finished speaking, she demonstrated how to do physical work. The black hair tied behind her fell down and scattered on his shoulders, and the silver hair floated up. The two colors intertwined, swaying gently, but shyly separated. Cough, cough, cough. An inappropriate sound sounded. And it was not just one sound. Shiryu subconsciously pressed Xiao Piaoliang to her shoulder, turned her head, and suddenly met two pairs of gossiping eyes. She loosened her grip, but didn't let go. "Fuck. Why are these two like ghosts?" She didn't change her expression, and said with disdain, "Why are you here? Can't you be a little more sensible, and just walk away when you see something you shouldn't see?" Shiryu rolled her eyes as she thought about it. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian were both wearing the uniforms of the Judgment Corps at the moment. One was hugging his chest, and the other was leaning against the wall. Seeing Shiryu still rolling his eyes, each was speechless. Shouldn't we be the ones to ask you this? In public. In full view of everyone. You two are actually doing this kind of thing. And you didn't even notice the two of us returning for supplies? Is it the decline of morality, or the distortion of human nature? Stop. Shiryu immediately interrupted Gu Qianqian's possible endless chatter. How come she didn't realize before that young Master Qian was so gossipy and talkative? Feng Xiao raised his eyelids and continued, You dare to do it, and don't let people talk about it. I'm going to get sty. Shiryu, Anyway, it's not on my eyes. Xia Yuyan sniffed the sweet scent on Shiryu's body, and the corners of his pursed lips slightly curled up, and he withdrew from Shiryu's arms. He looked at Feng Xiao and the others, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and gently put it to his mouth and coughed twice. The two immediately turned their eyes to him and said, How about this? How about kissing? We've already kissed. When will the betrothal gift be given to you? Hurry up and tell me the reason. The two families of your wife are watching. Why don't you prepare your own dowry? A series of unspeakable expressions. Xia Yuyan wanted to speak, but his ears turned red at their naked eyes. He turned his face away uncomfortably, and grabbed Shiryu's wrist before she could speak. At the same time, the tightly closed gate opened without warning. He exerted a little force, and quickly pulled Shiryu into the gate. Feng Xiao was about to chase, but the gate closed with a bang, completely blocking their sight. Gu Qianqian immediately whistled and said casually, Do you think they will sneak around? Feng Xiao, Not really. Really not. There is still a war going on ahead. If they still have a little shame, they won't. Ahem. Are the supplies ready? Feng Xiao changed the subject very consciously. The issue of betrothal gifts and dowry can be discussed later. After all, Xianyu doesn't look like he can afford the betrothal gifts. Oh, I remembered. Here it is. It was Miss Xia who spent money to buy the intelligent computer. Shame on you. Where are you taking me? The little pretty girl's steps were a little hurried. With a hint of anger, she asked. But he didn't answer. The elevator went up and down, and Shiryu was about to ask again, when the hand that was pinching her wrist suddenly moved down to hold her palm. His slightly cool fingertips interlocked with hers. She turned her head to look at the people around her, but saw that he looked calm. Pretending? He is really good at pretending. If her ears were not so red, she would have believed that he had taken some strange courses during her absence. The elevator stopped and Shiryu was pulled out. She wanted to ask again, but she caught a glimpse of a silver blue light. She turned her head immediately. The silver blue mecha stood in front, and a silver stream of light gathered from the bottom to the top at the highest point. The streamlined design was exactly the same as before, with a unique, the god of war, the dignity and pride. Shiryu slightly opened her eyes, and a cold ring gently touched her fingertips. She lowered her head stupidly, and saw the boy holding her hand, and putting the plain ring on her left ring finger. The silver hair fell down, and the boy had a gorgeous face. He held her chin and whispered in her ear. Shiryu's pupils dilated, but he covered her eyes with his hand. It was not until a slightly cold kiss fell on her lips that she suddenly came back to her senses. Chapter 157. Shiryu sat in the cockpit of the God of War, watching Xiao Piaoliang standing behind the gate that was gradually closing. The airflow made his silver hair sway, and he turned his head to leave a sidelong glance for her. Somehow, the corners of his eyes were slightly red. Looking down, Shiryu whistled. There was a bright red tooth mark on his chin. The button of the military uniform that was originally meticulously tied at the Adam's apple was unbuttoned, and it was hanging messily, revealing the black collar inside, which was inexplicably sexy. Perhaps he noticed her improper gaze. He reached out to close his collar, and gently touched the tooth mark on his chin with the back of his hand. A hint of helplessness flashed across his eyes, and he was a little distressed about how to cover it up. Shiryu touched his nose. She didn't mean it. Just, who let him flirt with her casually? Thinking of this, she looked down at the Aries ring that was supposed to be worn on her right index finger, but was now worn on her left ring finger. I don't know whether to say he is stingy or scheming. The Aries ring cannot be taken off normally unless it is damaged again. It's really easy. Shiryu muttered softly, and then said, Aries, you have to be more powerful. Let's fight quickly. I still have things to do. Driver Shiryu. Being a hooligan will be punished by law. Please stop. Sure you, Ares is still talking, according to Article 22 of Title 8 of the Federal Civil Code. Sure you, Okay. Shut up. Sure you pressed the button on the virtual screen to block the mecha AI. And the voice of Ares stopped abruptly, and her world was quiet. She called Ares's chattering behavior the jealousy of a single dog. As virtual screens lit up one after another in the cockpit, Shiryu's surprise became more and more intense. When she saw one of the virtual screens, her surprise turned into shock in an instant. And then she was overwhelmed with joy in an instant. Great. Really great. She started Ares's driving program. And silver blue light flowed on the surface of Ares. Fine silver particles floated down from the thrusters. In the blink of an eye, Ares turned into a stream of light and left the judgment. The new Ares not only used the blue titanium that Shiryu got from Kuwait, but also used various rare materials she had collected along the way. The current Ares has become stronger on the basis of the previous Ares. The complete core is more suitable for Shiryu, and the power system is equipped with fusion particles to break through to an unprecedented height. As long as the Ares is not destroyed, the energy will never be exhausted. There should be BGM here. The battle situation of the mecha troops in front is very tense. The reinforcements of the Castellan Empire are increasing. When they realize that the mysterious fleet that suddenly appeared is not their enemy, they immediately join the mysterious fleet to complete the pincer attack on the Judgment Corps. In this way, the Judgment Corps was attacked from both sides, and the battle situation was once deadlocked. The Judgment Corps is very strong, but if it continues like this, it will not be able to resist the human wave tactics, and will collapse sooner or later. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian each commanded their own teams, and wondered why Shiryu was so slow. Just as this idea came to mind, a silver blue light and the light of the distant stars shone together, passing through the mecha troops of the Castellan Empire at a terrifying speed. Boom boom boom. No one could see what happened, and the mecha of the Castellan Empire exploded without warning. At the same time, Ares flew to the highest point of the battlefield, unloaded 3 floaters on his legs and arms, and the 12 floaters surged in space, breaking away from the time required for energy storage, rushing into the enemy camp, killing accurately. Ares stopped in place, and the virtual particle wings behind him suddenly folded up, replaced by several gun barrels, which were aimed at the warships of the Castellan Empire, and shot scarlet lasers before everyone could react. Boom boom. There was another explosion, and the SSS-class warships were reduced to interstellar dust in the shocked eyes of everyone. This is not over yet. Ares, who had just dealt with an SSS-class warship, disappeared from the spot at some point. When the radar captured him again, he had already raised the beam sword in his hand high and pointed it at the central command room of the main ship of the Castellan Empire. In the public channel, Shiryu Longloss's voice came, "Officers of the Castellan Empire, please stop your meaningless struggle. You have lost this battle." Her voice was so powerful that it overwhelmed the nerves of everyone in the Castellan Empire. Too fast. This war ended too fast. The main ship was pointed at by a sword. If you don't want to make a meaningless sacrifice, don't make a meaningless resistance. The Castellan Empire's mecha troops all stopped. Before the main ship issued an order, no one knew what to do. But at this moment, a terrifying laser came from the side and hit the main ship of the Castellan Empire. Suddenly, a hole was torn in the silent battlefield, and all the crew members of the main ship of the Castellan Empire were destroyed. Shiryu quickly retreated, and when he saw that the one firing was a Castellan Empire warship that had just come to support, he was slightly surprised. Then, Silica's sonorous voice came from the public channel. "The Empire has only warriors who died in battle. There are no weaklings who surrender. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to hell, but you break in." This sentence is very suitable for Silica in this situation. Shiryu unfolded the virtual particle wings behind the god of war, and turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the warship. "Marshal, the current situation is very unfavorable to us. The Talasaka fortress has completely lost contact with the outside world, and there is no way to ask for help from other fleets." The person reporting had a deep voice. He was not afraid. But the current situation was very unfavorable to the First Sequence Legion. Xialichin's expression did not change much. He sat in the commander-in-chief position with a calm look, watching the constantly changing battle situation, and suddenly laughed. So he had such an idea. This trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west worked well. The several deputy commanders around him did not understand what he meant. After looking at each other, they turned their eyes to him again, waiting for his next instruction. Before Xia Liqin spoke, a sharp and piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the Talasaka fortress. This was a level 1 alarm, which would only sound when the fortress was invaded. The faces of several commanders suddenly changed. At present, the 1st Sequence Corps is still fighting with the fleet of the Castellan Empire. The opponent has not broken through the defense line of the 1st Sequence Corps and entered the range that requires strict vigilance. How could the fortress suddenly sound a level 1 alarm? At this time, an emergency call came in. Marshal, many unknown mecha pioneers suddenly appeared in the fortress and are slaughtering me wantonly. He was hit in the head by an energy bomb halfway through his words, and blood splattered, passing through the virtual screen, and quickly fell to the ground. A man wearing a black mimic exoskeleton walked to the virtual screen. He stepped on the smart bracelet on the man's wrist, and the virtual screen began to distort. Before it disappeared, the camera captured a man wearing a white mimic exoskeleton. The front line was still fighting, but there was silence in the command room. The combat effectiveness of the soldiers of the 1st Sequence Corps may be slightly worse than that of the Judgment Corps, but their combat literacy is definitely higher than that of the Judgment Corps. All of them have followed Xia Liqin to fight all the way, and have encountered more critical situations than this. After a brief silence, several deputy commanders quickly and methodically issued orders to the combat units they were responsible for. Xia Liqin looked at the red areas in the fortress, pointed to one of the locations and said, "He Jiang, take your people out from here." He Jiang suddenly turned his head. "Marshal." Xia Liqin leaned back in his chair, put his 10 fingers together, and looked at He Jiang with a look that could not be refused. "You go first. I want to stay here to meet the person who came to see me specially." "Marshal." "He Jiang, execute my orders. Do you remember what I said to you before?" His tone was resolute, with his usual strong tone. He Jiang gritted his teeth and said, "Marshal, the situation is not the most critical time now. We need an opportunity." Xia Liqin interrupted He Jiang. The two sides looked at each other, as if silently conveying some information that could not be known to others. Finally, He Jiang nodded, took off his military jacket, activated the mimicry exoskeleton, and walked out with his people. It was impossible for the interstellar spacecraft to go to the front line. Lu Dongyan did not buy a ticket, but thought of Gu Qianqian's shuttle parked at the interstellar port. Gu Qianqian said that if they needed it, they could use this shuttle with their identity ID. He had laughed and said before that there was probably no day when he would use it, but he didn't expect that day to come so soon. Lu Dongyan kept reading the data on the virtual screen and began to search for the wormhole coordinates of the front line. He wanted to rush over as quickly as possible to tell Shiryu something. After the coordinates were checked, he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down beside the cockpit. His smart brain was still on, and it kept showing communication. But the communication could not be connected. The capital star was too far away from the front line, and there was a war going on there, so there was no direct channel to contact Shiryu. The shuttle was flying, and it would take another 10 minutes to reach the wormhole jump site. Lu Dongyan opened the star network to search for news from the front line. An hour ago, the Castellan Empire launched a full-scale war against the United Gang. Lysica first attacked the Judgment Corps stationed in the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. The specific battle situation has not yet been reported. Then, when Renma, who was heading to the Rachel Star Fragment Belt for support, was intercepted by Xiao Lina's fleet halfway. Almost at the same time, the Talasaka fortress was also attacked by the Castellan Empire fleet. The situation became very complicated. The war broke out at 3 locations at the same time, and other marshals were already mobilizing troops to prepare for support. Lu Dongyan pursed his lips and opened the Star Network account of the head of state Lu Shiwang to see his latest schedule. Rest. He was sure that Lu Shiwang was not at home. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape. After being brothers for so many years, he still knew this about Lu Shiwang. Is the goal the Judgment Legion? Delay Shiryu? Shiryu cannot be delayed? He must know that Shiryu is the biggest variable. After so many battles, he will know this more clearly. So, the target is not the Judgment Corps. He closed his eyes, thinking of the last words he heard before he fainted. The photo on Lu Shiwang's desk. And, Xia Liqin. It's Xia Liqin. Lu Dongyan suddenly opened his eyes, immediately modified the coordinates of the wormhole jump, and headed for the Talasaka fortress. Hope. I can catch up. The combat power of the God of War is extremely terrifying. Ordinary mecha troops are not Shiryu opponents at all. No matter how many there are, they are just cannon fodder. If this continues, it will only increase unnecessary casualties, and the war situation will become increasingly unfavorable to the Castellan Empire. Silica jumped into the mecha cockpit and handed over the command to her adjutant. At the same time, all the mechas driven by the Castellan Empire's mecha pioneers, which have always been used only for extreme tasks, appeared on the battlefield with Silica. Since ordinary mechas can't deal with Shiryu, let's switch to mecha vanguards. It's not that the Castellan Empire doesn't have troops that can rival the Judgment Corps, but these people are used on the blade, not like the First Federation, which forms a legion and is held in the hands of certain people. Silica's eyes were calm, and the pale golden mecha led the black mecha to appear in the universe, forming a strange landscape. Seeing that the God of War had already rushed to the front, Silica immediately ordered to surround Shiryu. As soon as he moved, several shells in the distance bombarded her. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and intercepted and shot down the shells while dodging them. I say, Auntie, are you taking it for granted that you want to bully the minority with your numbers? Are we dead? Gu Qianqian's slapping voice came from the public channel, and it really had some of Shiryu's style. Shiryu mouth twitched when his lines were taken away, and he said disdainfully, "Don't come here to get in the way. Go and deal with other people. This old lady is no match for me. I help you after I kill her." The conversation between the two was not very hurtful but very insulting. Silica is less than 100 years old now. At her age, she has achieved such achievements. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is young and promising. But now she is being called old lady by the two people, which almost makes her nose crooked. But the two of them are still talking on the public channel as if no one else is around. "No. I'm here to help you out of kindness. Can't you say something nice?" Okay. You are so capable. Kill them all by yourself. I watched the show." After saying that, Gu Qianqian crossed his arms in the mecha he was driving, pretending to watch the show. It is estimated that only the two of them can do such an improper thing on the battlefield. Feng Xiao felt a little embarrassed for no reason, and didn't want to be with them. He quietly pulled Lan Luo next to him to deal with the mysterious fleet that was trying to attack in the dark. Shiryu shouted, "Open your eyes wide," and swung out two beam swords to kill Silica in the next second. Her hatred value was already very stable. Now that the new hatred and the old hatred were added together, Silica wanted to eat her alive. And the combat effectiveness of the mecha was also improved. But for Shiryu, this was probably the difference between stepping on a small ant and stepping on a big ant. She easily avoided the sneak attack of the Imperial Mecha Vanguard, turned around and cut off the flying shells. Seeing that Silica wanted to use this gap to force her to have no way to retreat, she turned on the thruster and retreated. Seeing that Silica took the bait and followed, the virtual particle wings behind the God of War vibrated, and the huge mecha disappeared on the spot, killing everyone by surprise. Before Silica's anger could burst out, she was kicked hard from behind and almost vomited blood. It was too fast. It was so fast that she had no time to react. This is impossible. The load brought by such a speed is simply not something that the human body can bear, and the consumption of mental power will reach a terrifying value. Even if Shiryu has a high level of physical fitness and mental power, he can only maintain this state for a short time. Silica made an analysis in a flash, ignoring that she had consumed a lot of energy due to the injury, and cooperated with the Mecha Vanguard to induce Shiryu to fight with overload. She dragged it for a full 3 minutes. But Shiryu pressed her like a cat playing with a mouse. Whether it was the power of the attack or the speed of retreat, it was maintained at a very stable peak, and it was not weakened at all due to the change of time. Impossible. Maybe someone can sustain such a high-intensity battle for so long. Silica gritted her teeth tightly, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. Shiryu opened the public channel and said, "Auntie, what are you delaying? No one can come to save you," she shouted excitedly. And then she suddenly realized something and said, "Are you waiting for my physical and mental strength to be exhausted? Sorry. I forgot to say before the fight that I should be able to maintain this state for another hour. 1 hour is actually a conservative estimate. I don't know how long I can fight. But I'm a little tired now, and want to eat pudding. Why don't you just admit defeat? Auntie!" With a wow, Silica couldn't swallow the blood that was pressed in her throat anymore, and spit it out straight. Seeing that the action of the mecha driven by Silica had stagnated, Shiryu was like a shark that smelled blood. And excitement surged in his eyes. God of War. The particle beam sword in her left hand suddenly shortened and disappeared, and then shot out from the other end in an instant. The mecha vanguard fighting against her was caught off guard, and was stabbed by the beam sword when he tried to attack from behind. And the cockpit was pierced. Shiryu kicked the man away, and appeared next to Silica's light golden mecha in the blink of an eye. With a sword in his hand, the already riddled light golden mecha was immediately torn into pieces, leaving only a cockpit. Shiryu captured Silica alive. In the huge fortress, the sound of explosions continued. Xia Liqin sat silently in the central command room, and the other people in the command room had disappeared. The lights here went dark at some point, and it was a little scary. He sat quietly, tapping his fingers on the armrest of the seat from time to time, as if responding to the explosions in the distance, sometimes far, sometimes near. Suddenly, a crisp click sounded, which was the sound of the heels falling on the ground. Xia Liqin finally responded. He slowly raised his head and looked at the person who appeared in the central command room. The dim light made it difficult for him to see the other person's appearance. The man took off his white mimic exoskeleton, revealing a straight suit. He walked slowly, and the sound of clicking came from far away. In the dark command room, a ray of light shone in, just shining on his chin, and fell on the golden dial on his right wrist. Xia Liqin looked at the man who suddenly stopped at the door and laughed. It's really you. The light moved slowly, illuminating Lu Shiwang's entire face. He was not wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and the scattered hair on his forehead was also swept away by him. The face that had been completely exposed had an inexplicable messy beauty. He turned his eyes away, and Xia Liqin, who was sitting sideways on the chair, uttered 4 words gently. Long time no see. Obviously, the two had met at the parliament a few days ago. But soon, he added 2 words. Reg. Xia Liqin's expression did not change, as if he had expected this. He even leaned back leisurely, but said with a little regret, I should have thought that you were the boy next to him back then. His eyes were a little vague, as if he was reminiscing about something. Lu Shiwang did not respond to his words, but smiled coldly. Reg, you betrayed him. Chapter 158. Betrayal? Xia Liqin repeated these 2 words. These are words that should make people feel guilty. He repeated them several times, raised his head, and looked straight at Lu Shiwang, and laughed wildly. What qualifications does a mouse who always hides in the gutter have to say this to me? His pupils dilated, as if he thought of something that made him tremble. The energy gun was raised in response to him. Xia Liqin had no fear at all. He crossed his fingers and supported his chin with the back of his hand, looking at Lu Shiwang with a cold face. What qualifications does a person who also uses his genes for experiments have to stand here and accuse me? The corners of his mouth curled up, and a wanton arc was drawn. You captured Lan Luo, didn't you? When he exchanged with Yin and me, he let me go, but the spaceship he was riding suddenly exploded. I thought he was very violent and wanted to get rid of my control, but he was imprisoned in the underground laboratory of Aquamarine Star. Xia Liqin sighed, and looked at Lu Shiwang with more naked eyes. You can kill his child, and you still blame me with confidence. Seeing that Lu Shiwang was still unmoved, Xia Liqin continued, you did the gray star thing, too, and deliberately threw out the totem I used, in order to expose my identity through the hands of others? It's ridiculous. He spit out 4 words with contempt. You don't even dare to stand in the sun to expose my identity. What qualifications do you have to stand here and denounce me? He said one sentence after another, and every sentence was like a heavy hammer hitting Lu Shiwang's heart. But Lu Shiwang could reach the position of the head of the Federation by his own efforts. So how could he lose his composure because of his words? The evil ones always worship evil as gods. Xia Liqin was still saying, you are very capable to support when an MO to the position of Marshal. Yu Yan is too young after all, and he fell into your calculations. But unfortunately, you have exposed too much along the way. Xia Liqin put on a strategizing posture, but finally got a response from Lu Shiwang. He chuckled, raised his hand to lift the hair that fell on his forehead, and his 5 fingers brushed the ends of his hair, revealing the upturned tail of his eyes. His eyes were paranoid and crazy, and he uttered a sentence that made Xia Liqin lose his smile. How do you know that I didn't expose all this on purpose? His voice was not loud, but it seemed to cover the roar of artillery fire. The exchanges between smart people often test each other's bottom line, while taking the opportunity to test the opponent's defense. Reg, Goodbye. Lu Shiwang said these 4 words lightly, with a more contemptuous attitude than Xia Liqing just now. As the voice fell, the sound of energy bullets shooting out of the muzzle was heard. Xia Liqing turned his head and easily avoided the shot. He stood up, curled his lips, and pointed behind Lu Shiwang and said, "Don't you want to know that I guessed that you set a trap for me? Why do you dare to stay here?" He said it in suspense. "I brought you a gift, guessing that you should like it. Do you want to wait a while? The gift will be delivered in a few minutes." The sound of the trigger was still in response to him. This time, more than one energy bullet attacked him. The energy bullets shot out of the muzzle, and the force field interacted with each other to involve dense arcs. The arcs intertwined and woven into a large net to trap Xia Liqing. In this competition on the tightrope, it is still unknown who fell into whose net. Xia Liqing did not intend to escape. The power grid was close at hand, and a light green light suddenly shot out to block the power grid and energy bombs. The silver arc and the light green light controlled each other, like breathing, flashing one after another. In the end, the light green light was better, and the silver power grid was gradually weakened until it disappeared. Seeing that the energy bomb had no effect on Xia Liqing, Lu Shiwang was not panicked, and took out another energy gun from the space bag, lowered his eyes and whispered, "I didn't expect you also like turtle shells. No wonder you can live so long." As one of the most powerful energy shields in the universe, the Gray Light Shield is extremely difficult to conquer. The first application was in the Lilvaya Fortress, and it was also the Battle of the Toes Republic's attempt to counterattack the Lilvaya Fortress that made the Gray Light Shield famous in the universe. People always want to conquer unknown and powerful things, trying to control everything in their hands. Lu Shiwang raised the energy gun again, and the hurried footsteps behind him made him frown. Xia Liqing smiled and clapped his hands. "Look, the gift I want to give you has arrived. You must like it very much." The overly affirmative words made Lu Shiwang frown, and the mecha pioneers, who were originally guarding various places in the central command room, all retreated to his side. The messy footsteps gradually became orderly, and the dark fellows wearing black mimic exoskeleton quietly appeared, and he was carrying another person on his shoulders. It was a familiar dress. A few strands of fine hair on Lu Shiwang's forehead fell off. He looked at Xia Liqing and got a chuckle from him. "Do you like the gift I gave you? You are as mean as ever." Lu Shiwang commented on him. But Xia Liqing laughed wildly. "Messy? You will say these 2 words to me one day? Ridiculous. Captain Lu, have you thought about it? Do you want the life of this failure, or my life?" Xia Liqing sat down leisurely, thinking that he had left a dilemma. Lu Dongyan was injected with a weakening potion, and he was completely unable to use his strength at this moment. But his consciousness was still clear. He originally planned to go to the Talasaka fortress, but before the shuttle he was riding made a space jump. He was intercepted by a fleet that suddenly appeared. He also tried to resist, but how could the power of one person be against the power of a fleet? And he was easily captured. Seeing Xia Liqing pretending to think he had strangled him, Lu Shiwang responded in the most decisive way, "Marshal Xie, why are you still so self-righteous? It's just a failed experiment. I've kept him for a few days. Do you really think I will be soft on him? Don't you know me very well? How can you not see through such a small thing?" As he spoke, the energy sheet flying out of the muzzle was approaching Xia Liqing. The gesture without any hesitation was completely beyond Xia Liqing's expectations. He activated the mimic exoskeleton, avoided the energy sheet, and at the same time gave an order to the person who was restraining Lu Dongyan. "Kill him." The man was about to act immediately after receiving the order, but before he could pull the trigger of the energy gun, he was hit hard on the wrist. Lu Dongyan, who was injected with a weakening potion by him, didn't know when he removed the restriction bracelet, and he was still holding a dark golden scimitar in his hand. His wrist was cut by the scimitar, and a large amount of blood gushed out instantly. The severe pain invaded his nerves, but he seemed not to feel it. He was like a cold killing machine, decisively executing the orders issued by Xia Liqing. Lu Dongyan was hit on the shoulder by him without paying attention. The huge force instantly dissolved his attack. He endured the bloody taste in his throat, and stabbed the scimitar into the opponent's chest with the ferocity of exchanging injuries for injuries. The gushing blood splashed all over his face, and the strong smell of blood almost made him unable to breathe. Behind him, an energy bomb flew over and hit another energy bomb that was infinitely close to him. Lu Dongyan retreated with his extremely high combat literacy and stood beside Lu Shiwang. He took a heavy breath, but his wrist was held. How were you caught? Did you run away from home because you didn't obey? It was like this in the past. Lu Shiwang knew him thoroughly, and could always easily guess his thoughts and actions. Lu Dongyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "How can we find you if they don't catch you?" He took a deep breath while speaking. And it was obvious that the battle just now had put a lot of pressure on him. He didn't deliberately get caught. He just went with the flow. And he also had to thank Feng Xiao for injecting him with the potion before leaving the capital star. Otherwise he would be a fish at the mercy of others. Lu Shiwang didn't say anything else, but took out a potion and handed it to him. "Drink it and leave immediately." Lu Dongyan took the potion and drank it, but didn't leave as he said. He looked at Xia Liqin, who was fighting with several mecha pioneers in the distance, his eyes surging with light that others couldn't understand. "I thought a lot." The short 5 words made people confused, and Lu Shiwang turned to look at him. Lu Dongyan continued, "You are such a cautious person. How could you easily let me find the gene repair potion? The secret that has not been discovered for more than 10 years. But I know it all at once when I have doubts about you. As if it was agreed to prove that you are a complete bad guy. You locked me up at home, but did not confiscate my mecha ring and space bag. Didn't you give me a chance to run away?" He turned his head to look at Lu Shiwang, looked into his eyes, and asked like a question, "Am I so stupid in your eyes? You also mentioned Shiryu specifically, clearly telling me to find Shiryu after leaving home. You are worthy of being the head of the Federation. You have arranged my next path step by step." He seemed to be mocking, but he didn't know who he was mocking. Lu Shiwang's eyes were turbulent, but he heard Lu Dongyan ask, "What about you? What is the way out you arranged for yourself?" Lu Shiwang didn't speak, but looked at Lu Dongyan, who was already taller than him, calmly. Humans are really a wonderful creature. They have feelings. They are reluctant to give up, and they change. Lu Dongyan took a deep breath and wiped his eyes with his hand. "I don't know what happened later, but I know that if you do something wrong, you should be responsible for it, instead of just using death to erase everything you have done." He guessed the way out that Lu Shiwang had arranged for him. Lu Shiwang did not respond. He has always been like this. No matter whether he did it or not. No matter whether other speculation is his ultimate goal or not. He never responds. Is it a default? Or a denial? He turned his head to look at Xia Liqin, who was injured in the battle with the Mecha Vanguard, and said coldly, "Don't use your self-righteousness to speculate about me. If you don't want to die, get out of here." Perhaps people are always confident in their own speculations. Lu Dongyan seemed to have no feelings about Lu Shiwang's cold words, but simply stated, "There is a dragon here." He heard it after he was caught. The Marshal of the Alliance, who led the Federation from decline to strength, is nothing more than a paranoid, crazy and selfish person in his bones. The so-called glory is his glory. The so-called strength is his strength. The Federation is just a tool for him to prove himself. What a despicable thief. Lu Dongyan did not give Lu Shiwang a chance to speak again, and dragged his hand and ran out. Lu Shiwang, whose physical and mental strength levels were not high, was a fish waiting to be slaughtered in his hands. "Do you know what you are doing?" Lu Shiwang was forced to run out by Lu Dongyan, and could only squeeze out a sentence from his teeth. "Lan Zhe, I definitely don't want to see you like this," Lu Dongyan panted. Lu Shiwang stopped struggling. Lan Zhe? What did Lan Zhe want to see? No one knew. The road ahead was not unobstructed, and the two were intercepted not long after running. Lu Shiwang cleared one of the passages to come in, and other places were full of Xia Liqin people. "Put on the mimic exoskeleton. Don't hold me back at this time," Lu Dongyan instructed. He has grown up, and is no longer the little boy who hid behind his brother, and dared not communicate with others when he was a child. He is strong and is one of the best graduates of the 1st Federal Military Academy. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions came from the interior of the Talasaka fortress. This was a trap set by Lu Shiwang for Xia Liqin, and it was also a trap set by Xia Liqin for Lu Shiwang. Perhaps both of them intended to use the Talasaka fortress as the burial place for the other party. Lu Dongyan pushed Lu Shiwang to the corner, activated the mimic exoskeleton, and his hands moved quickly. After several shots, the people who came to stop them suddenly became slow. But soon, more and more people gathered here. Lu Dongyan was under great pressure. The two potions in his body were offsetting each other, and the negative effects of the weakness potion on him had not disappeared. Such a high-intensity battle was a big burden for him, but the number of the other side was increasing. If this continued, both Lu Shiwang and he would be captured. He held an energy gun in one hand, and the dark golden scimitar that Shiryu gave him in Lipakea in the other. When the distance was close, he killed his opponent with the sharpest scimitar. And when the distance was wide, he could also block the opponent's steps with the fastest offensive. He was like a fighting machine that didn't know pain, knocking down opponents one after another expressionlessly. Another group of people rushed over, and Lu Dongyan didn't dare to breathe. He was afraid that if he relaxed a little, these people who were eyeing him would get the chance to attack. Later, the people who rushed over all held energy guns in their hands, regardless of their partners, who were still fighting with him, raised their energy guns and pulled the trigger. The sweat on his forehead had blurred Lu Dongyan's vision, and he was neither afraid nor desperate. When he killed another opponent, an energy bomb flew from behind him and hit the person in front who was trying to shoot him. Following the energy bomb was a dense electric grid, which hit his opponent, and the silver arc spread out, and the energy bomb that brought up the electric grid also exploded. Lu Dongyan seized the opportunity to retreat. He retreated to Lu Shiwang and was about to pull him up, but suddenly saw a person shooting at Lu Shiwang at the back of the passage. He decisively pushed Lu Shiwang away, and the flying energy bomb hit his heart and exploded with a bang. Even with the blocking of the mimic exoskeleton, the power of this explosion was too great. Lu Dongyan flew backwards. His head hit the wall, and a feeling of dizziness instantly climbed up, and a mouthful of blood rushed to his throat. Everything happened in an instant. When Lu Shiwang's pupils dilated slightly, he fired a few shots at the end of the corridor with his backhand, ran to Lu Dongyan and helped him up. He didn't say anything to express his worry, but teased him like he usually did when they were together. Now you're going to lose your life for me. It was a joke, but it made people want to cry. Lu Dongyan curled his lips and put his hand on his shoulder. Maybe it was the blood in his mouth, so his words became unclear. This life was originally saved by you. It doesn't matter if it's lost for you. Stupid. He restrained all his smiles, gave him 2 cold words, and walked him out quickly. If you die, I will turn you into a cyborg. Lu Dongyan smiled. It's the product of the experiment, and it doesn't seem to make any difference to be transformed. Lu Shiwang ignored him. Lu Dongyan leaned his head against his ear and said, Brother, aquamarine star, gray star, and those things I don't know. Did you really do it? He was longing for a definite answer. If you're not dead, I tell you everything. Click. Shiryu took out a small pudding from the space bag, and it fell to the ground without checking. She bent down to pick it up, but for some reason, her right eyelid suddenly twitched. This was a relatively rare experience for her. She rarely had such a strange premonition of twitching eyelids. Perhaps she was a little uneasy. She picked up the small pudding, but for some reason, she didn't hold it firmly, and it fell to the ground again. Gu Qianqian just came out of the cockpit and saw this scene and sneered, You! What's wrong with you? You can't even hold a small pudding? Is your body overloaded after just dealing with a few noobs? You still brag that you can fight for an hour? You can brag as much as you want. Shiryu rolled her eyes at him. I really don't understand why the Marshal would allow such a lazy person like you to join the Judgment Corps and watch the show on the battlefield. You? The Marshal allowed such a lazy person like you to join the Judgment Corps. Gu Qianqian immediately retorted before she finished speaking. Seeing that they were arguing again, Feng Xiao rolled his eyes and came down from the cockpit. Can you two be quiet? It's not a big deal. The battle just now wasn't tiring enough. Right? If you're not tired enough, go to the training room to practice for a few more hours. I arrange a training program for you. Shiryu was about to refute but immediately shut up. She pretended nothing happened, tore open the packaging of the small pudding, and ate it happily. Lan Luo came over at some point, stood beside her and looked at her dimly, his eyes full of resentment. Shiryu coughed uncomfortably, took out a small pudding from her space bag and handed it to him. Lan Luo immediately took the small pudding, but did not stop there, and continued to stare at her space bag. His intention was obvious. One small pudding was not enough. Shiryu was in the wrong. So he took out a few small puddings from his space bag and stuffed them into Lan Luo's hands. He felt relieved instantly and walked away with the small puddings. She sent away a pudding-eating monster and was about to continue eating pudding, but turned her head to meet 2 pairs of dim eyes, and was startled, and almost dropped the small pudding in her hand. Gu Qianqian looked resentful. You actually gave him so many small puddings? You said. How many dogs do you have outside? Sure you, Feng Xiao had already stretched out his hand very consciously. Sure Yu reluctantly took out the small puddings from the space bag and gave a few to each person. Feng Xiao was temporarily dismissed. He took the small pudding and was about to open the package to eat it. But he accidentally caught a glimpse of Sure Yu's hand. He pointed at Sure Yu's left hand exaggeratedly, and immediately looked at her right index finger. And finally a word that should be considered a word popped out. Fuck. His movements were not small. And Gu Qianqian watched the whole process. When he noticed Sure Yu's left ring finger, a word that could be considered a word popped out. Fuck. Sure Yu followed their line of sight and looked at her fingers. Not only did she not feel the slightest guilt of being caught doing something bad, she also raised her claws and swung them, showing off. Does it look good? God of War. New mecha ring. Unlike the ordinary mecha ring before God of War, the current mecha ring is also silver. But there are patterns and totems engraved on the surface. It is the totem of K-Pak and Judgment Legion. Gu Qianqian and Feng Xiao don't quite understand why K-Pak is engraved. But the totem of Judgment Legion is very obvious. The totem of the Judgment Core is not only the symbol of the Judgment Core, but also the representative of Xie Yuyan identity. This is his unique symbol. Feng Xiao couldn't help but tut. Marshal Xie usually looks cold, like an emotionless war machine. But he didn't expect that he has such rich emotions in his heart. He was about to make a few jokes. And Silica, who was captured alive by Sure Yu, happened to be escorted here. The famous female general of the Castellan Empire has now become a prisoner. There is a blood mark on her neck, which is very rough, and no one knows how it was caused. Sure you guessed it. Silica is a very proud person. It can be seen from her appearance on the battlefield, and what she said that if she loses the war, she would rather the army she leads be wiped out than become a prisoner. And now, she has not only become a prisoner, but also has no right to decide her own life and death. Her light golden long hair, which was meticulously tied behind her head, was very messy at the moment. And her eyes looking at Sure Yu almost turned into a sharp blade after another. If looks could kill, Sure Yu would have been sliced by now. She seemed unaware, took a bite of the pudding, and waved her paw at Silica leisurely. We meet again, General Silica. Silica bit her tongue tightly and turned her head in anger. For her, who was at the SSS level in physical fitness, biting her tongue to commit suicide was also a very difficult thing. After the unsuccessful attempt to commit suicide just now, she had given up the intention of suicide. Sure you did not mean to ridicule her. Regardless of the positions of the two countries, Silica was indeed an admirable general. She left with 2 little followers. Xiao Piuyang would take care of Silica's affairs. She went to the command room of the judgment with the 2 of them, and suddenly found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. After just winning the battle, everyone's faces did not have the relief that victory should have, but instead their eyes were heavy and solemn. Sure you realized that something was wrong, and subconsciously looked at Xiao Piuyang, only to see that he was sitting in the position of the commander-in-chief, with almost no focus in his eyes. Soon, someone whispered in her ear, Major General Sure, there is bad news from the Talasaka fortress. The first marshal died in battle. Chapter 159. Xia Liqing died in battle. No one could have imagined that when hearing the news. The first reaction was who was so bored to make such a joke? But when the news was confirmed, no one could laugh. Before Xie Yuyan led the Judgment Corps to rise strongly, Xia Liqing had always been the god of war of the First Federation. He led the Federation Expeditionary Force to fight bloody battles, when the Federation was at its most vulnerable, and was also the first person to say no to the unequal treaties offered by other countries. In his era, he was the faith of countless people. Even now, the recognition that the first marshal is the strongest among the 7 marshals is also filled in the hearts of most people in the Federation. It is because of him that the First Federation can still have spare strength to accumulate and develop under the invasion of countless countries. To be honest, Xia Liqing's contribution to the First Federation is greater than Xie Yuyan. He is the one who plants the tree, and Xie Yuyan is the one who picks the fruit from the tree. But now, he is dead. The Talasaka fortress was bombed from all directions, and more than half of the First Order Legion was killed or wounded. The half that was not damaged was because they were sent by Xia Liqing to the Rachel Star Belt to support Xie Yuyan. In contrast, the fleet of the Castellan Empire in the Talasaka fortress was almost wiped out. There was no winner for the 2 countries in this battle. In the command room of the judgment, Sure Yu stood in front of Xie Yuyan, except for the time when Xie Jiangsa got into trouble. She had never seen him like this. Xia Liqin was his father after all. Sure, you did not speak, but just stood quietly. After a long time, she felt the cold fingertips touching her wrist. The person in front of her fell over, leaned in front of her, and put his hands around her waist. He never showed his vulnerable side in front of others. Sure, you reached out and put his hand on his shoulder, but she still did not say a word to comfort him. Only Xia Yuyan and Xia Liqin could figure out what happened between them. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, I thought about who would die first on the battlefield. Me or him. There was confusion in his light words. Since he had cognitive ability, he knew that he was different from others. He was not qualified to enjoy the life that ordinary children should have. He should have been disposed of long ago. Yes, disposed of. He was a failure. It was the doctor who kept him. The doctor said that he was not a test subject, but the fruit of his hard work, and he was better than anyone else. Those who tried to restrict him by rank were extremely stupid. Before the age of 10, he had never received Xia Liqin attention. When did he see him smile at himself? When he was playing with the members of the experimental group in the laboratory and easily defeated the opponent in the simulator. From then on, he was arranged to take countless courses and study day and night. Because, as long as he defeated his opponent, he would get his smile. But later, he knew, knowing that he was a tool, different from Xie Jiangsa. Xia Liqin said that the meaning of his existence was to make the Federation rise. So tired, he sighed, and said what had been weighing on his heart for nearly 20 years. He had made great military achievements and was admired by thousands of people. But he walked on a tightrope every step of the way. Not only him, but every marshal and general of the Federation was like this. War is like this. It's hard to tell who started it first. And it's hard to tell when it will end. Everyone wants to live a stable life. But this is an era of aggression and plunder. And no one can freely choose their own future. Xie Yuyan laughed softly, and it was hard to tell what he was laughing at. He leaned forward, pressed against Shiryu, and whispered, if one day. No! Shiryu interrupted him decisively, anticipating what he was going to say. Listen to me. Okay? He put his arm around her waist, and said helplessly. No! She refused decisively, but he still wanted to say it. If one day, I also have to go to such an end, you leave the battlefield and return to the Aquamarine Star. If you don't want to argue with me, shut up. She couldn't bear it anymore and raised her head. But a trace of water slid down the corner of her eyes. It's not that she hasn't experienced loss. It's because she has lost too much that she always wants to be alone. Sure, you can no longer remember the appearance of her parents, but only remember the last words they gave her. Live well. Meeting Xie Yuyan was an accident. She never thought that she would have so much involvement with him and trapped herself in this unclear swamp. It's funny to say that whether it's him or Feng Shao people, she didn't want to contact them at first. But the development of things always exceeded her expectations. What people do is always the opposite of their original intentions. Xie Yuyan stopped talking, but stood up and clasped Shiryu's shoulders tightly. He lowered his head and leaned against her ear and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry. His words seemed to contain thousands of words. But when you look closely, it seems that there is nothing. Shiryu raised his eyes, and his silver hair was still as dazzling as when he first saw it. She raised her hand and felt a strand of silver. She thought, this is her cage. She was willing to put on the shackles even though the door was open. The two were silent, and no one spoke again. However, when Shiryu turned her head, she saw the tiny 6-star pattern on the black collar he was wearing. Suddenly, her pupils contracted. Outside the treatment cabin, Lu Shiwang was dressed in formal clothes. Spotless. He looked at Lu Dongyan, who closed his eyes in the treatment cabin, with a heavy look. The situation is very bad. The energy bomb that hit him was too powerful. His heart could not bear such a strong impact. He was repeatedly injected with weakening drugs, and his head was hit hard. His body functions were seriously damaged, and he missed the best time for treatment. Lu Shiwang's face became uglier with every word the doctor in the white coat said. Perhaps he noticed the cold air constantly coming out of his body, and the doctor's voice became smaller and smaller. And finally, he couldn't even hear himself. Can it be cured? He only had this short sentence. The doctor was silent for a while before saying, Sir, you know, his genes were originally problematic. He was able to become like a normal person because of gene grafting. But now there is a problem with the gene that was grafted. If you want to graft again, He didn't finish his words, but he said everything he should say. You can't do it? Lu Shiwang asked back. The doctor nodded, but cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But he quickly said, I can't do it. But there is someone who can. Before he said the name of that person, Lu Shiwang had already said, Shiji. The doctor nodded a little more, and immediately said, he is the most talented person I have ever seen. It was his father who researched gene grafting, and he further studied genes on the basis of gene grafting. The doctor talked a lot, and at the end, he seemed to realize that he had said too much. Glanced at Lu Shiwang, who had an expressionless face, and lowered his head again. The doctor left. Lu Shiwang looked down at Lu Dongyan, who seemed to be asleep in the treatment cabin, and whispered, why don't you listen? No one responded to him. He raised his head again, looked out of the window of the medical room, and saw the destroyed Talasaka fortress in the distance. The explosion in the universe is always gorgeous and shocking. People watching from afar will not know how tragic the explosion was, but will only marvel at the splendor of the light. It's really beautiful. The fine hair on his forehead fell down again, and his face regained its gentleness. After a brief softness, an extremely malicious smile spread around his mouth. What a naive child. Who told you that I would die with Xia Liqin? I want more than that. It was the whisper of the devil in the abyss. In the ruins with surging flames, ripples gently vibrated. The Talasaka fortress completely collapsed under the bombing, and large pieces of buildings turned into cosmic garbage and began to drift. The red and blue mecha flew out from under a huge ruin. It did not move after it flew out, as if it was waiting for something. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the huge warship gradually appeared in front of it. The mecha was huge, but it was still as small as an ant to the warship. The hatch of the warship opened, and the red and blue mecha flew over and was received by the warship. Inside the warship, one after another, people wearing the uniforms of the First Federation stood upright. When the person driving the red and blue mecha came out, everyone stood up and saluted him. The black mimic exoskeleton wrapped the driver's body, and no one could see what he looked like. Yen Bai hurried over from the command room, and when he saw the man wearing the black mimic exoskeleton, he stood in awe and said in a deep voice, the general is waiting for you inside. He nodded and followed Yen Bai inside. As he walked, he disarmed his mimic exoskeleton. Someone looked out of the corner of his eyes, and saw a corner of a blue-gold uniform. Only the 7 marshals of the Federation could use this color of uniform, which was a symbol of the Federation's power. Yen Bai walked respectfully in front of the man on the left, not looking sideways, and when he arrived at the central command room, the man sat in the middle very naturally. In front of him, a communication was always on. After he sat down, the man with his back to the communication turned his head and saluted him respectfully, saying in a sonorous and powerful voice, Marshal. Yen Bai knew that the next topic was not what he should listen to. He hunched over and retreated, but accidentally caught a glimpse of the man playing with a black ring in his hand. The ring was very ordinary, and only the 6-star pattern on it added a bit of brilliance to it. Yen Bai slightly widened his eyes. That was the symbol of the evil dragon. Chapter 160. The First Federation and the Caslan Empire suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Talasaka Fortress. The first marshal of the First Federation died in the battle, and General Silica of the Caslan Empire was captured alive by the Judgment Corps. The two countries tacitly agreed not to go to war again, but the situation on the front line was still in a stalemate, and it was unclear when friction would arise again. After the Judgment Corps captured Silica and her fleet, they took them to Talasaka Fortress, and the first sequence corps left by Xia Liqin was temporarily taken over by Xia Yuyan. The bombing of Talasaka Fortress was too tragic, and only a handful of people survived. As Xia Liqin was in the center of the bombing, there was no possibility of survival. Xia Yuyan led the fleet to clean up the battlefield, and after handing over to Fengtsen, who led the fleet later, he returned to the capital galaxy with Xia Liqin military uniform. The news that Xia Liqin died in Talasaka Fortress had been completely spread, and there was crying on the Star Network, and almost everyone was mourning for him. When Xia Yuyan returned to the capital star system with Xia Liqin military uniform, the atmosphere of mourning on the Star Network reached its peak. Losing 2 marshals on the battlefield in just 5 years was the largest casualty in the history of the Federation after the Battle of Lilvaya. Doctor, you must leave here now. This is the marshal's order. The man in the white coat grabbed Shiji's hand, looking anxious. Shiji sat motionless in the chair, and raised his eyelids and said, Isn't he dead? Where did the order come from? Or is he not dead at all, hiding in a corner and secretly planning something? And after achieving his goal, he will find a new identity and come back? His words hit the nail on the head, and the man's face froze. After a short pause, he said, "This is the marshal's order," before he left. "Please don't embarrass me." Shurji was unmoved. Xia Liqin couldn't do anything to him when he was alive. And now that the news of his death has come out, what else can he do to him? The man was anxious and wanted to take him away by force. But when he stretched out his hand, he suddenly found that he had no strength at all. Shurji was still sitting only a few feet away from him. He quickly realized something and said in disbelief, "You. Xia Liqin asked you to stay with me. Didn't he tell you to be careful of me? Once I have the opportunity to contact drugs, you must lock me up tightly. Otherwise none of you can guess when I will run away," Shurji said, crossing his legs, looking happy, seeing the man barely holding on to the table to stay standing. Shurji sighed, "You are too useless. The person who followed me last time held on for 10 minutes before falling down." He stood up and walked around the empty laboratory as if no one was around. Then he unfolded his intelligent brain. Let the virtual tentacles connect to the main system of the laboratory. And his 10 fingers jumped quickly. He really doesn't learn his lesson. Not only did he lock me up here, but he also left all the information here, waiting for me to copy it all away. Shurji clicked his tongue several times, watching him copy all the information to the smart computer. The man's legs went limp and fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth, struggled to open the smart computer, and pressed the alarm system. The system did not sound the alarm as he expected, and he pressed it twice more. But there was still no response. In a trance, he saw a person standing in front of him, half squatting and smiling at him. "Don't waste your energy. Everyone else in the lab has fallen like you, and the main system is already in my hands." Shurji saw the research data being copied, turned around and whistled, "Little lunatic. You are so blatantly defecting to the enemy. Aren't you afraid that Xia Liqin will break your legs when you go out?" Xie Jiangsa grabbed a handful of hair and said helplessly, "Doctor, I don't know how many times I have said it. My name is Jiang Sa. Sa in heroic spirit." He emphasized it emphatically, and Shurji perfunctorily hummed twice. Xie Jiangsa probably didn't hear him either, and leaned against the table as usual and said, "I made an agreement with someone to take you out of here. As for my father, he probably won't be able to control me in the future," he said with a mocking tone. Who could have thought that the first marshal admired by thousands of people in the Federation would be the younger brother of the previous emperor of the Castellan Empire? Xie Jiangsa raised his hand and stared at his palm. He suddenly became curious about how Xia Liqin had managed to make him, and Xie Yuyan completely not inherit the iconic blonde hair and blue eyes of the Castellan Empire royal family. Did he abandon his genes? "That salted fish asked you to save me?" Shurji didn't even need to guess to think of the person who made an agreement with Xie Jiangsa. He didn't wait for Xie Jiangsa to answer, shaking his head and said, "It's still useful to raise her. Don't forget me. Your old father. Just because you are free and easy." Hearing his words, Xie Jiangsa swept away the messy emotions in his heart, smiled and said, "She is more promising than you think. And I can't beat her now." Shurji glanced at him and said, "As a matter of course, it's normal that you can't beat her. That little bastard has the most perfect genes I've ever seen." "The most perfect genes?" Xie Jiangsa repeated in astonishment. Shurji advocates that there is no difference between human genes, even if there are people with genetic defects. He never classifies their genes into levels. Shurji exclaimed, "That's not quite right. It's her gene sequence. Everyone's gene sequence is different. Her gene sequence is the most peculiar I've ever seen. The level of mental power is related to a person's gene sequence. The gene sequence is like a bottle, and the level of mental power is like the water inside. Everyone has the opportunity to fill this bottle before the age of 18. Which also means that everyone's mental power level has an upper limit. But she is different. I can't measure what level of mental power her gene sequence can carry." Xie Jiangsa heard such a theory for the first time and widened his eyes slightly. Shurji did not continue to speak, but came to a conclusion. She is also the most suitable person to drive the god of war. Her genes and I and yen. Xie Jiangsa was stuck. Shurji could more or less guess what he was going to say next, and sneered, "Little guy. Talent is the most mysterious. From ancient times to now, no matter how much research we have done, we have no way to thoroughly study people. It is true that Lan Zai's genes are strong, But it does not mean that he is invincible. Talents are creatures that can create countless miracles. Doesn't Lanze's evolutionary form also look like humans? His words enlightened Xie Jiangsa. But he only understood this sentence not long ago. If he had known it earlier, he would not have helped Xie Liqin to do evil. In the final analysis, he was actually a damned person. Shiji stopped talking, and the data in the laboratory was almost transmitted. He decisively destroyed all the data in the laboratory. Seeing Xie Jiangsa still in a daze, he walked over and pulled him. Don't think too much. Let's go. It will be too late if we don't leave now. He took 2 steps out, suddenly stopped, and pulled Xie Jiangsa to the other side. Almost at the same time, a terrifying and shrill alarm sounded in the laboratory. Shiji cursed in a low voice, pushed Xie Jiangsa into one of the passages, and then took off the smart bracelet on his hand and stuffed it into his hand. Leave here immediately. Xie Jiangsa had not yet recovered from his decisive move and heard him say again, take these experimental data out and give them to Yin. I have already thought of a way to treat his genetic collapse. All in it. That silly child. He still has a long time to live. Don't let him be stupid and stubborn. Doctor? Get out now! Shiji shouted and pushed Xie Jiangsa out. He immediately controlled the virtual screen next to the passage to lower the gate. It's an external invasion. Not Xie Liqin people. It seems that besides him, there are people who are thinking about me. You can't let others know that you are still alive. Leave now. And help me tell that little bastard not to eat pudding all day long. And to have some ambition, and marry a daughter-in-law for me. After he finished his last sentence, the gate closed heavily, completely blocking Xie Jiangsa from entering. Shiji exhaled, walked to the man who was limp at the table, pulled up his space bag and turned it over, and took out the mimic exoskeleton ring and energy gun. Listening to the increasingly intense warnings, he grinned. I haven't taken action for a long time. The explosions continued, and a large number of people in the laboratory were knocked down by him and Xie Jiangsa. The other party attacked like a no-man land at this moment, and rushed to the center of the laboratory in just a few minutes. The people who fell to the ground made the people wearing black mimic exoskeletons obviously confused, but they were given a death order to take Shiji back no matter what. After a short while of doubt, they pulled up the people who fell to the ground to check their identities. With a bang, an energy bomb came over, and one of them was blown away by the energy bomb and hit the wall and slid down. The sound of dense and continuous gunfire sounded, and energy bombs flew out from the suddenly open laboratory. Accurate and fast, although the person wearing the black mimic exoskeleton dodged quickly. His dodging route was predicted, and he was hit by the energy bomb and flew out. Shiji came out wearing a mimic exoskeleton and mocked. You dare to break in with such little strength? Are you here to deliver food? It's not enough for me to relax my muscles and bones. His voice was very recognizable, and the people who continued to break in here quickly confirmed his identity. No one dared to kill him, and because of their concerns, they were killed by Shiji. Shiji was not polite at all. If Xie Liqin hadn't threatened him, he would never have stayed here. He had been locked up in a laboratory without sunlight for so many years, and he had been holding his breath in his heart. These people just came to drink. The battle between the two sides was fierce, and the invaders didn't expect that Shiji could beat dozens of them alone. Such a terrifying fighting quality inevitably reminded them of another person who beat them so badly. Someone immediately dialed the communication. The battle here was still going on, but after a while, a clattering sound came from the passage. Someone walked in from outside. The fighting here was not small, but Shiji still heard the footsteps of the person coming accurately. He narrowed his eyes, avoided the energy bombs flying over, and hid behind a bunker. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and those who attacked him also stopped. Shiji did not attack again, but turned his eyes to the slightly dim passage. The first thing that appeared in front of him was a pair of leather shoes, which were polished very brightly and meticulously. He did not move forward, but stopped in the passage. From Shiji's angle, he could not see his appearance clearly. Soon, he heard the other party's voice. Dr. Shiji, you don't have to be so nervous. I came here just to ask you for a favor. It's just a piece of cake. He was responded with a sneer. It's just a piece of cake for me, so I have to help you. What a good moral kidnapping. The other party didn't care about his attitude. He put his hands behind his back and took a step forward. The first thing he showed was a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with a diamond-shaped gem hanging on the lower right side of the gold-rimmed glasses. The doctor is a kind person, and should not want to watch people die. He walked out of the shadows, and raised his hand to adjust his glasses. Before Dr. Sure mocked him, he continued, "The person I want you to save is Shiryu, friend." Hearing the word Shiryu, Dr. Sure frowned slightly. He really felt that raising this little bastard was just asking for trouble for himself. It was fine if Xia Liqing threatened him with her. But now this person who came out of nowhere also threatened him with her. These people's perceptions are really strange. How can they tell that he values that little bastard more than his own life? Shirji hated the feeling of being threatened, and sneered as he fired a shot at the man who came out of the darkness. The man stood there motionless, and the energy gun passed by his side, and the wind blew the diamond-shaped gem on the gold-rimmed glasses. He knew that Shirji had made a decision. He smiled and said, "The doctor is a transparent person. As long as the doctor saves people, we will not embarrass you." Chapter 161. Shiryu and Xia Yuyan returned to the capital star system together. Xia Liqing was confirmed dead in battle, and the entire star network was mourning for him. As a federal marshal, his funeral had strict regulations, and was also attended by a special person, in addition to the few marshals still stationed on the front line. All the senior officers and government members who could get away all rushed to the capital star system to attend Xia Liqing's funeral. Shiryu also met the mother of Xia Yuyan and Xia Jiangsa again. She was pale but calm, with a hint of sadness between her eyebrows. Shiryu always felt that she was not that sad. At least, it was completely incomparable to her appearance when the news of Xia Jiangsa's death came. It seemed unnecessary to compare these at this time. Both of them were her relatives. One was her son, and the other was her husband. Many people expressed their condolences to her, and she was exhausted by the guests, who came to mourn one after another. Xia Yuyan walked to her and whispered something, but she only got a cold look from her. When Shiryu walked over, he happened to hear a sentence. "Why didn't you die?" The sharp words were sharper than a knife. This was the second time she said this. Xia Yuyan looked calm, not as shocked as last time. It seemed that this was a common saying to him. Shiryu stood far away and heard him whisper, "If one day my funeral is also held here, I hope you can attend." Mrs. Xie didn't seem to expect Xia Yuyan to say this. She was stunned and didn't say a word for a long time. Finally, she turned her eyes away, pushed Xia Yuyan, who was standing beside her, away, and hurried out, probably fleeing. Shiryu looked at Xia Yuyan in silence. Compared with his last loss of composure, he could calmly accept the news of Xia Liqing's death. Xia Yuyan turned around and met Shiryu's gaze. He probably didn't expect that what he just said would be heard by her. He turned his eyes away as if to escape, and quickly walked to her side and said, "I said it nonsense. No need to explain. Especially when you feel guilty. Because the more you explain, the more you can expose his inner thoughts. He is the Marshal of the Federation. Unless he commits a serious fault, he will not be abolished. His funeral should naturally be held here." Shiryu shook his head. "Let's go. It's time to go to the Time Garden. Pay the last tribute to Xia Liqing." Xia Yuyan moved his mouth to say something, but stopped. He looked back at Xia Liqing's portrait. Shiryu turned and walked out, and suddenly saw Lu Shiwang in a black suit in the crowd. Obviously, her sight only stayed for a moment, but the other party looked over sharply. The two looked at each other. Lu Shiwang nodded to her, and quickly talked to the people around him. Shiryu frowned and searched in the crowd, but never saw Lu Dongyan. She had heard Feng Xiao and others say that Lu Shiwang took Lu Dongyan back to the capital star system after taking them out of Lipakea. She wanted to contact Lu Dongyan after the Battle of Rachel Star Belt, but the news of Xia Liqing's death completely disrupted her plan. Lu Shiwang knew Lan Zhe. Lu Dongyan once lived in a laboratory under Lipaka. Shiryu narrowed his eyes, and was about to walk over when the MC's voice suddenly sounded. "We were going to the Garden of Time. All the meritorious men of the Federation were buried in the Garden of Time, where heroes rest forever." When Shiryu turned around again, Lu Shiwang was gone. Xia Yuyan walked to her side and whispered, "Lu Dongyan's suspension car had a traffic accident, and he is now lying in a coma in the hospital." Shiryu suddenly raised his head and said in disbelief, "What did you say?" "The navigation calibration function and safety function of the suspension car are excellent. Even if a car accident occurs, it is difficult to cause casualties. Not to mention that Lu Dongyan's physical and mental strength are both SSS level. It sounds exaggerated and unreliable to say that he was lying in a coma in the hospital because of a traffic accident. This is what I just found out." The specific information is kept secret. His treatment is completely handled by Lu Shiwang people. I can't find out. He was also surprised when he found out about this. His first reaction was that the reason given by Lu Shiwang was really perfunctory. Sure, you frowned. Did Lu Dongyan know some secrets of Lu Shiwang? And then he killed him? If so, Lu Shiwang probably doesn't deserve to be a human being. Sure, you didn't act impulsively, but got on the hovercraft to the Time Garden. After all the ceremonies were over, a light drizzle fell from the sky, as if mourning for the Federation's outstanding marshal. Will Xia Liqin era come to an end here? No one knows. When Shiryu and Xia Yuyan returned to their residence, it was completely dark. She was still thinking about what happened during the day. After returning to the room, she took off her military jacket. Before she changed her clothes, the intelligent brain sent a message prompt. It was a very complete topographic map. Xia Yuyan sent it to her. Shiryu held his forehead. He really knew her well. Shiryu casually drew a little man holding a spoon and bowing and sent it to him. Then immediately changed clothes, put on a mask and a wig and jumped out of the balcony. The dense identification light was no different from no light for her. She easily left her residence and ran through several streets in a blink of an eye wearing a light mimic exoskeleton. When she passed one of the alleys, she stopped. In the shadows of the alley, there was a person. He half leaned against the wall, revealing a foot wearing a silver-red mimic exoskeleton. Shiryu turned around and looked over. The person leaning against the wall slowly stood up and said straight to the point, I couldn't bring the doctor out. When Shiryu left the Vingson neutral zone, she made an agreement with Xie Jiangsa to let Xie Jiangsa help her bring the doctor out. Xie Jiangsa agreed to her without hesitation. What happened? Shiryu walked into the shadows. Someone attacked the lab, targeting Dr. Shi. I don't know the specific purpose, but they are quite powerful. They bombed the lab directly, but it didn't cause any riots. The lab was not built in a remote place. Although it was a little far from the city center, there were many floating populations. When bombing the lab, traffic control was implemented outside, and there were documents announcing that the area was being demolished and rebuilt. Can you guess who it was? Shiryu frowned and asked back. She guessed that it would not be so easy to meet the doctor, but she didn't expect someone to come out and intercept her. Xie Jiangsa didn't answer immediately, but looked at Shiryu for a long time before she continued to ask. 60% of the industries nearby belong to Gu Group. Shiryu slightly widened his eyes and subconsciously retorted, it can't be Gu Qianqian. I didn't say it was him. But Gu Group is the most suspicious. Shiryu frowned and said, isn't Gu Mingzhang one of yours? Isn't most of Gu Group's industries under his control? Back in the Blue Sea Star, Xiao Piaoyang secretly left the shelter alone to destroy the passage built by the Zerg. It was Gu Mingzhan who pretended to be him in the shelter. The person who can do such a secret thing for him must be a trustworthy person. Xie Jiangsa shook his head and said, it used to be. But it's hard to say now. There have been too many things that have happened in the past few years. And the things on the Blue Sea Star were doubtful at the beginning. He dared to guarantee that Xia Yuyan leaving the shelter was a secret, and no one knew about it except him and Gu Mingzhan. But someone attacked Xia Yuyan accurately and later took him and Shiryu to the underground laboratory of Hylon Express. At that time, many people were captured in the shelter, and he got some information from those people. So he thought that he and Xia Yuyan accidentally leaked their whereabouts and let people see something. But thinking about it carefully, he also thought that the information those people revealed to him was also. Besides, another person who tried to assassinate Xia Yuyan was Gu Mingzhan's bodyguard. After a brief thought, Shiryu made a decision, be careful. If you want to hide your identity, don't show your whereabouts. We talk about this later. They have something in mind for the doctor, so they won't dare to do anything to him. I have to clarify one thing first. Maybe we can solve this together. Xie Jiangsa guessed what she was going to do and immediately said, I go with you. You didn't listen to what I just said to you. Right? Don't follow me and get in the way. Xie Jiangsa's mouth twitched when she described him as getting in the way. Shiryu said she was going to leave, but suddenly stopped and said, others can't know you're still alive. But Yu Yan can. You go meet him. Xie Jiangsa heard her sigh, which was so shallow that it was almost inaudible. Before he could speak, she disappeared from his sight. He stood in the alley for a long time, then climbed over the high wall and left in the opposite direction of Shiryu. Shiryu's movements were very light. She had already touched the entrance of the hospital where Lu Dongyan lived. When she was about to sneak in, She suddenly saw a hovercraft descending from the air alley, and two people came down from it. It was Gu Qianqian and Feng Xiao. Why did they come? They were holding a bouquet of flowers in their hands. Sure, you guessed their plan and clapped her hands immediately. She was so stupid. She hid in the corner and disarmed the mimic exoskeleton and removed the disguise on her body. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian were about to go in, and suddenly noticed a shadow coming over. They looked up and saw Shiryu swaggering over. Seeing the surprise on their faces, Shiryu said, "You came to see someone without calling me?" Gu Qianqian heard her say this, grabbed a handful of hair and said, "Isn't it a special situation today?" Shiryu had been busy with Xie Yuyan, and the two of them wanted to come over to spy on the situation before telling her. She didn't want to argue with them, so she touched their shoulders and said, "Let's go." Neither party said anything. Everything was self-evident. The medical conditions of this hospital are the best in the capital star. Maybe it was nighttime. Not many people came in and out. And when the three of them went in, they happened to see Lu Shiwang coming out. The two parties faced each other, and Lu Shiwang spoke first. "Are you here to see Dong Yen?" He was a wise man, not playing dumb. Shiryu nodded. "He was fine the last time I saw him. How come he suddenly had a car accident?" She bit the word car accident heavily, as if she was implying something. Lu Shiwang seemed not to understand what she meant, and there was a little difficulty between his eyebrows, and finally turned into a sigh. Things are unpredictable. Shiryu knew that he couldn't play tricks on him, so he said, "It's okay for us to go see him. Right? Head of State Lu." "Of course. Qi Xia. You take Major General Shi and the other two up." After he gave instructions to Qi Xia behind him, he said to Shiryu, "I have something else to do, so I leave first." After he finished speaking, he walked out with the others behind him, leaving Qi Xia behind. Qi Xia met Shiryu's gaze and calmly made a pleased gesture to the front. Such an unreserved action made it difficult to guess what role Lu Shiwang played in Lu Dongyan coma. When they arrived at the ward, the three saw Lu Dongyan lying in the treatment cabin with various tubes inserted into his body, and they frowned at the same time. There were many instruments in the ward. Feng Xiao knew what these instruments were used for at a glance. He grabbed Qi Xia's collar and gritted his teeth and said, "Why is there a gene analyzer? Why are gene repair agents constantly being replenished? Can a car accident cause a genetic disease?" Qi Xia was grabbed by him and just raised his eyelids and said, "You have all been to Libikea. And you know that Dong Yen once lived in Libikea." "That's not right. Dong Yen is a survivor in the Libikea laboratory. His genes were originally problematic. If it weren't for the head of state, he wouldn't be alive now. The car accident is just a perfunctory reason. What really caused him to lie here was that there was a problem with the gene chain he grafted." Qi Xia said a lot in one breath, and he didn't shy away from the fact that Lu Dongyan was once an experimental subject. But his words were more tactful and didn't sound so harsh. Shiryu had some guesses about his identity after hearing Lu Dongyan say that he once lived in the underground laboratory of Libikea. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian were still confused. Now they were shocked to hear his clear words. "Dong Yan's condition is very bad. Did you catch the doctor?" Shiryu interrupted Qi Xia's words, which made him unable to resist. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian were confused, but they quickly associated the word doctor with Dr. Shi. The current conversation was beyond Qi Xia's ability to deal with. He frowned and did not speak. Shiryu got the answer from his reaction when he was thinking about how to answer. "You caught the doctor to repair Dong Yan's genes?" Seeing that Qi Xia was still silent, Shiryu said again, "I don't think you have the right to make the decision. Where did Lu Shiwang go? To see the doctor?" Qi Xia's expression management was perfect, and she did not show any abnormality because of her words. Shiryu raised the corner of her mouth slightly and walked towards Qi Xia step by step. "Secretary Qi, didn't I tell you? Your acting skills are actually very poor. The reason why I didn't expose you is that there has been no definite evidence. But now, it doesn't seem to matter whether there is evidence or not." Two scimitars appeared in Shiryu's hands, and the arc of her mouth corners became deeper and deeper, almost equal to the terrifying smile at the beginning. After a short and terrifying smile, she whispered in Qi Xia's ear, "Actually, I don't like rigid rules." The dagger that suddenly pierced Qi Xia's heart brought a huge momentum, causing him to stagger back a step. If there was no wall behind him, he would have fallen directly to the ground. There was no expected blood gushing out. Qi Xia's back was against the cold wall, and he raised his foot to kick Shiryu's wrist. His body twisted into an extremely abnormal arc. But it returned to its original state after a missed attack. Shiryu's eyes flashed with surprise. Robot? Qi Xia beside Lu Shiwang turned out to be a robot. It was completely invisible. Her eyes flashed with gold. But Qi Xia was not under her control. And she did not feel any metal fluctuations from him. Is it a new special material? Shiryu asked softly. But his movements were not slow at all. She jumped high and kicked Qi Xia, kicking his neck with the back of her foot. And the huge force made his neck completely twisted. Qi Xia seemed not to feel any pain, and said with his distorted mouth, Shiryu, what are you going to do? Heal you. Don't you see? After she said that, she attacked with more force. The scimitar in her hand seemed to have eyes. And in just a few seconds, she cut off one of Qi Xia's arms. You too. Keep an eye on the treatment cabin, Shiryu warned her. But she moved too much and smashed it. Qi Xia's body was twisted, but he still tried to fight back. But unfortunately, he was no match for Shiryu even if he was intact. And he would never be able to take advantage of her if he was missing arms and legs. Shiryu raised his knife and cut him into pieces in the blink of an eye. The special materials used to make Qi Xia's body felt like glass beads. She stepped on Qi Xia's head and said maliciously, Secretary Qi, would you consider telling me the whereabouts of the doctor? Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian had never seen her like this before, and they felt that her mood was a little wrong. The two looked at each other and were about to move when the door of the ward suddenly opened. Lu Shiwang stood outside with a calm face, and there was another person standing next to him. It was Shirji. Shiryu slightly widened his eyes, and Lu Shiwang said, Major General Shi, please go easy on me. I have no ill will towards Dr. Shi. I just asked him to help me. Shiryu tilted his head to look at him, retracted the strength of his feet, and looked at Dr. Shi who was already leaning lazily against the door beside him. And he whistled loudly. Long time no see. Little bastard. Shiryu mouth twitched. And Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian behind her looked at each other. Suddenly, they knew who Shiryu's unruly character came from. And the filter of the word doctor was shattered. Shiryu glanced at him and said, Why are you hanging out with him? He was referring to Lu Shiwang. The tone was disgusted. I didn't want to be invited to drink 2 cups of tea by him. Shirji answered very quickly. And the last few words were spoken faster, as if he was complaining. He stood up and walked in. After standing in front of Shiryu and observing her for a while, he touched his chin and said, You've grown a little taller. There's still a gap from what I expected. Tell me the truth. Have you not eaten well? Have you been eating pudding every day? Shiryu rolled her eyes at him. Seeing you are so energetic, I think you have lived well in the past few years. I'm leaving first. You continue to be carefree. As she said this, she really wanted to go out. Shirji quickly grabbed her. No. 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 Take me with you if you want to go. The two of them talked as if no one was around. Lu Shiwang reminded them in time. Doctor, you promised me to help me save people. Shirji slapped his forehead and smiled. It seemed so. He pulled Shiryu inside with concern, and then looked at Lu Dongyan in the treatment cabin. He felt that he didn't have the ability to observe, smell, ask and feel. So he walked to the complex treatment equipment, checked his physical data, and frowned and said, How could his body be so seriously damaged? Lu Shiwang's glasses reflected a layer of light under the light of the ward, and others couldn't see his true expression. Something happened. He didn't intend to explain in detail. Before Shiryu came, he suspected that he had done something to Lu Dongyan. Seeing that he really brought Shirji to treat Lu Dongyan, he was full of doubts. Lu Dongyan must not have become like this because of the car accident. Could it be that there was a sudden problem with his genes? Shiryu thought. Cast his eyes on Feng Xiao, and he nodded slightly. There is external injury. Shirji fiddled with the treatment equipment for a while, looked up and said, The main reason for his appearance is the medicine. The side effects of the weakness medicine are already very large, and he injected more than one in a short period of time, which caused a strong load on the body. Weakness medicine? Shiryu suddenly looked at Lu Shiwang. Lu Shiwang did not respond to her questioning gaze, but asked, Can it be cured? His voice was cold. And finally the hypocrisy was gone. It is unlikely to be completely cured. Shirji's face was no longer laughing, and he frowned and said without any context, You are really capable. Lu Shiwang was silent. Shiryu really wanted to grab his collar and ask what was going on. But her intelligence suddenly popped up an emergency notification. It was one of the commanders of the Judgment Corps. The other party's tone was very urgent. But the news he gave made the ward silent. Major General Sure. Zerg. The Zerg has invaded the deep blue galaxy again. It is a large scale. The Marshal has already gone to the interstellar port. Chapter 162. Zerg. These two words are really suffocating. There was silence in the ward. And soon, Lu Shiwang's brain also started to ring. The message reminder kept ringing. But he seemed not to hear it. Sure, you hung up the call and walked out. Chixia's head, which was still on the ground, was stepped on by her. The crackling sound immediately filled the entire quiet ward, which was creepy. But the few people standing in the ward seemed not to hear it. They were either silent or checking Lu Dongyan body. Sure, you didn't say a word, but used practical actions to warn Lu Shiwang not to play tricks again. Lu Shiwang's expression did not change because of her actions. As if the one who was crushed by Sure, you was not Chixia, who had been with him since he started politics, but an insignificant garbage. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian looked at each other. Gu Qianqian chased after Sure Yu, while Feng Xiao stayed behind and walked to Sure Ji, whispering, "Doctor, I help you." Sure Ji's eyes were still on Sure Yu, who ran out without saying a word. Seeing that she had run away, he couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. The little bastard forgot about him. But now, he couldn't seem to leave here either. He obediently retracted his gaze, glanced at Feng Xiao, and said absent-mindedly, "Are you a doctor?" The two of them talked as if no one was around. Lu Shiwang squatted down in silence, gently swept away the broken new special materials on the ground, and picked up a core chip from it. The chip was intact when he picked it up, but when he put it in his palm to put it away, it crackled. A bubble appeared on the surface, and the only thin metal wire inside was pulled out. In an instant, Lu Shiwang's face was terribly cold. Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin. Xia Yuyan walked very fast, and Lan Luo chased him for a while, but couldn't catch up with him. His voice was very urgent, and Xia Yuyan finally stopped to look at him. "What do you want to say?" Lan Luo didn't expect him to stop suddenly, and almost bumped into him. He quickly stopped his movements, but his head was a little too late to return. Xia Yuyan raised his hand and pressed it on his forehead, and just returned to the original place. Lan Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Yuyan's physical fitness level was only B level, and he couldn't stand his collision. Seeing him in a daze, Xia Yuyan took his hand away from his forehead and asked, "What do you want to tell me?" Lan Luo came back to his senses instantly and said quickly, "You can't go." His tone was very firm. "Why?" Xia Yuyan looked at him puzzled, wanting to get a definite explanation from him. Lan Luo was looked at like this, and turned his head uncomfortably, but said, "You really can't go. They won't give up." Lan Luo, "What do you know?" Xia Yuyan followed his gaze and asked. Since the Battle of Rachel Star Belt, Lan Luo has been very abnormal. He usually wanted to eat up the little pudding when he saw it, but he often held the little pudding in a daze during this period. Sometimes the seal was opened, but he didn't even have the interest to eat the little pudding. This is not like him at all. Xia Yuyan originally planned to talk to him after this busy period, but accidents always happen quickly and suddenly. The previous thing has not been resolved, and the next thing is coming. Zerg invasion. What purpose do they have to invade the deep blue galaxy? Once is fine, but twice? It is a bit strange. Can the channel only be built in the deep blue galaxy? Xia Yuyan thought about it carefully. He asked the people who were stranded in Lipakea, including Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian. They didn't see the channel built by the Zerg, but there were Zerg living there. The biggest possibility is that those Zerg were left more than 100 years ago and multiplied in Lipakea. But another problem arises. Even though he has read countless documents of the Federation, he doesn't know that Lipakea has been invaded by Zerg. How did they come? It can't be from the Aquamarine Star. Lan Luo was questioned by him and pursed his lips without saying anything. Xia Yuyan said, "Have you seen Lan Shi?" His words hit the nail on the head. Lan Luo was not a scheming person. When he was asked this question, the expression on his face immediately betrayed him. The fleet responsible for the search and rescue in the Rachel Star Belt must have self-destructed at the same time. Apart from that, I can't imagine anyone else who could make more than a dozen warships explode at the same time. Xia Yuyan knew Lan Luo since childhood, so he naturally knew that he was special. Lan Shi claimed to be Lan Zai's sister, but no one knew whether she was Lan Zai. Not to mention Xia Liqin said that Lan Zai had no sister. She appeared suddenly, And the situation in Lipakea was not as simple as she said. After the fleet exploded, she also disappeared. Xie Yuyan didn't think Lan Shi would die in the explosion. And the only remaining possibility was that she was the culprit of the fleet explosion. She must have other purposes for her sudden appearance. Lan Luo's face was very bad. He grabbed Xie Yuyan's arm and said, "Xiao Yan, you really can't go." Even though Xie Yuyan had guessed the truth of the matter, he was still unwilling to tell the reason for stopping him from going. Xie Yuyan didn't speak, but looked at him straight. Both of them were silent. I don't know how long it took. Lan Luo took a step back. He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled reluctantly. I know. No matter what he said, Xie Yuyan would not give up his intention to go to the deep blue galaxy. This is his responsibility, and it is something he must do. Xie Yuyan raised his hand and touched his head. He was obviously nearly 100 years younger than Lan Luo. But when they were together, Lan Luo seemed to be the younger one. He lowered his voice and said softly, "Don't go. Go back to the Livia fortress. No one dares to plot against you there." Lan Luo shook his head without hesitation. "No. Since you insist on going, I must go with you. Lan Shi, is likely to come for revenge." He finally said it. The silver-yellow butterfly he saw in the Rachel star belt was Lan Shi. He had no communication with her, but he instinctively felt the murderous intent in her. Lan Shi did not attack him, and disappeared when he was extremely vigilant. He knew who his father was, but he was at a loss. He had no clear concept of the word father. Not to mention that he had never seen Lan Zhe. He felt vaguely uncomfortable in his heart, but he didn't know what to do. He had never had contact with the Zerg. In his opinion, the Zerg was a hateful and disgusting race, and he didn't think he was the same as them. If it weren't for his special form and abilities that humans could never have, he even felt that he was no different from humans. Lan Shi's appearance frightened him. He had a subtle premonition that what was going to happen next would be completely out of control. Xie Yuyan did not doubt Lan Luo's words. He rubbed his hair, patted his shoulder and said, "No matter what her purpose is, this universe is not a place where she can do whatever she wants. The Zerg is very powerful, but humans have never encountered many challenges since their existence, and have also experienced the crisis of genocide. This is already unclear how many times. We can't repeat the same mistakes this time. We must nip all dangers in the bud before anything happens." Xie Yuyan walked in front, but his hand was gently placed on the space bag. The gray-black butterfly specimen that Shiryu and others gave him was still in his hand. After he got the butterfly specimen, he used a special container to completely isolate its breath. Since then, the specimen has been stored by him, and there has been no movement, as if it was not the culprit for the reconstruction of the channel on the aquamarine star. Lan Luo hurriedly followed him, and the worry in his heart not only did not subside, but was piled up layer by layer. Shiryu drove the Ares all the way to the Interstellar port. Seeing that the Judgment had not yet set sail, she breathed a sigh of relief and immediately put away the mecha to find Xie Yuyan. The Zerg invasion of the deep blue galaxy was discovered half an hour ago. With the experience of the last Zerg invasion, the governments of each planet in the deep blue galaxy have a very safe evacuation route. The number of shelters has also increased several times in the past few years, and each shelter is equipped with a sufficient number of shuttles. Once full of people, the shuttles will take off immediately. People on various planets in the deep blue galaxy are evacuating urgently. But the Zerg offensive is stronger than the last time. In order to buy time for the people to evacuate, the deep blue galaxy garrison suffered heavy losses. The deep blue galaxy is the jurisdiction of the 6th Marshal Feng Xian logically. He should have rushed there immediately when the incident happened. But because Xia Liqing died in battle, he led the fleet to the front line to take over the garrison mission. And the people who went to the deep blue galaxy for support were replaced by Xie Yuyan and the Judgment Corps. Shiryu and Gu Qianqian entered the Judgment, and the fleet immediately set sail for the deep blue galaxy. Except for the Judgment Corps, all other corps that could be mobilized rushed to the deep blue galaxy. At this moment, the news of the Zerg invasion in the deep blue galaxy had already fermented on the Star Network, and the people who were still immersed in Xia Liqing's funeral were immediately attracted. Shiryu stepped into the command room and saw that the simulation sand table had completed the modeling of the situation on each planet in the deep blue galaxy. The Zerg invasion was not long ago, and the planets in the deep blue galaxy can still communicate normally with the outside world. With the experience of the last time, The information missile has been launched into the atmosphere to eliminate the interference of Zerg secretions and ensure that the surface can always maintain contact with the space station. Every department is operating. Sure, you did not speak after entering the command room, and listened carefully to everyone discussing the situation in the deep blue galaxy. Jean Bay, one of the commanders of the Judgment Corps, pushed out a photo one by one. Marshal, this is the latest photo taken by the Ring satellite. Please take a look. The photo shows an elegant and delicate girl, wearing a light yellow dress and standing in the smoke. The wind blowing by her side blew away her waist-length hair, and the picture was beautiful. I don't know if she noticed the monitoring of the ground by the Zodiac satellite. She raised her head slightly, and this scene happened to be photographed. It should have been a beautiful photo, but behind her there was a huge black spider covered with bristles. The spider raised its two front legs high, not to hurt the girl, but as if it was suddenly stimulated and was retreating in fear. Sure, you leaned against the wall, and immediately stood up and walked over to enlarge the photo after seeing the photo, and spit out a few words. It's Lan Shi. Lan Luo stood beside Xie Yuyan. He stared straight at Lan Shi in the photo, as if he was looking into her eyes through the photo. No one can communicate with another person through a photo. Lan Luo suddenly said, she wants to destroy the deep blue galaxy. To destroy the Federation. This is not a new answer, because the war between the two races has begun since the Zerg invaded the deep blue galaxy. Lan Luo's mood was obviously not right. He was too nervous. Ever since he turned into a butterfly and appeared beside Shiryu, he has been heartless. And the biggest emotional fluctuation was probably when he ate the pudding. Shiryu didn't want others to doubt his identity, so he gave Xie Yuyan a look and dragged him out. The discussion in the command room was still going on, and Lan Luo was pulled into his lounge by Shiryu. He sat down and covered his face, exuding a sense of bewilderment from the inside out. Shiryu looked at him quietly for a while, and suddenly said, Lan Luo, can you control the Zerg? Her words made Lan Luo's eyes slightly widen, and he looked over in surprise. Shiryu continued, I have seen your research materials in the underground laboratory of Aquamarine Star. The people in the laboratory recorded your identity as a suspected Zerg royal evolution. Royal family, she repeated. If I'm not mistaken, those huge and ugly monsters are at the bottom of the Zerg food chain, just acting as thugs. And Lan Shi is a Zerg royal family, so she can suppress them. I don't know how the Zerg is divided, but you are definitely not inferior to Lan Shi. How amazing Lan Zhe was back then. And Lan Luo now won't be much worse. But he has too little experience, is too simple, and lacks knowledge of the world because of long-term imprisonment. If she tries to control the Zerg to destroy the deep blue galaxy and the Federation, does it mean that you can control the Zerg in turn and let them return to their original world? Shiryu's simple words were like a revelation. Lan Luo understood her meaning, but his face was still blank. He thought for a while and said, I don't know how to control them. He is really useless, and always has to rely on others for protection. Shiryu knew his experience. Of course, he wouldn't force him. She walked up to him, bit her finger and flicked his brow. Show off your royal aura. Do you really think you're just a kid? Lan Luo looked at her stupidly, silently repeating the word royal family. What a class that sounds so high class just by hearing it. Shiryu looked at him stupidly, wondering if her words had troubled Lan Luo, and suddenly saw the beautiful golden wings behind him spread out. It was not the first time she saw this pair of wings, but every time she saw it, she felt amazed, because it was so beautiful that it was hard to describe in words. Shiryu once thought, they were all Zerg. Why were the royal family noble and beautiful, while the Zerg that invaded the Aquamarine Star were so ugly that people wanted to vomit when they saw it? She was about to ask Lan Luo what was wrong, but she saw his golden wings trembling slightly, and dots of golden phosphorus powder fell. These phosphorus powders seemed to have a strange power, although he was standing in front of her. Shiryu could hardly feel Lan Luo's breath. Immediately afterwards, Lan Luo disappeared in front of Shiryu. Even the pitch-black hole did not open. He just disappeared like that. Chapter 163. Shiryu searched inside and outside for several times, but couldn't find Lan Luo. She waited patiently in the lounge for a while, but still didn't see him. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Did the little guy use his special ability to move directly to the deep blue galaxy? Shiryu slapped her forehead. She just wanted to guide him a little so that he wouldn't lose his sense of proportion when facing Lan Shi. How did things develop into this? She was about to go to the command room to tell Xie Yuyan, But the battleship came with a reminder that the Judgment was about to shuttle through the wormhole. She had to wait in the lounge for the wormhole shuttle to end. Every planet in the deep blue galaxy was spreading war, and the garrisons of nearby galaxies also sent people to support under the dispatch of Xiaoyuan. Shuttles kept going in and out of the planets in the deep blue galaxy. But as time went on, the high altitudes of the planets were gradually occupied by Zerg. The situation of the last Zerg invasion was very likely to repeat. Xiaoyuan's attitude was very clear. He wanted to deal with the Zerg in the shortest possible time and never let them fly out of the planet's atmosphere. SSS-level Zerg can survive in space, which has been proven by the SSS-level Zerg he saw on the way to Lipakea. Once the Zerg leave the surface, according to their reproduction speed, they will definitely bring disaster to other galaxies. If they spread to the entire universe, the situation will be even more terrifying. The last time the Zerg invaded, the deep blue galaxy received an order from the capital star to study the Zerg. Since then, this research has never been interrupted, and some things have been studied over the years. In addition to launching information missiles at the ground, the space station is also launching jamming missiles. Jamming missiles can weaken the Zerg's defense and interfere with their pheromone communication. However, the jamming missiles did not work at first. After several hours of launch, the space station captured Zerg killing each other on the ground. And there were quite a few of them. After several analyses, the researchers finally confirmed that it was the effect of the jamming missiles. The reason why it took several hours to work was because the Zerg's reaction was too strong. And there was always a slight gap between theoretical and practical things. The Judgment Corps arrived at the deep blue galaxy in the 12th hour of the Zerg invasion and took over the overall command. Yu informed Xia and Yin Lanluo of the sudden disappearance, and there was no time to discuss with him. So he immediately went out with the mecha troops. Among the many planets in the deep blue galaxy, the situation of the Zerg invasion on the Blue Sea planet was the most serious, and the casualty rate of the garrison on the Blue Sea planet was also the highest among several planets. The high altitude of the Blue Sea planet has also been completely occupied by the Zerg, and it is very difficult for the mecha troops outside to enter. Fortunately, due to the launch of information missiles, the surface can still communicate normally with the space station. Yu called Lin Xia, but did not get a response, which made her a little worried. She drove the Ares and rushed into the atmosphere of the Blue Sea planet. The Zerg cruising in the sky seemed to be on guard against the mecha troops trying to come in from the outside. After the Ares appeared, they swarmed up, biting their sharp teeth, and the sound of clicking spread densely in the air. But it was a bit numbing to listen to. They stared at the God of War eagerly, as if the God of War was a delicious meal for them. The God of War now was not the God of War that was restricted by the driving mode at the beginning. Yu threw out 2 beam swords, and the God of War turned into a silver blue light and flew in the sky in the shape of a scimitar. Some of the Zergs that surrounded her were cut in half by her sword, and some reacted quickly enough to avoid the fatal blow, but still could not escape the fate of being killed. The sharp attack made the powerful Zerg fall down like dumplings. No matter what kind of creature it is, it has this instinctive sense of danger. After Yu entered the atmosphere, she began to kill indiscriminately. Countless Zergs died in her hands. The Zergs that rushed over from behind smelled the breath of death and instinctively wanted to retreat. Xiaoyuan's order was to wipe out the Zerg, and the most important task was to destroy the passage for the Zerg to come. Yu did not linger in the battle. After the Zerg in the sky showed signs of retreat, she turned into a light and disappeared into the sky. The mecha troops following Yu were completely useless, and a clear channel had been cleared in front of them. The pilots, who had never seen Yu fight so directly, were stunned. When they reacted, they had already landed on the ground with Yu. Y1121 is really awesome. It was not the first time that Lin Xia felt that he had suffered many disasters. When he was young, he served in the expeditionary army. Every time he went on a mission, he would encounter problems. Even if he always escaped danger, his heart could not bear it. Later, he retired from the front line and returned to his hometown, Aquamarine Star, and became an ordinary officer. He lived a stable life for 20 to 30 years. But unfortunately, his peaceful life could not continue. The Zerg invasion a few years ago almost made him think that his life was going to end. But he was lucky to survive. And this luck seems to have only lasted until now. A passage built by the Zerg suddenly appeared near a shelter he was responsible for. Because of this, the people in the shelter were unable to take the shuttle to leave the Aquamarine in time. The shelter was also listed as a red zone. A high-risk area. The people who originally arrived at the shelter could not leave the aquamarine, and could only go to other shelters. It takes time to evacuate people. And more Zergs are pouring out of the passage. Even if their combat effectiveness is not strong, their number is several times that of the shelter garrison. The mecha driven by Lin Xie was pulled away by the disgusting tentacles of the Black Leech and smashed hard in the distance. The long-term battle has overloaded his body and mental strength. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to avoid this attack. He endured the blood rushing to his throat and controlled the mecha to stand up. The people in the shelter had not yet been completely evacuated. Just a little more time. Just a little longer. The Zerg would not give him a chance to adjust. They were more ferocious than sharks that smelled blood. They rushed over in a rush. And their numbers were so large that they could drown Lin Xie. The people fighting with other Zerg nearby noticed his situation and tried to fire shells to support him. But unfortunately, the number of Zerg that could be repelled by the shells was limited. And it was impossible to rescue him perfectly. Lin Xie stood up. The big knife in the mecha's hand was already dirty. And because it could not break the Zerg's defense, there were tiny gaps on the blade. He roared, wanting to die with the man-eating Zerg. And a silver beam suddenly fell from the sky. Lin Xie roared halfway, and the rest of the sound was stuck in his throat. He looked up dully, and saw another silver-blue light falling from the sky. The floater removed from the god of war fell in the middle of the Zerg and turned around quickly. The silver beam carried an indestructible force. Wherever it swept, the Zerg was more fragile than freshly baked tofu, and was easily cut in half. The disgusting liquid gushed out and flowed down, almost covering the ground. Lin Xie slightly widened his eyes, and recognized the silver-blue mecha floating in the air. He suddenly smiled and cursed, "Little bastard. How long have you not contacted me? After sure you took over Xie Liqin military rank and stayed in the Judgment Corps." He had been running around in various events, and had almost no time to contact Lin Xie. Lin Xie was not worried about her, but he was afraid that contacting her on his own initiative would delay her time. So he could only get her news from the Star Network. After learning that she was fine, and seeing the news that she couldn't move her legs when she saw Little Pudding in the Lilvia fortress, he instantly lost the desire to contact her. Shameful. Why did he take over the custody of this shameful little bastard after the last Zerg invasion? Lin Xie took a breath, and took out a potion from his space bag and drank it. He finished the potion, and a communication request popped up in front of him. It was sure you. Major. Are you saying bad things about me again? I just sneezed. Her voice was clear. She was still communicating with him. But the silver-blue mecha in the sky turned into a killing Shura on the battlefield and harvested the lives of the Zerg with a terrifying posture. 12 floaters surged in the air, helping the garrison to strangle the Zerg. And then all rushed to the black hole. The powerful energy hit the edge of the hole. And it didn't take long for the surrounding area of the hole to break and twist. The mecha troops who came to support have also joined the battle. And the Zerg in this area were destroyed by them with a crushing attitude. Sure, you chatted with Lin Xie for a few words, left some people behind, and immediately took the rest to the next place for support. Mecha troops continued to pour in from outside. And sure, your main task was to defeat the black holes and make them disappear. Her appearance changed the situation on Aquamarine within just a few hours. And the situation here was completely transmitted from the space station. Sure, your face was cold, counting the hole she had just defeated. It was already the 8th one. No wonder the Zerg's offensive was so swift. There were so many channels that they could send support continuously. Defeating the channel was only a temporary solution. If we wanted to end the Zerg invasion, we had to catch the butterfly that built the channel. The surface of Aquamarine had become a big net, with information constantly fed back to the space station, and then fed back from the space station to the surface. Shiryu was about to go to the next shelter for support, when she suddenly found a place with abnormal energy fluctuations on the radar detection of Ares. She fed back the news to the space station first, and acted separately from the mecha troops before the space station issued instructions. Ares was very fast and arrived at the destination in just 2 or 3 minutes. The first thing that appeared on the simulation sand table was a pair of silver-yellow wings. She gently flapped her wings with unique patterns and floated in the air. Her wings were very special. The texture on them was light-colored, but it revealed gorgeousness and nobility. And there was a layer of light golden brilliance. Lan Luo, who was also stretching his wings opposite her, did not have this brilliance. In addition to the two of them, there were other Zergs here. Those arrogant and ugly monsters were all crawling on the ground and dared not move. There were countless corpses of the same kind around them, and the buildings next to them seemed to have been blown up by missiles and completely turned into a flat ground. The rubble was very fine, and it could be seen that the impact was huge and uniform. This is a power that humans cannot have. No wonder those rats hiding in the gutter would do horrible experiments. The feeling of having absolute power can give people an absolute sense of security. Shiryu appearance immediately attracted the attention of the two. Lan Luo knew the god of war, and knew that the person coming was her. She looked alert, and her hands hanging by her side were gathering strength, as if she could launch an attack at any time. But no one took the initiative to take action, based on the idea that if the enemy did not move, I would not move. In a moment of silence, two butterfly men and a mecha formed a strange triangle formation. Perhaps the atmosphere was too heavy. Shiryu slapped the loudspeaker and said in a frivolous way, "Lanshi, you lied to me." Her tone was like that of an innocent boy who encountered a woman full of lies, was cheated of money, body, and feelings, and was resentful and accusing. Chapter 164. Now all eyes in the deep blue galaxy are focused on the invading Zerg, and no one noticed that a fleet quietly mixed into the fleet that came to support. "General, what are we going to do?" Yin Bai stood behind the middle-aged man, who was wearing a federal military uniform, but no military rank. After the Zerg invasion broke out in the deep blue galaxy, the middle-aged man ordered the fleet to set sail for the deep blue galaxy. Yin Bai initially thought that he wanted to support the deep blue galaxy, but after careful consideration, he found that it was not right. They have been hiding in the dark. Even if they have been exposed, they have never been known to the public. If they support the deep blue galaxy, it will undoubtedly reveal clues. Yin Bai thought for a long time and couldn't figure out what the middle-aged man's purpose was. Taking this opportunity, he asked after hesitation. The middle-aged man did not answer his question, but looked at the beautiful galaxy outside the interstellar battleship and sighed. "Yin Bai, how long have you been with me?" Yin Bai didn't quite understand why he asked this, and thought for a while and said, "Almost 10 years. After he showed his excellent command talent, he was trained as a key member, and after completing several tasks well, he was listed as a core member and was deeply trusted. It turns out that it has been 10 years. In a blink of an eye, you have become a mature and steady commander." Yin Bai listened to his sigh and stood straight behind him without answering. Since he could remember, he knew that he was a descendant of the survivors of several generals under the command of the Lilvaya battle more than 100 years ago. He should have been the descendant of a martyr, but he had to hide. All because there was a terrifying big hand behind the Federation. He ruthlessly slaughtered all the survivors of the Lilvaya battle and their descendants to annihilate the truth of the betrayal of several marshals back then. Yes, someone leaked the news that several marshals were severely injured to the Castellan Empire, causing the powerful Federation to collapse overnight. In order to cover up this secret, all survivors who might know the truth after the Battle of Lilvaya had to die. His parents escaped by chance, but they did not live long. And the black hand behind the Federation has been stirring up the undercurrent. He wanted to find out the big hand behind the Federation. Click, click. The sound of the heels of military boots hitting the ground suddenly sounded. Yin Bai withdrew his mind, looked up and saw the blue and gold uniform on the other party, and immediately saluted the visitor respectfully and lowered his eyes. Before this, he always thought that his side was fighting alone. But he didn't know that the general was loyal to another person, and it was he who secretly helped them avoid the bloody purges over the years. "Yin Bai, you go down first," the middle-aged man ordered, and Yin Bai followed his words and left. Before leaving, for some reason, he looked at the man's hand. Sure enough, he saw the black ring and the bright 6-star pattern on it again. The moment he passed by the man, he suddenly felt a little confused. Why? Why did he wear a ring with the dragon logo engraved on it? It couldn't be for fun. The dragon was 100 years of silent pain for the Federation. The last time he saw this ring by accident. He thought about it for a long time after returning. This ring obviously couldn't be the dragon. There was only one other possibility left. That the ring was the key to activate the dragon. This guess almost made him stop breathing. More than 100 years ago, the coalition forces of the Toyas Republic and the Castellan Empire launched the dragon on the Lilvaya galaxy, almost destroying the entire galaxy. The survivors of the Lilvaya galaxy were also transformed into monsters that were neither human nor ghost under the radiation of the dragon. And there is no possibility of recovery until now. This was the first time the dragon appeared. but it shocked the entire universe. At that time, all countries in the universe launched a huge public opinion, condemning the Toy's Republic and the Caslan Empire. After years of tug-of-war among the universe, the two countries finally compromised and signed a peace treaty with all countries, never using the evil dragon in future wars. A few years ago, Helios unilaterally tore up the peace treaty and deployed the evil dragon in the capital star system of the Republic of Toyas, which once put the Republic of Toyas at the center of the universe's public opinion. But this was his personal behavior after all. After he was executed, the public opinion gradually faded. But the Republic of Toyas has not recovered until now. This is Yin by third contact with the evil dragon. He was absent-minded all the way. The evil dragon is as evil as its name, and it should not exist. But the man who should be respected by him carried the key to activate the evil dragon. He felt a sense of confusion from the bottom of his heart. The people who wanted the Federation to regain its glory. The people who had been protecting the survivors for so many years. What kind of mentality did they have to wear the key of the evil dragon on their hands, so that they could start it at any time? And where is the lock that matches the key? Yin Bai shook his head and walked into the command room. He saw the people inside busying themselves and the situation on the surface of the aquamarine star. At such a long distance, the warship has already monitored the situation of the deep blue galaxy. Yin Bai's eyes were fixed on the simulated sand table, looking at the clearly projected silver-blue mecha. At that moment, his heart seemed to be paused, and Shiryu's sarcastic eyes and confident appearance circulated in his mind. If it was Shiryu, what would she think? What decision would she make? What about Commander Xia? What would he think? Please protect the safety of civilians first. And please take your life as the most important. If you encounter danger, retreat first, and then find a time to complete the mission. I am with you. A cold voice came from the public channel. Yin Bai suddenly opened his eyes wide and stepped out of the command room, but accidentally bumped into his adjutant, who was walking from behind. The adjutant saw that he looked unhappy and asked in confusion, "Commander Yin, what's wrong with you? It's almost time to carry out the mission. Do you want to take a rest first?" Yin Bai forced a smile. "Maybe I didn't rest well last night. I go back to the lounge to sleep for a while, and come back later. You watch here first. Contact me immediately if you have anything." The adjutant smiled and nodded and said, "Okay." Yin Bai left the command room quickly. The adjutant looked at his back and frowned slightly. Yin Bai walked faster and faster. He was eager to prove something. He almost rushed all the way back to the lounge. When the door of the lounge was closed, he couldn't wait to open his brain. As the commander-in-chief of this battleship, he has authority second only to the middle-aged man. And his own ability is also very strong. One virtual screen after another popped up from his brain. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely find that the virtual screen showed the situation of the entire battleship. Yin Bai is checking the surveillance of the warship. He bit his lower lip tightly, and in just a few seconds, large patches of sweat appeared on his forehead. The sweat gathered all the way down to his chin and dripped onto his military uniform. He didn't care about these things at all, and stared straight at the virtual screen that popped up at the end. The lounge without lights was dim, and the light of the virtual screen reflected Yin Bai's face. He clenched his teeth and listened to the conversation coming from inside. Xia Yuyan must die. His sharpness will hinder our next plan. The Federation has lost 2 marshals in a row in just 3 months, and they are father and son. Lu Shiwang should also taste the taste of things being out of his control. A few intermittent words came into Yin Bai's ears. He stared at the 2 people talking on the virtual screen and leaned against the cold wall weakly. "Kill Commander Xia?" Now that the Zerg have invaded, Xia and Yin are in charge of the deep blue galaxy to coordinate everything for the Federation. But they are talking about how to kill him. How ridiculous and pathetic. Yin Bai suddenly reached out to cover his face. But at this moment, he heard another sentence. "It's time to deal with him. A tool actually tried to break the Federation I created. The glory of the Federation should be created by me. And the rise and fall of the Federation should also be controlled by me." "Who?" The soul-piercing shout made Yin Bai come back to his senses instantly. He immediately wanted to close the virtual screen. A huge red exclamation mark appeared on the virtual screen. At the same time, the warship sounded a shrill alarm. Yin Bai knew that he was exposed. Go! This is his most instinctive and strongest decision. He must leave here. It turns out that his so-called faith is just a pie drawn by a villain. He has been deceived from beginning to end. Yin Bai wiped the sweat from his face. took off the intelligent brain ring on his wrist, took out another one from the space bag and put it on. He unfolded the virtual screen and replaced the mimic exoskeleton ring on his hand. The warship sounded the alarm, and he couldn't get out through the normal way. In this case, he had to use extraordinary means. Yin-Bai activated the mimic exoskeleton, and the silver-white mimic exoskeleton wrapped him up. He held a scimitar in his hand, and the scimitar cut into the wall of the lounge, and it sank in easily like cutting tofu. This was a weapon he specially built for emergency use, inspired by the indestructible dark golden scimitar in Shiryu hand. On the virtual screen, countless heat sources rushed towards his lounge. They would arrive here in a dozen seconds. If he couldn't escape in this short time, he would have no choice but to die. He wanted to leave. Yin-Bai movements accelerated, and the wall made of special materials with strong defense became a shoddy project under the scimitar in his hand. He kicked the wall, and the room suddenly released pressure, and the feeling of weightlessness in space quickly fed back to him. At this moment, the door of his lounge was blasted open by a laser gun, and his comrades who had fought side by side pointed their guns at him one by one, executing the orders given by their superiors without hesitation, and showing no mercy to him. Yin-Bai turned sideways, avoiding a laser cannon that could have smashed him to pieces. The laser cannon hit the wall, creating a huge gap. Yin-Bai took the opportunity to take out the mecha and jumped into the cockpit. At this time, the private channel was forced to call in, and the middle-aged man's angry voice came, "Yin-Bai, do you know what you are doing? Privately eavesdropping on the conversation of the superior is a spy act. You have been with me for 10 years, and I have watched you grow up. I don't believe you will be bribed by others. Tell me what happened. As long as you give me a reasonable explanation, I can completely ignore your actions today." "You? Uncle Yi," he interrupted the middle-aged man with 2 light words. The other party seemed to have not heard him call him that for a long time. He was a little stunned for a while, and could not continue what he had just said. Yin-Bai said, "Uncle Yi, when I was in contact with the commander, you pointed at Commander Xia and told me that he was the best commander in the Federation, and my goal was to catch up with him and surpass him. You also told me that he was the best general in the Federation and the patron saint of the Federation. But what did you say just now? You said you wanted to kill him. During the time when he was studying at the Ziska Military Academy, his identity was fake. His appearance was fake. But his name and his admiration for Xie Yuyan were real. Now that I think about it, the time he spent studying at the Ziska Military Academy was the easiest time he had ever had since he was born. At that time, he only needed to think about how to stand out among the freshmen and how to defeat the instructors. And he was truly himself. Because the desire to become stronger was real. And the friendship with classmates was real. Maybe his words made the middle-aged man speechless. And there was no sound from the other party in the private communication for a long time. But soon, the mecha troops rushed out of the battleship and surrounded him. Yin-Bai has SSS-level mental strength and physical fitness, and has been trained on the front line for several years. Both his combat literacy and adaptability have been greatly improved. After making up his mind, he closed the private channel and drove the silver-white mecha desperately out. What he had to do was not to entangle with these people, but to leave here and tell Xie Yuyan and Shiryu that the person who was supposed to die was not dead, and he was still secretly planning the dirty and disgusting future in his mind. After the Judgment Corps arrived at the deep blue galaxy, the entire fleet stopped in space. The mecha troops on the warships almost went out in full force to enter the atmosphere and fight with the Zerg. Now the Judgment is an empty shell. More and more warships came from other galaxies. Except for the Judgment, all S-level and above warships entered various planets one after another to support the surface garrisons and destroy the channels built by the Zerg. The tug-of-war between the two sides has also changed from one-sided at the beginning to a 50-50 split now. As more channels built by the Zerg collapse, the situation is more favorable to humans. Because of the experience from the last time, the Deep Blue Galaxy government's response this time almost minimized the losses. The command group of the Judgment Corps also took over the command of each planet, issued a series of orders, reorganized the army, and began a comprehensive and thorough counterattack. In the Judgment, Xie Yuyan stood alone in front of the simulated sand table. He looked at the situation inside each planet, and his frown relaxed slightly. He focused his attention on the aquamarine star. The battle situation on the surface of the aquamarine star was in a relatively stable state. He stretched out his finger and tapped the simulated sand table a few times. The projected picture began to change. as if searching for someone somewhere. The door of the command room suddenly opened, and a person wearing a silver-red mimic exoskeleton walked in. He walked all the way, and the judgment was empty. Have you really decided to do this? Xie Jiangsa took off the mimic exoskeleton on his body and asked uncertainly. It's not that he is not decisive enough, but this decision. Xie Yuyan raised his head and curled his lips at him. Brother, you said that if I were in this position, I would do better than him. When Xie Jiangsa appeared in front of him, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. But the real touch told him that everything was real, and he was not dreaming. He has never been alone. Yuyan, don't put shackles on yourself. He sighed softly. He had forgotten the mood when he said that sentence. But he didn't expect that Xie Yuyan would always remember it in his heart and stick to it. He didn't want to see Xie Yuyan being bound by his identity and responsibility. From the first time he met him, Xie Jiangsa saw a suffocating indifference in him. Yes, he seemed to care about nothing, but he was bound by layers of shackles. He could obviously not be forced to take responsibility, but he took on everything under the surface of indifference. Because it's not that he doesn't care, but that he cares too much. Xie Yuyan seemed to be touched by the word shackles in his words. His eyes suddenly lost focus when they stayed in the air, but became vivid and agile when they touched the silver-blue mecha projected on the simulation sand table. He said gently, Brother, it's not a shackle. Xie Jiangsa looked at him, but he said firmly, For so many years, the dead souls should not pull the living people. I want to see what they want to do. Xie Jiangsa was not unaware of his thoughts, but still couldn't help saying, You should know that you are risking your life. She will definitely. This is a desperate gamble. If you win, you will stand up after the loss. As for losing, he didn't think about this problem. Xie Jiangsa touched his resolute eyes and finally sighed. Why choose this time? The Zerg invasion and the conflict with the Castellan Empire have not been resolved. The internal undercurrent of the Federation is turbulent. The seemingly increasingly prosperous and powerful Federation is actually just a bubble that has been blown up and may collapse at any time. It's already here, and it can't be avoided. After Xie Liqin died in the Talasaka fortress, he had such a premonition. He didn't know how many forces were hiding in the dark, but he was sure that their ultimate goal was to become the center of federal power and take everything into their hands. And he, Xie Yuyan, was their biggest obstacle, because he was heading to the center of federal power, trying to become the faith of the Federation. Lan Ze was very strong, but he died. Xie Yuyan stopped talking. He looked at the god of war, who was killing people in the simulated sandbox, and his dark pupils were filled with light that others could not understand. He looked at the unstoppable mecha, as if he wanted to engrave her appearance in his mind forever. In silence, he said 3 words. He didn't expect to be forgiven, but he hoped that this was not his burial place. He was lucky to be put in shackles. Sure, Yu was undoubtedly a master at destroying the atmosphere. When she said a word, the momentum of the 2 butterfly people who were originally competing against each other suddenly dropped a lot. Lan Shi glanced at the god of war indifferently, and then looked straight at Lan Luo, who was already injured, and said condescendingly with his arms folded across his chest, What can you use to stop me? Weakling. Now she is a queen with full aura, completely different from the weak and delicate young lady who came out of the lifeboat. Lan Luo gritted his teeth. In the brief battle just now, he did not gain any advantage from Lan Shi, and was completely suppressed by her, and could not find any chance to fight back. Seeing that Lan Luo didn't speak, Lan Shi's mockery became stronger. You don't deserve to call him father. You obviously have the strongest talent, and you obviously carry his complete blessing. But you are so weak that you can't even hold on for a few minutes in my hands. You should really let that self-righteous person see what kind of rubbish the child who carries all his hopes is. She bit the last 3 words. And these 3 words were like 3 mountains, stacking and pressing heavily on Lan Luo's heart. His face turned a little pale, and he received more obvious ridicule from Lan Shi. Father. What kind of person is father? Seeing that they completely ignored her, Sure Yu cleared her throat and said, You two are too much to pretend that you didn't see me. Parents want their children to grow up, but they will never ask their children to become strong people in the definition of others. I haven't met Lan Ze, but I have heard a lot about him. Since Lan Luo carries his most complete blessings, he must want Lan Luo to be happy. And he doesn't need you, a sister who has to come to be related, to make random comments about him. Besides, what is a rag? Do you have any vision? Have you ever seen such a cute rag? Sure, you sarcasm mode is fully turned on. If according to your definition, the loser is a rag, then let's fight. I guarantee that you are also a rag. Scolding others and being scolded are two completely different experiences. When has Lan Shi ever been offended like this? And sure, you, who mocked loudly, has already used practical actions to teach Lan Shi to be a person. Ares approached at lightning speed and appeared in front of Lan Shi in the blink of an eye. The two particle beam swords carried a terrifying might, like the sword of God's judgment. Lan Shi had been alert to her, seeing her suddenly attack. Facing the particle beam sword that was as big as Optimus Prime to her, she had a glimpse of contempt in her eyes, slightly turned sideways, and deftly avoided Shiryu's attack. Her silver-yellow wings flapped, dropping dots of golden phosphorus powder. She disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Ares' cockpit in an instant. She raised a sneer at her lips. You can only rely on this kind of thing to show off in front of me, fragile human. At this time, the huge Ares seemed to be a burden. Lan Shi's wings were like the sickle of the god of death that could cut everything, and it was about to break the Ares with terrifying power. Sure, you just made a big talk. How could you be slapped in the face so easily? As she watched Lan Shi's wings charging to attack, the cockpit suddenly opened. Her attack suddenly missed, and she was carried forward by the attack. Sure, you, wearing a silver-blue mimic exoskeleton, did a roundhouse kick and kicked her in the waist and abdomen. The extremely precise attack made Lan Shi groan and fly backwards. She quickly stabilized her body in the air, but saw Shiryu raised his hand and put it on the cockpit of the god of war. Showing her a provocative smile, Lan Shi, little cutie, you don't seem to be that good. Lan Shi had never been provoked like this before. Not to mention that she and Shiryu met for the first time, and Shiryu still had good intentions towards her. She gritted her teeth and suddenly laughed. Do you want to know why I suddenly invaded here? No. Her response was an energy bomb. Lan Shi had dealt with many humans, but this was the first time she met someone like Shiryu, who was so stubborn that he was like a stubborn stone that people could do nothing about. The energy bomb was not even a tickle for Lan Shi, so she slapped it away and continued to look for ways to break this stubborn stone. You took my people away back then, and now I can sense that he is not far from me. Lan Shi raised her head as she spoke. She was looking at space. Shiryu narrowed his eyes. What do you want to say? I want to say boom. The horrible explosion sounded from farther above the clouds, and the bright light shining in the sky almost illuminated the gray sky of the aquamarine star. The explosion sounded continuously, getting louder and louder, and the light in the sky became more and more gorgeous. Shiryu suddenly felt an unprecedented panic in his heart. Lan Shi noticed her expression and raised the corners of her mouth high. If I sensed it correctly, it was my people who took action. At the same time, Shiryu's brain sent a rapid prompt sound, and the emergency communication popped up. Jean Bei's face was distorted with panic, and he said hysterically, Major General Sure. Judgment. Judgment exploded. And there are Zerg. Countless Zergs poured out of it. The Marshal is still on it. At that moment, Shiryu's blood flowed back all over his body. She felt the extreme coldness of the world, a despair that frightened her more than being buried under the gray snow of the end of the world. Chapter 165. The flames of the warship explosion were more gorgeous than the wonders of the universe. The Judgment, which was feared by countless countries in the First Federation, turned into cosmic dust in the terrifying explosion. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, but in the next moment, the gears turned rapidly. It was a hysterical shout, and countless people were crying. Shiryu felt that she was floating on the vast ocean, with nowhere to rely on and unable to find a way home. She was an ordinary person, but she encountered the end of the world. She wanted to become an ordinary person and encountered the Zerg invasion again. She could never retain anything, but could only lose again and again. If one day, I will also go to such an ending. What ending? Without her consent. Who dared to write the ending for him? The silver blue light slid across the sky, and she flew towards him regardless of everything. The fire engulfed the warship, and countless Zergs poured out from inside. But the silver blue light was like the death god from hell. Without the announcement of death, without the sanctions from above, she silently harvested the lives of the Zerg. The indestructible defense collapsed under her hands, and the dense Zerg seemed to her no different from the ant colonies on the ground. The brilliance of the stars flickered, and the rumbling explosions continued to sound, as if playing a dirge for someone. Died. Died again. One Zerg after another died in Shiryu's hands. She rushed into the fire without hesitation, and saw a black-haired man in a gorgeous robe quietly flapping his wings. His wings were gray-black, with white wavy patterns, and scattered light yellow rings of varying sizes, which was a dark-toned beauty. But Shiryu pupils contracted the moment she saw his wings clearly. She would never forget this pair of wings. The butterfly specimen in the exhibition hall had wings exactly like his. It was her own hands. It was her own hands that brought the butterfly specimen to Xiaoyan. Shiryu bit her lower lip and tasted blood. Her eyes were red, and she shouted loudly, and the god of war rushed towards the man. The other party smiled slightly, raised his hand to tear a hole, turned around and disappeared. The particle beam sword slashed on the hole. The crack was torn, and it collapsed. Time stopped again, but it did not leave her a chance to save it. Shiryu gritted her teeth, but saw a hint of light green in the firelight. She opened her eyes wide and flew towards the light green like crazy. It was the gray light shield that she once nicknamed the turtle shell. Yes, the gray light shield is known as the strongest defensive light shield in the universe. The explosion just now is terrifying, but it cannot disintegrate the gray light shield in an instant. He is not dead. He must not be dead. But when she saw what was inside the light green light shield, the joy that surged in her heart disappeared in an instant. She opened the cockpit of the god of war, and came to the front of the gray light shield with the power of the mimic exoskeleton. She placed her hand on the gray light shield, and the light green light flashed, and finally turned into a ring with the same skin color as her right index finger. The thing protected by the gray light shield floated quietly in the space. It was a K-pop flower. It was carefully preserved in a rectangular plastic package, and it still maintained its original delicate appearance. At that moment, Shiryu burst into tears. The explosion had not stopped yet, and the god of war appeared from the smoke, and everyone in the warships that stayed in the universe looked at the silver-blue mecha in silence. Their throats seemed to be strangled by a strange force, and they moved their mouths but could not speak, and the tears in the corners of their eyes fell uncontrollably. But at this time, Shiryu's cold voice came from the command channel. From now on, all fleets entering the deep blue galaxy will be commanded by me. Complete the order issued by the Marshal and wipe out the Zerg. All troops entering the ground, listen to the order. Change the first mission to escort all civilians on the surface to evacuate the planets. After confirming that all civilians have evacuated, do not stay. Her order was clear and unambiguous, but no one knew what her purpose was. Aren't they going to wipe out the Zerg? After evacuating, what if more and more Zerg come in from the channel and fly out of the planet's atmosphere? But no one asked. Everyone heard the determination in Shiryu's words, and no one doubted that she would let the Zerg go. After giving the order, Shiryu rushed into the aquamarine star again, the god of war. At this moment, he looked like a killing god from hell. Any Zerg standing in front of him could not escape the fate of being cut in two. Shiryu led the way in front, and the retreat of the aquamarine star went very smoothly. Her fighting style, like a killing machine, made the soldiers fighting side by side with her grit their teeth tightly. No one mentioned Xiaoyan at this time. He seemed to be standing quietly in the command room of the warship, waiting for the end of this war. No one dared to announce his death, and no one was willing to believe that he and the Queen of Judgment were buried here so easily. The atmosphere of the deep blue galaxy was unprecedentedly solemn. Everyone was fighting bloody battles. When one shuttle after another came out of the atmosphere, the other warships of the Judgment Corps, except for the Judgment that had exploded, lined up in the universe. Jinbei still had tears in his eyes. He clenched his fist tightly and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Another commander standing next to him handed him a glass of water in silence. Jinbei drank the whole glass of water, and then dialed Shiryu communication. His voice trembled violently. Major General Shir, do you really want to do this? This decision is too crazy. Once it is made, the situation will be irreversible. No one dared follow my orders. The cold words were unquestionable. Jinbei was shocked by her tone, subconsciously shouted yes, and saluted her. When he reacted, his back was already covered with a layer of cold sweat. He no longer hesitated and connected to the space stations of all planets. When he spoke again, he had already lost the trembling just now. Main ship order. All space stations leave the planet orbit. Repeat. All space stations leave the planet orbit. This order made the commanders of the space station look confused. But Jinbei's solemn voice told them that this was not a joke. The space station leaving the planet orbit means abandoning the planet. In the history of the Federation, the space station has only left the planet orbit once, which was in the Battle of Livia 100 years ago. Someone couldn't help asking, "Commander Jean, what are you going to do?" Jean Bay closed his eyes and said resolutely, "Eliminate the Zerg." At the same time, the God of War, after connecting to the command channel, Shiryu's face appeared in front of everyone. The people who had been waiting for news on the Star Network were surprised to find that Shiryu, who had never appeared on the Star Network, registered an account as the Commander-in-Chief of the Deep Blue Galaxy. Her eyebrows were sharp, and the emotions in her eyes almost condensed into ice. No one had ever seen her like this, and almost everyone had a bad premonition in their hearts. Shiryu spoke up. She said, "I am the adjutant of the Judgment Corps." Shiryu, temporarily taking over the position of the Commander-in-Chief of the Deep Blue Galaxy of Marshal Xiaoyan. 12 hours, 25 minutes and 5 seconds ago, the Judgment was attacked by the Zerg, and Marshal Xiaoyan died. When the word "die" came out of her mouth, the data that had never stopped jumping on the Federation Star Network seemed to have extinguished time at this moment, stagnating at the moment she spoke. The next second, crazy impossibilities continued to surge on the Star Network. Shiryu looked indifferent, but suddenly raised the gun to the virtual screen, and the black muzzle of the gun almost strangled everyone's throat. "It's better not to let me find out that this matter has anything to do with you. Otherwise." It was an energy bomb flying out of the muzzle. She, declaring her determination to the entire Federation, fearless of controversy, fearless of public opinion. As the energy gun rang out, more terrifying explosions poured into the Star Network. "It's the Deep Blue Galaxy." Shiryu destroyed the entire Deep Blue Galaxy. The moment the huge planet was hit by the red and blue laser, a terrifying wave surged out, rolling out like a wave, devouring everything recklessly. The 12 floaters removed from the God of War began to combine into one, forming a straight spear. The God of War held the silver-blue spear under the brilliance of the stars. Shiryu pulled the trigger at the aquamarine star under the attention of the entire Federation. The silver particle beam accumulated suffocating energy, and the space of the universe began to distort when the particle beam penetrated through it. It rushed through the planet's atmosphere, plundered all the possibilities of life, harvested the lives of countless Zerg, and then hit the surface of the aquamarine star in an instant, piercing the entire aquamarine star in the horrified eyes of countless people. The surging waves opened again, and the terrifying explosion filled everyone's ears. Everyone looked at this scene in shock and horror. After being ravaged by the Zerg, the once prosperous aquamarine star turned into cosmic dust in this wave. The God of War floated indifferently in the universe, like a king looking down on the world. No! She is the God of Death. Chapter 166. Shiryu destroyed the entire Deep Blue Galaxy. The Zerg that invaded the Deep Blue Galaxy were destroyed along with the Deep Blue Galaxy. Not only the First Federation, but the entire universe was vying to report this incident. Regarding her actions, all countries were divided into two factions. One faction felt that she was very decisive. The First Federation had countless territories, and abandoning a galaxy could solve the problem once and for all. She had the style of a tyrant, and she also brought out all the living civilians in the Deep Blue Galaxy. There was nothing to criticize about her actions. The other faction felt that she was too extreme. The Zerg invasion was indeed terrible, but it would not destroy the entire Deep Blue Galaxy, especially since the Deep Blue Galaxy was her hometown. Once such a ruthless behavior went to the battlefield, it would be another Hellies. Linking Hellies and Shiryu pushed this debate to a higher level. Many authoritative figures cursed each other from a distance, and the so-called self-restraint was all forgotten by them. The wave of the First Federation was more turbulent and surging than that of other countries. Shiryu's behavior was no longer arrogant. She fired a shot at everyone on the Starnet, and told the entire Federation about the destruction of the Deep Blue Galaxy. No one knew how to describe her actions. Some thought she was crazy because of the death of Marshal Xiaoyan, and some speculated that she was warning someone through her words on the Starnet. And all of them were no match for the Kapok flower that was sent back to the capital star. It was still beautiful, but its owner stayed in the Deep Blue Galaxy forever. Some people recalled the scene when Xiaoyan was crowned as a marshal. He walked out of the cockpit of the God of War wearing a blue and gold marshal's uniform, with a Kapok flower pinned to the pocket of his uniform. He drew out the Sword of Judgment while wearing the Kapok flower, and completed the coronation ceremony while wearing the Kapok flower. Everyone knows that K-pop is also known as the hero flower. Marshal Xiaoyan is an unquestionable hero of the Federation. Most of his admirers are young people. And young people always use stronger emotions to express their inner fluctuations. When Shiryu walked out of the warship in a dark red military uniform, she saw the dense crowds of people holding K-pop flowers with their heads bowed outside the Interstellar port. And she lowered her eyes. She walked out and said to everyone, "I will inherit his will. The Federation. I will protect it." There was no hysterical shouting. Nor was it a loud slogan. She just made a pious promise. Just like she did not leave any way out, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him at the Marshal's enthronement ceremony. At the same time, the Castellan Empire received news that almost shocked the universe. Duke Kelly was assassinated by Xiao Lina. Duke Kelly's son Biska strongly condemned Xiao Lina, saying that she would do anything to fight for power. On the night when he criticized by real name, he was also assassinated. Perhaps he was prepared for it. And he was lucky, and was only injured. There was also a lot of public opinion within the Castellan Empire. But Xiao Lina was caught on the spot, and was about to attack His Highness Surul, who was about to inherit the throne of the Castellan Empire. As a result, Princess Xiao Lina, who had risen like a shining star, fell at a faster speed. She was sent to the imperial prison. When she tried to escape, she was shot in the head by General Karl, who happened to be interrogating her in the prison. The Castellan Empire was in chaos. Surul ascended the throne in a hurry and decided to negotiate peace with the First Federation and voluntarily withdraw the fleet still stationed on the front line. The Federation lost 3 marshals in just a few years. If it continued like this, it would only increase the losses. The Parliament unanimously passed a ceasefire decision, and all the marshals stationed on the border returned to the capital galaxy. No funeral. Shiryu refused to hold a funeral for Xiaoyan, and the public opinion about her in the Federation was pushed to the climax. Every marshal is a meritorious person of the Federation. Giving them a high-level funeral is a respect for them. Shiryu's decision made her criticized again. And this time the debate about her was even stronger than what she did in the deep blue galaxy. But when someone saw Shiryu standing in the drizzle in the Time Garden holding a K-pop flower, all the noise stopped in silence. At this time, a voice spread across the Star Network. "Marshal, I nominate Major General Shur as the next Marshal." Shouts overlapped and almost drowned everything. "Marshal? Shiryu? Is she qualified?" Her merits were dug out one by one. Some people recalled the Y1121, who used a funny voice to play the generals of the Toya's Republic around. The salted fish who spent half of the freshman military training lying on the grass. And her sonorous and powerful sentence, "You are my glory." It turned out that it had already been deeply rooted in people's hearts. And when things have changed, what is left is tears. Shiryu. Marshal. Feng Shao hurried home and saw Fengsen and Shiryu sitting on the sofa, and was speechless for a while. He swallowed his saliva, looked at Shiryu carefully, and then looked at Fengsen. "Father, you..." Not long ago, Fengsen liked the popular post on Starnet. "Marshal. I nominate Major General Shur as the next Marshal." And the already very strong voice reached its peak here. Feng Shao hurried back after hearing the news. But who knew he would see Shiryu here? Fengsen's like on this message completely pushed Shiryu to the forefront. As a federal marshal, Fengsen is probably the first marshal in the history of the Federation to participate in the election of other marshals. "I asked Marshal Feng to do this." Shiryu answered Feng Shao's doubts. Feng Shao was unable to come back to her senses for a while. She sat on the sofa, holding a glass of water in her hand, and said after taking a sip, "I want to be the Marshal of the Federation. The first Marshal." She expressed her ambition in the calmest and coldest voice. Feng Shao was silent, and he didn't know how long it had been. He said in a hoarse voice, "Okay." He knelt on one knee, put his finger to his heart, and looked devoutly. Major Feng Shao of the Federation is willing to follow the Marshal. She once wanted to be the force that supports Marshal Xiaoyan, and now he also wants to be the force that supports her. Shiryu suddenly raised his eyes, but got a smile from him. "Xianyu, you are not alone. We are partners and comrades in arms." Fengsen looked at this and that, and then looked at the ring on Shiryu's left ring finger, stroking his chin quietly. "Soon." He coughed lightly and said, "You will talk about how to be partners and comrades in arms later." After speaking, Fengsen looked more serious. "Shiryu, you should know that what you did in the deep blue galaxy was too much. The Parliament has argued many times about this matter during this period. It is not so easy for you to become a marshal. whether it is the head of state or Wenrenma. Their attitude towards you is inclined to. Fengsen didn't continue to say it, but the meaning was very clear. Sure, you gently rubbed the edge of the water cup, raised the corner of her mouth and smiled. I will take care of the president, and I will trouble you with the next things. Perhaps she was too confident. Fengsen raised his eyebrows and said, Lu Shiwang is not a simple person. He can get to where he is now. His character is not weak, and his methods are definitely not bad. Everyone has weaknesses. President Lu understands this better than anyone else. After she put down the water cup, she pulled Feng Xiao up, put her palm on his shoulder, and said, Are you interested in doing something big with me? This was the first time she did not leave the people around her, and took the initiative to invite him. Feng Xiao nodded impatiently. His behavior was completely contrary to his character. But Shiryu turned his head slightly, and walked out first. When he walked to the parking lot, and saw the person standing next to the hover car, Shiryu's eyes paused. Gu Qianqian saw her looking at his bruised face, and embarrassedly reached out to cover it. I just had a fight with my brother. He spoke softly, and then quickly said loudly, I beat him. Then, I was kicked out of the house. I will follow you from now on. He has always been carefree, and others have always taken care of his emotions. He has never comforted anyone since he was a child. Anyway, he rushed over regardless of anything. Shiryu looked up at the sky. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, and she quickly put away her emotions and said, Okay. Gu Qianqian immediately laughed, and punched her shoulder with 5 fingers. Wait for Luo Luo to come back, and then wait for the university bully to wake up. The 5 of us are invincible. It was sunny after the rain, warm as spring. Chapter 167. Regarding how to deal with Shiryu's decision to destroy the entire Deep Blue Galaxy without authorization. The Federation convened a parliament almost every day to discuss this issue. But they argued and argued, but nothing came of it. Lu Shiwang was also in a headache. Shiryu's resolute action shocked the entire Federation. But because she rescued all the survivors of the Deep Blue Galaxy, she gathered a large number of supporters while being controversial. She already had a high prestige among the people of the Federation. Her series of actions during this period almost made all those who admired Xie Yuyan become her supporters. If the parliament took coercive measures against her, it would have a counter effect, he thought, took off his coat, and put it on the sofa. Suddenly, he stopped and frowned. There was a person standing in his study. She was wearing a dark red military uniform and black military boots on the ground, accumulating a terrifying power. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail behind her head. Maybe she had waited too long, but she looked a little impatient. She crossed her arms and looked at him with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Long time no see, President Lu. She entered his private residence without anyone noticing, and she didn't know how long she stayed in his study. Lu Shiwang stopped grabbing the collar of his shirt and looked up at Shiryu. Why is Major General Shi here? Shiryu was originally leaning against the wall. When he heard his words, he raised his mouth, raised his hand to pull open the chair next to the desk, sat on it, crossed his legs, and put one hand on the desk, saying, Of course, I came here to ask President Lu for a favor. Lu Shiwang almost instantly guessed what she meant by favor, and said calmly, Major General Shi wants to become a marshal based on merit and the people's expectations of you. What can I do to help? Don't I have these? Shiryu asked back, picking up the photo of Lu Shiwang and Lu Dongyan on the table. President Lu, you don't seem to have a clear understanding of yourself, she said earnestly, and her fingertips gently swept across Lu Dongyan's face. But she jumped up in an instant and kicked Lu Shiwang to the ground. With a click, the safety bolt of the energy gun was pulled open, and the cold muzzle was against Lu Shiwang's head. The high and mighty Lu Yuanan was now pressed to the ground in a mess. His jaw had been knocked red and painful, and it hurt to the root of his teeth, making him unable to speak. His side face was also pressed to the ground, and the cold feeling came with waves of humiliation. The black muzzle of the energy gun heavily poked the back of his head, and Lu Shiwang's ears still rang with Shiryu's devilish whisper, Lu Yuanzhang. As long as I move my finger slightly, you will die, she chuckled, as if weighing whether to kill him now or let him live a few more days. Lu Shiwang looked at the glasses that fell in front of him, and his tone did not change. Shiryu, if you kill me, do you know what kind of situation the Federation will face? Almost at the moment when Lu Shiwang finished speaking, Shiryu took over his words and said frivolously, Do you think I care? Break and then stand up. If it is not completely broken, how can there be a perfect reconstruction? Don't you and Xialichin think so? I used to think this idea was crazy, but now I think it seems to be quite good. The Federation created by me is the Federation I want. What a great wish. Why don't President Liu become the first person to be buried with my unparalleled achievements? Sure you? Are you crazy? Liu Shiwan growled. Accompanying his growl, Sure you stepped on the gold-rimmed glasses in front of him and crushed them with one foot, and admired the elegant and calm head of the Federation with great interest. She grabbed his hand with the smart brain bracelet, turned on his smart brain, entered the star network, clicked on the top hot search, and lightly clicked a thumbs up. The originally heated comment area was briefly paused, and then a more heated discussion emerged. Sure you smiled and bowed her head. Thank you Prime Minister Liu for your help. Next. It depends on Marshal Winran. Let me guess where he is now. She kicked Liu Shiwan gold-rimmed glasses that were crushed by her. It's a good thing. But it's a pity that it's a little fragile. After she finished speaking, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Gu Qianqian appeared at the door first. He yawned and said, as you expected, people are here. Winran walked out of the shadow behind the door. There were still water stains on his head. His clothes were casually put on. He didn't have the dignity and seriousness that a marshal of a country should have. He was as embarrassed as a peeping Tom, who was splashed with a basin of water, and was about to be stripped and thrown into the street for public display. Sure you stepped on Liu Shiwang's shoulder and smiled at Winran. Long time no see. Marshal Winran. Is your shoulder wound healed? Winran's eyes were gloomy, and he squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. Sure you. Do you know what you are doing? Threatening the head of the Federation. Trying to manipulate the parliament. What else do you take seriously? Sure you heard his words. Laughed, spread his hands, and said, as a matter of course, didn't I learn this from you? Violating the Cosmic Life Treaty. Building a secret laboratory under the headquarters of Hylian Express. Building battle fortresses on Grey Star and Little Dia Star. And conspiring with the Republic of Toyas to overthrow the previous head of state. And then ignoring the lives of 10,000 military academy teachers and students to go to war with the Castellan Empire. And repeatedly assassinating senior federal officers. Sure you raised his finger while speaking, and suddenly smiled apologetically. Look, there are so many things. I can't count them with 2 slaps. I only did this one thing. And I have to be condemned so strongly by you. My conscience hurts so much. The more she spoke, the deeper the curve of her lips became, and the more provocative her eyes looked at Winran. What are you talking about? Winran denied without hesitation. Don't admit it? Sure you stepped heavily on Liu Shiwang's shoulder, and there was a click, as if the bone in his shoulder blade was broken. Winran opened his eyes wide and immediately activated the mimicry exoskeleton. But an energy gun was pointed at the back of his head. And Gu Qianqian's vague voice came to his ears. I am a little sleepy. But can you please not treat me as dead? People with SSS-level physical and mental strength are the top combat forces of the Federation. Gu Qianqian has never been weak. But your brilliance is too strong, completely covering his glory. Look at our poor head. He is in so much pain that he is sweating, but he didn't even groan. He is really a powerful person. She stepped on Liu Shiwang's other shoulder and looked at Winran, whose 5 fingers were clenched into fists and eyes were bloodshot. Marshal Winran, have you thought about it? It's just a like. I'm not asking you to die. Why do you have such an expression? She smiled and slowly pushed down with the back of her foot. Stop! Winran opened his smart brain at the fastest speed and liked the eye-catching hot search. The sound of applause rang out. Sure you put down his hands, tilted his head, and smiled at Winran. Marshal Winran is still straightforward. Unlike President Liu, who asked me to do it myself. Crack! There was another crisp sound. And sure you stepped heavily on Liu Shiwang's shoulder. Winran's pupils dilated, and he rushed forward regardless of the energy gun pointed at the back of his head. Sure you had been waiting for him to come over. Before he kicked her waist and abdomen, she bent down and jumped back, kicking Winran's heart with her heel. But in the blink of an eye, she appeared beside Winran, and the inside of her clothes at her elbow was covered with a layer of metal, which hit his back hard. With another click, Winran's spine was broken by her. A federal head and a federal marshal. Both of them fell to the ground in a miserable state, more ridiculous than a dog that had been beaten. Sure you clapped her hands, pulled a chair over and sat in front of the 2 of them, crossing her legs. How does it feel to crawl under someone else's feet? Black hair slid down her side, swaying in a small arc, floating in a contented posture. Actually, there is no need to ask. Both of you should feel a lot. Lu Shiwang's face was pressed against the ground, and no one could see his expression at the moment. Wenren tried to get up from the ground, but unfortunately his spine was broken and his lower body was completely powerless. The arrogant Marshal Wenren probably didn't expect that he would have such a humiliating day. It's not a serious injury. Just lie in the hospital for 2 days. She stood up again after she finished speaking. I have asked you two to help me, and I should leave. I hope that nothing that shouldn't be revealed will be exposed on the Star Network before I leave. She turned her back to the two of them and whispered softly, I am a madman. If I can destroy the deep blue galaxy, I can also destroy everything. The sound of clicking rang out, and the military boots stepped on the ground. Step by step. What makes a person extremely painful and desperate is not to end his life, but to let him watch the things he cares most about being taken away by others bit by bit. I hope this perfect federal head can always stay calm. Chapter 168. I didn't dare to go to the hospital. Gu Qianqian browsed the message he had just received, shook his head and said, It seems that we still have to use force. Before, we were worried about the lack of evidence, so we were restrained in everything we did. But how can we find evidence for every matter in this world? Feng Xiao said with some worry. Will they really let us get what we want so easily? Lu Shiwang can indeed endure what ordinary people can't endure. But for so many years, he has been used to being in control. And now he is suddenly controlled by others, which is a humiliation for him. I hope he dares to do something. Sure, you took over his words. But he didn't dare. People who are too cautious and think twice before doing anything are both advantages and disadvantages. Her current performance has completely exceeded Lu Shiwang's control. He will think about it again and again, then calm down, and then wait for an opportunity to make a fatal blow to her. People who want to control everything in their hands often have more concerns than others. Over the past 100 years, Lu Shiwang had countless opportunities to destroy the Federation. But he didn't. Instead, he chose to become the head of the Federation and wanted to reach the pinnacle of the Federation's power. Why is that? Shiryu raised his lips and smiled contemptuously. In the final analysis, it is the inferiority in people's bones that is causing trouble. Gu Qianqian was confused, but he didn't ask. Instead, he browsed the Star Network and said, Now the call for you to be elected as the Marshal is getting stronger and stronger. Many congressmen and officers have liked this hot search. It is a general trend for Shiryu to be named Marshal. Head of State, are you really not going to do anything? Wenren lay on the bed, gritting his teeth as he spoke. His spine has been connected, under the effect of advanced repair fluid. He can walk in 1 day, and he can fully recover in about 3 days without any sequelae. In the interstellar era of rapid development of medical technology, as long as a person does not die on the spot and does not have a genetic disease, no matter how serious the injury is, there is a probability of more than 90% that it can be cured without any sequelae. Lu Shiwang was lying on the bed, looking at the white ceiling. His eyes were surging with a light that others could not understand. His chin was still red. Shiryu kicked to him was not polite at all. After hearing Wenrenma's words, his eyes moved slightly. What can be done? When Shiryu first appeared in his plan, he thought she was a good plastic talent, but still a little short. A person who does not know how to restrain his edge is destined to be wiped out in the vast universe before he can fully shine. But when her brilliance was so bright that the Republic of Toyas could not open its eyes, he vaguely felt that his plan had changed. He did not like the feeling of things being out of control. So he told Bai Zhuang that Shiryu had SSS plus level genes. He knew better than anyone how much a person who had been tortured by gene collapse for many years wanted to become a normal person. And after he became a normal person, how much he wanted to become a strong man. Bai Zhuang took action as he expected. But unfortunately, Bai Zhuang was a waste. But waste has some uses for waste, and can be a scapegoat. Of course, he also knew from Bai Zhuang's actions that Shiryu genes were locked with a very strong gene lock. Thinking of her last name, and the man who once amazed the entire universe, it seems not difficult to guess who put the gene lock on her. It was Shirji, the man who created Xiaoyu Yan's terrifying war machine. Sometimes he thought that God was really good to Reg. When he was desperate, Lan Zhe saved him, took him with him, and erased his past for him. Even Shirji became a good friend of him. Shi Shao created the strongest mecha in the universe for him. and Melis repaired Xiaoyan for him. But Reg was stupid. He turned against Shi Ji, wanted to kill Shi Shao, and tried to use Melis to control Xiaoyan. That's right. How could a person who has been flattered and supported by countless people since birth know how to condescend to win people over? But Reg did something he didn't expect. He won over Shi Yu. He wondered how Reg had won over Shi Yu. A person who would rather break than bend would not be threatened by him. It was more likely that after being threatened by him, all his arrangements would be turned upside down, and he would never have the chance to be proud again. Later he found out. Because of a very ridiculous reason. Xiaoyan, strong people, it seems, cannot escape the cage of beauty. After the star hunting plan failed, he gave up the idea of dealing with Xiaoyan. His existence could restrict Reg. Yes, the chess pieces created by Reg himself not only did not listen to him, but also destroyed his game. But things always go against one's wishes. Xiaoyan died. Shi Yu went crazy. The moment the deep blue galaxy was destroyed, Lu Shiwang was shocked. He once thought that he would never use the word shock again in his life. But at that moment, his heart was beating strongly, and he trembled to find that he could still feel fear. It was not the fear of death, but the fear of the paranoia and madness that came to his eyes from the other side of the virtual screen. His heart was beating strongly, and at that moment, he almost saw his former self. No, that was not him. He did not have the courage to destroy Lipakea. It was really funny. He watched Lan Zhe die in front of him with his own eyes. He watched him floating in a huge transparent glass jar day and night. But he could not do anything, and dared not do anything. It turned out that he was a coward from beginning to end. A despicable person who lived in humiliation. Headmaster, what's wrong with you? A hurried shout came, and Lu Shiwang met the eyes of Wen Renma, who struggled to get up from the bed next to him. What emotion surged at that moment? He couldn't tell, and he didn't know. He endured the pain in his shoulders, sat up awkwardly, gently touched the hair falling from Wen Renma's forehead, and whispered, Wenren, I'm going to do the last thing. The person who pursues the light becomes the light of others, in the name of faith, but is extremely despicable. Dirty as light. The voice on the Star Network overturned the top. The Federation convened the Parliament several times, and the resolutions came down layer by layer, and the process of running for the Marshal was also carried out in an orderly manner. Shi Yu changed the nickname of the social account on the Star Network. Y1121. Introduction. Guard you until you fall asleep. This introduction was changed within a few minutes and rushed to the hot search on the Star Network. There was a cry in the comments. Some people said that she was guarding Marshal Xiaoyan, who had fallen asleep. Some people said that she was guarding everyone in the Federation. And some people said that she was guarding the will of every martyr in the Federation. No matter who she was guarding, everyone sent her a K-pop flower in the comment area. Y1121. Shi Yu is a well-deserved hero of the Federation. Shi Yu was elected as the Marshal of the Federation without any surprise. Many people thought that she would choose to become the second Marshal. But when she attended the Federal Parliament after being elected as the Marshal, she walked towards the position of the first Marshal of the Federation in the eyes of everyone's shock. Everyone knows that the sequence of the Federal Marshal does not represent strength, but the first, no matter when, is the most eye-catching word. Every Marshal with the first sequence in the history of the Federation has left a brilliant brilliance in the gears of time, and is a heavy ink in the history of the Federation. Shi Yu is the youngest Marshal of the Federation. This time the Parliament is to discuss the peace talks with the Castellan Empire. Of course, the peace talks cannot be rushed. The agreement signed by the Federation and the Republic of Toyas was also pulled countless times, which lasted for 2 or 3 years. And finally the two countries concluded a ceasefire agreement in the Lilvaya fortress. At the beginning of the meeting, many people quietly paid attention to Shi Yu, wondering whether this newly promoted Marshal, who had not yet held the Marshal conferment ceremony, would make 3 fires as a new official and give advice on the current situation of the First Federation and the Castellan Empire. But unfortunately, Shi Yu sat the whole time and said nothing. After the initial cautiousness, everyone began to express their opinions. The meeting lasted for a total of 3 hours. When everyone thought that this meeting should come to an end, Shi Yu, who had not spoken the whole time, suddenly tapped the table lightly. Her action instantly attracted everyone's attention. The young man who had not yet put on the uniform of the Federal Marshal issued her first order after becoming a Marshal, I will be responsible for the peace talks with the Castellan Empire. Her tone was firm, leaving no room for anyone to object. When Renma, who was originally responsible for this matter, frowned and finally did not speak, the meeting room was quiet. But after a while, Fongsin raised his hand and said, I agree. If one person expresses his position, countless people will follow the trend in hesitation. I agree echoed in the conference room one after another, and hands were raised one after another. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and the peace talks with the Castellan Empire were still going on. The exact date for Shiryu martial conferment ceremony was finally set. Gu Qianqian leaned on the sofa and crossed his legs, looking at the blue and gold martial uniform hanging on the hanger, and said with a few clicks of his tongue, stroking his chin, what a nice uniform. I don't know if I will ever wear it. Feng Xiao was leaning on the other side of the sofa, and he raised his hand and knocked on his head, and began to show his characteristic of being a nagging person. I think it's very risky. At least there will be no chance in 100 years. Gu Qianqian immediately rolled his eyes at him. Do you ever say that to your brother? The position of the second marshal is still vacant. I think if I work hard, I will be able to participate in the election soon. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Feng Xiao said while bending his fingers, and after counting, all 5 fingers were bent down, and then said, it's only 5 ranks away. Gu Qianqian immediately put his hand to his mouth and made a zipper gesture. I shut up. I don't deserve it. He is still a poor major, and those who are eligible to run for marshal must be at least lieutenant general or above. As for Xie Yuyan and Shiryu, they cannot be classified as normal people. Feng Xiao curled his lips, glanced at the time, and frowned slightly. Why hasn't she come yet? The conferment ceremony will start in more than an hour. Gu Qianqian immediately sat up from the sofa and glanced at the time. No way. I told her to arrive 2 hours early last night. She is not an unreliable person. The 2 first ruled out the possibility of assassination. If there is still someone in this universe who can assassinate Shiryu, they really want to know which powerful person is so awesome, and immediately applaud him. As for preventing her from coming to the martial conferment ceremony, it is even more ridiculous and useless. Shiryu is already a federal marshal, and preventing her from coming to a conferment ceremony will not change anything, but will only cause a counter effect. As they thought about it, they suddenly looked at each other. Feng Xiao said uncertainly, won't she disappear before the ceremony like Marshal Xie did when he was conferred the title? Gu Qianqian grabbed a handful of hair and immediately stood up to put the marshal's uniform on the hanger into the space bag. Let's go. I think it's probably like this. She hasn't been to the Time Garden in the past 6 months. Sometimes I'm really afraid that she's crazy. She no longer bites a tube of nutrient solution for no reason like before, and she rarely eats small puddings. She is getting more and more serious, and looks more and more like a marshal of a country. But the 2 people's hearts are getting higher and higher. Either explode in silence or perish in silence. Shiryu is obviously not the latter. Shiryu wore a set of washed white clothes. Since she had an unlimited ATM, she packed up these clothes and threw them in the deepest part of the space bag. But somehow, she dreamed of a boy in a white shirt in the exhibition hall today. When she woke up, she turned out the clothes piled in the deep of the space bag and put them on. She came here by some strange coincidence. She held a bunch of roses. This bunch of roses was not for the nameless tombstone last time. She stepped on the stone road, and the sky was drizzling. The kapok in the Garden of Time was still as lush as it was in the past. It grew upward tenaciously, and tried to bloom the most colorful petals. A petal floated over with the breeze and drizzle, and Shiryu reached out to catch one. It was very beautiful, with raindrops, which was its most beautiful appearance. She thought, the gears of time are always surprisingly similar. He came here before the martial conferment ceremony and stood quietly in front of the tombstone of an important person in his life. And now, she also came here, standing in front of a tombstone with his name engraved on it. She refused to hold a funeral for him, but erected a tombstone for him, and engraved her own name on his tombstone. There was no identity, no epitaph, only 2 simple names, listed side by side. No living person would erect a tombstone for the dead like this. Shiryu put the rose down, stood quietly for a while, and suddenly looked up and smiled. Long time no see. Xiao Piuyang. There was a frivolous tone in her last voice, just like the first time she called him Xiao Piuyang. It was the wind that stirred up the waves, dancing with her black hair. There were tiny raindrops falling on the corners of her eyes. And she walked to the kapok tree on the side, quietly looking at the roses placed in front of the tombstone. Perhaps the fragrance of the flowers was too lingering. She leaned against the wooden chair and closed her eyes. In a trance, someone lifted her hair that was swaying in the wind and gently pinned it behind her ears. Shiryu suddenly opened his eyes. There was a blood-red kapok flower at hand. She pinched the kapok flower branch, listened to the wind blowing up the withered flowers, and blew away a whisper. "You are my glory." Marshal Shur. Chapter 169. You are going to the Caslan Empire. Feng Xiao raised his voice. He is not a person who cannot calm down. But it is really difficult for him to calm down when he knows Shiryu's decision. He paced back and forth in front of Shiryu, muttering no, no, no in his mouth. People who don't know him would think he is a repeater. Shiryu saw his exaggerated look and supported his forehead. It's not a dangerous place. You don't have to be so. Feng Xiao immediately turned around and interrupted her when she heard her say this. What's wrong with me? Do you know how much hatred you have attracted? How Silica was captured alive by you has long been reported back to the Caslan Empire. She has a high prestige in the Empire. And the current emperor of the Caslan Empire is her nephew. You? How did I capture her alive? In this day and age. Can't I defeat her with my strength and make her my prisoner? Shiryu asked back with his legs crossed. There is probably no federal marshal as unruly as her. She is wearing a majestic blue and gold military uniform. But she can still make such unruly actions. Feng Xiao was speechless for a moment, and then saw her take out a small pudding and eat it. He closed his eyes in pain, and finally sat next to her and stretched out his hand with confidence. Since there is no way to convince her, he has to go along with her. And it is not the first or second time. Shiryu fumbled and fumbled out a small pudding from his space bag, and put it in his palm reluctantly. Feng Xiao pulled the pudding over without hesitation. Can you be more generous? You are a federal marshal now. If this fumbling look gets out, everyone will think that the Federation has not paid you. Shiryu sneered at him. It was easy to ask for other things, but asking for a small pudding was extremely cruel. Feng Xiao didn't bother to pay her any more. He ate the pudding with relish, and seemed to think of something again, and glanced at Shiryu with his peripheral vision. He always felt that after the martial conferment ceremony, Shiryu's heavy feeling in her heart seemed to disappear, which was reflected in her daily behavior, because she returned to being a pudding fanatic. If she didn't eat pudding one day, she would definitely be listless. He secretly guessed why she suddenly felt relieved, but he couldn't guess the reason. If you want to see, look openly. Don't look at me with a peeping eye. Otherwise, I will suspect that you have ulterior motives towards me. Shiryu put the small pudding into her mouth, walked to the window of the study, pushed the window open and looked out. Today the sun is bright, shining in from outside, with a warm smell. Shiryu leaned against the window, holding her chin and looking at the kapok tree planted in this small garden downstairs. The kapok flower branches, which were only as big as her forearm, grew into a big tree in just half a year under the special culture medium, standing upright in the small garden, swaying in the wind. Shiryu was absorbed in watching, thinking of the kapok flowers that appeared silently beside her on the day of the marshal's conferment ceremony, and the words that sounded like hallucinations. She knew. She was right to insist all along. It was not a dream. He was not dead. And he took away the roses, she said to the tombstone. Thinking of this, Shiryu gritted her teeth. Xiao Piaoliang had to take a long breath after walking a few steps. How could he disappear under her nose? He came and didn't even see her properly. What a jerk. If you have the ability, don't come back. Otherwise she will definitely. Feng Xiao saw her leaning against the window in a daze, and he was no longer surprised. Shiryu often did this in the past 6 months. He finished eating the pudding, and was about to continue to deal with those complicated things. The smart brain on his wrist just happened to ring a message reminder. It was Gu Qianqian who sent him a message. Thinking of Gu Qianqian, even the more restrained Feng Xiao couldn't help but want to catch him and beat him up. After Shiryu became the marshal, he was busy all over, and he and Gu Qianqian were not spared. That salted fish shamelessly piled the documents that he should have handled on their heads, and even called it the case that the more capable, the more work. Feng Xiao's frequency of rolling his eyes has increased at a visible speed recently. If this continues, he feels that only the whites of his eyes will be left. Gu Qianqian was originally a top-notch student, and his ability to cheat and play tricks was simply eye-opening. Today, he took the opportunity to go to see Lu Dongyan alone. Feng Xiao complained that Gu Qianqian was not kind, and then opened the communication interface, thinking about what message he would send. It was a voice message, and he clicked it. Little doctor? Dongyan woke up. He woke up! Come quickly! He was a little incoherent with excitement, and a short sentence was spoken in a discontinuous manner. Feng Xiao stood up from the sofa in shock. Sure you, who was leaning against the window, also turned his head suddenly. The two looked at each other in silence, and then rushed out at the same time after just a few seconds. Lu Dongyan has been in a coma for more than a year. Shiji took about half a year to cure his genetic defect, but he was still in a coma for some reason. Shiji examined him several times, and finally came to the conclusion that he didn't want to wake up. Lu Dongyan was determined. What was the reason that made him unwilling to wake up? Shiryu quickly thought of Lipakea. Either it was his past or Lu Shiwang. Neither of them was a good thing. Feng Xiao drove the hover car all the way to the hospital where Lu Dongyan was. When the two arrived, the window of the ward was open, and the light blue curtains were lifted to bring bursts of floral fragrance. Lu Dongyan was sitting on the bed, with his back to the door and looking at the wide open window, and no one knew what he was thinking. Shiryu was the first to go in, gently patted his shoulder, and whispered Dongyan. She rarely called him so seriously, and her voice was a little choked. Lu Dongyan, who was sitting on the bed, turned his head and looked at Shiryu, with a little confusion in his eyes. Those eyes were empty, and almost no emotions other than confusion could be seen. Shiryu suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, and at this moment, she heard Lu Dongyan's hoarse voice. Who are you? He hadn't spoken for a long time, and it was very difficult for him to say just a few words. Shiryu slightly widened her eyes, opened and closed her mouth, and it took a long time to organize a complete sentence. Don't you recognize me? Lu Dongyan frowned at her, as if he was thinking about something, but quickly shook his head. Shiryu subconsciously cast a look of help to Feng Xiao beside her. Feng Xiao was no less shocked than her. He thought about it, and was about to go forward to check Lu Dongyan's physical condition. Shiji's voice came from behind them. He is awake, but he seems to have forgotten something. Gu Qianqian followed Shiji in, patted Shiryu's shoulder, and nodded to her with a serious face. The doctor was not kidding. Amnesia? Why did he lose his memory? Shiryu looked at Lu Dongyan, but he had already lowered his head, with his hands curled up in a blank arc. It doesn't matter if you lose your memory. As long as you are alive, you will get your memory back sooner or later. Shiryu stepped back, and Shiji took a medicine to inject Lu Dongyan. At this time, someone came outside the door again. It was Lu Shiwang. He stood at the door. His eyes fell on Lu Dongyan, but he asked like an outsider, "Can I come in?" His voice was recognizable. Lu Dongyan, who was originally sitting on the bed with his head down, suddenly raised his head. He looked at Lu Shiwang for a while, and suddenly a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother. Shiryu was not feeling well. Lu Dongyan remembered Lu Shiwang, but didn't remember them. Lu Shiwang walked in and smiled at her. His voice was low, but it brought obvious joy. It's good to wake up. It's good to wake up. He repeated these 4 words in detail. Completely a good brother, who was worried about his younger brother. His arrival made Lu Dongyan's sense of confusion fade away a little. Perhaps it was because of the injection of the medicine. He began to become drowsy again and fell asleep soon. Lu Shiwang sat on the bed without moving. Shiji waved to Shiryu and the others, walked to the door and said he had been hit on the head, and the gene grafting operation was also very dangerous. It is hard to say whether the gene recoding affected his memory. Doctor, is it possible for him to recover his memory? Feng Xiao cautiously probed, and could not accept that his partner, who had fought side by side with him, did not remember him. Shiji shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. It depends on his recovery. It's okay if he doesn't remember." Shiryu suddenly whispered, "Who can accept the fact that he was a genetic experiment without any scruples? Since he doesn't remember, he can live happily as a normal person without carrying a heavy yoke." Shiji looked at her, and suddenly reached out and patted her head. "What are you thinking about? Have you finished your official duties? If you haven't finished, get out of here quickly. Don't waste time here. I will take good care of you." As he said this, he noticed the people in the corridor who cast their eyes on him, and pushed Shiryu out with great disgust. Shiryu was touching his forehead that was hit by him, and heard him disdain again. "Do you know what your current identity is? Don't walk around casually. Have you forgotten the commotion you caused last time? Shurji became more and more disgusted. After Shuryu became a marshal, she could cause a commotion almost wherever she appeared. The last time she came to see Lu Dongyan, she almost overturned the entire hospital. She was still disguised at that time. But now she is wearing a clear marshal's uniform. Gu Qianqian and Feng Xiao suffered greatly from this. And a huge exclamation mark appeared in front of their foreheads instantly. The two of them held Shuryu arms on the left and right, and carried her away in a flash. Shurji sighed and returned to the ward, just in time to meet Lu Shiwan's eyes. That night, Shuryu Star Network account announced her next itinerary. Go to the Caslan Capital Star System to conduct the next stage of peace talks with the Caslan Empire. When this schedule was announced, an uproar immediately arose on the Star Network. The two countries basically chose a certain star system where the victorious country was located for the peace talks. Why did the Federal Marshal go to the Caslan Empire? Or the capital star system of the Caslan Empire this time? Although the two countries have ceased war, there are still radicals in the Caslan Empire who are unwilling to hold peace talks. The safety of the federal delegation going to the Caslan Empire cannot be guaranteed at all. But the Federal Marshal who will go to the Caslan Empire is Shuryu. It is Y112. After repeatedly confirming this matter, the tension in almost everyone's heart has relaxed. It is Y1121. There must be no problem. If the Caslan Empire dares to play dirty, they will definitely die. After a brief uproar, the comment area was full of cheers. Is Luo coming back now? Feng Xiao asked Shuryu uncertainly. They originally thought that after the ceasefire between the two countries, Luo Shiatsi would be able to come back soon, and maybe even attend Shuryu martial conferment ceremony. But they waited and waited, but he didn't come back. And in the end, he only said that the matter over there was not over yet. Going undercover in the Caslan Empire is an extremely dangerous thing. They didn't dare to contact Luo Shiatsi at all. Only Shuryu could get a word from him. Shuryu nodded this time. In addition to him, I have to pick someone up. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian both knew that she accidentally fell into a black hole in Libikea and woke up in the Caslan Empire. They sighed that she was lucky. Fortunately, they knew it afterwards. Otherwise, they would have been scared out of their wits. Hearing her mention that she had to pick someone up, Feng Xiao asked in confusion, who are you going to pick up? When did she have acquaintances in the Caslan Empire? Shuryu had never told anyone about Shi Xiao. Not even Shurji. She wanted to bring the person back safely, and then tell him about it so that he wouldn't be anxious. She simply summarized her encounter with Shi Xiao and told them. Seeing that they couldn't close their mouths after listening, she gave them a look of disdain. Isn't it a good thing that Dr. Shi Xiao is still alive? Can you not be so exaggerated? That's the woman who created the myth of the Federation. Gu Qianqian stuttered. Although it's a bit exaggerated to say myth, Shi Xiao's contribution to the Federation is indeed worthy of the word myth. Without her, no matter how strong Xia Liqin is, no matter how powerful the Judgment Corps led by Xia Yiyan is, it is impossible for the Federation to step into the ranks of the cosmic powers again in such a short time. Gu Qianqian and Feng Xiao began to mutter. The warship had set sail. Shuryu did not reorganize the fleet, but completely accepted the remaining troops of the Judgment Corps and expanded it. She did not change the name of the Judgment Corps. After 2 days of sailing, the fleet led by Shuryu arrived at the capital star system of the Caslan Empire. The representative of the Caslan Empire in this peace talks was Biska, the son of the late Duke Kelly. This man with a young face always puts on a cynical look. But after he fully took over the power of Duke Kelly, no one dared to show contempt for him. This is a ruthless character. Even worse than Duke Kelly back then. Some people privately speculated that Duke Kelly was so easily assassinated by Xiao Lina. Maybe his illegitimate son was behind it. After all, Biska was the biggest beneficiary after Duke Kelly's death. So it was natural to have such suspicion. But no matter how much suspicion or discussion, no one dared to put this matter on the table to question him. Shuryu walked out of the battleship in a blue and gold marshal's uniform, and her high ponytail swayed gently with her movements. Biska was already waiting at the Interstellar port. He did not wear heavy noble clothes, but a military uniform without a rank. When he saw Shuryu, he smiled and took the initiative to step forward and extend his hand to Shuryu. Welcome, Marshal Shur. Shuryu glanced at the people behind him and didn't see Luo Shiatsi. She shook hands with him without changing her expression. Biska was a man of good words. Both of them kept the distant politeness and vigilance of their first meeting. As for the previous cooperation, it was a secret buried in time, and no one would dig it out. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian followed behind Shiryu, like two bodyguards. Everyone knew that they were Shiryu's most loyal supporters. After getting into the hover car, without anyone's attention, Biska pulled his collar as if no one was around, holding his chin with one hand, and tilted his head to look at Shiryu. Marshal Shi's real appearance is better. He was like a slick bad boy, and his whole face was filled with smiles after he finished speaking. The people of Biska remained calm, while Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian frowned at the same time and looked at him warily. The salted fish has already taken the cabbage of the Xia family. What does this ignorant pretty boy want to do? It's been a long time since we last met. The young master has become more elegant than before. But is your gaming skills still that bad? Sure, you didn't feel offended at all. And he started with his ultimate move. Biska's face froze, and his eyes suddenly became resentful. I don't have time to play games recently. When we get to the embassy, you must play a game with me. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian were no longer alert, but terrified. They had heard about Shiryu's experience with Shi Xiao, but they didn't know that she had an illegitimate child with Duke Kelly. No. They knew each other. No time. Shiryu flatly refused, but suddenly looked at Biska seriously. Why didn't I see Luo Luo? She squinted slightly, and her expression looked a little dangerous, as if Biska couldn't explain why. And now she would send him to hell to see the king of hell. Biska trembled his eyebrows in pain. He is my brother. Do you think I will do anything to him? That's hard to say. You can even kill your own father. Others don't know how Duke Kelly died. But she doesn't know? Ever since Biska planned to return to the capital star system of the Castellan Empire, Duke Kelly has been on his death list. As for the timing of his death, it was just right. The First Federation and the Castellan Empire were both defeated on the front line, and the Zerg invasion broke out inside the Federation. The Federation certainly didn't want to fight again, but Duke Kelly would definitely pursue him. If Duke Kelly reappeared, the Castellan Empire sanctions against the Federal Bureau 100 years ago, his reputation would reach its peak, and it would not be too much for the Castellan Empire's royal family to change their surnames. But if he died suddenly, the Castellan Empire would fall into chaos, and the First Federation would be in trouble both internally and externally, and it would be impossible to attack the Castellan Empire at this time. In this way, the two countries maintained a delicate balance, and Biska could get the most benefit from it. What a smart man. Biska snorted. Don't speak so loudly. What if someone hears it? He still had a cynical smile, but he clearly admitted that it was actually him who assassinated Duke Kelly. What an arrogant person. Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian were already dumbfounded. They never dreamed that Biska would admit such a secret thing in front of Shiryu without any scruples. Wasn't he afraid that Shiryu would reveal it? Of course not. Who would believe what a marshal of an enemy country said? Perhaps the expressionless appearance of the two pleased Biska, and he suddenly laughed. Are these the other two companions of Luo Luo? They look reliable. Shiryu ignored him, and the two smiled stiffly at him. This man who took over the Castellan Empire from Duke Kelly is more difficult to deal with than Duke Kelly. If you despise him, you will die without knowing how. The hovercraft soon arrived at the First Federation's embassy in the Castellan Empire. Biska got off the car first and made an elegant gesture of invitation, then smiled and said, My lovely junior brother is waiting for you inside. Marshal Shi and the members of the delegation will rest in the embassy first. We will start work tomorrow. Shiryu nodded and walked in first. The people who got off the other hovercrafts also followed in. Jin Bei and the other commanders of the Judgment Corps stayed behind on the warships. Shiryu was very confident in them. It can be said that Biska was indeed very bold to let the Judgment Corps dock at the interstellar port of the capital star of the Castellan Empire. But this also indirectly shows his sincerity. He really wants to negotiate peace, not to make trouble. Seeing Shiryu and others entering the embassy, Biska sighed, looked at the cloudless sky, and complained to the people around him in a low voice. I'm so tired. I played games all night yesterday, and I'm so sleepy now. Echo. Go back quickly. I need to catch up on my sleep. Echo is Biska's personal female assistant. She twitched her mouth and opened the door of the hovercraft for Biska. When Biska was about to enter the hovercraft, someone hurriedly ran over and whispered a few words in his ear. Biska stood beside the hovercraft and pondered for a while, then suddenly laughed. Our little majesty has his own ideas after all. Let him be. After that, he got into the hovercraft, raised his fingers to count, and muttered softly, I can only sleep for another 3 hours. Aiko. See if you can postpone the next trip. I need to sleep for 6 hours. Iko pushed his glasses and said expressionlessly, Duke, today's trip was pushed over by you yesterday. Biska, it seems to be true. So painful. Why did he kill Kelly? Is it because he is uncomfortable playing games every day? Or is it because he is unhappy sleeping in every day? Biska fell on the back seat of the hovercraft without raising his head, exuding an extremely regretful atmosphere. Sure you didn't know that the new Duke of Castellan Empire was even less reliable than herself. After meeting the head of the embassy, she whispered to her for a few words. When she heard her say that someone was waiting for her, it was Luo Shiatsi. She raised her eyebrows in surprise and went to the conference room under her leadership. There was a person sitting in the conference room. He was wearing ordinary clothes, but had golden hair. Hearing the sound of the door opening behind him, he turned around and smiled at Shiryu, who came in. Long time no see. Sister Shiryu. He still kept the original address, and the smile on his face was exactly the same as the smile he showed after drinking the nutrient solution given by Shiryu on the garbage planet. Shiryu looked at him for a while and smiled. Long time no see. Shang. She didn't call him Cyril, nor did she call him His Majesty the Emperor, but left a piece of pure land for him who showed this smile. The road to power is always the most difficult road to walk. Shang, who hadn't heard this name for a long time, was slightly stunned, but soon smiled. He saw the blue and gold uniform of the Federal Marshal on Shiryu, and an unspeakable emotion flashed across his eyes, which finally turned into two words: congratulations. Shiryu, who once protected them, would eventually become his opposite because of their country, and would also take away Shao, who took care of him like a child. Shang did not wait for Shiryu to respond. He raised his head, his eyes firm. I came here to ask you to do me a favor. The last favor. Chapter 170. A favor. What favor? Shiryu looked at the anxious boy calmly, and could feel the surging waves hidden under his face. Shang trembled his lips, and the hands hanging by his side clenched involuntarily. He didn't know how long he hesitated, and he said in a hoarse voice, Help me. Help me take Xiao Xia away. Shang was anxious. He didn't know whether Shiryu was willing to get involved in this mess. She was the first Federal Marshal, and he was now the Emperor of the Castellan Empire. The two were already standing on opposite sides. Whether it was him or Shang, it was never Shiryu's responsibility. After he learned that Shiryu was coming to the Castellan Empire, he thought about it again and again. He knew that even if he became the Emperor of the Castellan Empire, he would not be able to arrange everything freely. Biska was his partner, but who could tell what his future plans were? As long as he was a human, he would have desires. Biska controlled the power of the Castellan Empire. It was possible that he would want to become the Emperor of the Castellan Empire like Duke Kelly one day. It doesn't matter to him whether he lives or dies. But Shirshir is still so young. It's too dangerous for him to stay in the Castellan Empire. In the 2 or 3 years since Shiryu left, he and Shirshir have experienced countless dangers. If it weren't for Biska, they wouldn't be alive now. And he knew that the protection Biska gave them came from Shiryu. Shiryu was slightly surprised, but she guessed his considerations in a flash. She didn't refuse, but stared at Shirshang's eyes and asked him, Have you thought it through? Shirshir is the orthodox royal family of the Castellan Empire, and he can't leave easily. In the Castellan Empire, he is the younger brother of His Majesty the Emperor, and will receive the best education and be respected by the people. After going to the Federation, he will face all kinds of eyes. Those eyes can't be said to be all malicious, but they are definitely not good for his growth. Shirshang nodded firmly. I have told him, he said, and suddenly laughed. With you and Aunt Shir, he will definitely live a good life. He knew that Shiryu would not use Shirshir. This is his little trick. Shiryu saw through his scheme, but didn't think it was a big deal. For the people you care about, it's not a disgusting thing to use a little open and honest trickery. What identity do you plan to let him go with me? A hostage? This is not a good plan. The two countries have ceased war, but the Castellan Empire is not a defeated country. If Shirshang is so weak that he allows his brother to be a hostage in the First Federation, His Majesty, as an emperor, will also stop there. Shirshang shook his head. I hope he won't come back. I will arrange a fake death. His decisiveness surprised Shiryu a little. The child of that year has finally grown up. He wants to get, but he also knows how to give up. Shirshang left, but he kept Shirxia behind. It was Luo Shiatsi who led Shirxia in. After more than 2 years of pampered life, the skinny little boy has become plump and full, and has grown a lot taller like bamboo shoots after rain. His hair is also golden and shiny. But his green eyes are filled with tears. He walked in with a sluggish look. And from time to time, he turned his head to look back. The corners of his eyes were red. And it was obvious that he had cried. It is difficult for him to accept the separation from his brother who grew up with him. But he has known a lot since he was a child. And he has experienced a lot in the past 2 years. He gradually realized that there are many things in the world that are beyond his control. And he does not have the power to do everything he wants to do. He hung his head. And his forehead was suddenly flicked. The feeling of electric shock made him raise his head suddenly and meet Shiryu eyes. The little boy opened his eyes wide in surprise, as if a bud had been pulled out, and shouted, "Sister Shiryu." He stared at Shiryu up and down several times, as if he had seen a rare treasure. His eyes were red again, and he rushed over and hugged her waist. "Woo woo woo. Sister Shiryu, where have you been?" Shiryu didn't expect that he still remembered her after more than 2 years. And his behavior was not unfamiliar at all. She was hugged by him. And she stretched out her hand to rub his golden hair a few times as before. And when he rubbed his hair into a chicken coop, she said, "I went home. Didn't your brother tell you?" When she left, she was afraid that the little guy would cry. So she didn't say goodbye to him in person, but left him several rows of nutrient solution and a small pudding. When he heard the word brother, Shirxia's shoulders shook, and he sobbed and said, "Brother said you went to do what you want to do. What do you want to do? Get married." Shiryu raised a finger, and just after he finished speaking, he received Luo Xiaoxi's shocked look. She turned her head away uncomfortably and coughed twice. Before Luo Xiaoxi could react to these 2 words, he said, "Be careful when you speak in front of children. Don't lead them astray." A huge question mark stood up in front of Shiryu's forehead. How can marriage lead a child astray? Shirxia rubbed his eyes, let go of his hand, stepped back, and asked curiously, "Who are you marrying?" "Oh no. I accidentally said something. And now I have to accept countless interrogations." Shiryu coughed twice again seriously, and said in a calm voice, "Don't ask so many questions. Children, where is your Aunt Shir? I haven't seen her for a long time. Where is she? Is she feeling better?" She asked several questions in a row, and the meaning of changing the subject was very obvious. Shirxia was immediately fooled by her, and he said, "Aunt Shir was picked up by Uncle Biska 2 days ago." The expression on Shiryu's face paused for a moment, and she cast her eyes on Luo Xiaoxi, who was standing aside. Luo Xiaoxi nodded and said, "Biska said she is Dr. Shirxiao. Is it true?" Shiryu didn't tell him, and didn't even let him take care of Shirxiao secretly. Luo Xiaoxi didn't understand at first, but he understood after a little thought. If he secretly took care of Shirxiao, Biska would most likely find out. Once Biska discovered Shirxiao's identity, it would be difficult to end it. But Shiryu was so cautious. But Biska still found out, and Biska took the person away without him. Luo Xiaoxi knew that after Biska became the ruler of the Castellan Empire, the 2 of them would not be as close as before. And such things were inevitable. And he also contacted Shirxiang privately. Those who grew up and played together in the past will eventually go against each other for their own beliefs. No one can measure them by right or wrong, because none of them is wrong. After Biska took over all the power of Duke Kelly, he decisively stepped down from his previous position and handed over all the power of the Castellan Empire in his hands. It was to protect himself and to cherish the friendship between the 2 who grew up together. Shiryu heard the sigh in his words, walked over, patted his shoulder and said, "Lolo, you've worked hard. Leave the next thing to me. And when we're done with things here, we go home together." Luo Xiaoxi nodded, and for some reason, the corners of his eyes felt a little sour. He thought he had always walked alone in the dark, and finally had a companion who reached out to him from the light. He suddenly reached out and gently hugged Shiryu. "Lolo! Lolo!" Gu Qianqian rushed in while shouting, and happened to see the scene, and the sound in his throat stopped abruptly. He blinked his eyes, suddenly turned his head, and covered his mouth and coughed lightly. "Lolo, you can't take advantage of the situation. The salted fish is the pig of the Xie family." "Shiryu, Luo Xiaoxi, The bitterness in Luo Xiaoxi's heart disappeared in an instant. He walked over a few steps to choke Gu Qianqian, and then dragged him out. Gu Qianqian stuck out his tongue and stretched out his hand to Shiryu for help. "Fish! Save me! This man is going to kill people to silence them." Shiryu didn't even look at him, and told him, "Remember to find a safe place to bury it." Feng Shao. who followed behind Gu Qianqian, laughed at the side, curiously looking at this and that. The confusion and timidity in his heart faded away unconsciously. In the most dangerous Torca's star-shattering belt in the Federation, meteorites moved slowly. In one of the meteorite groups, waves rippled gently, and the silver-red mecha quietly revealed its shape in the dim universe. In front of him, the huge meteorite rumbled open. Xie Jiangsa came out of the mecha cockpit. This is a military factory. After Xie Yuyan took control of the Judgment Corps, he established this military factory under a secret identity. He didn't dare to move too much and was always cautious. The military factory also developed very slowly, and it took so many years to form a scale. Many people were busy in the factory. A middle-aged man immediately ran to Xie Jiangsa, and there was a circle of virtual screens around him. After standing next to Xie Jiangsa, he pulled over a virtual screen and said, "How was the debugging this time? Is there anything wrong? The data here shows that there is no problem, but the specific situation needs to be adjusted according to the driver." Xie Jiangsa talked about the experience of driving the mecha in detail, and then pulled open the virtual screen and pushed a data cube to him. He saw the middle-aged man's eyes light up, and he couldn't wait to take the data cube apart before going to the data analysis room. He shrugged and walked to the side. Who would have thought that Kuwait, who should have died in the explosion of the interstellar spacecraft, not only did not die, but was instigated by Xie Yuyan to work for him. Kuwait is really a genius who is not inferior to Shao, the god of war, was repaired by him. Perhaps genius and madman are one and the same. In order to research and manufacture mecha, Kuwait even abandoned his nationality and identity. After the Winter Star incident, he was sent here and never took a step out. Xie Jiangsa thought and sighed. This kind of person is easy to control, but also very scary. He walked in with his hands behind his head, seeing a strand of gray-black hair passing by the corner of the corridor in front of him. He immediately walked over in 3 or 2 steps and called the person in front of him. "Hey, why are you here?" His tone was not good, and even carried obvious hostility. The person he called turned around, and his gray-black hair fluttered, bringing a ray of bright luster. Seeing Xie Jiangsa, his eyes were calm. "It was you who said you wanted to cooperate." After saying that, he walked in. If Shiryu was here, he would definitely recognize him. This is the Zerg man who destroyed the Judgment and disappeared from the black hole. Xie Jiangsa rolled his eyes at him. Yes, it's cooperation. The Zerg are creatures from another plane, and they will not invade another plane for no reason. After Xie Yuyan got the gray-black butterfly specimen, he had several incomplete communications with him. He knew that there was a problem with the plane where the Zerg was located, and the royal family had no choice but to try to invade other planes to obtain new living space. As for the problem, Xie Jiangsa almost laughed to death when he heard it. Environmental problem. The Zerg fought seriously, and the blood of the lower Zerg had a strong polluting effect on the environment. Originally, they could use the purification function of the Tree of Life to evolve away the pollution they produced. But the Tree of Life became weaker and weaker under years of heavy work, and its ability to purify the environment became worse and worse, which led to the death of a large number of Zerg in the past 100 years. The rise and fall of the royal family is closely related to the Tree of Life. The weakness of the Tree of Life has caused the lifespan of the royal family to be drastically shortened. If this continues, the entire Zerg will be extinct. The only thing the royal family can do to restore the vitality of the Tree of Life is to reduce the burden of the Tree of Life and export the lower Zerg to the outside world. After accidentally invading this plane, the royal family found that the Zerg could not rely on things other than the Tree of Life to purify the environment. But humans could. The environment of Aquamarine was once polluted by the blood of the Zerg, but the cultivation of various evolutionary plants and the invention of cleaning and filtering machines purified the environment of Aquamarine in a very short time. There are many invasions and counter-invasions by various countries in the universe, but no one dares to treat environmental issues casually. The universe is not publicly owned. Once the star field is divided, each country must be absolutely responsible for its own star field. Complete the number of space garbage recycling standards set by the Universe United Organization for each country, and carry out pollution-free treatment. Xie Jiangsa thought while going to the medical area. When he saw Xie Yuyan lying in the treatment cabin, he couldn't help but sigh and whispered, "I told you not to go, but you insisted on going. If she knew what you look like now, she would strangle you to death if you are not dead." Professor Mellis happened to come over and heard him say this, and laughed softly. So you are still a single dog. For the one you love. You can do anything. Xie Jiangsa, I shut up. I'm not worthy of speaking. Professor Melis laughed and tapped his head. Don't worry. The gene repair is going well. It won't take long to fully recover. And you won't need to take medicine by then. Chapter 171. Professor Melis looked at the data jumping on the virtual screen, and could feel the tenacious breath of life of Xie Yuyan lying in the treatment cabin. This child was born in her and Shurji's hands. At that time, she was young and only thought about revitalizing the Federation, but forgot the bottom line that people should stick to. She still remembers the way the child opened his eyes in her arms. It was a very novel experience. He was full of confusion about this world, but he relied on her in every way. He was her only sin. And he also made her deeply realize that human life should not be offended by data. He was very smart. But because of her and Shurji, he endured the pain of genetic collapse day and night. It was also him who made her and Shurji wake up, and then choose to turn against Xie Liqin. It is undeniable that the future described by Xie Liqin is perfect and very desirable. Let the Federation rise. Let the Federation return to its former glory. But the ancestors of the Federation were able to conquer countless territories. Why can't they take them back bit by bit? Why should a child shoulder the burden of the Federation's rise? She wanted him to grow up like an ordinary child. But being born for the Federation seemed to be his destiny. His innate outstanding talent destined him to not be an ordinary person. He had the bargaining chip to negotiate with Xie Liqin. She didn't know what he used to exchange for Lan Luo's freedom. But when the news of Lan Luo's death came, she saw his pain and his powerless self-condemnation. He no longer tried to negotiate with Xie Liqin, but quietly let her go. But put himself in danger. If there was no other child, would he also face the fate of dying for the Federation? Melis lowered her eyes, and suddenly felt a gaze falling on her. She looked over in astonishment, and met Xie Yuyan's smiling eyes. He whispered, I'm sorry to have worried you. Sure, you suddenly woke up. She panted slightly, and sat up from the bed, her eyes falling on a ray of light coming through the undrawn curtains. She hugged her knees, leaned her chin on them, raised her left hand, and made a forward-pressing motion. In the weak light, the silver ring was shining, almost exactly the same as the silver hair that amazed her at first sight. She stared at the ring quietly for a while, suddenly laughed, and tilted her head to whisper, I don't know how your body is. She knew him. If there was no compelling reason, he would not even give her time to see him. After ruling out one possibility after another, there was only one reason left. It must be because seeing her would make her worried. The only thing that would obviously make her worried was his body. Opening a gray light shield could make him vomit blood. So such a terrifying explosion could not have no effect on his body. Thinking of a possibility, Shuryu gritted his teeth again, opened the smart brain screen, and crackled into Xie Jiangsa's dialogue box. She didn't believe that Xie Jiangsa didn't know about Xiao Piaoyang's situation. Otherwise, he would have rushed to her long ago. He didn't show up from beginning to end. Either he was dead, or he teamed up with Xiao Piaoyang and pretended to be dead together. The possibility of the latter is tens of thousands times that of the former. For someone who can survive the radiation of the dragon explosion, Shuryu doesn't think Xie Jiangsa will die so easily. And he hasn't told her his last words yet. There was no movement in the dialogue box. Shuryu laughed, and simply got up, and went to the training ground to shoot. In the past 2 years, her temper has not been good, and she has trained the soldiers of the Judgment Corps to death. There are no complaints, but the improvement in combat effectiveness is obvious. When she arrived at the training ground, she didn't expect that someone would be earlier than her. It was Luo Shiatsi. Shuryu looked at his accurate shooting, raised his eyebrows, and blew a whistle. Although Luo Shiatsi was also one of the outstanding graduates of the first military academy of the Federation, he was still a scumbag, and his shooting ability could only be said to be average in the army. But now it seems that his shooting skills have improved a lot compared to before graduation. Why so early? Shuryu did a chest expansion exercise, then pulled out a training gun from the side, and fired a few shots at the moving target in front of her, so fast that people could hardly see her shooting movements. She has always been the ceiling of her strength, and others are desperately chasing her, but she can still hit her in the dust. Luo Shiatsi is no longer surprised by her accurate shooting ability, and spread his hands and said, I can't sleep. Are you thinking about Biska? Shuryu stopped the movement of his hands for a while, and soon thought of the reason why he couldn't sleep. Luo Shiatsi smiled helplessly. How did you guess it? Besides him, who else can keep you awake? I haven't heard that you have a confidant in the Castlin Empire. After hitting a record, sure you felt a little bored, and put the training gun back in with a gun flower. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Luo Shiatsi's face was still normal. But when he heard the second half of her sentence, a black line immediately appeared on his forehead. Does she think everyone is the same as her? She still doesn't forget to fall in love while on the battlefield? She is probably the only one in the entire Federation who is so arrogant. She always wants the most beautiful cabbage in the Federation. And she really succeeds in getting her. Thinking of this, Luo Shiatsi couldn't help but hold his forehead. It seems that many people are supporting this couple of rich lady and country boy. The cuts in Lilvia Fortress have spread all over the Star Network. It's just, the salted fish in Lilvia Fortress doesn't seem to be the real salted fish. Sure you saw his face changing from time to time, and thought he was thinking about Biska, and said, don't think too much. Biska is more self-aware than Kelly. At least for now. Luo Shiatsi was brought back to his senses by her words. Seeing that she was thinking about that, he nodded seriously, pretending that he didn't have any random thoughts just now. Didn't you tell me before that Xiao Lina who died in the Imperial prison was a fake? I guess he should be having a headache now. Xiao Lina is not dead. Biska is indeed ruthless and capable. But Xiao Lina is not a pushover either. After realizing that she was being tricked, she immediately escaped. If Luo Xiaoxi had not been careful and discovered that the person who died was a fake, Biska would have been tricked. I'm just worried that he would use this as a condition to exchange for Dr. Shao. Luo Xiaoxi sighed. Biska is really difficult to deal with. He couldn't sleep because he knew how calculating Biska was. Duke Kelly, the old fox, fell into his hands easily. And Xiao Lina also fell into his trap. He won't. Sure you walked to Luo Xiaoxi and patted his shoulder. As long as he is not stupid, he won't use such stupid behavior as conditions to force us to the opposite side of him. Luo Xiaoxi's originally messy mind suddenly became clear after her words. Just like a river channel filled with silt was dredged. Shan was promoted by Shiryu. Xiao Lina was Shan's enemy. And Biska was originally on Shan's side. And was also an indirect ally of Shiryu. If he wanted to deal with Xiao Lina, he should win over Shiryu and show enough sincerity. Instead of using Shao to threaten Shiryu and push her to the opposite side of himself. Anyone who has read Shiryu resume knows that those who have threatened her have no good end. It is hard to say whether anyone can successfully threaten her in the future. But Biska will never take risks for that tiny possibility. Luo Shiatsi laughed. You are so scary. Who would have thought that the salted fish who received relief money, slept in class every day, and ranked last in every exam on the Blue Sea Star would become the object of everyone's fear and fear one day. And even the old hands who played tricks had to think twice before playing tricks in front of her. Shiryu rolled her eyes at him, stretched and said, let's go and have breakfast. After breakfast, we see what the new Duke of Castlin Empire is up to. As soon as she finished speaking, the smart brain started to beep. It was a communication from the head of the embassy. After answering the call, the other party said, Marshal Shur, the personal assistant of Duke Biska sent someone over, saying it's your man. Shiryu raised her eyebrows, looked at Luo Shiatsi, and replied, okay, I be there right away. The person said by Biska's personal assistant was Shao. Her legs were completely healed. At this moment, she was standing next to the head of the embassy. When she noticed Shiryu coming over, she smiled and said, Xiao Yu. Shirji called her a little bastard. Xiao Piaoyan called her Shiryu. Gu Qianqian and others called her salted fish. And only Shao would call her Xiao Yu like a junior. When Shiryu was about to speak, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and raised his gun suddenly. Chapter 172. Just as Shiryu raised the energy gun, another person had already shot at Shao at a faster speed. 2 gunshots rang out one after another. The energy bullet brushed past Shao's side and hit the wall next to her, creating a big hole. The person who shot her had already fallen to the ground, with blood flowing from the back of his neck. In the blink of an eye, blood was all over the ground. The strong smell of blood floated up, and it didn't feel good. Aiko subconsciously looked over and found that his neck was broken. There was a moment of silence in the embassy. Shiryu's index finger was on the trigger, and the other 4 fingers were released. The muzzle of the energy gun fell down, drawing a small semicircle and swinging back. The light posture made Aiko's scalp numb. She put the energy gun back into the space bag. walked to the fallen man, half squatted down, and opened his smart brain. Found a dialogue box and sent a voice message. Princess Xiaolina, you didn't fight on the road, but fought in front of me. Are you trying to provoke me? After she finished speaking, she stood up, without waiting for the other party to react, and waved to the person next to her. Take him away. Deal with it cleanly. Don't cause unnecessary misunderstandings and affect our friendship with the Castellan Empire. She looked indifferent, but Yak, who was standing not far from her, looked extremely ugly. She opened her mouth to say something, but Shiryu ignored her and walked by, standing in front of Shao, and asked in a low voice, "How is it? Are you injured?" Shao shook her head, not afraid of almost losing her life. She glanced at the dead person on the ground and asked in confusion, "Isn't Xiaolina dead?" Although she had no freedom, the matter between Duke Kelly and Xiaolina was a big deal, and almost the entire empire knew about it. She had heard some news more or less. Shiryu winked at her, and Shao suddenly realized. She didn't ask any more questions, and said, "How is my brother recently? Is he still as unruly as before?" Hearing her ask this, it was Shiryu turned to be surprised. "Have you recovered your memory?" Shao nodded. Before Shiryu came to the Castellan Empire, he had not recovered his memory. But Biska took her away and gave her the best treatment, and she also recovered her lost memories. She cared a lot about the past, but now she thinks about it. She doesn't have much obsession. Shao didn't say much, glanced at Aiko next to her, pulled Shiryu aside, and lowered her voice in her ear. "Don't make some agreements with them that shouldn't be reached because of me." Before she recovered her memory, she didn't know why Biska took her away, nor did she know that Shiryu had become a federal marshal. But a person couldn't help her for no reason. When she heard that Shiryu came to the Castellan Empire as the Federation Marshal, she guessed that Biska wanted to use her to do something. Maybe to threaten Shiryu, or to use her to achieve some purpose. Shiryu also leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Don't worry. That kid can't beat me." The two of them whispered to each other. But the embassy was quiet. Their voices were not loud, but they were just enough for others to hear clearly. Luo Shiatsi couldn't help but hold his forehead, and didn't dare to look at the expressions on the faces of other people around him. Does Xianyu have any self-awareness? She is now the Federation Marshal. She is the face of the Federation. It's okay to whisper. And it's okay to whisper arrogantly. But she is so swaggering that people hear it. He made a fist with his 5 fingers and put it to his mouth. He coughed lightly and said in a low voice, "Marshal, your breakfast time is up. For the sake of your health, things can be discussed later." He tried his best to keep his face straight and speak seriously, but he still caught a glimpse of the embassy director quietly turning his head away and laughing from the corner of his eye. "Help. It's so embarrassing." The people of the First Federation naturally couldn't help laughing, but the people of the Castellan Empire didn't look so good. Echo, in particular, had Xiaolina's people mixed in with her entourage, and her master Biska was called that kid by Shiryu, almost trampling on the face of the first Castellan state. She dared not speak out, and was afraid of being caught by the pigtails. Shiryu stood up straight after hearing his words. She seemed to have just realized that she was in a public place. She looked calm as if nothing had happened just now. She walked over to Echo and said, "Thank you, Duke Biska, for curing Dr. Shao injury." The ugly look on Echo's face faded away, and she changed her expression to Shiryu attitude. She originally wanted to do Shiryu a favor, but with what happened just now, it was hard to say whether she was doing a good job or a good job. The two of them pretended to be nice for a while, and Echo led people away tactfully. Shiryu talked to Shao for a while. After learning that Biska had not done anything to her, he still arranged a physical examination for her. Feng Xiao was drafted by Shiryu early in the morning to go and talk to the peace negotiation group of the Castellan Empire, and Gu Qianqian was dragged along by him. Shiryu was not idle either. After Biska learned what happened this morning, he hurried over, but he could not say much. Soon it was noon, and His Majesty the Emperor of the Castellan Empire held a banquet in the palace to entertain the First Federation delegation. The two entered the Castellan Empire Palace one after another. This was not the first time Shiryu came to the Castellan Empire Palace. This time he still sighed at the luxury of the Castellan Empire. The magnificent palace was full of money, and looked like a place for people to fall. As the Marshal of the First Federation, Shiryu received the highest standard of reception. In addition to the First Federation and the Castellan Empire's peace delegations, the nobles of the Castellan Empire also attended the banquet. looking at the ladies with cloud-like hair and fragrant cheeks, and the nobles wearing luxurious and heavy clothes. Yu's mouth twitched. And he suddenly felt fortunate that he had traveled to the Federation instead of the Castellan Empire. Shang came over with a glass of red wine. And Yu also took a glass of red wine next to him. The glasses clinked lightly. And the two took a sip of wine respectively. And then talked in a low voice. In the eyes of others, the two got along very well. The reporters from the two countries at the banquet took a lot of photos of the two. And each of them was thinking about how to issue a press release tonight. But in fact, how long will this banquet last? Yu asked in a low voice, making sure that only she and Shang could hear it. According to this specification, it will take at least 3 hours. Shang answered honestly. Yu almost rolled his eyes. Such a boring banquet actually took 3 hours. The two countries had just confronted each other. And the nobles of the Castellan Empire were arrogant and disdained to communicate with the people of the Federation. Moreover, they enjoyed the joy of the dance floor and completely treated the people of the First Federation as air. Even if they talked, they were sarcastic. Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with being treated as air. But this banquet was really boring. Shang knew that she was afraid of trouble, and was about to ask her if she wanted to go dancing. But suddenly she put down the wine glass in her hand, and heard a sentence floating in her ear, "I'm going to play." Feng Xiao and the others yawned out of boredom. Suddenly, Gu Qianqian grabbed Feng Xiao's arm and shook it. "What do you want to do when you look at Yu?" Feng Xiao and Luo Xiaozi immediately became alert and looked in the direction of his gaze. Seeing Yu wearing a marshal's uniform that symbolizes majesty and power, with one hand behind his back and one hand in front of him, he invited an extremely beautiful noble girl from the Castellan Empire. "Beautiful princess, do I have the honor to be your dance partner?" The marshal's uniform is unisex, knee-length, with gold edges, and is not a complicated design, but it reveals low-key and luxury everywhere. The three spectators only realized at this time that Yu was very aggressive. Inviting a girl to dance. There is no sense of disobedience at all. The girl invited by Yu was slightly stunned and hesitantly stretched out her hand. Yu held her hand in his palm, smiled softly, and whispered in her ear, "Your Highness is the most beautiful flower tonight." Her voice was deep and had a unique teasing tone. The girl she called Your Highness trembled her eyelashes slightly, turned her head, and whispered, "Marshal, thank you for your praise." Their actions quickly attracted the attention of others. Some nobles of the Castellan Empire whispered to each other, and some secretly looked at them. As for the elegance and grace that nobles should have, they were only brought out when needed. Yu took the girl's hand and walked into the dance floor. He put his hand on the girl's waist in a strange and skillful way, and led her to dance on the dance floor. The girl was a little nervous at first, but soon relaxed. Yu noticed her change and started to talk to her. "I have also seen a princess. She is as beautiful and aggressive as Hilland. Hilland is the national flower of the Castellan Empire, symbolizing bravery and fearlessness. It can thrive in the harshest environment. There are dense thorns on the flower path. No one dares to pick it with bare hands. The subjects of the Castellan Empire are honored to receive Hilland awarded by His Majesty the Emperor." The girl put her hand on Yu's shoulder and asked curiously in the hazy light of the dance floor, "Who is she?" Yu smiled and slowly uttered a few words. "Princess Xiao Lina." She seemed to be answering the girl's words, and seemed to be calling Xiao Lina in her mouth. The girl slightly widened her eyes, and time seemed to pause for a moment. Yu smiled and heard the girl say, "Aunt Xiao Lina?" She nodded, without asking about the girl's identity, and continued, "She never does things that should not be done in inappropriate occasions. What do you think, princess?" The girl shook her head naturally. "Aunt Xiao Lina and I are not familiar with each other, nor do we know each other. We have only seen each other from a distance a few times." Just at this time, the music became faster. Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, and he leaned against the girl's ear and whispered, "Can your Highness dance more passionately?" As she asked, she had already changed her movements. The girl was held by her hand without knowing why, and she turned away from Yu with a light throw. When she was at a loss, Yu held her hand and pulled her back. Gu Qianqian's jaw almost dropped. He pulled Feng Xiao and Luo Xiaozi, who were not much better than him, and said, She? When did she learn to dance behind our backs? And she dances so seductively." The little princess blushed. "Fuck." Feng Xiao had already opened his smart brain and said, "Write it down first, and go back to the Time Garden to tell Marshal Xie." Luo Shiatsi, not necessary. It's a girl. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qianqian grabbed his shoulders and turned his head to meet his dim eyes. Don't you know that beautiful sisters are the most dangerous? Luo Shiatsi, It makes sense. After another heart-pounding move, Sure Yu led the little princess out of the dance floor and said to her with a smile, Your Highness has great stamina. The little princess also laughed. Marshal sure dances really well. The two smiled at each other, and Sure Yu watched her leave with her skirt lifted, and the smile in his eyes slowly faded. Chapter 173. Sure Yu turned around and met 3 pairs of eyes. She was startled and almost made the federal marshal's face stick to the ground. She took a step back and took a small cake from the side. While eating, she said vaguely, Can you 3 pay attention to your image? The reporter friends are still watching over there. If this look is reported back to China, it will be really embarrassing. I don't know who has no image. Feng Xiao, hee. Gu Qianqian, hee. Luo Shiatsi, hee. Sure Yu, Did these 2 or 3 take the wrong medicine? What should they drink? If you want to drink, there is wine next to you. Feng Xiao said faintly, No matter how bad our image is, it is not as bad as you. Marshal, flirting with other people's little princesses and being a playboy. Sure playboy you, ? Gu Qianqian also said sarcastically, Princess, may I have the honor to invite you to dance with me? Luo Shiatsi, I suggest that you send it back to China for repeated viewing. Sure Yu raised his chin and walked to the side. What nonsense are you talking about? I was just fishing. Mermaid? Gu Qianqian added quickly. Sure Yu, These 3 people will not be able to sleep at night if they don't argue today. Right? She sat on the sofa and saw the 3 people following her. So she threw out her discovery just now. She is Xiao Lina. The 3 people raised a huge question mark on their foreheads at the same time. How did you find out? Although they have never seen Xiao Lina in person, they have seen a lot of her images. The little princess just now is not similar to Xiao Lina at all. However, with advanced camouflage technology, it is not difficult for a person to disguise himself as another person. But it is not easy to recognize a completely unfamiliar person. Secret? Sure Yu uttered 2 words, then stood up and walked out. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to the lounge next door to sleep for a while. Do you want to come with me? Feng Xiao and Gu Qianqian followed closely, while Luo Shiatsi stayed in the banquet hall. They couldn't be absent from the group. If they found something unexpected, they wouldn't be able to deal with it in time. Luo Shiatsi thought so and subconsciously looked for Biska. He looked around the banquet hall, but didn't see her. Gu Qianqian saw Sure Yu enter the lounge and began to take off his coat. He stuttered. What are you doing? Why take off clothes when you sleep? I take off clothes when I sleep. Sure Yu rolled his eyes at him. Feng Xiao leaned against the wall and said calmly, What are you going to do? Sure Yu paused while holding the military uniform and said with a smile, Nothing can escape the eyes of the little doctor. Feng Xiao looked at her and didn't answer. Sure Yu made a gesture of surrender and said, Go meet the beautiful little princess. She wrote something on my palm before she left. This is the palace of the Castellan Empire. Feng Xiao frowned. Xiao Lina is not a good girl. Since her name appeared in the war report of the Federation, she has been a tough opponent. Wen Renmo has fought with her many times without any benefit. But she can still be at ease under the suppression of Duke Kelly, and even have a seat in Congress. If it weren't for Biska's surprise, she would not be so easily calculated. I know. I will be back on time. Sure Yu put on an ordinary dress, a hood and a mask. After she finished speaking, she saw that Feng Xiao wanted to talk. So she quickly made a pause gesture to him, opened the window of the lounge, looked, and flipped out directly. Her movements were so fast that neither Feng Xiao nor Gu Qianqian had time to stop her. The 2 looked at each other. One sighed, and the other covered his face. Which marshal is like her? Always rushing to the front in everything? Xiao Lina is really brave. The palace is Biska's territory, and there are his people everywhere. But she not only entered the palace, but also showed up at the banquet for the peace talks between the 2 countries. She was not afraid of being caught by Biska on the spot and being completely finished. What is her purpose? Sure Yu didn't waste his brain cells to guess. Anyway, he would know it by asking people directly. She was very careful, but still fast. After a few minutes, she approached the place written by Xiao Lina on her palm. She didn't rush over stupidly, but quietly observed in one place. There were people guarding all around. and they were fully armed. It was very difficult to sneak past without alerting them. Shiryu took out a small metal ball from the space bag and threw it on the ground. The metal ball rolled on the lawn under her control and swaggered into the encirclement of the bodyguards. She found a place to hide and just squatted down. She heard the conversation from the other end. "You are better than your father." It was Xiao Lina's voice. When she was serious, her tone was cold and tough. Very recognizable. She was still wearing the princess dress she wore at the banquet, and her face was not disguised. Biska sat in the stone pavilion opposite her, drinking red wine slowly. Compared to the boy who played games in the rest room of the training ground, Biska now seems to have completed a transformation. The cynicism on his face is still there, but it gives people a feeling of being unfathomable and inviolable. "Thank you for the compliment, but this cannot be a reason for you to live," Biska said. "Do you think you can kill me?" Xiao Lina seemed to have heard a big joke and laughed softly. Her voice was very nice, like the ding-dong sound of ice and snow dripping on the pond when it melted. Biska was not angry when she was despised by her, but asked back, "Why not?" Xiao Lina stopped laughing. She stared at Biska for a long time before saying, "Kelly is so stupid that he actually kept a vicious wolf around him and didn't notice it at all. He thinks that family affection is the most reliable thing in the world. No, that's not right. He thinks that blood ties should be reliable. Where does the family affection between him and you come from?" "Princess Xiao Lina, it's come to this point. There is no need to talk nonsense anymore. Right?" Biska raised the energy gun. He didn't like to reminisce with his opponents, and he didn't like to waste time with a person who was doomed to fail. Xiao Lina might have been the pearl of the empire, but she is now a prisoner. If she goes deep into the enemy's territory alone, she will surely die. "Aren't you curious why I took the risk to come here?" Xiao Lina ignored the black muzzle of the energy gun. Even in this situation, her posture was still dignified and elegant. "I came to see Shiryu. You may not know that I met her once in the Vincent neutral zone. I just gave her what you want." Biska listened to her words, and his face, which had not changed at all, gradually turned cold. "Is this your belief? Give the secrets of the royal family to Shiryu? Give it to the biggest enemy of the Castellan Empire?" Shiryu rolled his eyes while eavesdropping. How could she not know what royal secrets Xiao Lina gave her? Why do these two people like to plot against her so much, rather than handing the fate of the royal family to a thief? "I would rather destroy the royal family completely." Her response was an energy bomb. Biska fired. Xiao Lina covered her arm that was bleeding from the energy bullet. The energy gun had great lethality. Even if it was just a scratch, the wound was not small. Blood gurgled out of her arm, and soon dyed her skirt red. Xiao Lina was sweating in pain, but she didn't even groan. Biska pointed the energy gun at her again, and Xiao Lina closed her eyes. In fact, after Cain and Zayuzel died together, she knew that the royal family was on the verge of extinction. Duke Kelly's power was too great. Even if she tried her best, she couldn't keep the honor that her brother wanted to defend. The remaining people in the royal family were all termites, and Suriel was just a puppet now. The imperial royal family was going to disappear. Xiao Lina didn't plan to hide anymore, but she waited and waited, but the energy bomb from the gun never hit her. When she opened her eyes with trembling eyelashes, she saw a solid back blocking her in the afternoon sun. The back was not generous, but it had a sense of reliability that she had never felt before. The man who suddenly appeared defeated the energy bomb with a scimitar, which swirled and returned to her hand with the sound of the wind. The next moment, the man standing in front of her disappeared, and a scimitar was placed on the neck of Biska, who was sitting in the stone pavilion. The people around who were about to take action all suppressed their actions at hand. A not-so-serious voice sounded behind Biska. "Don't get excited. I'm a bit timid, and it would be bad if I accidentally use my strength in the wrong direction." The familiar accent, even if it is not changed, no matter how much disguise is done, it will be useless. Xiao Lina's eyelashes trembled slightly, shaking off a drop of sweat that fell on them. But the corners of her mouth raised a slight arc. "What are you going to do?" Biska is not stupid. Of course, he guessed who was holding the scimitar on his neck at this moment. "Come to get the secrets of the imperial family," Shiryu said, as a matter of course. As soon as she said this, the arc of Xiao Lina's mouth froze. "I say, can you two not just pull me out as a shield casually? Do I look like I will stand with you?" As she spoke, she felt something was wrong and added, "If you fight, I will stand on the side of whoever is beaten to death." Biska's mouth twitched. And he simply said, "Take the person away." Shiryu turned his head and said, "Didn't you try your best to find Xiao Lina? For this reason, you even acted out such a drama this morning. Why did you give her to me so easily?" Yes, the person who wanted to kill Xiao this morning was not Xiao Lina's person. If Bisca was really stupid enough to let Xiao Lina's people infiltrate his confidence, he would have died hundreds of times. How could he direct and act out so many dramas to force Xiao Lina into a desperate situation? Bisca looked calm and asked, "What was the play this morning? Little Duke, you are a master at directing and acting your own plays. But today you really went too far. Xiao Lina has been forced into a corner by you. How could she come to mess with me? Is there something wrong with her brain? Or is it all water?" There was no evidence in the morning that the person who wanted to attack Xiao was Xiao Lina's person. She said something to the person's brain. Bisca's assistant Aiko had no doubt why she was so sure it was Xiao Lina. No matter how perfect the disguise is, it will always be exposed inadvertently. Xiao Lina's face turned pale and blue when she heard it. Although she did not do what happened in the morning, and Shiryu words had nothing to do with her, she felt that she was implied everywhere. Bisca was silent for a while, and said honestly, "Sorry." Shiryu would stand on the same front with him, because he wanted to support Cyril to take the throne. Now that he is the only one in the Castellan Empire, Cyril's situation will become very dangerous. And Xiao Lina has become the only one who can compete with him. He must not let Shiryu cooperate with Xiao Lina. Otherwise, the Empire will return to the previous stalemate between the two sides. And he doesn't want to waste time on this. Things have developed to this point. He suddenly realized that he was wrong at the beginning. If he wanted to curry favor with Shiryu, he must not plot against her behind her back. This salted fish is not only strong in force, but also terribly sharp. Shiryu smiled and made a knife flower, and the cold blade brushed Bisca's face. As long as there was a slight deviation, he would end up disfigured. Seeing Bisca close his eyes reflexively, Shiryu's smile became even stronger. No need to apologize. After all, you gave me a gift, so I give you one too. She didn't say what the gift was, and took out her scimitar and swaggered out of the stone pavilion, under everyone's vigilant eyes. She hugged Xiao Lina by the waist. "Dear little princess, Mr. Knight is here to take you home." The bright sunshine shone on the unfamiliar face. Xiao Lina pursed her lips and turned away, but suddenly heard Shiryu say, "What royal secrets? Remember to give it to me." She didn't see Xiao Lina's expression, and whispered, "The only one who can let me be a shield for free is my little beauty." Chapter 174. Xiao Lina bled a lot. Although she had taken hemostatic medicine, blood still oozed out of the bandage. Shiryu felt a little strange. The hemostatic medicine on her body was specially equipped by Feng Xiao. There was no problem of poor efficacy. She was about to use the intelligent brain to analyze Xiao Lina's physical indicators. Xiao Lina seemed to have noticed her thoughts, and said with a pale face, "Can you take me away from here first?" Her face was too pale, and it was almost transparent when facing the sun. Shiryu held her hand, and the cold touch reminded her of the other hand that had touched her in an instant. "Your condition is very bad. If you continue like this, you will die from excessive blood loss." As she spoke, she picked up Xiao Lina and sent a message to Feng Xiao and others. The palace was full of Bisca's people. She and Xiao Lina were covered in blood and walked around arrogantly. But no one came to ask about the situation. It seems that Bisca had said it in advance. Shiryu didn't want to guess what Bisca was thinking. Xiao Lina's condition was very bad, and she didn't want her to die so soon. She took Xiao Lina out of the palace and got on the hovercraft. Feng Xiao checked her body, but she raised her hand to avoid it. Xiao Lina struggled to tear off the camouflage mask on her face and revealed her true appearance. She was the most beautiful princess of the Castellan Empire. After going to the battlefield, she had a sharp edge, although she still had a gentle face. People dared not define her as weak. She leaned on Shiryu's shoulder and whispered, "No need to check. I won't live long." Shiryu ignored her and gave Feng Xiao a look. He understood, but did not check Xiao Lina's body. Instead, he asked, "Is there something wrong with your blood cells? It seems that there is a disease." "Radiation?" Xiao Lina looked at him unexpectedly. "You are very powerful." Feng Xiao did not say anything, sighed, and injected her with a medicine. "If there is a disease, I can't do anything in a short time. This medicine can help you produce blood to maintain life in a short time. But the human body can't stand the blood production and continuous bleeding." Xiao Lina did not avoid it this time. She looked at Shiryu beside her, and met her gaze. A smile gathered in her eyes. Can you take me to a place? Her voice was very soft, as if she was acting coquettishly. Shiryu looked at her for a while and asked, Where are you going? Xiao reported an address, and the hovercraft changed direction. Shiryu is the Marshal of the Federation, and every move is watched by the outside world. Not to mention that she is still in the Castellan Empire. If he takes her away covered in blood, it will cause a lot of waves. If someone exaggerates, the relationship between the Federation and the Empire will be very tense. And now she has agreed to her rude request. Xiao closed her eyes. The shoulders beside her were not very broad, but reliable, making her want to rely on them. She suddenly thought of the encounter in the afternoon in the Vinxen neutral zone. It was not an encounter. She always remembered the boy's appearance for her. His eyes were focused. His expression was calm. And he called her the little princess. No one had ever called her the little princess. That was the first time. Thank you. Her voice was light and soft, gradually overlapping with a few years ago. Suddenly I missed her very much, and I couldn't stop regretting it. The place Xiao was going to was a cliff, very high and desolate, and the sea breeze rolled up the waves, and the force was so strong that it almost blew people away. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a place in the capital star of the Castellan Empire. There was little vegetation around the cliff, mostly some mosses, but a touch of rich red caught Shiryu eyes. It was hillland, where there were many hillland plants growing on the edge of the cliff. Xiao had no strength to walk, so Shiryu carried her all the way. The girl's arms were very soft, and there was a faint fragrance on her body. If you ignore her amazing and decisive performance on the battlefield, she was probably really a little princess who needed the protection of a knight. Listening to the girl's gentle breathing, Shiryu suddenly asked, Why did you choose to go to the battlefield? After asking, she knew that she had asked in vain. The reason was simple. Even if she had no right to inherit the throne, as the younger sister of the former crown prince, she would be the first to be dealt with. If she didn't protect herself, the imperial princess Xiao would have only a portrait a few years ago. She thought Xiao would not answer her, but she heard her whisper in her ear, It's for a promise. She didn't say what the promise was. After Shiryu held her for a few more steps, she supported Shiryu and slowly stood on the ground. The sea breeze blew her wide skirt, and the bloody smell was washed away and mixed with the salty sea breeze, and the smell became lighter and lighter. Xiao let go of Shiryu's hand and walked forward slowly. Several people followed her line of sight and found a tombstone standing next to a huge rock on the cliff. It is not accurate to call it a tombstone. It is a monument to commemorate those who died here. Xiao walked to the monument with difficulty and pulled out a necklace from her neck. The necklace had a hollow heart shape and a flower inside. Hillland, the national flower of the Castellan Empire. Feeling Shiryu approaching her, Xiao whispered, Hillland was not called Hillland at first. It was named to commemorate a princess in the history of the empire. Her name was Hill. Xiao voice was shallow, as if she was recalling something. She is the most dazzling pearl in the history of the empire, and the pride of the empire. But her era is too far away from now, and few people remember her. When I was very young, my brother brought me here, and we made an agreement. She still did not say what the agreement was, but gave a shallow cause and effect, so I went to the battlefield. Xiao lowered her eyes. The royal princesses of the Castellan Empire have no inheritance rights, and are not allowed to go to the battlefield. Their biggest role is to marry with nobles, and consolidate the status of the royal family. When it became like this, no one knows. The empire is no longer the empire it once was. She pulled off the necklace from her neck and said to Shiryu, Many people know that the imperial family has a secret. Some say it is countless wealth, while others say it is the secret of the royal family's ability to rule the empire. There are many speculations and many people coveting it. Do you want to know what it is? She was responded to by silence. The person who was still thinking about the so-called secret just now just stood quietly beside her. Xiao smiled helplessly and handed the necklace to Shiryu. I give it to you. The secret of the royal family. Shiryu reached out to take it, looked at the hollow pattern, and whispered, It's will. Xiao was stunned. Shiryu looked up at her. The royal family ruled the empire not by its iconic appearance, but by its will to lead the country to grow and develop. But now the royal family's will has disappeared. Cain had such a will, but he died. Xiao had such a will, and she was about to die. Xiao smiled. Her long golden hair was blown by the wind, and her clear voice was mixed with joy. Has anyone ever said that you can easily gain the favor of others? She asked back, and sighed. I'm so envious. Envy of the people she protects. Envy of the people who stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Envy of the future of the Federation having such a person. And she, from beginning to end, was alone. And she didn't know where the fate of the Empire would go. Sure you didn't ask Xiao Lina what she envied, and shook off the necklace in her hand to put it on her. But she held her wrist, if possible. Can you please give the necklace to Cyril? She smiled in the afterglow of the twilight, although it seems that he is far from qualified at present. I think he will be as powerful as Hilland, and there will be a day to protect the Empire. The salty sea breeze blew away her words. She covered her long hair by her ears. Her face became paler and paler, and she fell down before she could even wait for Shiryu answer. Shiryu caught her and saw tears sliding down her eyes. But he smiled and said goodbye to her. Goodbye, Shiryu. The afterglow of the sunset was swallowed by the sea, and another princess of the Empire was buried here. Shiryu responded and said as before, Goodbye, little princess. She never believed in reincarnation, but when facing death, she always said goodbye to others. Biska walked from behind step by step. He still did not wear heavy aristocratic clothes, but the simplest shirt and narrow pants. He was not like the rulers of the Empire, but like the middle school boy who flew around on the hoverboard all day on the streets of Black Triangle. He stopped beside Shiryu, looked at Xiao Lina who was sleeping, and whispered, She didn't believe me, but she believed you. He laughed as he spoke, and his arrogant laughter almost swallowed the sea breeze. The Pearl of the Empire, in the end, was just a sad and pitiful person. Did she know that it was Shiryu who killed the Empire's will? A man who completely messed up the Empire, in the end, became her sustenance. Luo Shiatsi had never seen him like this before, and frowned. Biska? ACI, why are you willing to stay in the Federation? He invited Luo Shiatsi, but was rejected. In fact, he knew the reason, and without waiting for Luo Shiatsi to answer, he said, Shiryu, you are really foul. So strong that everyone is afraid. But people can't help but want to get close. What is this? Drive away light. People in the dark. Pursue light. Luo Shiatsi is. Xiao Yen is also. Biska turned sideways, looked at Shiryu who was holding Xiao Lina, and said slowly, I have a constructive suggestion that can promote friendly exchanges between the Federation and the Empire. Do you want to hear it? His tone was lingering, with a seductive temptation. Shiryu glanced at him, and didn't have any thoughts on this so-called constructive suggestion, but said, it would be more practical for you to beg for mercy directly. How ruthless. Biska showed a hurt expression, touched his chin and said, if you agree with my opinion, you can ask me to beg for mercy in any way. He glanced at the three people who were watching him eagerly, and said constructive opinions with a smile. What do you think of the proposal of marriage between the Empire and the Federation? Shiryu turned his head to look at him, and kicked him without saying a word. After the world spun around, Biska fell to the ground, and the severe pain in his abdomen made him curl up. Shiryu kicked the poor little Duke, and then asked with a few tuts of his tongue, who is the marriage partner the Duke proposed? Biska gasped in pain, just as he was about to speak out his thoughts. He noticed that Shiryu's calf muscles were tense, and he was about to kick him again if he couldn't speak clearly. He swallowed the words in his throat and stammered, I was just joking just now. Shiryu stretched out his tone and said, it turned out to be just a joke. I thought that the Duke of Biska had taken a fancy to a lady in our Federation, and I was thinking about whether I should ask for you. Now it seems that I don't need to. The Duke probably drank too much at the banquet just now, and his mind is a little unclear now. Luo, you send him back and help him sober up, Shiryu said condescendingly, and regardless of the reaction of Biska, who fell to the ground and shrank into a shrimp ball, he walked out step by step with Xiao Lina in his arms. The wind swept her long hair, intertwining with the golden hair, but clearly separated. She is not the knight of the little princess, but just a passing bystander, who will not clear the way for her. They are all friends who spend every day together. Feng Xiao and others can see that Shiryu is in a bad mood now, and no one speaks. Luo Shiatsi helped Biska up from the ground. He really felt that he would either not step on the thunder or step on it accurately. Let's go, he sighed. Biska put one hand on Luo Shiatsi's shoulder and covered his abdomen with the other hand, complaining in his ear. Luo Shiatsi endured, and endured not to roll his eyes at him. After helping him onto the hovercraft, he couldn't wait to leave, but he grabbed his wrist and whispered, "Is Xia Yuyan really dead? Dead?" Luo Shiatsi looked at him with deep eyes. It turned out that he was not here to fight, but to test. He looked at the back that was getting farther and farther away in the distance and whispered, "Biska. The deep blue galaxy is destroyed." That was the shock of the entire universe. It was an untouchable reverse scale. Silver hair with water droplets. Bony hands holding a white shirt. Xia Yuyan put on the shirt, but stopped when he subconsciously wanted to button it to the top, revealing his delicate and flawless clavicle and the overly white Adam's apple above the clavicle. The reminder sounded, and his brain rang. It was the doctor in the treatment room. In the communication, the doctor looked helpless. "Marshall. He has woken up and insisted on seeing you, and even refused to inject the medicine." Xia Yuyan stopped tidying up his clothes and nodded. "Tell him that I will come right away and inject the medicine first." The doctor responded quickly, and the communication remained in the external speaker mode. He didn't need to tell him specifically, because the person lying in the treatment cabin had quieted down. A few minutes later, the door of the treatment room opened and Xia Yuyan walked in from outside. Yan Bai, who had been lying quietly in the treatment cabin waiting for Xia Yuyan's arrival after injecting the medicine, opened his eyes and struggled again when he saw him. He hadn't spoken for a long time, and his throat was so dry that he could hardly make a sound. Xia Yuyan walked to the treatment cabin and asked, "What do you want to tell me?" It was an accident to find Yan Bai. He worked with the Zerg to help them restore the vitality of the Tree of Life. At the same time, the other party helped him to fake his death from the explosion of the Judgment. When Xie Jiangsa brought him here, he met Yan Bai, who was dying and drifting in the universe. The two rescued him, and seeing that he was unconscious, they kept telling him to be careful, and brought him here out of surprise. Yan Bai has been in a coma, and his own body was too weak. Even if he wore a mimic exoskeleton and opened the gray light shield, he still couldn't withstand the waves caused by the explosion, and the huge burden on his body caused by the hole opened by the Zerg. In the first 6 months, he was also in a coma. Fortunately, Professor Mellis was worried about his physical condition and didn't want to leave. He had been doing research in the military factory, and Xie Jiangsa brought research materials from Shiji. Otherwise, he was ready to die. Yan Bai slowly opened his mouth, and after a while, he uttered a few words intermittently. "Thank you. Thank you. Li Qin. You're not dead." His voice was hoarse, and every word was pronounced very clearly. Xie Yuyan looked calm and was not surprised. When Yan Bai was still trying to speak, he whispered, "I guessed it. I guessed it the moment the evil dragon was activated." Except Xie Li Qin. No one knew that the evil dragon was on his neck, and it was even more impossible that someone else got the key to activate the evil dragon from him. The photos of the destruction of the deep blue galaxy were so horrifying that they completely covered up the fact that the dragon did not explode. For so long, neither Xie Li Qin nor Lu Shiwang had caused any trouble. They were probably shocked by Shiryu's crazy behavior. But how long can such peace last? Xie Li Qin and Lu Shiwang were crazier than each other, and Shiryu was in a more dangerous situation. Xie Yuyan looked down at Yan Bai and comforted him. "It's not urgent. Your body is seriously damaged. Recover first. Tell me what you know after you recover." When Yan Bai heard his words, his heart, which was hanging in his throat, gradually relaxed. His eyes, which had been opened by will, slowly closed, and he soon passed out again. After he fell asleep, Xie Yuyan gave the doctor a few words and turned to walk out. He held a black collar in his hand, which was intact. It was Shiryu who took it off for him and destroyed the structure inside. Even if the key was turned on, it would not explode. But the person holding the key would not know. He held the collar up to the light in the corridor and saw the ring on his left ring finger. She had insisted on putting it on him. And when she took off the dragon for him, she said that she had spent several nights designing it. He knew her special ability and was suspicious of her cheating claim of several nights. Xie Yuyan smiled at the light and kissed the ring. Chapter 175. You have recovered well recently. You can be discharged from the hospital and drive the mecha. But don't put too much strain on your body. If you reach the fatigue index, you must get out of the cockpit immediately, Shiji said, while recording Lu Dongyan physical data. Lu Dongyan nodded obediently. He became silent after losing his memory, and only smiled a little when he saw Lu Shiwang. Shurji has been responsible for taking care of his physical condition and gradually became familiar with him. However, when he asked why he lost his memory, Shurji said he didn't know and didn't know what he had experienced during the period of memory interruption. Lu Dongyan felt that Shurji didn't know, but just didn't tell him. He kept silent and didn't ask. Just asked when he could recover his memory. Shurji gave him the word uncertain again, saying that his physical condition was complicated and he might not remember it for the rest of his life. Perhaps the word for the rest of his life was too harsh. He felt a little uncomfortable, subconsciously wanted to avoid something, and later didn't ask, and didn't even think about recovering his memory. I hope I won't see you again. Good luck, Shurji said as he walked out of the ward. He would say this to every patient of his. After all, the research he was engaged in was special, and the second appearance in front of him was more or less because of a serious physical problem. Lu Dongyan watched his figure disappear all the way, and then turned to look out the window. There was nothing outside, but he could see it for a long time every day. After Shurji left the ward, he happened to meet Lu Shiwang, who came to pick up Lu Dongyan. He paused, took off his white coat, and said, I have done what I promised you. Can I leave now? His tone was not good, and even brought a more obvious annoyance. Like Shuryu, he rarely succumbed to his emotions because of certain people. Xia Liqin was like this in the past, and Lu Shiwang would not be an exception now. Lu Shiwang didn't care about his attitude. Among the people he had met, he preferred people like Shurji, who showed everything on their faces compared to those who said one thing in front of them and another behind their backs, because they were direct and disdained to play tricks. Lu Shiwang smiled and said, the doctor has always been free, and he can leave whenever he wants. Hypocrisy makes people feel sick. Shurji sneered, but picked up the white coat and put it on. Forget it. I'm going to wait here for my little bastard to come back and pick me up. He left straight after saying this. That salted fish is a deterrent wherever it goes. More terrifying than the dragon. At least Shurji thinks that Lu Shiwang will not be afraid of the dragon, but will be restrained when facing Shuryu. After all, it is a lunatic who crushed his shoulder blade but made him afraid to come to the hospital. Cool. Shurji touched his chin happily and sent a message to Shuryu, asking her when she would come back. Lu Shiwang looked at his back. The smile on his face gradually shrank, and his dark pupils were stained with a strong ink color, like the sea surface swept by the storm under the dark sky, and the waves that could surge at any time could swallow everything. In a moment, just a moment, Lu Shiwang restrained all the emotions in his eyes, and he naturally looked at the person who suddenly stood in front of him. It was Lu Dongyan. He looked at him with worry in his eyes, and there was absolute trust in the depths of his eyes, exactly the same as when he looked at him when he was a child. He asked with some concern, brother, did you quarrel with the doctor? Why do you look not so good? Lu Shiwang patted Lu Dongyan's shoulder with his usual smile and said, it's nothing. Maybe the doctor doesn't like me. When I asked him to treat you, I used some tough means, so it's reasonable for him to hate me. His words were full of sincerity, and there was helplessness in his expression. He said, wait until he is a little less angry. I will come to apologize to him. Let's go. When Lu Dongyan heard that it was just this, the worry between his eyebrows retreated a little, and he hurriedly said, bring me with you next time. The doctor is a hard-mouthed but soft-hearted person. Lu Shiwang nodded, and the two walked out of the hospital. Before getting on the hovercraft, Lu Shiwang looked at Lu Dongyan, who was much quieter than before, and suddenly asked, do you still remember Shuryu? Lu Dongyan looked at him in confusion, thought about it seriously and said, is it Marshal Shur who came to the hospital to see me before? His expression was very calm, and the confusion was not deliberately pretended. Lu Shiwang nodded and asked again, what do you think of her? Lu Shiwang rarely asked him such evaluative questions, especially about evaluating a person. Lu Dongyan was a little surprised. He still thought about it seriously before saying, she is a very powerful person. Tell me about it. Although I don't know what happened in the memory I lost. She became a federal marshal at such a young age. Everyone likes and admires her. Isn't she a very powerful person? He asked Shurji who the people who came to see him on the day he woke up were. But he didn't get a definite answer from him. But he knew their identities. A son of a rich man. A son of a marshal. And a new federal marshal. They are not ordinary people. Shurji didn't tell him about their relationship with him. He curiously checked on Starnet, and saw many photos, and many things about him in them. Lu Dongyan hesitated, but still asked the words that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Brother. Do I really have a good relationship with them? Some people say that they are the most tacit partners. And some people say that they are the most damaging friends. There are many things about them on StarNet. He also watched the live broadcast during the military school period. He found it difficult to imagine that the person in the live broadcast was himself. Lu Dongyan looked at Lu Shiwang, trying to get the answer from the person he trusted most since childhood. Lu Shiwang looked straight into his eyes and looked at her for a long time, and suddenly smiled lightly, with a thick emotion that was hard to see in her eyes. He said, "No. You studied with them, and went to the battlefield with them for me." Shang arranged for Xia to fake his death, and chose to die accidentally by falling into the water. Biscuit chose to turn a blind eye, and things went very smoothly. Yu stood on the cliff facing the sea breeze, holding Xiao Lina's ashes in her hands. She looked at the calm sea from a distance, as if she wanted to see what was on the other side of the sea. Luo Xiaoxi came from a distance and stood behind her, following his gaze. He saw the flying seagulls and the fish jumping out of the sea. Suddenly, he whispered, "Do you really want to take him back?" This he, of course, refers to Xia. As the events of more than 100 years ago gradually surfaced, they also knew that it was probably a story of a farmer and a snake. Lan Zhe back then was strangely similar to Yu today. Yu heard the worry in his words, and suddenly remembered a sentence she had heard somewhere before, and used it casually. Lolo. We can't choose not to be good people just because good people have been hurt before. She couldn't help laughing after she finished speaking. How could she be considered a good person? If you have to define a person as a good person, Lan Zhe should be. And she has absolutely nothing to do with these two words. People's future is chosen by themselves. Sure will not be willing to stay in the Federation. As long as Shang is still in the Castellan Empire, he will definitely come back one day. The brother who has been dependent on each other since childhood has already left an indelible mark in his life. Sure is a good boy. He is not old, but he knows a lot. You can see that he and his brother are not willing to be an ordinary person. If the royal family of the Castellan Empire has a future, then his future must be created by these two brothers. You are raising a tiger to harm yourself, Luo Xiaoxi warned. Yu's smile became even stronger. She turned her head to look at Luo Xiaoxi. I once heard a story about a tiger being released into the zoo. It was given a large area and enough food, but it became less and less energetic day by day, and even became weaker. Do you know why? She asked back. Luo Xiaoxi looked at her. Because it lost the ability to survive in the wild? How can a tiger in captivity still be called a tiger? Yu shook her head and said, no. A tiger that can be released must have the ability to survive in the wild. The reason why it became weak is because it has no opponents and no natural enemies. When the researchers at the zoo were puzzled, a wild tiger invaded the tiger's territory and they had a fight. The released tiger had already shown unprecedented ferocity and defended its territory. In fact, this story was a documentary she watched when she was a child, and it left a deep impression on her. Whether animals or humans, they all need competition. Just like the text she memorized in school. Born in adversity and died in comfort. The reason why the Castellan Empire has come to this day is that it has been the overlord for too long. The brave and fearless nobles have lost their former ambition and have become parasites addicted to wine, sex and power. How powerful the Federation was once. She stood proudly in the entire universe. No country dared to look down on her. But what happened later? There was a power struggle within the Federation, and Lan Zhe's power became the object of covetousness. The so-called meritorious people and martyrs were nothing but a group of thieves who were greedy for money. Luo Xiaoxi looked at Yu's profile and saw her black hair fluttering in the sea breeze. He suddenly felt an unprecedented shock in his heart. He heard her whisper in the wind, the meaning of our existence is to protect, not to end. If one day the Federation is the Terminator, it must be because the Federation has lost its vitality. Just like 100 years ago, the two stood quietly in front of the turbulent cliff. After a long time, Yu scattered Xiao Lina's ashes. She did not say goodbye to her, but left a hill on. As for the necklace that might carry the secret of the royal family, she did not give it to Shang, but put it on Xiao Lina's neck and cremated it with her. The only immortal thing in this world is will, and the object that carries will is a shackle. The news of Shur's accidental death spread throughout the Castellan Empire, because he was still young. The Empire and the Federation were in the stage of peace talks. Although His Majesty was heartbroken, He still kept his funeral simple. The incident did not cause much waves and gradually calmed down soon. The peace talks between the two countries went smoothly. 3 months later, the First Federation represented by Shiryu and the Castellan Empire represented by Biska signed a ceasefire and peace agreement, which was valid for 100 years. After the signing of the agreement, Shiryu was going to lead the Judgment Corps back to the First Federation. But at this time, a message came from the First Federation. The news that Xia is Reg spread all over the Star Network. Chapter 176. Who is Reg? Almost no one in the Federation knows this name. But when everyone sees the prefix of this name, they are stunned. Reg, the deceased prince of the Castellan Empire. Reg was once the most heroic general of the Castellan Empire. He made great contributions to the Castellan Empire. Although he was not the crown prince, his status in the Castellan Empire was higher than that of the crown prince. He once threatened his brother, the then crown prince, the emperor of the Castellan Empire, who died of illness a few years ago. Later, no one knew what happened. He died unexpectedly. Everything about him was blown away by the wind called time. And the name Reg gradually disappeared from the public sight. Xia is Reg. Many people think this proposition is ridiculous. How could Xia be Reg? He led the Federation from a weak defeated country to today, and died in the Talasaka fortress to protect the Federation. If he is Reg, then what is everything before? Is it a joke that the Castellan Empire and the Federation both suffered losses in the Battle of Talasaka Fortress? Shiryu sat in the General Command Room, with no expression on her face. She looked at the woman on the virtual screen, and there were slight waves in her eyes. My husband Xia is indeed not from the Federation. His original name was Reg. The woman with red eyes on the virtual screen was the mother of Xia Jiangsa and Xia Yuyan. She was sobbing with a handkerchief in her hand. She looked very bad and emotionally collapsed. But every word she said was clearly transmitted to the ears of the people on the other end of the virtual screen. Shiryu thought about how Lu Shiwang would prove that Xia was Reg. But he didn't expect that his methods were still as extreme as before, and left no way out. The wife of Xia personally proved that Xia was the deceased prince Reg of the Castellan Empire. She wanted to dig out Xia tomb and throw it on the street, destroying everything he had done in the past, and the glory he wrote with the 3 words Xia. Xia is dead, and Xia Jiangsa and Xia Yuyan, who were most influenced by him, are dead. What is his purpose? There is no point in digging this out at this time. Gu Qianqian frowned and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out why Lu Shiwang did this. At present, it seems that only you will be affected, Luo Xiaoxi said concisely. In addition to the Judgment Corps, you subordinates also took over the first sequence corps left by Xia. Feng Xiao took over his words. Sure, you did not trust Xia. And of course, he would not use the people he left behind. Even if he took over, he would only let them stay on the front line. Yes, Xia identity was questioned. Once everything he did in the past was overturned, Marshal Xia Yuyan would inevitably be affected. Now the Judgment Corps is in your hands. Xia Yuyan would be questioned because of this. But he was a dead person after all. But Shiryu was different. She could easily ascend to the position of Marshal, in addition to her own prestige. Those who supported Xia Yuyan also indirectly became her supporters. Even so, it won't work. Luo Xiaoxi added, your contribution to the Federation is obvious to all. Those who questioned her might be an undercover agent of the Castellan Empire. And I'm afraid they couldn't say it out loud. Besides, it's too forced to use Reg's past identity to deny everything Xia did. Unless Lu Shiwang can prove that Xia was involved in the Leviah War more than 100 years ago. Only in this way can we deny everything he did, and put him in a desperate situation. Sure, you looked at Lu Shiwang, who replaced Mrs. Xia and stood in front of the virtual screen. And a trace of deep thought flashed across his eyes. Lu Shiwang is a person who has a purpose for doing everything. He revealed all this. Is he trying to confuse the Federation's lines? Or, finally dare to stand in the sun and tell everything that happened back then? Sure, you did not speak out her guess. She wanted to see whether Lu Shiwang was worthy of Lan Zai's sincerity. He looked calm. And like countless times he had spoken before, he easily stabilized the minds of countless people in front of the virtual screen. Everyone expected him to overturn Mrs. Xia's judgment. Unfortunately, the beauty built with lies will be destroyed sooner or later. Xia, the first marshal of the Federation who once had great military achievements, was indeed an out-and-out villain. Lu Shiwang stared at the virtual screen and said heavily, in fact, I didn't just learn that Marshal Xialichin was Reg. His words put the final nail in the coffin. Before explaining everything, I would like to introduce a person to everyone. A hero in the history of the Federation, but not remembered by history. He said, and stepped aside. There was a crystal coffin behind him. In the crystal coffin lay a man, with a gentle face and outstanding appearance. He had long silver hair, and the beautiful silver hair was neatly arranged and quietly placed beside him. He was quiet as if he was asleep, with a faint smile on his lips. But he was naked from the waist up, with a bloody hole on his chest. I don't know if the blood had dried up, but the wound was white, so scary that it made people want to vomit. Shiryu stood up from the chair in shock, and she closed her eyes tightly. Lu Shiwang. How dare he? How could he let Lan Zhe appear in front of the public in such a cruel way? Gu Qianqian also looked at the virtual screen in shock, and murmured, shouldn't Lan Zhe disappear with Lipakea? When Lipakea was attacked by an unknown fleet and began to collapse, Lu Shiwang said that he wanted Lan Zhe to rest in Lipakea. Feng Xiao was not much better. And Su? He gritted his teeth and thought about the cause and effect. They were stabbed unconscious not because Lu Shiwang didn't want them to find Shiryu, but because he didn't want them to see him taking Lan Zhe away from Lipakea. Seeing the appearance of the two, Shiryu probably guessed the situation at the time, and she stared at the virtual screen closely. Lu Shiwang is also a lunatic. After being timid for more than 100 years, he finally learned to be a serious person. His name is Lan Zhe, the god of war of the Federation. He led the Federation to become the strongest country in the universe. He also saved a person who was killed by his brother and was about to die in the universe. It was Xialichin. Lan Zhe sympathized with his experience and saved him. When he wanted to abandon everything in the past, he arranged a new identity for him and let him start a new life. He is so stupid that he actually believed in a wolf of the empire. Lu Shiwang condemned expressionlessly. He didn't know what expression the person on the other end of the virtual screen would show, and continued to reveal the facts that had been buried for more than 100 years. Does everyone still remember the heroes of the Battle of Lilvaya? As he said, he pulled over the virtual screen next to him and displayed the images of the 5 marshals one by one in front of everyone. He read their names. Every word was very clear, and when the last name fell, he suddenly laughed, and there was an unprecedented irony in his laughter. The so-called martyrs of the Federation are just a group of outright thieves. They are afraid of Lan Zhe and set a trap in Lilvaya. They killed Lan Zhe, dug out his heart, and soaked him in potions. Xialichin handed over the Federation's frontline defense map to the Castellan Empire. The evildoers finally suffered the consequences. The 5 marshals died one by one. He sighed lightly, but there was a smile in the lingering sound. I still overestimated him. Shiryu sneered, with deep disgust in her eyes. She would never easily give such emotions to a person. Lu Shiwang really broke her bottom line every time and let her see the ugliness of human nature. Is this the so-called truth? If Xialichin played an indispensable role in Lan Zhe's death, then the Federation was defeated by other countries, and the 5 marshals were all killed in battle, which was definitely Lu Shiwang's hand. No one was truly innocent in what happened back then. How dare Lu Shiwang say that those who do evil will eventually suffer the consequences? He is not afraid that the 5 marshals will crawl up from the ground and drag him down with them. Shiryu looked at Lan Zhe, who was lying quietly on the virtual screen as if he was asleep, and suddenly felt that he was extremely miserable. He was kind and sincere, and treated everyone around him with his heart. But those who said they admired and worshipped him were all lying to him. Xialichin wanted his genes, and Lu Shiwang was just immersed in self-indulgent redemption. Marshal, the warship has docked at the Interstellar port. Do you want to go out at this time? There are a lot of people outside, and the situation does not look good. The 2 countries signed a peace treaty, and the delegation should have been welcomed when they returned home. But the things that broke out on the Star Network one after another made the situation start to get out of control, and the people were panicking and questioning everything. The federal people who were confused and angry were eager to find answers. And Shiryu, as a pillar of many people, the answer she gave might become a life-saving straw that the confused people desperately grasped. The Federation was in great chaos, and even the most disciplined army was discussing things that happened more than 100 years ago. Lu Shiwang couldn't joke about a person who didn't exist, and the young people had already started asking the elderly. Lan Zhe's name was rolling wildly on the Star Network, and his deeds were also dug up again. Let's go! It's going to be faced sooner or later. instead of letting everyone question in confusion. It's better to give them a definite answer. Shiryu stood up first. His eyes slid across Lu Shiwang on the virtual screen. And he had a bad premonition. Lu Shiwang had gone crazy until now, and almost cut off his own retreat. He would not become a meritorious person who revealed the truth, but would be pushed to the forefront. What's more, he himself said that he didn't know these things until now. What exactly does he want to do? Feng Xiao walked behind Shiryu with a bad look, but his eyes were still on Lan Zhe lying in the crystal coffin. Lan Zhe was brought out of Lipakea by Lu Shiwang. So what about the rare heart? Several other marshals of the Federation have been blocked by reporters, and all the members of Parliament have been asked questions. Marshal Bailey, the oldest and the only one who survived the disaster 100 years ago, remained silent in front of the camera for 10 minutes, and then looked firmly at the virtual screen. Marshal Lan Zhe is the most outstanding, gentle and convincing person I have ever seen. Sorry. From now on, I resign as marshal. He took off the epaulets of the marshal's rank on his shoulders, and took off his blue and gold uniform. When someone tried to ask him if he knew what happened that year, he chose to remain silent. Maybe he didn't know, but he was a marshal of a country after all. How could he not notice anything? He was not a perpetrator, but an indifferent bystander. That night, Marshal Bailey shot himself at home. And everything has just begun. The news that Lipakea appeared in the Rachel Star Belt also spread quickly on the Star Network. And a video appeared along with the news. The video was shot casually, and the camera was still shaking. But it was clear that it was a laboratory that had been abandoned for a long time. Many people in white coats, but no longer had a breath of life, were floating in the air. And the dark corridor was so long that it was suffocating. At the end of the corridor, huge transparent glass jars were terrifying. Lu Shiwang threw down a heavy hammer again. Xia Liqin has been studying human genes for more than 100 years. He has conducted countless genetic experiments and cultivated countless human embryos. Xia Yuyan is the product of genetic experiments. Chapter 177. Crash. Everything in the room was broken into pieces. Xia Liqin stepped on a piece of vase fragment. His face was more terrible than the black hole in the universe. He gritted his teeth and said, Lu Shiwang, this is a good dog. He chose to fake his death in the Talasaka fortress, and he wanted to hide behind the scenes. The bigger reason was that his identity as Reg could no longer be hidden. Rather than letting everything he had done before come to naught, it was better to let Xia Liqin die. If Xia Liqin died, it would be meaningless for Reg's identity to be exposed. Lu Shiwang would not do anything that would not benefit him at all. And Xia Liqin would always be an indelible part of the history of the Federation. But now, all of this was ruined by that madman Lu Shiwang. He sat in the messy room for a long time, and suddenly opened his brain to dial a communication. Send someone to the capital galaxy to tell that woman Jiang Sa is not dead. His voice was extremely cold, and the middle-aged man on the other end of the communication instantly understood what he meant. Some truths can only be overturned by the person who tells the truth, and she will surely make the most perfect choice in what way to overturn the truth she tells. Seeing that he understood what he meant, Xia Liqin was about to end the communication. But he thought of something more important and suddenly asked, How is the preparation of the Black Triangle going? The middle-aged man was embarrassed and shook his head. Originally, our people had already established a firm foothold in the Black Triangle. But a mysterious organization suddenly emerged a few years ago and quietly recruited people in the dark. By the time we reacted, it was too late. The X organization has not only developed from an inconspicuous small organization, but also absorbed many thorns who have never stood in the Black Triangle. If he had not transferred a large number of people to the Black Triangle this time, he would not have discovered that there was still a venomous snake curled up in his nest waiting for an opportunity to move. And he couldn't do anything about this venomous tongue. Xia Liqin narrowed his eyes, and his hands on the armrest of the chair slowly tightened, and said, Can you find out who is behind it? The middle-aged man looked a little cautious. He has always been in charge of the affairs of the Black Triangle. He sent a lot of people to the Black Triangle, trying to take this chaotic place into his hands, but he has always had little success. In recent years, things have finally improved. But the sudden emergence of Organization X is too mysterious. Besides being mysterious, it has grown under his nose to the point where it can threaten his position in the Black Triangle. He has an unshirkable responsibility. Xia Liqin has never been a gentle leader. Even his most loyal subordinate has been punished for mistakes in missions. Of course, he is a soldier, And those punishments are nothing. What makes him uneasy is that he has not made such detailed mistakes for a long time. After a little consideration, he said, people in Organization X use code names. The leader is called X-1003. But no one has ever seen him. This is the information that the other party took the initiative to reveal. Organization X is very mysterious from top to bottom. X-1003. Xiaolichin read it. And his brows suddenly frowned. This code name is really easy to remind people of. Sure, you number Y1121. Y1121 is a nightmare in many people's hearts. Xiaolichin thought of the scene in the deep blue galaxy and frowned again. Sure, you is also a lunatic. He shook his head and said, find a way to contact this X-1003. The Black Triangle has been in chaos for hundreds of years. It's time to unify. Since the name of Xiaolichin has already had an indelible stain, he doesn't mind creating another miracle. As for the First Federation, Lu Shiwan can toss it if he wants. If it falls apart, he will take over. By the way, he prepared a big gift for Lu Shiwan. I hope he likes it. When Xie Yuyan heard Xiaolichin words, Xie Yuyan is the product of genetic experiments. There was no ripple on his face. He knew his identity from the beginning. And Xiaolichin had warned him about it in her ear. After so many years, this matter could no longer cause him any harm. What really made him angry was what Lu Shiwan did. He didn't see the responsibility of being the head of a country in Lu Shiwan at all. Xie Jiangsa sat in front of him and looked at him for half an hour. Seeing that his eyes were almost frozen, he instantly realized what he was thinking and dissuaded him without hesitation. Yu Yin, I know what you are thinking. You can't go. He said it firmly. You must not go out at this time. Otherwise everything you did in the past will be in vain. Lu Shiwan's purpose is still unclear. He is still hiding in the dark. No one knows what they will do. Speaking of Lu Shiwan, Xie Jiangsa can be justified. But when it comes to Lu Shiwan, he doesn't know how to face it. Xiaolichin had never done anything to let him down. From childhood to adulthood, Xiaolichin had always been a qualified father to him. Xie Jiangsa's eyes flashed with confusion. He suddenly didn't know what position he should take between the two. Brother, they are going to come back to the Federation. He knew better than anyone what to do and what not to do. And he knew even better what consequences Lu Shiwan's crazy behavior would cause. The Federation has fallen into chaos. If it continues like this, it will definitely repeat the tragedy of more than 100 years ago. No, it will be even more tragic than more than 100 years ago. No country can withstand the disaster brought about by the collapse of faith. And no citizen can accept that the hero they admire in their hearts is actually greedy and despicable. Will the revived Federation collapse again in this shaky wind and rain? His sight wandered on the virtual screen and suddenly stopped at one point. Dongyan, what are you thinking about? Wen Renmo patted Lu Dongyan's shoulder and sat next to him and asked. Lu Dongyan, who was in a daze, suddenly came back to his senses, grabbed a handful of hair and looked at Wen Renmo blankly. After thinking for a while, he asked, Marshal Wenren, how do you know my brother? Wen Renmo probably didn't expect him to ask this question. He was stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly looked far away. He was silent for a long time and only said 4 words. He saved me. Lu Dongyan noticed the complexity in his tone and fell silent, but suddenly tilted his head and smiled. My brother is a very good person. He said it with great certainty, as if he wanted to convince someone. Wen Renmo didn't notice the excessive firmness in his tone, and laughed and said, yes. He has a reason for everything he does. He used to think that an unclear death was his destination. But later he realized that dying for another person was the end of his life. He didn't care what that person wanted to do. He just wanted to stand quietly aside and watch him finish everything he did. Even if the final ending was not good, he would willingly walk over and greet it. Lu Dongyan looked at his smiling face, and the fingers on his side curled up unconsciously, as if he was restraining himself. A subtle noise came over, and his fingers suddenly loosened. He stood up and looked at Lu Shiwan, who was walking in front. He hurriedly shouted, brother. There was worry in his voice, and a little boredom between his eyebrows. He seemed to be troubled by something, but soon became firm. In Lu Shiwan's eyes, Lu Dongyan was a mature and stubborn person. He would not change what he believed in easily, and what he wanted to do would not be shaken by someone. He walked to Lu Shiwan's side and habitually grabbed his hand like when he was a child. When he felt a piece of coldness, he stretched out his other hand and wrapped his 5 fingers in his palm, trying to warm his cold hand. He said nothing. Lu Shiwang was stunned for a moment because of his behavior, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. I'm fine. Let's go." He pulled his hand out, patted Lu Dongyin's shoulder, and turned to the people behind him and said, "Be careful." Lu Dongyin followed his line of sight and saw Lan Zhe lying in the crystal coffin. At this time, he was wearing a white shirt, and there was still an indelible gentleness between his eyebrows. What kind of state of mind does a person have to be so calm after his heart is dug out? What was he thinking before he died? Noticing Lu Dongyin's gaze, Lu Shiwang suddenly said to him, "Is there anything you want to ask me? You can ask anything. You know, I never lie to you." His tone was light. Lu Dongyin shook his head and said, "Just now I told Marshal Warren that my brother is a good man. No matter what he does, I believe him." He didn't talk to Lu Shiwang face to face, but expressed his trust to someone in another time and space. Lu Shiwang looked at him and smiled. He was about to speak, but when Renma, who had just received a message, changed his face and hurried over to say, "Head of state, something happened." At the same time, Shiryu stared at the smart bracelet that suddenly lit up and was stunned for a few seconds. She wore a smart bracelet on each hand. The smart bracelet on her right hand was hers, but the smart bracelet on her left hand was given to her by Xia Liqin. After Xia Liqin gave her the smart bracelet, he said nothing, only telling her that she would use it one day in the future. At that time, Shirji was still in Xia Liqin's hand. She thought the smart bracelet was related to Shirji, so she wore it on her hand and never took it off. After Talasaka Fortress, she also had the idea of taking off the smart bracelet, but she always felt that according to the character of the old fox, he would not give her something that she would not use. So she kept it until today. Now, it lights up and projects a video. It was at this time that another heavy hammer struck and almost disintegrated the Federation. The same image was projected in countless public areas throughout the Federation. The noisy places suddenly became quiet. People turned their heads away, trying not to look at the sudden image, as if they could avoid the heavy blow from the sky. But no matter how they tried to avoid it, what was going to happen was going to happen. The image showed a young man with a haggard look. He was not in good condition. He was skinny and had tubes inserted all over his body. Just leaning in the treatment cabin seemed to have consumed all his strength. "You may not know who I am, but you should still remember the interstellar spaceship hijacking incident that year, right?" "Yes. It was the one on Winter Star. I am Shen Xiyun, the son of the previous head of the Federation. I am a useless playboy. I am sorry to my father and everyone, but I want to say one thing at the end of my life. Lu Shiwang. He will do anything to achieve his goal. He is not worthy of being the head of the Federation." After saying this, Shen Xiyun covered his mouth and coughed twice. He looked at the empty virtual screen, not caring at all how the person on the other end would react to his words, and told everything he had experienced. "He planned the hijacking of the interstellar spaceship in order to overthrow my father and remove the biggest obstacle to his becoming the head of state. He worked with Alan Heshia to send the entire interstellar spaceship to the hands of the Republic of Toes. I was imprisoned with him on the Winter Star. By chance, I discovered his secret and was pushed off the shuttle by the people of the Republic of Toes. They probably didn't expect that I had a mimic exoskeleton hidden on my body, and the place where I fell happened to be the sea. I didn't die." He almost shouted the last three words. It was a heartbreaking tone, but his voice was not loud. After shouting, he began to cough. A heavy cough, each one more difficult and harsher than the last. No one knew how long he coughed. And he continued, "It was Marshal Xia Liqin who saved me." And Lu Shiwang realized that Marshal Xia Liqin had discovered his conspiracy. So he went to Fort Talasaka and killed him. Marshal Shiryu also has evidence that Lu Shiwang killed Marshal Xia Liqin. As soon as he finished speaking, the image was torn apart, revealing Shiryu's face. Chapter 178. Shiryu. When people saw Shiryu appearing on the virtual screen, their eyes, that had gradually lost focus, gradually regained some spirit. If they still have trust in the rulers now, Shiryu may be the last oasis. They witnessed her growth all the way, watched her enter the military academy with a jolly smile, watched her turn the tide in the winter galaxy, watched her frantically destroy the deep blue galaxy, watched her sign an alliance with the Caslan Empire. Yes, Shiryu once said something when the deep blue galaxy was destroyed. "It's better not to let me find out that this matter has anything to do with you." Who is the you in her words? She broadcast the whole process of the destruction of the Deep Blue Galaxy to the entire Federation. And who is she provoking? She must know. She is determined to move towards the position of the Federation Marshal. And she said she would protect the Federation. Sure you? Y1121. Someone repeatedly read her name and number, recalling her arrogant words one after another. And the eyes looking at the virtual screen gradually became hot. Sure you watched the video halfway and found herself facing everyone in the Federation. She stood up straight, and her expression gradually became serious. To be honest, I just came back from the Caslan Empire and heard everything Lu Shiwang said. I was shocked, confused, and at a loss. These are the same as everyone else. This was the first time she did not call Lu Shiwang the head of state in such a public occasion. After she became the Marshal of the Federation, she had never been so careless. I don't know if someone noticed the subtle difference in her address and looked at her more urgently. Sure you welcomed everyone's expectations for her and continued, Xia Liqin. Oh no. Shen Xiyun said that I have evidence that Lu Shiwang hurt Xia Liqin? She asked a rhetorical question and shrugged again. I never doubt my ability and strength. She was still as arrogant as ever. Some people couldn't help but slightly curl up their lips after hearing her words, and thought of her improper appearance again. Salted Fish, who slept through most of the freshman military training, has now become the guardian of the Federation. Who would have thought that this day would come? She is working hard to become a qualified marshal. Sure you didn't know what others thought of her. She continued, when the Talasaka fortress was attacked, I was still participating in the battle in the Rachel Star Fragment Belt. And then, I suddenly heard that Xia Liqin had died in battle. To be honest, I was shocked. I never thought that he would die so easily on the battlefield. I think many people have the same idea as me. Then, there was his funeral. And then the Zerg invasion broke out. She slowly sorted out the time. When she said this, her tone had a clear pause. And then she showed a contemptuous smile. Everyone, why are you entangled in these things? Lu Shiwang is not worthy of being the head of the Federation. Just vote to abolish his position as the head of the Federation and let him step down. Xia Liqin is not worthy of being the Marshal of the Federation. So it is not a bad idea to move his tombstone out of the Garden of Time. As for the Battle of Livia 100 years ago, I was not born at that time. To be honest, I would rather get the answer from others than from me. But, who can explain what happened back then? Xia Liqin can't explain it clearly, and Lu Shiwang is not qualified to judge. Marshal Lan Zhe has actually made a choice about what happened back then. So why should we be bothered by something he has already let go? Each of us exists for a better tomorrow for the Federation. Why should we be confused? Why should we be at a loss? Every word she said was very firm, making people unconsciously immersed in her determination. The young marshal on the virtual screen drew the sword of judgment representing protection and power from her waist. She held the sword in her right hand and cut off a fetter from top to bottom. She held the hilt of the sword, facing her face devoutly, looking at her own reflection, and firmly said to everyone who looked at her, if you don't know where the future is, then forget everything that shouldn't exist. If you don't know who to trust, then trust me. Her sonorous voice spread to every corner of the Federation. She pointed the sharpest end of the sword of judgment at everyone on the virtual screen, and when their pupils contracted, she instantly replaced the hilt and put the long sword against her neck. She said with an unprecedented gentle look, if one day I let you down, I hope someone can pick up this sword and continue to protect the Federation. It was the gentlest tone. Without an oath, all members of the Judgment Corps, listen to the order. Take down Lu Shiwang. Those who violate the order will be killed without mercy. It was a solemn scene. It was more severe than winter. Looking at Yu, who gave orders in front of everyone on the virtual screen. Some people laughed. Some cried. Some had surging waves in their eyes. And some shouted hoarsely, believe in you. If this step is irreversible, then go to hell with her. Lu Shiwang suddenly came back to his senses from the virtual screen, and he subconsciously looked at Lan Zhe, who was lying quietly in the crystal coffin with a smile all the time. Why laugh? Why can he laugh even though he died so painfully? Why did she become the faith of others as easily as you? And why did he, Lu Shiwang, look like a jumping clown from beginning to end? Destroy it. When the world returns to nothingness, who is the faith and who is the clown? No one knows. And no one cares. Wenren, tell the other side to get ready. He put away the unnecessary weakness, and his expression was still as calm as ever. And Lu Dongyan, who had been looking at him from beginning to end, turned his head blankly. Lu Shiwang smiled at him. Dongyin, are you afraid of me? He was answered with a sincere nod. And he was not surprised, but continued, then why are you following me? Lu Dongyin looked at him and smiled as well, and said firmly as before, you are my brother. Lu Shiwang looked at him, and suddenly suppressed the smile in his eyes. He looked at him straight, trying to see something from the bottom of his eyes. But he didn't see what he wanted to see. At that moment, he was a little confused. But soon all the confusion was swept away, when Renma had completed the communication with the other party. And at this time Lu Shiwang's brain suddenly remembered the piercing alarm. A virtual projection popped up from his brain. It was the god of war. She turned into a ray of light, and fell from the sky, blocking the hovercraft. Renmo suddenly opened his eyes wide, and said without hesitation, Marshal, everything is ready. Go quickly. Leave here immediately. I stop her. Lu Shiwang looked calm. He looked at the god of war projected by the intelligent brain, and shook his head and said, one run. You can't stop her. This variable that appeared outside his plan can always push things in the most unpredictable direction. The Federation is in chaos, and only she plays completely out of the ordinary. Others don't want to establish prestige in front of the people? Of course not. But they don't dare. And they are also at a loss. No one will really abandon everything that has happened. But she stood up and asked everyone to abandon the terrifying past. She said that we are all born with hope. Ridiculous. When Renma saw the mockery in his eyes, gritted his teeth and jumped off the hovercraft. His voice still echoing, Dong Yin. Take the leader away immediately. You are the only person he can trust. He stepped into the cockpit of the mecha with the determination to die, and stood in front of the god of war. He knew that he could not defeat Shiryu. But he suddenly wanted to be like Shiryu and turn the impossible into possible. Shiryu, how about another fight? He invited. The battle in the Torqua's Star Belt was very exciting for him, and he wanted to experience the feeling of having an evenly matched opponent again. When Renma, you are so stupid. She was laughing at him. Clearly laughing. But she sighed a little after laughing. You don't think I came alone? Do you? Shiryu threw out the beam sword and approached Renmo in the blink of an eye. Renmo was indeed very strong, but not good enough. The beam sword and the long sword intersected, and the tearing sound pulled across the sky, almost tearing people's eardrums. Countless mechas fell from the sky, and the emblem of the Judgment Corps was as solemn and majestic as ever. Lu Shiwang looked at the little man who jumped out of the intelligent brain, and his calm face finally cracked for a moment. And Luo Xiaozi's cold voice came from the other side. Captain Lu, I have always wondered who can remotely control the battle fortress. Now I finally know. It's you. But you seem to be too confident in yourself and too underestimate others. The Judgment Legion took action after arriving at the capital star system. It seems that you haven't received the news yet. Just surrender. If you really believe in Marshal Lan Zhe. When Lu Shiwang heard his words, he seemed to be stimulated by something and laughed arrogantly. What do you know? After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Dongyan beside him, and his voice was extremely provocative. Dongyan, take me away. The virtual man in front of him turned around and scanned Lu Dongyan's face, and saw him raise his hand to touch the mecha ring on his right index finger. He held Lu Shiwang's wrist. Lu Dongyan, what are you doing? Luo Xiaozi never thought that he would stand on Lu Shiwang's side. He had made the worst plan, but he didn't expect him to be so decisive. Will the lost memory make you forget everything before? What responded to him was the sound of something breaking. Lu Dongyan crushed Lu Shiwang's smart bracelet, and he pulled him down from the hovercraft without saying a word. Neither of them looked back to see Lan Zhe still lying in the crystal coffin. The sky was filled with dense mechas. Lu Dongyan and Lu Shiwang stood on the empty street. They were as small as ants. Any mecha that landed on the ground could crush them into meat paste. Lu Shiwang took out a smart bracelet from the space bag again. Lu Dongyan stood beside him and asked in a low voice, Brother, where are you going? Lu Shiwang unfolded his smart brain, and the badness in his voice had not yet subsided. Nowhere. Lu Dongyan was stunned for a moment. But Lu Shiwang connected to the public channel and said arrogantly, Shiryu, if you don't want the entire capital galaxy to turn into cosmic dust like the deep blue galaxy, stop it with your people. His 10 fingers jumped quickly on the virtual screen, and one red 6-star icon after another appeared on the map of the capital galaxy. His index finger hovered over one of the 6-star icons, and an extremely malicious smile appeared on his lips. He knew that she was crazy. And he was also crazy. If you don't stop, everyone here will be like Xiaoyan, and will completely disappear from your sight. Puff. It was the sound of a dagger piercing the heart. Lu Shiwang's pupils dilated. He turned around, and saw Lu Dongyan with tears streaming down his face. Chapter 179. Lu Dongyan has been very well behaved since he was a child. He never cried when he was bullied by his classmates. He would just hug his legs and bury his face. After being wrong for a while, he would return to his well-behaved appearance. This was the first time Lu Shiwang saw him cry so hard. His eyes were red and tears were pouring out desperately, like an unstoppable flood. He cried more exaggeratedly than a delicate little girl who was wronged. He didn't actually want to take him out of Lipake at first. But when he left, he accidentally saw the KI-006 experimental subject, who fell to the ground and was covered in blood, and saw the confusion and dullness in his eyes. Like him in the mirror. He couldn't tell what he was thinking at the time. When he came to his senses, he had already carried him out of Lipakea. He also thought about throwing him away, but he was kept by his side by some strange coincidence. KI-006 was an experiment made by those people who studied Lan Zai's genes. His genes had serious defects, and his intellectual development was also limited. After the external injuries on his body healed, he was still stupid. The only reaction surprised him. He always kept his eyes on him and followed him unconsciously, as if he was the only light in his world. He grafted genes for him, gave him a name, made him a normal person, let him grow up like an ordinary child, told him to be a kind, upright and gentle person. And he grew up as he expected. He said that Lu Dongyan was his only kindness, because even he didn't know why he was soft-hearted towards him, would bring him around, and would teach him to be a completely different person from himself. Towards light. Gu Mingzhang once sneered at his behavior, and left these two words. He didn't have it, so he yearned for it. He lived secretly, so he always waited for the person who could end his life to appear. It is probably a fallacy that people who live desperately yearn for death. Lu Dongyan didn't lose his memory. He knew. How could he deceive the child he raised with his own hands? No matter how he pretended, he wanted to know what he wanted to do. And he also wanted to know what he wanted to do. Lu Shiwang looked down at the scimitar that pierced his heart, and saw the tip of the knife. He must have used his greatest strength to pierce his chest. The dagger was dark gold, exactly the same as the one Shiryu used. He suddenly laughed, and the man in the mirror finally walked out and embarked on a completely different path from him, without the cold darkness, and would not be forever in the lonely long street. He took a step forward, and the dagger was pulled out from his vest. He saw the gushing blood, bright red. With a clang, the dagger fell to the ground, and Lu Shiwang staggered around and stood up straight, looking into Lu Dongyan almost unfocused eyes. And he pulled off his glasses on the bridge of his nose. He didn't like wearing glasses, but if he didn't wear glasses, he wasn't sure if others could see the emotions revealed in his eyes, even if he had disguised himself perfectly. He looked at the blood-soaked, bewildered young man, his lips slightly raised. Dongyan, you've grown up, but you're not cruel enough. You should use the energy gun to end my life completely. He pulled open his clothes, and the wound on his chest was still gushing blood. Thump, thump. It was the sound of the heart beating, violent and clear, exactly the same as the beating sound that came from the ground in Lipakea. Lu Dongyan opened his eyes wide. There was a patch on Lu Shiwang's chest that looked like a rag, and the muscles at the suture bulged like ugly worms. The thump, thump, thump of the heartbeat was extremely strong. Lu Dongyan took a step back in disbelief. He looked at Lu Shiwang in horror. His mouth opened and closed again, and finally made a sound after trying again and again. You took Lan Zai's heart. He couldn't bear to say the second half of the sentence, and the last glimmer of hope in his heart was finally completely shattered at this moment. Lu Shiwang had no hard feelings. He was a complete evil man who would do anything to achieve his goal. He kept saying that Lan Zai was his best friend, and that everything he did was for Lan Zai. But he sewed Lan Zai's heart into his chest. Lu Dongyan closed his eyes in pain. He took out the energy gun in the space bag without hesitation, and shot at Lu Shiwang crazily. He couldn't count how many shots he fired. He only remembered that a hand covered his eyes. After a slight pain in his neck, he lost consciousness. The only thing in his mind was Lu Shiwang's extremely bad smile. Lan Zai's heart was so strong that it could support Lipakea for more than 100 years. Lu Shiwang, who borrowed his heart, certainly didn't die so easily. He looked at Lu Dongyan, who was taken away by Shiryu, and regardless of his almost broken neck, he pinched the photo in his pocket with trembling fingers. He thought he was finally going to die. He felt the pain of having his heart dug out, and also felt the despair of wanting to die, but not being able to. He looked up at the sky, which was gray, just like Lipakea, and just like the day Lan Zhe surrendered to save him. So stupid. How could someone give up his life for an insignificant person? He curled his lips, and there was finally no malice in his smile. Lan Zhe, I want to destroy the world you created, but someone is protecting her. Lu Shiwang closed his eyes, put his fingers on his chest, felt the warm blood, and felt Lan Zhe's heart beating in his chest. A cluster of flames jumped up from him, with the determination to burn everything, turning him into ashes. At the same time, the hovercraft he was riding was also engulfed by the flames. The man who had been silent for 100 years, and finally became the head of the Federation step by step, died in a fire. He took away the beating heart and the body without a soul. Shiryu stood silently until the flames disappeared. She looked at the ashes, and gave Lu Shiwang 2 words. So stupid. It was just a self-touching redemption. She could not empathize, let alone be moved by it. If you regard it as a belief, please defend his honor. The cool wind blew up her black hair. Gu Mingzhan stood beside Gu Qianqian and smiled at her. Do you mind if I collect his body for him? He moved his hands, and a restriction bracelet was cupped on his wrist. Why? Shiryu asked him. Those who can be trusted by Xie Yuyan must occupy a considerable position in his mind. But Gu Mingzhan betrayed him, and chose to help Lu Shiwang. Gu Mingzhan looked helpless, but still replied, he saved me. In return, I helped him do something. At that time, I didn't expect that he would let someone catch him. As he said this, he met Shiryu's eyes. Those eyes were calm, but they firmly revealed a meaning. You're lying. Gu Mingzhan didn't expect her to give such a definite denial. He was slightly stunned. He sighed, turned his head, and took off his glasses. His originally dark pupils turned into a pair of gray-blue compound eyes, and a pair of wings spread out behind him. It was a pair of broken wings, pitted and bumpy, as if they had been burned by fire, and their original color could not be seen at all. Shiryu's pupils dilated, and his palm was already holding a dagger. Gu Mingzhan turned out to be a Zerg. Gu Qianqian was completely dumbfounded. Don't be so nervous. I don't have much fighting power. I'm not your opponent, and it's impossible for me to do anything at this time. Shiryu narrowed his eyes. What is your purpose? If the Zerg royal family doesn't show their wings, others can't see the difference between them and normal humans. Gu Mingzhan looked at the ashes not far away and whispered, Lan Zhe wants me to help him look after someone. After saying this, he stopped talking, regardless of whether Shiryu agreed or not, and walked to the ashes with the restriction bracelet, collected them, and put them in a glass bottle. Gu Mingzhan handed the glass bottle to Shiryu. If possible, give it to the child. If he doesn't want it, you can do whatever you want with it. Seeing Shiryu take the glass bottle, he smiled rarely. I abide by the rules of your human world. I have dismantled all the dragons in the capital galaxy. If you need to be sentenced, or if you have merit, you can get a reduced sentence. I hope Marshal Shur can handle it impartially. Gu Mingzhan walked to Gu Qianqian and patted his shoulder in his blank eyes. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. Gu Qianqian was hit unprecedentedly when he knew that Gu Mingzhan might be in collusion with Lu Shiwang. He had a big quarrel with him and ran away from home. He was very sad and disappointed at the time, and even confused about what to do. Gu Mingzhan, how could he be Zerg? If he was Zerg, why did he go to such great lengths to break into the exhibition hall and lock the gray-black butterfly back into the crystal box? Isn't their purpose to invade this universe? Gu Qianqian moved his mouth, and had a lot of questions to ask. But Gu Mingzhan shook his head at him. Don't ask. I won't tell. He shook the restriction bracelet again, looking relaxed. What kind of crime will be charged against me then? How many years will I have to serve in prison? Actually, I don't like prison very much. If possible, please help me find a lawyer and let me work on the resource star. Shiryu, however, she walked to him, put a metal ring on his wrist, and said, if this metal bracelet is gone one day, the Gu family will disappear with it. Gu Mingzhan's expression turned cold, and he met Shiryu's eyes. But he smiled and said, Do you think the Gu family can threaten me? How do you know if you don't try? After all, they have tried so hard to distance themselves from each other. It's unlikely that you don't care at all. Mr. Future Minor. She hasn't killed anyone yet. But Gu Mingzhan's words are black and white. And it's unknown which one is true and which one is false. It's safest to put something on him that can kill him. Gu Mingzhan's eyes have been on her until she jumped into the cockpit of the God of War and turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the sky. He was slightly distracted and seemed to think of something and quickly suppressed this emotion. He didn't lie. Lan Zhe did ask him to take care of a child. But the child didn't need his care. Sure, you sat in the cockpit. She received all the evil dragons that Lu Shiwang had arranged, which Gu Mingzhan had sent her. As he said, they had all been dismantled. Even if Lu Dongyan hadn't stopped him, Lu Shiwang couldn't really destroy the entire capital galaxy. After roughly scanning it, sure, you sneered, a bunch of idiots. They could have solved the problem in the simplest way, but chose the most complicated way. What else could they be but idiots? She stuffed Lu Shiwang ashes into the space bag, and a message popped up in the message box that had been silent for a long time. Xiao Pielyang, you look very handsome today. Marshal Sure. See you at Black Triangle. Chapter 180. The news of Lu Shiwang's death spread completely. No one cheered. No one jumped for joy. And no one discussed it. The Star Network was silent, as if he had never appeared. This might be the greatest malice towards him. What happened in just a few days was more and more profound than what happened in the past few years. Sure, you did not kill Wenrenma, but dismissed his martial position and sent him to the capital Star prison. People should atone for the mistakes they made. A light death cannot erase their sins. After receiving the news from Xiao Pielyang, sure, you immediately asked someone to investigate the Black Triangle. The one who took care of this matter was naturally Luo Xiaozi. He was originally from the Black Triangle and knew the situation of the Black Triangle best. During the period when the Federation and the Castellan Empire went to war, a huge force emerged in the chaotic Black Triangle and quietly ruled the Black Triangle. Now the power it showed is hard to ignore. It was also at this time that Xia Yuyan sent all the information she wanted to know to her smart brain. This force called the Free Alliance is an old force in the Black Triangle. It has existed for a long time. At the beginning, it was just an organization. There are many such organizations in the Black Triangle. The Free Alliance is just an inconspicuous one among them. It has not attracted anyone's attention since its establishment. Sure, you sent the information to Luo Xiaozi, and soon got some information from him. The organizations in the Black Triangle will have a stable scale, and will not expand blindly. The Black Triangle is in chaos. None of the three countries can take it as their own. Similarly, they will not allow a force to grow and dominate the Black Triangle, and make it the fourth country in the cracks. This is the default rule in the Black Triangle. All organizations dare not cross this line. After all, no matter how strong an organization is, it can't compete with a powerful country. But now, the battle between the Republic of Toyas and the First Federation has almost crippled it. And it can't spare the energy to deal with the Black Triangle. The Koret Federation is not ranked in the universe at all, and rarely expresses itself in the affairs of the Black Triangle. Now that the First Federation's president has died, there are only 4 marshals left, and the internal situation is not very good, which simply gave the Free Alliance an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The Free Alliance has been recruiting people since Luo Xiaozi could remember, and it seems that it has never been full. His teacher once received an olive branch from the Free Alliance, but he did not like to be bound by the organization and directly refused. And the Free Alliance did not bother him. Luo Xiaozi did not know more. The data provided by Xia Yuyan showed that the scale of the Free Alliance was so huge that it was frightening. The power of the Free Alliance was like a big net, completely covering the Black Triangle. It was also at this time that an emergency call came into Shiryu brain. And along with the call came the universe channel that was transferred. The face that appeared on the virtual screen was very familiar to everyone in the First Federation. His posture was exactly the same as before, and no one could imitate the solemnity and arrogance between his eyebrows. He wore a black and gold military uniform. The emblem embroidered on the uniform did not belong to any country, and he did not wear any military rank. Maybe he noticed that everyone's eyes were focused on him. He raised his hand and said to everyone, "I'm very happy to meet you here. I am Xia Liqin, the leader of the Free Alliance." The 3 words Xia Liqin fell like a thunder, and the dead man appeared in front of everyone in an arrogant manner. He proudly raised a national flag embroidered with the emblem of the Free Alliance in front of everyone. I declare that the Black Triangle will be established as an independent area of the Free Alliance, not subject to any country, and welcome friends from any country here. As we all know, the Black Triangle is a place where criminals gradually gather to escape domestic punishment. More than 70% of the people here are burdened with sin. Is Xie crazy? He established a country in such a place? The whole universe was in an uproar. But the people of the Federation heard his declaration. But it caused a lot of waves. Xie prestige was greatly shaken when Lu Shiwang exposed everything he had done. In Shiryu's previous speech, the 3 words Xie that showed no respect for him, and the decisive act of abolishing his position as marshal later made everyone think that he was guilty. Everything Lu Shiwang said was true. Xie was not worthy of being the marshal of the Federation. Why would the people who had suffered a severe blow be hurt by a rusty knife? Xie behavior did not cause chaos to the Federation, but instead confirmed the fact that he was a sinner. At the same time, some people analyzed his mind when he pretended to die on the front line, and the results were extremely disappointing. How tragically people cried because of his death. How much they hated his resurrection now. And all the people on the Star Network were abusive to Xie. You know, the Black Triangle was once the territory of the First Federation. But in every period of history, the rulers of the First Federation failed to recover the Black Triangle for various reasons. Gradually, some people classified the Black Triangle as a free area. Not only did Xie fake his death, he even wanted to make the Black Triangle independent and establish a free alliance, which was a provocation to the First Federation. And his subsequent actions made all the people in the Federation feel uncomfortable. The Free Alliance declared war on the First Federation. At the same time, half of the First Series Corps stationed on the front line, who survived from the Talasaka fortress, rebelled. And all senior officers rebelled. The First Series Corps was one of the top combat forces in the Federation. After receiving the order from Xie, it occupied the Beiyang Galaxy near the Black Triangle in the Federation in just one day, and wanted to rush forward in one go to split the Federation. Fortunately, the Judgment Corps stationed in the Lilvaya Fortress responded quickly, and prevented the next action of the First Sequence Corps. After 8 hours of tug-of-war between the two legions, the First Order Legion retreated, interrupting all of Xie subsequent arrangements. Shiryu left Luo Xiaozi and Feng Shao in the capital system, and handed over the main decision-making power to the remaining 3 marshals and other members of the parliament. He led the fleet to the Lilvaya Fortress to meet with other members of the Judgment Legion. Lu Shiwang has become a pile of ashes, so it is unreasonable for Xie to continue to be free and unfettered. When Niao almost ran all the way here, when he saw Shiryu coming down from the warship, he couldn't wait to ask his guess. But when he thought of the crowds of people in the port, he quickly swallowed the words he wanted to ask, stood in front of her and saluted, "Marshal Shi." Major General 1. Shiryu returned the salute and asked, "What is the current situation?" When Miao calmed down and said, "Xie, after the Free Alliance captured the Beiyang Galaxy, they captured everyone in the space station alive. Several generals would rather die than surrender. Now they are being held hostage by them. It is not easy for us to recapture the Beiyang Galaxy. Did you put forward any conditions?" Xie was extremely despicable by nature, and Shiryu was not surprised at all that he would take the generals of the Federation as hostages. After Lu Shiwang tore off the last fig leaf on him, he probably was no longer satisfied with being a person remembered by history, but wanted to be a person who wrote history. It was a great wish, but unfortunately I chose the wrong time and place. Thank you. Xie proposed to meet you in the Black Triangle. When Miao felt that this request was extremely shameless, the little filter that was left for Xie was completely shattered when he made this request. The Black Triangle has become a den of dragons and tigers, but the captives must be rescued. His request was to roast Shiryu on the fire. No matter what choice he made, he would step into his trap. After hearing his words, Shiryu stopped, touched his chin seriously, and laughed. "I should have beaten him up at the beginning, so that I knew I was not a tool that he could manipulate at will. Those who have not received bloody lessons will never know how aggrieved and painful it is to be beaten to a bloody head." She restrained her temper for Shi Ji and temporarily accepted her control for Xiao Piaoliang. She was not afraid of him, but afraid of losing him. But Xie seemed to have never understood this truth. He tried to use her, and wanted to roast her on the fire. When Miao looked at the smile on her face, and a chill suddenly ran down his spine, and rows of goosebumps appeared on his arms. He probed, "You mean? He has sincerely invited me to the Black Triangle. So of course, I have to be merciful and fulfill his wish. Besides, Xiao Piaoliang is most likely also in the Black Triangle, and she must go regardless of whether Xia Liqin asks her or not." After arriving at the command room of the Lilvia Fortress Center, Wen Miao wiped the sweat from his forehead, made sure there were no extra ears, and asked impatiently, "Marshal Shi, is our marshal not dead?" he asked abruptly. And Shi Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "Why do you ask that? The first sequence legion suddenly turned against us, and someone sent me a message through the marshal's intelligent brain terminal. So I was able to lead the Judgment Legion in time to stop them from going further. Everyone in the universe knew that Xia Yuyan died in the battle between the Deep Blue Galaxy and the Zerg. And Shi Yu went crazy and destroyed the entire Deep Blue Galaxy for this. But the one who sent him the message was indeed Xia Yuyan intelligent terminal number." At that time, Wen Miao was extremely shocked. But the speed of the first sequence Legion's invasion was too fast. He did not have extra time to hesitate, and immediately led the Judgment Legion to stop it. The other party also gave a lot of decisions and help from the intelligent brain. Otherwise the matter would not be so easy to end. After the battle with the first sequence Legion ended, he could not wait to send a message to inquire about the other party's identity. But it fell into the sea. Wen Miao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot mountain to ask Shi Yu. But she was leading the fleet to shuttle through the wormhole. So this question has been held back until now. Shi Yu raised her eyebrows even higher, and she patted Wen Miao's shoulder heavily, saying, "Do you think he deserves a beating?" It was a different kind of affirmation. Wen Miao's eyes suddenly burst into surprise, and he stammered, Really? Shi Yu raised his finger to his lips and gently waved it. Wen Miao immediately nodded in understanding, and even made a zipper gesture in front of his mouth to indicate that he was shut up. In the most chaotic street in the Black Triangle, the two entered a bar one after the other. The night was not dark enough, and there were not many people in the bar. Xie Jiangsa bent his fingers and knocked on the bar. "A glass of flames. A glass of water." It was the first time I saw someone coming into the bar to ask for water. The bartender looked at him twice, but didn't say much. After all, the water here is more than 10 times more expensive than outside. Xia Yuyan looked at Xie Jiangsa, who brought the water to him, frowned slightly, and was obviously a little disgusted. And his eyes were still lingering on the various cocktails on the bar. Xie Jiangsa pulled his shoulders back. "Behave yourself. You're thinking about drinking now that you're feeling better? Don't let her knock your head off later." What she said was really vivid and cruel. Xie Yuyan's fingers that were touching the cup flexed, and he simply took his hands back. He had been in poor health since he was a child, and had never drunk anything other than boiled water. This was his first time in a bar. Xie Jiangsa looked at his useless appearance and sneered at him. "You dared to do it anyway when you knew what the consequences would be. What are you afraid of now?" "Afraid?" He only said one word, then made a fist with his 5 fingers to his mouth, and turned his eyes away.